Hokage give me a face. Conan, Chapter 1-20. Chapter 1 _ Come to the world of Conan. Following Yizan's words, Yizan only felt that his spirit and physical strength were rapidly being consumed. Not long after, nearly half of his physical strength and spirit had been exhausted. And at this time, this space channel is worthy of being built. This made Yizan really a little surprised. Although he spent more than this when he traveled through other worlds, he must know that his current strength in Dragon Ball is not comparable to other worlds. After all, it is a world of high martial arts that can destroy planets at will, but even this has consumed nearly half of his physical and mental strength. Although this is also due to the fact that his own energy has been given to the 18th, there is still a small amount of energy left in his body, and his body and spirit are still top-notch before, so he still consumes nearly half of his physical strength and energy. Spirit. Traveling beyond the world is really not an easy thing, Yizan said. Yizan said and looked at number 18 beside him. Let's go. As the figures of the two stepped into the space passage, the space channel slowly closed. However, it doesn't take so much mental and physical energy to open it again. After all, even if the space channel is closed, there is still a part of it left. The difficulty of the two is not at the same level. What kind of world is this? Soon as he came to the world of Conan, number 18 looked at Yizan strangely. Number 18 feet's perception spread, and all the people he sensed were weak enough to be ultimate, not even counting the 5 scumbags. You must know that a normal person's combat power is 5. And there are some people whose physique is not even as good as that of ordinary people, and they are all in a sub-health state. An ordinary world. Yizan looked at number 18 and said, you feel that the force value here is very normal. My new realm is difficult to succeed in a world with high force, but on the contrary, when the force value is very low in this world, it is easy to succeed. Quote. Yizan's words made number 18 look at Yizan a little strangely. It's not easy to succeed in a world with a high force value, but is it easier to succeed in a world with a low force value? Yizan nodded, and after a while, Yizan was stunned. Because I fork. Yizan forgot one very important thing. The world he came to was indeed the world of Detective Conan, but he forgot to mention the time period when he came here. Therefore, Yizan was very sad to find that the time period he came here was not very good. Conan is still Kudo Shinichi, and Yizan sensed Kudo Shinichi's state. Well, don't mention Kudo Shinichi's name, it's really a copy of Conan. In other words, Yizan came to Kudo Shinichi's childhood. That's all, it's okay, it's not many years anyway. Yi Xuanfang said lightly. Time, for Yizan, has lost its meaning. What's wrong? Number 18 looked at Yizan, feeling that Yizan was a little frustrated. It's okay, there was an oolong incident. Yizan slowly explained to number 18 a mistake he made when he came here. That's it. Number 18 nodded, looked at Yizan, thought for a while, and said, then let me go to this world first. 18 looked around curiously. 18, who has never come to the new world, is very curious about everything around him. Well, let's go. Yizan also waved his hand indifferently. After leaving on the 18th, Yizan glanced around, and finally headed towards the city where Conan was located. First of all, get some money. Yizan walked on the road and said slowly, all along, the world Yizan went to is a world with power. As long as you have power, the rest is easy to get. However, there are some exceptions in the world of Conan. The world of Conan is more similar to the modern world before he passed through, and such a world is generally extremely repellent of very powerful forces, especially personal force. And it is precisely because of this reason that Yizan still did not use his powerful strength to accumulate wealth. After all, this matter is not a big deal. For Yizan, accumulating wealth is a very simple matter. Just need fate. Yizan looked at the lottery station in front of him, and the corner of his mouth slightly evoked a smile. It didn't take long for Yizan to see the next lottery run from his fate. Anyone. Yizan walked into the lottery station with a smile, and came out not long after, holding a few lottery tickets in his hand. Well, the rest is easy. Yizan stretched his waist greatly, and found a hotel not long after. At the same time, he quickly began to look for a mansion around Conan's house. However, after looking at it for a long time, Yizan still did not find his satisfaction. Or, just buy the house here, and then push it to rebuild it yourself. Yizan looked around, and finally nodded with satisfaction. Well, that's it. Today, let's go to the hotel now, Yizan said slowly. Within a few days, Yizan learned that he had indeed won the lottery. Yizan was going to collect his huge amount of coins from the lottery station. But, please show your ID. Yizan frowned slightly. Can't only lottery tickets work? No sir. Yizan sighed slightly. Okay. Following Yizan's words, Yizan's eyes stared at the lottery station staff in front of him. Although he had no energy, he was just hypnotizing an ordinary person, which was a piece of cake for Yizan's huge mental power. It didn't take long for Yizan to leave the lottery station with a lot of coins in his hands. It's done. Yizan's mouth curled into a smile. The rest is easy. In the next time, Yizan started building the mansion. Not long after, a mansion that made everyone look at it slowly appeared in the open area not far from Conan's residence. Beautiful, spacious, luxurious and comfortable, it is simply an ideal residence, which makes everyone look at this residence with envy. Chapter 2 Pressure People. You really enjoy it? No. 18 looked at Yizan, and looked at the house and environment that made people feel extremely comfortable. Although I knew before that Yizan is a person who knows how to enjoy, but now, Yizan's mansion has made number 18 refresh his new feeling. Yizan is simply the representative of enjoyment. Can't you enjoy it too? Besides, if you want to enjoy it, it's easier than me, okay? Yizan glanced at number 18. The technology here is equivalent to pediatrics for you. It's easier for you to make some money, right? No. 18 lay casually in Yizan's arms and yawned. But, it's so boring, I don't want to do it. Yizan glanced at number 18 speechlessly, and said slowly, how is it? It's been a while since I came here. How do you feel here? No. 18 pondered for a while and looked at Yizan. What's the matter? Yizan said suspiciously when he saw number 18's reaction. No one can bully you here, right? Although no one can bully me, some people can disgust me. Number 18 said in a good voice. 30 Yizan looked at number 18's reaction and said with great interest, how do you say it? Road 18, some officials, some underworld, and some self-righteous people are all disgusting. But, husband, you don't let me kill them. Those people bother me again and again. It's really disgusting. On the 18th, Yizan raised his eyebrows. So what? You want to kill them? Yizan's words made number 18 nodded. Yes, those people are really disgusting. Yizan pondered for a while. Well, I allow you to kill people, but the person you kill must commit a heinous crime before you can kill them. Ah, number 18 pouted unhappily. But what about those who are not heinous? Yizan looked at number 18. It's very simple, you're not a heinous person, you just use your power to oppress people. Using power to suppress people. Number 18 looked at Yizan suspiciously. How to suppress people with power? In times of peace, there is something more useful than in times of war, and that is power. Yizan said slowly to number 18. Power. Number 18 looked at Yizan suspiciously. Well, being born in the world of Dragon Ball, power is really useless. It's all up to whoever has the bigger fist. Yizan said slowly. For example, officials, such as chaebols, such as clubs, no matter which one, as long as you are in charge, you will find that you can easily put those who bully you into a situation where life is worse than death. Yizan said slowly, then shook his head again. No, at that time, maybe no one will dare to bully you. Yizan's words made number 18 blink his eyes and look at Yizan. Is it really like this? Yizan waved his hand. then you can try it. By the way, I forgot to remind you of something. When you are killing people, it is best not to use too much power. Oh, although number 18 doesn't know why, it doesn't matter. Anyway, there are 5 scumbags everywhere. If you shoot at will, you can definitely kill these people easily. On the 18th, he thought for a while, and then said to Yizan, then I'll go. Well, let's go, Yizan said slowly. In the days that followed, Yizan was bored and experienced the fate of the whole mansion. And Yizan didn't know, when he was staying in the mansion, the officials in his place took a fancy to his mansion. So, you'd better move out, or something unexpected will happen, which we can't expect. Yizan looked at the underworld in front of him, raised his head casually, and threw it out. Huh, how many times is this already? Yizan sighed helplessly and said slowly. Since an official took a fancy to his mansion, he has been harassed in various ways. To be honest, Yizan was really annoyed. It turns out that fighting 5 scum is also annoying. Yizan shook his head and said so. However, Yizan didn't care much about these things. These things were nothing to Yizan. Looks like it's better to go to the official to solve it, Yizan said, looking up at the sky and yawning. Otherwise, this matter will really delay my continued understanding of the fate of the operation. Quote. Yizan said. He has pushed open the door and left. That night. The officer's room. Hello. Yizan looked at the official casually and said so. Who are you? The official looked at Yizan in shock and looked at the door, which was locked well before the official entered. As for the windows, this is the 5th floor, and besides, the windows are closed. How did you get in? What do you want to do? Yizan looked at the official quietly and got up slowly. 710. What are you trying to do? I called the police. Yizan looked at the flustered officials and said slowly. I am the owner of the mansion you want, but what I want to tell you is that you'd better not keep hitting on my mansion. Otherwise, don't blame me if I do something extreme. Yizan said, glanced at the marble table in front of him, stretched out one hand, and pressed it slightly on the marble table. Crack. After a very small sound. The official looked at the depression of a palm on his marble table in surprise. The official was quite sure that his tabletop was made of marble and was very flat. That is to say, this palm print was used by the person in front of him. Made by hand. But, how is this possible? That's a marble tabletop, the official shouted in his heart. Yizan glanced at the shocked official, turned and left. In Yizan's opinion, his warning was enough. Well, Yizan, like number 18, has been in a world with great power for a long time, and some things are really too simple. Chapter 3 Disgusting person. Yizan glanced at the shocked official, turned and left. In Yizan's opinion, his warning was enough. Well, Yizan, like number 18, has been in a world with great power for a long time, and some things are really too simple. In the world of high martial arts with power, this kind of warning is very practical. After all, as long as the strength is not up to the level, generally speaking, the other party really won't find it boring. However, Yizan forgot one thing, that is, this is the world of Conan. There are no powerful and incomprehensible moves in the world of Conan. Therefore, Yizan's threat is not as easy to use as in other worlds. Of course, this also has something to do with Yizan's indifference. In Yizan's view, with his powerful physical and mental strength, he is not afraid even if he uses the world's missiles and other hot weapons against him. But Yizan forgot one thing. Some things, although they won't kill people, are disgusting. There is a saying that is very good. And then, Yizan was completely annoyed. The next day, Yizan got up early because Yizan always felt that something would happen to him today. However, when Yizan wanted to experience the operation of fate, he found that the trajectory of fate was ambiguous. It seems that it is still impossible to observe the fate of its own operation. Yizan has been experiencing the movement of fate for a while, but as long as his own destiny is involved, Yizan still finds that he has no way to experience the movement of his own destiny. Yizan suppressed the thoughts in his heart. Anyway, even if something happened, in this world, he would not have major events such as death. Then, Yizan regretted it, deeply regretted it. Yizan frowned as he saw that he was surrounded by police. Please come with us to the police station. Many policemen were talking to Yizan one after another, and at the same time, many guns and ammunition were also aimed at Yizan. Yizan frowned tightly. Why? You are suspected of illegal entry, illegally embezzling other people's property, and, threatening others, suspected of attempted murder. Clean up and come with us. Yizan frowned tightly. Illegal entry. Illegal embezzlement of other people's property. Attempted murder. Yizan was a little confused. Anyway, go to the police station and talk about it. Yizan pondered for a while, nodded, and followed many policemen. But, come on. Yizan's back was directly pushed heavily, and Yizan, who was afraid that he would appear to be appointed with a little force, was staggered by this heavy force. In an instant, the anger in Yizan's heart burst out. What are you doing? Come on. Having said that, a policeman actually picked up the handcuffs and handcuffed Yizan's hands. This time, Yizan could hardly hold back the anger in his heart. Well, Yizan finally realized what number 18 said. Disgusting. Good. Yizan took a deep breath, and there was already a guess in his heart that he could have such great power to activate the power of the police station so quickly, and there was only one person who had something to do with him, and that was the official who peeped at his mansion before. However, I have to wait a little longer, at least until I can confirm whether it is the cause of the official's attention. Yizan said slowly. Not long after, Yizan came to the police station. Then, go in. Soon, Yizan was treated illegally. Turn the camera off. Following a policeman's words, the policeman looked at Yizan. Do you know what mistake you made? I didn't give my mansion to that's called, what is it called? Well, Yizan really forgot what the official's name was. Then, HMPH, you're not too stupid. Police said to Yizan, how is it? Do you agree? Yizan sat on the stool and looked at the policeman opposite. Me. Of course I disagree. The anger in Yizan's heart surged. Then I hope you can persevere. With the policeman's words, Yizan smelled a stench. Yizan actually saw several police officers holding feces that exuded a foul smell, and then splashed them at Yizan in Yizan's surprised eyes. Choke. In an instant, Yizan broke free from the handcuffs and avoided the feces that were thrown at him. Kill you. The anger in Yizan's heart burst out completely. Boom. With Yizan's punch, everyone present was smashed to pieces. Huchi. Yizan was gasping for breath in incomparable anger, and the stench in the air was even more fueling, causing Yizan's anger to rise even more. Officer, policeman. Yizan forcibly suppressed his anger and walked out of the police station slowly. It didn't take long for the officer to be killed. Then, a more troublesome thing appeared. Ooh. A strange sound of wind made Yizan look up, but he saw a helicopter, and then numerous armored vehicles also spread rapidly around Yizan. Army. Yizan turned his head. It seems that the mansion still can't be lived in. It's a pity. Yizan shook his head slightly. Not long after, Yizan came outside. At the same time, Yizan's face has also undergone a slight change. Although there is still the original shadow, it looks a little different. This is the reason why Yizan wants to prevent his life from being more convenient in the future. It didn't take long for Yizan to come outside. Looking at the army that surrounded him, a sinister smile cracked at the corner of his mouth. My anger, I haven't finished venting it yet, you came just in time. Following Yizan's words, Yizan rushed down, and quickly started the movement of threshing machines and destroying vehicles. It didn't take long for many troops to be frightened by Yizan's attack. Yizan just remembered one thing: how should he leave the field? Okay, the performance is too strong. Yizan rubbed his head in embarrassment and thought so. However, soon, Yizan was no longer worried. Boom. With so many bombs, Yizan left the stage logically. Chapter 4 _ Killer Group. Ha 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 ha. On the 18th, he laughed unscrupulously in front of Yizan, pointed at Yizan, and said almost breathlessly, "It's really fun, and finally I was caught." "Have you laughed enough?" Yizan said in a good voice. Hearing the words on the 18th, he covered his mouth and didn't say anything, but the shaking shoulders still told Yizan that the 18th was still holding back a smile. After a while, on the 18th, he said slowly, "I didn't expect that, husband, you told me not to kill people. As a result, you killed more people than I did." On the 18th, let Yizan press his temple. "Okay, don't laugh, I didn't expect that, I warned you, but I myself forgot what I said. I have always used force to solve problems, and I forgot the proportion of power in this world has been reduced." Quote. Yizan said slowly. "Don't worry." Number 18 looked at Yizan and said, "I am already solving this matter, and the progress is very good. I am enjoying this feeling more and more now. Power is really a good thing. Before, it's so much fun that the 897 that makes me sick is now crawling under my feet." Yizan looked at number 18 and said, "Well, you can do whatever you want with this matter. I still have things to do. Because of this matter, the new realm has no progress at all, trouble." On the 18th, he glanced at Yizan. "Then what are you going to do? Also, what about the former mansion? What should I do? I gave up on rebuilding." "Don't do this, I like that mansion very much." On the 18th, Yizan shook his head. "I'm not going to give up that mansion, but I'm going to rebuild a mansion that is more comfortable and luxurious than this mansion." "Really? That's really great." Number 18 also looked at Yizan in surprise. "After coming to this world on the 18th, I like to enjoy more and more." Other words, number 18 finally understood Yizan's thoughts, and now began to pursue the quality of life. And Yizan came to the mansion before him. "Well, if you're bored, let's make a haunted house." The corner of Yizan's mouth slightly evoked a strange smile, and his spiritual power enveloped the entire mansion. It didn't take long for someone to discover the weirdness in this mansion. As a result, curious people constantly want to enter the mansion to find out. As a result of this, the reputation of Yizan's haunted house in this mansion is getting louder and louder. Akatsuki's story about Yizan was also known to everyone. An official spy on the wealthy businessman's mansion to steal it, and even dispatched the police and army, and finally killed the wealthy businessman, and now, the ghost of the wealthy businessman has been occupying this mansion. Among and under such rumors, more and more people entered this mansion to find out, and this situation continued until the death of several people. Things that were already extremely terrifying have become even more mysterious at this moment. In the following time, because of the horror of rumors and the horrific consequences of entering the mansion, fewer and fewer people entered the mansion. Yizan finally relaxed a little and began to practice his destiny. In this way, while Yizan is comprehending his destiny, on the other hand, he is living a leisurely life in the world of Conan, getting to know many plot tasks in the original work, and at the same time enjoying life in this world. Time flies by like this. Originally, Yizan didn't have much concept of time when he realized the trajectory of fate, and in addition to enjoying life, he didn't have the concept of time passing. Under these circumstances, Kudo Shinichi is growing rapidly. At the same time, Yizan also started his own plan, the establishment of a killer group. This is a way for Yizan to kill time when he is bored. Because Yizan had seen many shady scenes under the sun before, a killer organization established to help those Avengers who were struggling to find a way to revenge. The reward of Yizan's killer organization is very simple, but it is very terrifying, that is, human life. Yizan's killer organization trades life for life. If they want to kill others, the reward is the life of the person who issued the task. In the news given by Yizan, as long as the assassination mission is released, the person who releases the mission will be forced to join the organization, and after joining the organization, he will act as the killer of the killer organization to train for a lifetime of survival. As for the matter of profit, this is not within Yizan's consideration. After all, Yizan has the support of the Chaebol established on the 18th. Yizan really doesn't care much about the simple matter of profit. And over time. Before Yizan knew it, Yizan had already received a message. What? Conan showed up. Yizan was stunned for a moment, looking at the information in his hand. Is it time for the plot to start so soon? Yizan slowly stretched his waist. No. 18 looked at Yizan strangely. Husband, why do you care so much about this guy named Conan? Yizan said slowly. It's nothing, it's just fun. Yizan said, got up slowly, and said to number 18, it just so happens that my understanding of destiny has also reached a bottleneck. Maybe going out for a walk may have miraculous effects. Yizan can now easily understand and change the fate of others, but he still has no other understanding of his own destiny, and he still cannot change his own destiny. Well, that's it, I'll go meet the so-called Conan first. Speaking of which, I haven't come into contact with Conan yet. Yizan said, got up and walked towards where Conan was. Soon. Yizan came to Conan's side. Huh, did you just become a child? Yizan watched as Conan experimented with the voice changer he had just obtained from Dr. Ali in Dr. Ali's laboratory. And when Yizan was bored, one thing far exceeded Yizan's expectations. Someone posted a mission. Soon, Yizan got the content of the task. Star Yoko. Yizan said suspiciously. After pondering for a while, he said slowly, it seems to be a plot character too. Chapter 5 Snow White Other Shore Flower. Client of his, killer, mission. Is it the task you posted? Yizan asked while looking at the task client in front of him. Yes, it's me. Yizan looked at the task client in front of him and nodded. Well, I see, Xingxing, is it Yoko? We have taken over this task. Yizan said, and was about to turn around and leave. But when Yizan was about to leave, the client suddenly said to Yizan, don't. I'll give up the release task. Yizan heard the words and turned to look at the client. Mr. Tengjong, I forgot to tell you something. Even if you give up the release task, you will still have to pay the remuneration you should pay. Yizan's words made the client, Mr. Tengjong, look at Yizan in surprise. Your reward will kill me. Do you want it now? Yizan shook his head. You don't need to worry about our remuneration. I only have one request, promise, you take this thing. Tilda. Yizan smiled and handed a very beautiful snow-white flower to the client. Mr. Tengjong, this flower, I hope you don't throw it away. No. Yizan watched the visitor take the snow-white flower in his hand, and a warm smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then, this transaction will be cancelled. Yizan said, turned and left in the slightly relieved eyes of Mr. Tengjong. On the spot, that Mr. Tengjong looked at the beautiful flower in his hand and showed a gentle smile. Yoko. That Mr. Tengjong breathed a sigh of relief and walked towards the place where the star was. This Mr. Tengjong really thought that the matter was over like this. However, Mr. Tengjong didn't know that his fate was already doomed. Husband, you are really bad. Beside Yizan, after a burst of brilliance, the figure of number 18 slowly appeared beside Yizan. I don't know how number 18 did it, and now he is more and more mysterious. I didn't expect that after you used my energy, such a huge change would happen. Yizan said slowly looking at number 18. No. 18 sat casually on Yizan's shoulder and looked at the flowers in the hands of Mr. Tengjong who was leaving. The snow-white other side flower. If that Tengjong knew that he was holding the blood-white other side flower known as the invitation of the god of death, how would he react? Number 18 looked at Yizan and said. Yizan said indifferently, then how else can you react? How many people in this world can truly survive life and death? After knowing the news of his imminent death, it is nothing more than panic and fear and other emotions. But he's innocent. It's not like my husband's style. Number 18 tilted his head and looked at Yizan. Yizan shook his head. It doesn't matter if my style is not mine. He is already destined to be a dead person in his destiny, so he is a dead person. It doesn't matter whether he is innocent or not. On the 18th, he looked at Yizan. Seriously, before the 18th, after hearing that Yizan's new realm turned out to be that illusory destiny, he almost thought that Yizan had been ripped off, or that Yizan was stupid. And then, after seeing Yizan's so-called track of fate, number 18 felt fear and awe for the first time. This fear and awe are the awe of the unknown and powerful existence of fate. In order to truly verify the existence of the so-called fate, number 18 once personally protected a person who Yizan said was destined to die in his destiny, but even with number 18's protection, that person died in the end. The reason for the death very strange. When eating, I accidentally choked on the water, and coughed abruptly. Death. No, 18 still can't forget the appearance of that person who almost coughed out his lungs. Fate, does it really exist? Number 18 looked at Yizan and asked suspiciously. Number 18 really doesn't understand, that so-called destiny is really so powerful. Exist. Yi Xuanfeng said calmly. Haven't you experienced it a few times? Yes, the 18th experienced the operation of fate, but not only the previous one, but several times, but all ended in failure on the 18th. Then according to what your husband said, this man named Teng Zhang is dead. Number 18 looked at Yizan and said. Yizan nodded. Not only will he die, but he will also die in the house of the star Yoko he wants to kill. Yizan's words made number 18 feel a little emotional again. Although he has seen it many times, number 18 still can't believe that this is true. I'm going to have a look. I don't believe it anymore. This time, neither you nor I are allowed to shoot. No, 18 said to Yizan. Yizan nodded. Okay, then let's take a look. Yizan said, followed number 18 and quickly disappeared in place, quickly following up with Mr. Teng Zhang. It didn't take long for Yizan and number 18 to follow Mr. Teng Zhang to the star Yoko's house. Ah, number 18 glanced at Yizan suspiciously. Although I have seen it many times, every time I see it, I have an incredible feeling. Yizan looked at number 18. How do you say? On the 18th, he looked at Mr. Teng Zhang who was at the star Yoko's house, and said to Yizan slowly, I could have seen clearly that he was just wandering aimlessly, but it was really amazing to come to this star's house like this. It's incredible to know that Akatsuki would be here in advance. Yizan waved his hand. It's nothing, do you want me to tell you about his next move? Yizan's words made number 18 look at Yizan with some fun, and said in surprise, is that okay? Can you really predict his actions? It's just an ordinary person who is about to die. The trajectory of fate is so short that ultimate, you can see it clearly. Yi Xuanfeng said calmly. Really? Number 18 looked at Yizan in surprise. Really? Then tell me his next move quickly. Chapter 6_suicide or homicide. He's going to pour a cup of tea next, take out the photo, and after looking at the photo for a while, he's going to kill himself. Yizan spoke slowly. And following Yizan's words, that Mr. Teng Zhang seemed to have heard Yizan's words, and continued to act according to Yizan's words. The feeling of coercion is simply. On the 18th, watching Yizan and Mr. Teng Yang's strange cooperation, he looked at Yizan with starry eyes. Is it really possible? Yizan looked at number 18's puzzled eyes, nodded and said, it's natural, just wait. Yizan said slowly. On the 18th, he watched carefully. As time passed, everything Yizan said was carried out slowly and orderly. Ah! With a call, that Mr. Teng Zhang actually committed suicide. This. No, 18 looked at Yizan in surprise again, and once again, number 18 felt the existence of the incredible but mysterious fate in Yizan's mouth. Yizan looked at number 18 with a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. Okay, let's leave. No, 18 looked at Yizan suspiciously. don't we want to use blood to dye the white flower on the other side of Yuhi? Yizan met number 18 feet's puzzled expression and said slowly, no. We never dyed the Yuhi flower with blood, but the flower absorbed the blood and turned into Yuhi color. Following Yizan's words, on the spot, the snow-white other side flower that Mr. Tengjong was holding had fallen into a pool of blood at some point, and the strange thing was that the blood on the ground seemed to have acquired some strange power. They all converged on the snow-white other side flower, and in a while, the snow-white other side flower was completely dyed Yuhi. If you have an understanding of the organization established by Yizan, and seeing the appearance of this other side flower, you will know that this is because of the organization established by Yizan. The Invitation of Death, by insiders, the blood-white other side flower. However, this informed person is actually extremely rare, and only some police officers have some knowledge of it. It's not that Yizan's organization is strong, but because the mystery of Yizan's organization sounds strange. Mystery doesn't mean strong. However, this is not the case in practice. Because all the targets killed by the invitation card of the God of Death did not have the slightest intention of being murdered, and those who were killed by the blood and white flowers seemed to be killed because of various accidents. However, the other side flower is a very obvious feature. Moreover, all the places where the other side of the flower haunts and the targets that were killed, before they died, many were clearly warned and informed by the enemy that they were about to die. All signs indicated that those dead targets were killed. However, counting from the first appearance of the bloody white flower, the police have still cracked the case of the bloody white flower, and this is only the death example of the bloody white flower known to the police. Some of the deaths were even discovered after a long time, or even never discovered, because even the relatives of some of the dead targets thought that the deaths were due to accidents, so they did not call the police, did not alert others, and the police did not know Akatsuki. However, it is precisely because of this that the white other side flower that was dyed with blood and the color of Yuhi was also called by people familiar with it, the invitation to the God of Death. Because, as far as we know, there is no accident, all those who receive the white other side flower will eventually die, and even if the white other side flower is discarded, the other side flower will still appear in the deceased when they die. By his side, and was so immortal that Yuhi was stained with blood. And this time. Ah! With a startled exclamation. Mori Kogoro and others came to the Star Yoko's room in surprise. Inside, Mr. Tengjong, who was given the flower by Yizan, had died and was lying quietly on the ground. Alarm. Following Mori Kogoro's words, soon, the police came to the scene. What? When the police came up, they saw the snow-white other flower that had turned into a bloody Yuhi. Invitation to the God of Death, blood-white flowers. The policeman said suspiciously. Unfortunately, the police officer Mumu knew the existence of Akatsuki's bloody white flower. The invitation to the God of Death, the snow-white flower. Both Conan and Mori Kogoro looked at the policeman's eyes strangely, confused and didn't know what it was. It's not Snow White, it's blood, blood of blood. The policeman came to the dead Mr. Tengjong, staring blankly at the other flower placed at Mr. Tengjong's feet, and said with little interest, it was an accidental event leading to death. Quote. Huh. Everyone looked at the police in amazement. Such an obvious homicide death was finally characterized as accidental death. The policeman said, or else. What do you think it is? Yamagishi, Yuko, either one is suspect. Mori Kogoro said this to the police officer Miki. The police looked at everyone. Okay, what's going on? Let's talk about it. The policeman's attitude was a bit perfunctory, but Mori Kogoro didn't notice anything about it, and quickly told the police about the matter. And with Mori Kogoro's words and everyone's discrimination, soon, the whole thing 3.1 became clearer. However, in the end, everyone was still not sure who shot it. Okay, since you can't be sure who shot it, then. When the police are ready to characterize the case. Wait. After Conan knocked out Kogoro Mori, he quickly used the voice changer to start analyzing the case. And with Conan's analysis, everyone looked at the deceased Mr. Tengjong in astonishment. So that's the case. Everyone nodded to show that they knew. The policeman Mew Mew nodded and said, "That's it, Tengjong committed suicide." The policeman's eyes were twilight, and he seemed to have little interest. Chapter 7 Grim Reaper Invitation. That's it, Tengjong committed suicide. The policeman's eyes were twilight, and he seemed to have little interest. The policeman's twilight attitude quickly aroused everyone's curiosity. "Well, Officer Mumu, what's the matter with you? Is there something wrong?" Conan looked at the policeman and asked this question. And everyone including Mori Kogoro nodded quickly. "Yes, what's the matter?" "Officer Mumu." Officer Mew Mew glanced at the crowd, but in the end he didn't say anything, just shook his head casually, and was about to turn around and leave. At this time, Conan said slowly, "Is it because of that flower?" Conan's words made Officer Mumu look at Conan in surprise. After a while, he slowly sighed. "Okay, since you found out, then I have to ask you to keep it a secret." "Secret?" Everyone looked at the policeman in surprise. Mew Mew said slowly, "What color is this other side flower?" Mew Mew's words made everyone look at Mew Mew in astonishment. Can a colorblind 30 be a police officer? Of course it's Yuhi, Conan responded quickly to Megumi's words. "Yeah, bloody color." Shaolin also looked at Mew Mew a little strange. "Yeah, bloody Yuhi, but if I said this flower was Snow White before, would you believe it?" The policeman's words made Conan and his group look at all this in surprise. "Yes, this other flower is white. The reason why it is the blood Yuhi color you see now is because the white other flower is dyed Yuhi color by blood." Officer Mumu's words made everyone look at Officer Mumu in shock. "Blood-stained Yuhi. How is that possible?" "That's right, even if Yuhi was stained with blood, it couldn't be so evenly stained." The policeman looked at everyone. "That's why I don't want to tell you, this matter is very involved. To be honest, I'm not even qualified to know about it, but I just happened to encounter this kind of incident before. Only to be told the truth, you better keep the next thing a secret. This blood Yuhi's other side flower, whose real name is the bloody white side flower, is the blood of blood, not the snow that snows. Blood white, the other shore flower." Everyone looked at all this in surprise, and didn't know why they were suddenly scared. And then, the policeman's words made everyone's heart skip a beat. "Also, this blood and white flower also has a nickname, the invitation card of the god of death." "The invitation to the god of death?" Conan's eyes flashed with curiosity. The policeman said slowly, "Whoever accepts this other side flower will die after that." "Huh?" Everyone looked at Mew Mew in surprise. "All will die?" "Yes, they will all die. No matter how tightly protected they are, they will die in the end due to various accidents, even before the eyes of the protectors." Mew Mew's words made everyone look at Mew Mew in surprise, and they were extremely surprised. "How is this possible?" Everyone looked at Mew Mew in surprise. With a lack of interest. "In short, that's it. This is a shame for our police, please don't spread it out." Mew Mew said. He turned and left. In the same place, Conan and Shaolin both looked at the little Yuhi-colored other side flower. Their eyes were a little straight. I don't know why at this moment, both of them have a feeling that they are still with this other side flower. Will meet, and will be deeply entangled together. On the other hand, Yizan slowly looked at the people who were leaving, yawned and said to number 18, "Let's go, it's over." "No." 18 nodded and followed Yizan to a mansion like this. This mansion is more luxurious and comfortable than the one built by Yizan before. It is very comfortable by the mountains and rivers. And, most importantly, it's not far from the city, or in other words, it's not far from where Conan and others are. Not long after Yizan and others came to the mansion, Conan and Shaolin came to Yizan's mansion. "Ah, it's Shaolin, come in." Yizan looked at Shaolin who was coming, and slowly evoked a smile. "Excuse me, this is Conan, a friend temporarily placed it in our house." Shaolin introduced to Yizan. "Oh, it's Conan. After Yizan said casually, he followed Xiaolan into the mansion. Wow, so luxurious. As Kudo Shinichi, Conan entered this mansion for the first time. It's luxurious, isn't it? When I came here for the first time, I was also taken aback. There is such a luxurious and comfortable place in our urban area. Xiaolan said, jumping forward. Yizan had been in contact with Xiaolan very early, so Xiaolan was also familiar with this place. What to drink? Whatever. Xiaolan looked at Yizan with a smile. By the way, Yizan, do you know the blood white other side flower? Blood and white flowers. Yizan looked at Xiaolan in surprise, frowning in a pretentious manner and said, have you received an invitation from the god of death? You really know. Xiaolan hugged Yizan in surprise and said, I knew it, nothing can trouble you. Yizan looked at Xiaolan and said, okay, let's talk about the invitation card from the god of death, the blood white flower, have you received it? Xiaolan shook her head. No. I just encountered a case with blood and white flowers. Cases. Murder cases. Yizan said suspiciously. No way, if the blood is white, there should be no murder cases. It should be an accidental death, and at most it will be defined as suicide. Yizan's words made Conan's eyes widen in surprise. Xiaolan also widened her eyes from the bottom of the well, looked at Yizan and said, I didn't expect it, you really know. Yizan nodded. I know a little. Yizan said and sat on the sofa slowly, looked at the crowd, and said slowly, I didn't expect you to meet that bloody white other side flower, it's really interesting. Yizan's words made Conan look at Yizan. Hey, do you also know the blood white other side flower? What's going on? Can you tell us? Xiaolan also said to Yizan, yes, can you tell us? Yizan looked at the curious two and said, it's not that I can't tell. Chapter 8_Murder Without Flaw. Yizan looked at Conan and Xiaolan who were very curious, and said slowly, actually, the matter of the blood white other short flower is astonishing and surprising, and it is simple and simple. Yizan said, looking at Conan and Xiaolan with blank faces, and said, blood and white flower is called the invitation card of the god of death. The most important reason is because the way to get blood and white flower is different every time. Sometimes it is given by others, sometimes picked up on the road, and even some people will occasionally encounter a snow white other side flower between actions, and then pick it off. There are various ways, but there are no exceptions, as long as you get it. This other side flower, after that, will die, no matter what the reason. In that aspect, it will die by accident in the end. Yizan's words made Conan look at Yizan. According to this, could it be someone who killed him? Yizan lay casually on the sofa and said to Conan, there are policemen who think the same way, but, in the end, no matter how the investigation is done, the results show that it was a natural and man-made disaster. Natural and man-made disasters. Both Conan and Xiaolan looked at Yizan in amazement. Yeah, Yizan raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, and said to Conan and Xiaolan, because these dead people have very obvious characteristics in advance, that is, they received that white other side flower, so for those who died conservation and investigation are very beneficial and simple. Quote. Yizan's words made Conan nodded. No one can kill without any flaws under heavy protection. Even if one or two flaws are not found, it is obviously impossible. Then, how many times did this death happen? Conan asked Yizan, looking at him. For some reason, Conan always felt that things were not so simple. Compared with what everyone said was due to accidental death, Conan believed more in murder. Conan really didn't believe that there were so many coincidences in this world. Well, if Conan knew where he would die in the future, and who would die, it is estimated that Conan would die. Will not think so. How many times? Who knows? Maybe a dozen times, maybe dozens of times, maybe hundreds of times, maybe thousands of times. Yizan said casually. Conan looked at Yizan and frowned in discomfort. Conan had never encountered such a troublesome existence as Yizan, like a loach slipping away, and he couldn't ask anything of value at all. Then, is this why it's called Death's Invitation? Compared to Conan's doubts, Shaolin looked at Yizan very curiously and said. Yizan said lightly, maybe. Yizan's indifference soon affected Shaolin and Conan, which made both of them, who were a little terrified, calm down. Okay, since there's nothing left, don't think about it. Come on, have some snacks and drinks, enjoy life, what are you thinking about? Yizan looked at Shaolin and Conan and said slowly. It didn't take long for Shaolin and Conan to leave. Not long after they left, the figure of number 18 next to Yizan slowly appeared. Is it really good for you to tell Conan everything? Number 18 looked at Yizan and said. Yizan took number 18 into his arms, rubbed number 18's body with both hands recklessly, looked at Yuhi's pretty face on number 18 and said, this matter is not a big deal. Conan's fate, the operation is the most complicated, and it is just right for my practice. If I tell Conan this, it will make Conan pay more attention to this matter, and the blood and white flowers we deliberately make will make Conan's fate more complicated. In the midst of complexity, because of the reason of our blood Yuhi, the operation of those fates is easier for us to parse out. Quote. Yizan's words caused number 18 to yawn a lot, wrap it around Yizan's waist lazily, and look at Yizan and said, it doesn't matter, these things are not big things anyway. Yizan looked at number 18, smiled slightly, and squeezed number 18's ass with both hands, preparing to punish number 18 tonight. On the other hand, Conan and Shaolin were watching TV together, discussing the news about the bloody white flower from Yizan before. The other sure flower? Maori Kogoro asked strangely, looking at the two of them. Shaolin looked at Conan and Mori Kogoro, and slowly said the information she had checked on the computer before. Well, yes, the other side of the flower. It is said that the other side of the flower is a flower that grows in hell, a flower that has witnessed life and death. Quote. Shaolin's words made Maori Kogoro's hair stand up straight. Then, the one before, was told by the police officer Mumu that it was the flower on the other side of the blood and white. We went to Yizan's place. I asked Yizan. Yizan said that this matter has actually happened, but it was blocked by the police, so we didn't know about it. Shaolin said while looking at Maori Kogoro. Well, Shaolin's words made Mori Kogoro feel even more terrifying. And in the fear of everyone, a news on TV attracted everyone's attention. More than 15,000 gold coins were stolen by the thieves, and they have not been recovered. And this news was also seen by Yi Xuan on the 18th. Gold coins. Yizan narrowed his eyes slightly. No. 18 lay lazily in Yizan's arms and looked at Yizan. What? Do you want it? Yizan nodded. It's stolen goods anyway, and 15,000 gold coins are considered a lot of money. However, we don't know where the 15,000 gold coins are. Number 18 looked at Yizan and said slowly. Fate will tell us. Yizan took number 18 and left slowly. The 15,000 gold coins, you can sell them. Don't let people know that they have anything to do with us. Yizan's words made number 18 nodded. Don't worry, this matter is very simple. Chapter 9 _ Blow up the Shinkansen. Soon, Yizan and number 18 came to the hiding place of the 15,000 gold coins. Very good. Yizan looked at the 15,000 gold coins hanging on it, and said to number 18, I'll give it to you. Okay, leave it to me. Number 18 nodded. By the way, in the future, you can also solve it together, that is, Conan and the police. Yizan's words made number 18 nodded. Don't worry, just fool around. Yizan waved his hand. It doesn't matter, I am very relieved to leave this kind of thing to you. Yizan said something, but he didn't care about it. He left the place, and it looked like he was going home. No, 18 took a look, and those who were familiar with the road began to deal with these things. When number 18 first came to this world, in order to carry out primitive capital accumulation, it can be said that he would do anything by means of unscrupulous means. I don't know how much of this kind of improperly sourced property has been disposed of, and now it is more suitable to be handled with ease. Not long after, Conan and others came to this place. After confronting those robbers, a flower on the other side slowly fell before everyone knew it. Those gold coins were transferred unknowingly. 780 in the end, many robbers died in front of the police. The snow-white other side flowers were quickly dyed Yuhi, and those gold coins disappeared. Blood and white flowers. Conan looked at all this in surprise, and said in horror. On the other hand, Yizan looked at the gold coin in his hand with a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. Conan, the trajectory of fate is getting more and more complicated and interesting. It's really fun. Yizan's words made number 18 sit in Yizan's arms. You care about that Conan so much. 18 with a pouted mouth, and said with a smile, you still eat a little boy's vinegar. It's so fun. Well, who cares about a little boy? Yizan really didn't expect number 18 to have such an idea. Number 18 is not at ease because of his lust, which is really fun. Well, why don't I get a few girls, the heart of an N.S. number 18 girl? Yizan said without feeling that he was greedy enough. Yizan said a little boringly. And for the next period of time, Yizan has been accompanying number 18, all kinds of jokes. Time flies. After finally satisfying number 18, Yizan looked at number 18, who was full of Yuhi's spring love, and shook his head slightly. Just when Yizan was about to say something, Yizan suddenly looked into the distance with a feeling. What's wrong? Yizan's reaction made number 18 feel a little strange, and he came to Yizan's side and asked. Yizan's eyes slowly widened, and a strange smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth, looking at number 18. Number 18, this time, there is a very interesting thing, I am going to change my fate and try it out. Let's see, can this so-called fate be changed? Yizan's words made number 18 look at Yizan in surprise. Every time Yizan makes use of his fate, the 18th has a pleasing feeling, because no matter what he does, there will be all kinds of coincidences to promote Yizan's purpose. It feels as if the whole world is helping Yizan. Generally looks very strange and powerful. What action is this time? Number 18 asked in surprise. Blow up the Shinkansen, what do you think? Yizan said to number 18. Break up, Shinkansen. The 18th also looked at Yizan in surprise. Is it really good to play so much? The police won't come to the door, right? If we are known, our identity will definitely be useless. The words on the 18th brought a smile to Yizan's mouth. Don't you always dislike the plain life? This time, it's not plain. Yizan's words made number 18 nodded excitedly. Okay, let's blast the Shinkansen. Yizan stopped number 18 feet's action. Don't worry, just wait slowly, let the bloody white flowers go out first. Yi Xuanfeng said lightly. And with Yizan's words, time passed slowly, the Shinkansen slowly passed, and Conan, Shaolin and others also came to the Shinkansen. Next, as the train moved, a very strange thing happened. Ah! What a beautiful flower! It's here too. Look there. After a while, various places on the whole train slowly bloomed a kind of beautiful flower. There will be flowers on the train. It's weird. Everyone looked at the strange sight in amazement. This is far beyond common sense. How can flowers grow so fast? Moreover, it still grows on the train. You must know that the train is mainly made of steel. As for the soil and water necessary for the growth of flowers, there is almost no soil and water. However, these flowers are all blooming on the train, and the flowers blooming on the whole train are so delicate and beautiful. If they are seen by unknowing people, they will definitely think that they are carefully cared for. However, compared to the surprise and curiosity on the entire train, Conan, Shaolin and the others are terrified, frightened, scared, worried. The shadow of death shrouded Conan and others, although Conan and others did not find anything that could cause death, but this is definitely the flower of the other side of the blood and white. Conan and Shaolin looked at each other with absolute certainty. Conan, we're going to die, right? Shaolin's eyes had a hint of gray despair. Conan opened his mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. Conan really didn't have the confidence to protect himself and Shaolin in such a strange situation. Why is the train full of other flowers? Are we going to die? Why? When Conan was almost in despair, not far away, the conversation of two strangers came into Conan's ears. Conan was shocked and finally understood why so many blood and white flowers were blooming on the whole train. Bomb! Someone is going to blow up the Shinkansen. Conan was surprised to think of it, and at the same time, he was also very happy and relaxed, because Conan finally knew why he and others died, and Conan was confident to stop the explosion. Chapter 10 A coin. After all, compared to the mysterious blood and white other side flower, this elimination bomb is more handy for Conan. Time passed slowly. Conan quickly looked for the location of the bomb, but compared to his previous investigations and actions, this time Conan always felt that the whole world was against him, and he didn't know why. However, even so, Conan, relying on his own wit, quickly locked his eyes on a few people. But Conan looked at the many snow-like flowers on the other side, which were very beautiful and gorgeous, and had already bloomed to the ultimate, but when Conan saw this, he was even more surprised and frightened. For Conan, who has seen the strange other side of the flower with his own eyes, this is really a death god who wants his life too much. Damn, where is it? Conan yelled. As time went by, Conan became more and more anxious. Conan still didn't know Akatsuki where the bomb was, but those other flowers were completely in full bloom, which were exactly the same as the blood yuhi that Conan had seen before. Only missing the color. No. Conan looked around quickly, but in the end he still didn't know which of these people was hiding the bomb. No, for safety, I can only forcibly open their boxes to see. Conan said quickly, and began to open several people's boxes in various ways. As time passed, Conan quickly opened many boxes one by one, so that everyone in the car noticed the existence of Conan, and his face was full of disgust. And these people who looked at Conan with disgust did not know. With Conan's search, the other side flowers at the front of the entire Shinkansen train began to wither slowly. Ah, withered. The flowers are withered. Everyone watched as the numerous other flowers withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then disappeared. Many people unanimously stretched their hands to the places where the other sure flowers grew, but there was no difference in those places. Everyone's faces were full of surprise. These other sure flowers were like the hallucinations of everyone. They came strangely and went very strangely. However, Xiaolan, who knew the inside story, was slightly relieved in her heart. Then, her curiosity arose, and she quickly walked towards the rear compartment with Maori. While walking around, the two discovered a strange thing, that is, the farther they went to the back of the carriage, the lesser the flowers on the other side of the carriage withered, or even did not wither at all. Strange, what's going on with these flowers? Maori looked around strangely and said dumbly. And Xiaolan, who knew all this, didn't have time to explain to Maori, and quickly came to the most prosperous carriage where the flowers on the other side were blooming. Xiaolan, Maori and Conan didn't know, when they were doing this. Yizan was holding the tall and soft body of number 18, and looked at the other side flowers on the train on the Shinkansen that kept going forward. Ah, it's actually withered by half. Number 18 said to Yizan. Yizan narrowed his eyes slightly. Should I say, is it really Conan? Yizan said, and yawned slightly. Well, this time, I'll give it a try. Shoot. Number 18 looked at Yizan strangely, not knowing what Yizan's words meant. Could it be that Yizan wanted to destroy the train with his own hands? And then, one of Yizan's actions made number 18 completely confused. In between, Yizan casually tossed a coin. Ah. Number 18 looked at Yizan strangely. Yizan looked at number 18's confused look and evoked a smile. Don't understand. 18 nodded. Yizan said to number 18, then follow this coin and you will know what's going on. Following Yizan's words, number 18 hurriedly followed the coin with perception. Soon, the coin fell to the ground and was picked up by passers-by after a while. The passerby picked up a coin and caused a glass ball in his pocket to slip. The slipped glass ball directly caused a child who accidentally stepped on the glass ball to slip, and the child who slipped hit the drying rack. The clothes on the drying rack that hit it were blown by a gust of wind and flew high into the distance. And this dress fluttered, and finally went to the Shinkansen train. At this time, in the train, in the disgust of everyone, when Conan's behavior was about to be stopped, Shaolin and Mori also followed Conan to this carriage. Conan, what the hell are you doing? Shaolin and Mori yelled at Conan, ready to take Conan away. No, Conan yelled at the two of them, there's a bomb in this compartment. Shocked, everyone in the car looked at Conan in shock, and then they laughed, obviously not believing what Conan said. And Mowgli also said to Conan, okay, Conan, don't talk nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. Following Conan's loud cry, Shaolin suddenly pursed the corners of her mouth. I believe in you, Conan. You believe me? Conan exclaimed in surprise. Shaolin looked at Mowgli and Conan and said, well, I believe in you. Shaolin said to Conan, the other side flowers of the whole train withered from the front of the train, but the withering became less and less as you went to the back, and it spread to this carriage. Not only did the other side flowers in this carriage not wither, they seemed to be more beautiful. Shaolin's words made Conan's eyes widen instantly and said to Shaolin, so. You're right, there is indeed a bomb. Little Lan didn't know that after she came to this carriage, the withered flowers on the other side of the original train bloomed again quickly, and they seemed to bloom even more beautifully. At this time, Conan looked at the only box that had not been checked by himself, and said anxiously, come on, let me see your box. Chapter 11 God's Will in the Dark. Conan looked at the only box that had not been checked by himself, and said anxiously, come on, let me see your box. The owner of the box, a young and beautiful woman, said disdainfully to Conan, Che, just based on your words, I need to check the box for you. As the woman spoke, she turned her body away, ignoring Conan's words. The rest of the people looked at the anxious Conan and Shaolin, not knowing who to listen to. At this time, the other side is the front of the car. Numerous beautiful others flowers have spread to the carriage where Conan and Shaolin are located, but because many of the others flowers in this carriage are very delicate, no one feels it. However, compared to the dullness of everyone, number 18 noticed that many other flowers have bloomed to ultimate. And number 18 knows that, generally speaking, at this time, the other side of the flower is already the limit, and soon, the other side of the flower should turn bloody. How? Number 18 looked at Yizan and asked. Well, it's already doomed. Yizan looked at the galloping train and said slowly, as I said before, the shorter the fate, the less can be changed, and the fate line of these people, now that it's short to ultimate, there's no room for change at all. Yizan said, glanced at the clothes blowing in the wind, and slowly shook his head. When Yizan said this, the situation in the carriage showed a different situation. You'd better show them your suitcases, make them give up, and then take them to the police station. After a long time of messing around, everyone finally got bored with Conan and Shaolin, and said to the owner of the last box. The woman was holding the box, turned her head away, and ignored the crowd. Your box doesn't really have a bomb, right? At this time, the few people who had been turned over by Conan before were a little unbalanced, and said to the woman in the box. Humph. The woman snorted, but said nothing. At this time, Shaolin and Conan looked at each other, nodded, and decided to forcibly open the woman's box. Seeing this, Mowgli could only help a little helplessly. Then, it's really a bomb. Everyone looked in horror at the box that had been opened by Conan and Shaolin in the woman's hand. Inside, a bomb lay quietly, and the beating numbers and beeps made everyone knows that the bomb is already activated. Throw it away, the crowd shouted. Conan also quickly threw the bomb out. However, at this time, in the sky, the fluttering clothes were so dead that they blocked the window where the bomb was thrown. Seeing this, Yizan said to number 18 next to him, to see the fireworks, the sound is probably a bit loud, so you need to cover your ears. Yizan said, plugging his ears, and number 18 blocked his ears in a similar way. At the moment when the two blocked their ears, boom! A loud explosion sounded. The whole train explode. The raging fire quickly spread to the entire train. In the raging fire, many other flowers seem to have been nourished, and they are more delicate and dazzling. The dazzling other flowers are reborn in the fire, and slowly fall. Every other side flower floats to a person in a train. The blood spread, and many blood continued to infect the other side flower, and the snow-white other side flower quickly died. Yuhi. Yizan watched the snow-white other side flower slowly change into Yuhi, and for some reason, he suddenly sighed with sadness. Heaven and earth are not benevolent and regard all things as cud dogs. Fate is really ruthless. Yizan looked at all this and said slowly. Looking at Yizan on the 18th, he said strangely, "Isn't this your masterpiece, husband? How come you blame it on fate?" Yizan said slowly, "Everything is balanced, there is life and death. Originally, everyone in this train really didn't need to die, but they couldn't live for long. These things have their own will." Yizan's words made number 18 a little strange. Is it really like this? Yizan nodded. Except for Conan, Morilan and Maori Kogoro, most people will not escape this disaster. Yizan's words made number 18 look at Yizan suspiciously. I don't believe it. Yizan looked at number 18 and smiled dotingly. If you want to see it, you want to see it, don't provoke me, don't believe it. Yizan's words made number 18 smile, but he tacitly agreed with Yizan's words. And with the default of number 18. In the train full of flames, some of the other flowers infested with blood rapidly withered. Escape! Escape! Conan, Shaolin, and Mori Kogoro took a few people and survived strangely in the center of the explosion, and escaped from the carriage. Among them, one is a man in glasses who has checked the stock exchange of the box, and the other is a woman who was finally turned over by Conan, who also survived, lucky, and Conan informed that there was a bomb after first knowing that there was a bomb. The bomb was ignored by the two marshals, and finally the two people who were excluded by Conan turned over the box, an old man and a strong man from the underworld. These people all have more or less connections with Conan, because Conan has the most intertwined lines of fate. It is the easiest and most fun to save these people, and it can also make number 18 realize the terrible fate of fate. 3.8. Huchi-huchi. Everyone who escaped was breathing the fresh air, and looked at the flaming train in front of them in amazement. They couldn't believe it all. In the end, everyone who reacted turned their attention to Conan and the woman. Conan, how did you know there was a bomb? Shaolan looked at Conan strangely and asked. I heard what the two men in black said, but the two men in black have already got out of the car. Conan gasped heavily. Among the crowd, except for the old man, it was Conan because he was a child. Worst. After hearing Conan's explanation, the two marshals looked at each other, filled with incomparable remorse, regretting that they did not obey Conan's words. Chapter 12_Dead Person. The rest of the people all turned their attention to the woman who was carrying the bomb. Say, why are you doing this? What's the use of talking to a ruthless person like her? Kill her directly. Everyone was very angry. Conan shook his head. No, she didn't know there was a bomb in her box. Conan's words made everyone look at Conan. Because of Conan's performance before, everyone is now very convinced of Conan's words. And the woman seemed to be reacting only now, and suddenly shouted, It's not me, it's not me. Well, I know it's not you, please calm down. Conan covered his head and shook his head, as if he was disturbed by a woman. Shut up. Stop screaming. The underworld man came directly to the woman and yelled at the woman. The woman was startled immediately. Then everyone's eyes were focused on Conan. At this time, Conan looked at the old man who survived. You will die. The old man was a little deaf, and looked at Conan for unknown reasons, not knowing what Conan said. Shaolin looked at the old man's head in surprise, covered her mouth in horror, and pointed to the top of the old man's head. At this time, everyone also saw the top of the old man's head. In the snow-white hair of the old man, a beautiful and beautiful other side flower was blooming, and that other side flower was black. Ah! At this time, Conan, who had been covering his head all the time, suddenly woke up and looked at the flower on the other side of the old man's head. Death is angry. Conan's behavior also attracted everyone's attention, and they all looked at Conan. You said he will die. What death god is angry? Conan covered his head strangely and frowned. Did I speak? Shaolin looked at Conan in surprise and said, you just pointed at the old man and said he would die. Shaolin's words made Conan shake his head. Is that so? I have no impression. While Conan was shaking his head, he suddenly saw the black flower of the other side that the old man had taken from his hair out of the corner of his eye, and exclaimed in an instant, the flower of the other side. Is it black? Shaolin also smiled bitterly and said, yeah, so, if you don't tell me, I also know that he will die. Shaolin's words made everyone look at Shaolin in surprise. Who the hell are you? Why are you alarmist here? The security's glasses man yelled at Shaolin and Conan. Shaolin and Conan looked at each other. Go find Yi Zan, Shaolin said. Who is Yi Zan? Mao Li suddenly leaned in front of Shaolin. Since just now, you and Conan have been very wrong. What do you know? While the crowd speaks. Do. The piercing siren was approaching rapidly. Soon, Conan and others were discovered by the police. Are you all right? The person who came was the police officer Mumu, and when he came up, he saw Mori Kogoro, Conan and Shaolin who he knew. It's okay. Kogoro Mori shook his head and said. Following the words of Kogoro Mori, Officer Meguro also began to learn about the only survivors of the incident, Kogoro Mori. Then, Officer Miu Miu turned his attention to the woman in the crowd. Is it the bomb you brought? Officer Mumu said to the woman. The woman nodded blankly. But, I didn't know there was a bomb in it. Following the woman's words, Miu Miu looked at everyone strangely. Do you know what's going on inside? Mori Kogoro looked at Conan and said to Officer Mumu, this is actually what Conan discovered. Conan. Miu Miu looked at Conan and said, what's going on? Conan explained everything he had experienced to Officer Mumu in a very methodical manner. Blood white flower. Officer Miu Miu looked at all of this in surprise, and said in shock, there is actually a bloody white flower. Yes, and, Conan pointed to the old man among the crowd, who was holding a black flower of the other side in his hand. Is that, blood and white flower? Officer Mumu asked in surprise as he looked at Conan. Shaolin shook her head. I don't know. Conan said to the police officer Mumu. So, we are going to ask about the blood and white flowers. Ask about the blood and white flower. Officer Miu Miu looked at Shaolin in surprise. Who to ask? Who knows the blood and white flower? Yi Zan, Shaolin said, turning around slowly and heading in the other direction. Yi Zan, Officer Miu Miu said in surprise. Then they quickly followed Shaolin, and behind them, Conan and others hurried towards where Shaolin went. An hour later, everyone came to the place where Yi Zan lived. Wow, what a luxurious place. Everyone looked at the mansion where Yi Zan and others were in shock, and said in surprise. At this time, Yi Zan followed Shaolin's voice and came to the door. Huh. As soon as he came to the door, Yi Zan pretended to be very strange and looked at Shaolin and the others. Dead people, Yi Zan said while looking at the crowd. Dead people. Everyone looked at Yi Zan in surprise, wondering what Yi Zan meant. Officer Miu Miu also looked at Yi Zan. What is a dead person? Yi Zan looked at Officer Mumu and said slowly, as you understand, it is someone who has died. But they are still alive. Conan looked at Yi Zan and said slowly. Death is not far away. Yi Zan looked at the old man at the back of the crowd and said, look, isn't he holding a certificate? The black other side flower. What does the black other side flower mean? Officer Miu Miu hurriedly asked Yi Zan. Angry god of death, Yi Zan said casually. And following Yi Zan's words, everyone unanimously turned their attention to Conan. Just now, Conan also said something similar to Yi Zan. After saying that the old man would die, he also said, "Death is angry." Chapter 13_Shudder. The eyes of everyone made Conan feel even more strange. He blinked a few times in confusion and asked again, "What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me?" Shaolin said to Conan, "Just now you said that the headless death god was angry." "What?" Shaolin's words made Yizan's eyes suddenly widen, and a gleam of light flashed in his pupils. Yizan really didn't expect Conan to say such a sentence. "Ah, is there? Did I say it? Why don't I remember?" Conan said strangely. "You really said it." Shaolin nodded, while the rest of the people didn't continue with this question, but looked at Yizan. The securities glasses man shouted directly at Yizan, "Hey, what the hell is going on with the anger of the god of death?" Yizan glanced at the rest of the crowd, didn't speak, turned his head and left. "This is your attitude of begging for help. Go away. You are not welcome here," Yizan said, turned and left. The door of the mansion closed directly, keeping everyone out. This time, everyone looked at the securities-eyed man who spoke just now. "What are you doing? HMPH, what is the wrath of the god of death? What is immortal? We escaped without any problems at all," the securities glasses man said, and turned around and was about to leave. However, when the securities glasses man left, "Ah, are you going to leave? You can leave," the old man said, turning around slowly, preparing to leave. At the moment when the old man left, a car passed by the old man's side, and the tire just hit a stone on the side of the road, causing the stone to roll under the old man's feet. Puff! Everyone looked at the old man in astonishment, and their eyes widened in horror. After a while, "Ah!" Everyone present screamed in horror. The old man died in front of everyone. Just now, everyone witnessed with their own eyes that the old man stepped on the falling stone and fell to the ground, and he was hit by the stairs and died on the spot. What terrified everyone the most was that the black flower in the old man's hand, after the old man died and was contaminated with the old man's blood, turned into a yuhi color at a speed visible to the naked eye, a bloody yuhi color, like the devil's smile is general, making everyone extremely frightened. What the hell is going on here? Everyone instantly felt their hair stand on end. Watching all this in horror, they couldn't believe it. You know, the yuhi color can be continuously overlapped to be dyed black, but black is dyed yuhi color. How awkward is this? And the next thing made everyone even more frightened, and felt a chill on the soles of their feet. Because, the securities glasses man looked in horror at the black flower that appeared on his shoulders at some point, and instantly collapsed to the ground. Terrified, sluggish, unbelievable. The man with securities glasses hurriedly discarded the black other side flowers on his shoulders, and quickly stepped on it with his own feet, until the black side flowers became muddy, and then he exhaled heavily. Then, looking at the black other side flower that had been trampled into mud in front of him, he laughed wildly. "Did you see it? Did you see it?" the securities glasses man said frantically and paranoid. "What is the wrath of the god of death? What is death? Have you seen it? I've smashed it all to pieces." However, what surprised the man with securities glasses was that not only did the people in front of him not look surprised, on the contrary, everyone had a terrifying look on their faces, and they all looked at him in horror. No, look at yourself, but look at yourself, the top of your head." The man with securities glasses looked up, but the sky was empty. "What's the matter with you?" the securities glasses man asked suspiciously, looking at everyone present. Everyone pointed to the top of the head of the man with securities glasses. "On your head." Everyone's words made the securities glasses man touch the top of his head strangely, and quickly tore off a black flower on the other side. Damn it. What is this?" The securities glasses man quickly stepped on the black other side flower under his feet and stepped on it with all his might. Naturally, that charming other side flower couldn't stand the trampling of a man with securities glasses, and it didn't take long for it to turn into black flower mud again. It's useless. At this time, Officer Mumu spoke. If it is really the other side flower, it can't be destroyed at all. The blood white other side flower, we have used various methods, but we can't take that other side flower from that person. Following the words of the police officer Mumu, the man with securities glasses had already inserted a black flower in his heart, like a demon, slowly surrounding the man with securities glasses who was already extremely frightened. In horror, the man with securities glasses put his gaze on the tightly closed door of the mansion. Boom blah blah. The man with securities glasses knocked on the door vigorously. Open the door, please, open the door. The man with securities glasses was terrified and frightened, but the door of the mansion was like a closed door to survival, and the man with securities glasses was tightly outside the door. After knocking for a while, the securities glasses man finally gave up and turned to look at Conan and Shaolin. Please, please, save me, save me. The securities glasses man shouted in horror. After Conan and Shaolin looked at each other, they could only come to the door. Tuk tuk tuk. Yizan. Following the words of the two, Yizan's lazy words came from the door. Let's go, you escaped death, but you angered the god of death. How could death be played with at will? Yizan's voice came from the door. But, Shaolin shouted, what about me? I'm also the one who escaped death. Yizan said slowly, you can rest assured, don't worry. Chapter 14 Philosophy is not a magician. Yizan's words surprised Shaolin. Could it be that I? Well, you're not on the dead list, don't worry. Yizan's lazy words made Shaolin's mouth twitch in surprise. From the time she knew all this, Shaolin had always been afraid. Until now, Shaolin slowly relaxed. It turned out that, you don't have to die. What? Why? Everyone looked at Shaolin and said angrily, why doesn't she have to die? Not only her, but also Conan and Mori Kogoro don't have to die. Yizan said slowly. Why don't you two have to die? Tell us what's going on. How to escape death. The rest of the crowd quickly surrounded Conan and Shaolin and threatened the road. When Conan and Shaolin panicked, Yizan's voice came, and there was a hint of sarcasm in that calm voice. Humans are always greedy. Huh. After hearing Yizan's words, everyone turned their attention to the gate 630. You were originally supposed to be buried in that huge explosion like the Shinkansen, but, thanks to the light of Conan and Shaolin, you were lucky enough to escape in the hands of the god of death. Still not satisfied, Yizan slowly said. Yizan's words made everyone silent. After a while, the gangster man quickly came to Yizan. Please, save me. As long as you can save me, I will give you whatever you want. Yes yes yes. After hearing the words of the gangster man, the rest of the people came to the gate and quickly told Yizan about various conditions and temptations. However, no words came out of the door. After a while, the gangster man finally couldn't bear it anymore, turned around, looked at the man with securities glasses who had been frightened, and said grimly, kill you, as long as you kill you, the people inside will get angry. If it's gone, then maybe it will save us. The gangster man said that he was about to shoot at the securities-eyed man. Wait, what are you doing? Officer Mew Mew directly blocked the gangster man. What am I doing? Of course I want to kill him. The gangster man forced his preparations to pass the police officer. Officer Mew Mew blocked the gangster man again. Do you want to be a murderer? A murderer is a murderer. The gangster man yelled at the police officer Mumu. Anyway, I will die sooner or later. Following the words of the gangster man ignored the forced obstruction of the police officer Mumu and went directly to the man with securities glasses. Officer Mumu blocked again, but in this block, something different appeared. During the dispute between the two, the man with securities glasses slowly took a step back. Wait, don't. Conan hurriedly wanted to stop the securities glasses man from continuing, but... Bang! A steel rod that came from nowhere pierced straight from the top of the glasses man's head, directly stabbing the securities glasses man to death. The black other side flower slowly fell into the blood pool of the securities glasses man. The black other side flower slowly turned into Yuhi color. Ah! With a terrified scream, everyone looked around in shock. What the hell is going on here? Xiaolin felt like she was going crazy. It's very simple, they should have been dead people, and now it's just because the god of death came to collect debts. Fate is not so easy to reverse. Yizan's words made Xiaolan come directly to Yizan's door. Can you really not open the door? Of course. Yizan agreed very neatly. However, I need you to promise me one thing. Yizan said. Without waiting for Xiaolan to ask what was the matter, the door opened directly. The moment the door opened, Xiaolan and the others rushed in quickly. After everyone entered Yizan's mansion, they saw Yizan leisurely lying on the sofa with a beautiful woman in her arms. After everyone entered, they glanced at everyone, and then she was charming looking at Yi Xuandao. What are you doing with these dead people? It will pollute the air. Okay, on the 18th, you can go first. Yizan's words made the woman nod her head. Okay, it's up to you. The woman said, glanced at Xiaolan and the woman in the crowd, pouted, and left. Conan, on the other hand, looked at number 18 strangely and blinked. Number 18. Conan is very strange for the name of number 18. Yizan glanced at Conan, but said nothing. And Conan was about to ask something. A marshal quickly came to Yizan, holding a black other-side flower in his hand. Help me, save me, please. Yizan glanced at the marshals and waved his hand. Go, stay away from me, don't accidentally drag me into it. Involved. Another marshal looked at Yizan strangely. Yizan said, of course, at the time of death, if you are not careful, it would be bad to involve me too. Yizan's words made the police officer Miu Miu, who had never seen Yizan before, come to Yizan. Well, is there really a god of death in this world? Are they really killed by the god of death? Officer Miu Miu's words made everyone shudder, and then they all looked at Yizan. Yizan pondered, how do you say it? Of course there is no god of death in this world. Yizan's words made everyone look at each other in surprise. Did you hear that? No death. Yeah. The rest of the people looked at each other in surprise. However, what Yizan said next made everyone's excited heart instantly drop to freezing point. However, although there is no death, there is indeed, destiny. Fate. Everyone looked at Yizan in surprise. Chapter 15 _ Conan looking confused. Everyone has a destiny. The interweaving of destiny between people and things has led to the development and operation of this world. Yizan said slowly, but the words in it made everyone a little stunned. The fate of metaphysical philosophy really makes everyone a little strange. However, what do these things of us have to do with fate? The surviving woman looked at Yizan and asked strangely. Actually, rather than being targeted by the god of death, you are more likely to be excluded by fate. Yizan said slowly. Following Yizan's words, Xiaolan also looked at Yizan strangely. What the hell is going on? Well, Yizan covered his head. How do you say it? You all look like you are being targeted by the god of death, but in fact, there is no god of death in this world. As I said before, people and things are all connected by invisible fate lines, and the intertwined fate lines combine to form the basic operation of this world. Quote. Yizan's words made Conan blink. Destiny, does it really exist? Yizan nodded, pointed at the marshal holding the black flower on the other side, and said, if you don't believe it, the next thing will prove that you should actually be dead people, so fate has excluded you from this. In addition to the operation of the world, but for some reason, you luckily did not die. However, you have been excluded by fate before, and now you want to forcefully enter fate because of your survival, and you will naturally be rejected by fate. In order to continue to function normally, fate will naturally exclude you, and the method of exclusion is naturally the simplest, death. Quote. Yizan said so much, and paused for a while to let everyone understand a little. Then everyone looked at each other, and finally focused on Yizan's body. Then how can we avoid death? It's very simple. Yizan's mouth evoked a playful smile. In the eyes of everyone looking forward to it, he slowly said, "The solution is, seek more happiness." Yizan's words made everyone stunned, and then they were all a little stunned and said in surprise, "Seeking more happiness." Yizan said with a slight smile, "Yes, seek more blessings from yourself, and work hard to go to places that are not so dangerous." Yizan said, pointed to the marshal holding the black other side flower and said, "Have you seen that it is a typical negative teaching material, the chandelier above the head, the knives next to it, etc., etc. There are dangerous things everywhere, it's easy to be killed, okay." Following Yizan's words, Yizan dodged and avoided a glass shard that came from nowhere. "Be careful!" the crowd shouted. And with the loud shouts of everyone, the marshal with the black other side flower quickly avoided the glass shard. "HMPH, I'm a police officer. Such a danger is easy for me to avoid." Halfway through, the marshal lowered his head blankly, looking at his chest. A knife stabbed the marshal directly in the heart. The marshal, death. Everyone was stunned to see the other side flower that slowly turned into Yuhi next to the marshal. At this moment, everyone was so heartbroken. After the marshal's death, the gangster man looked at the black flower that appeared in his hands at some point. "Alas, it's your turn. If I were you, I would quickly find a very safe place and wait." Halfway through Yizan's words, he was suddenly interrupted by the gangster man. "I won't wait to die." The gangster man's eyes widened instantly, looking at Yi Xuandao. You must know how to escape death." Yizan propped his chin and nodded casually. "So what?" The gangster man looked at Yizan's casual look, quickly grabbed the knife on the table, came behind Yizan, and put the knife directly on Yizan's neck. "Did you just say that? If we die by your side, you may die too. Hurry up, tell me how to avoid death." The gangster man yelled at Yizan. Yizan looked at the knife on his neck calmly and sighed. "Alas, I said the best way is to find a very safe place to hide, but unfortunately, you are really courting death, do you know? There is such a person, whose fate line is extremely complex and complicated, and its operation is obscure and difficult to understand. What about this kind of person? I usually call it the Son of Destiny, and once this kind of person encounters danger, the whole world the fate line will run, and unfortunately, just such a person." Yizan looked at the knife and said slowly, "So, you should be dead, right?" Yizan said, and slowly took the knife from his neck away. What made Conan and others strange was that the underworld man behind Yizan did not respond. After Yizan left, puff, the gangster man directly clutched his heart, fell to the ground, his eyes widened, and he died silently in such a short period of time. Officer Mew Mew quickly came to the gangster man and started to check. After a while, he looked at Yizan in shock and said, "He, dead." "Yeah, I've said it long ago, some people have complicated and obscure fate lines, and they are the children of destiny. When the lives of these people are threatened, the impact will be huge." Yizan looked at police officer Mumu and said, "Why? Have you seen the cause of death?" Officer Mew Mew looked at Yizan suspiciously, and said paradoxically, he died of a heart attack. Look at his other side flowers." Conan suddenly pointed to the other side of the gang member, and said in surprise. And everyone looked at the other side flower in amazement. The other side flower that should have been dyed from black to Yuhi color, withered. Everyone looked at the other side flower beside the gangster man, and then put their eyes on Yizan. Alas, the fate line was forcibly torn. Yi Xuanfang said calmly. Chapter 16 _ Give me a bargaining chip. Alas, the fate line was forcibly torn. Yi Xuanfang said calmly. It's not a heart attack. Officer Mumu looked at Yizan strangely. Yizan yawned loudly and said, yes, in my opinion, this is not a heart attack. Heart disease is just a way of his death, and the essence of his death is the consequences of threatening the life of the Son of Destiny. Everyone looked at Yizan suspiciously. Yizan looked at everyone's puzzled look, covered his forehead and said, well, to put it bluntly, this is the difference between stealing and robbery. The few people who died before were secretly made up for their mistakes by fate. And the gangster man who dealt with me died because he violated the taboo of fate and was forcibly seized by the fate line. Yizan's words made everyone look at the dead gangster man, only to feel his throat dry, and a nameless fear hit his heart. Is this the reason why that black other side flower is committed to withering? Conan asked while looking at Yizan. Conan didn't know why in front of Yizan. He suddenly felt a little different, but Conan couldn't tell what was different, but there was one thing Conan was very sure of, that he inexplicably hated the man in front of him. Yes, Yizan said slowly, this other side flower is actually the embodiment of destiny. Yizan said slowly, the words were calm and cold, but Yizan still didn't tell everyone a word. That is, the most important reason for the emergence of this other side flower is because of himself. Because of his own involvement in the operation of fate. After fate changed, Yizan embodied a part of the operation of fate, represented by the legendary other side flower that grew at the junction of hell and reality, and then observed the operation of fate. And when Conan was about to continue to ask something, the woman suddenly came to Yizan. Please save me, please. Yizan looked at the black other side flower in the woman's hand and said, okay, of course you can let me save you, but what about the reward? Yizan stretched out his hand and said directly to the woman. The woman said quickly, I have money, I can give you money, give you a lot of money. The woman's words made Yizan wave his hand slightly. I have no interest in money, do you think I am short of money? Yizan's words made everyone look around. Yes, can someone who can afford such a luxurious villa be someone who is short of money? I can accompany you, the woman said to Yizan as soon as she bit Kiba. Yizan yawned loudly. Number 18. Quote. Come on, what's the matter? Number 18 came to Yizan enchantingly, sat in Yizan's arms, and said slowly. Yizan looked at the woman who was already ashamed and said, so, your body is not worthy of my nostalgia. Besides, your body is no longer clean. I have a mental cleanliness, and I really don't have much interest in you. Yizan's words made the woman pursed her lips tightly and lowered her head. Then what exactly do you want? Yizan ignored the woman's words, and instead patted number 18 feet's ass. Go, deal with those dead people. No, 18 looked at Yizan tenderly. I just said, don't let them in, they will dirty the house, you have to believe it. Although number 18 complained, he still got up and prepared to clean up, but his movements were not fast. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at the woman in front of Yizan without blinking. Woman looked a little hairy by number 18 feet's eyes. What are you looking at me for? No, 18 said as it should be. Waiting for your death, my husband asked me to clean up the dead body. You are about to become a dead body, and of course you are also in the ranks. On the 18th, the woman looked at Yizan almost crying. How on earth are you willing to save me? Yizan waved his hand. It's not how I am willing to save you, but if you can come up with a bargaining chip that can make my heart move, I will take action. After all, it is not difficult to say that it is difficult to change fate, but it is simple to say. And it is definitely not simple. Quote. Yizan's words made the woman's head turn rapidly, but the more anxious she was, the less she could think of how to impress Yizan. Don't worry, you can think slowly, but you need to be careful about any deadly objects around you. Yizan's words made the woman get up quickly and look around vigilantly. If there is a slight disturbance, she will rush to recover. When number 18 saw this, he couldn't help but pouted his lips, looked at Yi Xuanzhao and said, Old man Tilda. Yizan smiled shyly, you just have to work hard. Road 18, however, if you remind her like this, she will definitely not die in a short period of time. In the end, when I finish cleaning up, her nerves can't stand it anymore. After she dies, I still need to trouble you. It's really bad fun. Ha ha ha. Yizan smiled, but did not refute anything. After all, he did have some bad tastes. As he deepened his understanding of fate, he became more and more aware of the cruelty and ruthlessness of fate. As the saying goes, all living beings are suffering. All Yizan can do is to be a bystander and watch all beings drifting away in the long river of fate. And now, the only thing Yizan can make himself do is to make himself become more like a person when he realizes the fate of 4.7, rather than like a high god. While the woman was on guard, she said all the things she was proud of, hoping to get Yizan's favor. However, it didn't work. Yizan seemed to have not heard the woman's words, and lay lazily on the sofa. How can you do this? Seeing this, Xiaolan finally couldn't stand it anymore, and said to Yizan, since you can save her, why don't you help to save her? Saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda, don't you? You know. Yizan glanced at Xiaolan. Want to save her? Simple, or, if you give me something to impress me, I will save her. Chapter 17 Only 1,000 people died. Xiaolan looked at Yizan. How can you do this? On the other hand, number 18 looked at Xiaolan with cold eyes. If you don't know, don't talk nonsense, self-righteous woman, who do you think you are? Pointing fingers here. No, 18 feet's icy voice made Xiaolan purse the corners of her mouth tightly without speaking. The quarrel of the crowd made the woman a little distracted, and she was directly caught in the neck by the hook of the fishing rod leaning against the door, and died on the spot. Ah! Amidst the exclamations of the crowd. The rest of the marshals stared blankly at a black other side flower that fell under their feet, their eyes terrified. Save me, please save me. The marshal said to Yizan. Hey, it seems that the next time, when this kind of thing happens, you shouldn't open the door. Yizan said slowly. And when Yizan said this, Conan couldn't help it and stood in front of Yizan 30. Although, I know that you will pay a great price for saving people, but no matter how great the price is, it will not exceed life. Huh. Conan's words made Yizan lower his head and look at Conan. His originally casual expression became serious, and a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Originally, I thought you were the son of destiny who was second only to me in the world. I thought you were a very smart person, but now it seems that it is exactly as you said on the 18th. Whether you or Xiaolan, both he is a short-sighted person who is self-righteous and imposes his own views on others. Yizan shook his head slightly. If I had known it earlier, I would not have saved you too. Yizan's words made Conan and Xiaolan look at Yizan in surprise. You saved us. Of course. Number 18 came to the two of them. Otherwise, do you really think you can escape? Although you are both the children of destiny, the children of destiny will also die and be replaced. HMPH, it's really a dog who bites Lu Dongbin and doesn't know it. Good people. Yizan and number 18 and others made the marshal quickly come to Yizan. Please, since you saved them, save me. Yizan looked at the marshal and had to say that the marshal was quite good at judging the situation. Every time he encountered danger, he came directly to Yizan's side, and every time he could save himself from danger. Seeing this, Yizan yawned. Okay, since you said so, then I'll tell you the solution. I remember I said before, because you are dead people, so excluded by fate. Quote. The marshals, Conan and the others all nodded. They remembered Yizan's words very clearly. After all, Yizan's words shocked everyone's worldview. Yizan said slowly, since none of you have come up with a reward that can make my heart move, so this time, I will only tell you how to do it. Okay, if you know how to do it. The marshal looked around, and immediately hid behind Yizan when there was a slight disturbance. I have to say that the approach taken by the marshal was very good. The fate lines on Yizan's body were intertwined and complicated. Naturally, he would not be killed at will by such a danger. The most important thing is that this marshal seemed to be very observant, just hiding by Yizan's side, and did not disturb or contact Yizan. He's really a smart person. Yizan said slowly. Following Yizan's words, Yizan looked at everyone and said, since you are people who have been excluded from fate, if you want to escape death, you need to re-enter the operation of fate. Enter into the running of fate. The marshal looked at Yizan strangely. How to enter? The corner of Yizan's mouth slightly evoked a strange smile. That mysterious smile made everyone feel a little scared. However, What Yizan said next made everyone feel even more horrified. The way to re-enter the operation of destiny is to kill someone, Yizan said with a smile. And Yizan's smile didn't know when it changed from mysterious to warm, but with such warm words, he said such terrifying words, not only did not make people feel at ease, on the contrary, it made people feel even more frightened. Murder. Conan and Shaolin, even the police officer Mumu, who had been on the side and hadn't reacted, felt extremely frightened at this moment. Conan suddenly reacted and looked at Yizan in shock. You mean, you killed 2 people when you were saving us? 2. Number 18 sneered at Conan and Shaolin. Tisk tisk, it's really stupid to a certain level, it's stupid enough to make people laugh. Both Conan and Shaolin looked at number 18 strangely, not knowing what number 18 meant. It's like this. Yizan said slowly. You are already dead. If you want to return to the operation of fate again, you need to kill someone. To be precise, you need to replace them. The fate of others. Isn't that enough to kill one? Conan looked at Yizan and said, that one, said on the 18th. Conan still feels that the title of number 18 is more like the naming of other numbers than a name. Yizan looked at Conan and said indifferently, this is not a business, or anything else. You can exchange 1 or 2 for 1. There are many involved, the most basic one is the fate line, and the fate line on your body has already been consumed. Almost hundreds of lives. Hundreds of lives. Conan and Shaolin both widened their eyes in horror. Yizan nodded. Well, yes, this is only directly involved in the lives, and there are some lives that are not involved. Generally speaking, thousands of lives are easy. Yi Xuanfang said lightly. Gudong. The marshal took a mouthful of saliva. That is to say, the 2 of them survived, and nearly 1,000 people died. Yizan nodded. Well, you can say that. What? Officer Miu Miu yelled at Yizan. You actually killed thousands of people. Chapter 18_lose money. What? Officer Miu Miu yelled at Yizan. You actually killed thousands of people. Yizan looked at Officer Miu Miu and said, how do you say it? Didn't you say you would kill thousands of people to save them? Officer Miu Miu looked at Yizan in amazement. Did I say it? When did I say I killed thousands of people? Yizan looked at Police Officer Mumu and said, although the deaths of thousands of people have something to do with me, I didn't do it myself. The method of death of the thousands of people is actually similar to the death method of those people just now. They all died of various accidents. Quote. Died in an accident. The marshals looked at Yi Xuandao strangely. Yizan said slowly. Yes, they died in accidents just like those people just now, but the essence is because their fates were replaced by those of Conan and Shaolin. That is to say, those talents, it's the consequences that Conan and Shaolin deserve. Yizan's words made Conan look at Yizan in shock. In other words, you indirectly killed thousands of people in order to resurrect us. Yes, Yizan said with a smile. How could you do this? Shaolin looked at Yizan and said, how could you kill thousands of people to save us? No. 18 looked at the crowd with a sneer. So, husband, you shouldn't be entangled with these people. You have been accusing you of not saving people before. Well, I saved them both now. They still don't appreciate it. What did they say? What's the point of such a thankless task of killing thousands of people trying to save them? Yizan waved his hand. Don't say that. After all, they are 2 sons of destiny. It's not too unacceptable to save thousands of people dying. What's your attitude? Officer Miu Miu shouted at Yizan. That's the life of thousands of people. Every day people die. Thousands of people die. This is very normal. Birth, old age, sickness and death, behind many seemingly normal deaths, is the manipulation of fate, and the same is true for the deaths of thousands of people. Yi Xuanxuan slowly said. I don't think it's a loss to exchange the death of less than 1,000 people for the survival of the 2 children of destiny. At this time, the marshal looked at Yizan and said, Son of Destiny. Is this the fate after being replaced? Yizan looked at the expectant look of the marshals, and sneered. You think too much. Each person's aptitude is different, and the number of fate lines they can bear is different. just like a lake can never hold water in a vast ocean. However, your idea is good. Yes, for example, if you kill a wealthy businessman or someone who will become a wealthy businessman in the future and replace his fate, then you have a high possibility of becoming a wealthy person. Similarly, the truth is, if you kill a high-ranking official, then you can easily rise to the fore. Quote. Really, the marshal, who had always been very frightened, felt heartfelt happiness at this moment. At this moment, the marshal was very grateful that he had encountered this incident, and so, I can change my destiny, said the marshal in surprise. It's so simple there. Yizan looked at the surprised marshals and said, first of all, you have to kill him, but, can you kill him without any measures? You need to take his fate line to kill him. Yizan said, and slowly drew a pattern on a piece of paper that looked a bit like a flower on the other side. No, we need to draw such a pattern on the body of the deceased. By the way, it is best to draw it before death. The worst thing is to draw it when you just die, because the fate line will disappear quickly with death, so the longer the time of death, the weaker the effect, and the fate line after a person's death can only be maintained for half a day at most. The marshal looked at the pattern on the paper in front of Yizan and flattered, well, I will take this thing. Yizan nodded slowly. Take it. I hope you can escape the punishment of fate after you leave my side. Yizan said and glanced at the black flower on the other side of the marshal, and thought for a while. Forget it, for your sensible sake, I'll help you cover it for a while. Following Yizan's words, Yizan's hand swept across the black other side flower in the hands of the marshals, and then, in the eyes of everyone's astonishment, the black other side flower slowly faded its color and turned into pure snow white. I don't know how long this shelter from fate can last, so you'd better pay attention to this other side flower. When it turns black, what does it mean? Don't say you don't know. Yizan's mouth twitched. A playful smile. I know. The marshal nodded quickly, and after accusing him, he quickly left the place. Wait, you're not really going to kill, are you? Officer Mew Mew hurriedly chased out. Yizan, on the other hand, put his eyes on Conan, Shaolin and Mori Kogoro. Do you have anything else to do? Hurry up and leave after asking. Yizan's words made Shaolan bow to Yizan very embarrassedly. I am sorry. I came to disturb you, and let you save us so much trouble. Yizan looked at Shaolin and said with interest, what? Don't want to give your life back? Yizan's words made Shaolin bow her head in embarrassment. Seriously, who wants to die? Even Shaolan is extremely afraid of unknown things like death. And Conan didn't even speak. Humph. Number 18 snorted coldly and came to the three of them. Okay, my husband helped you become the children of destiny, so hurry back and enjoy life, don't get in the way here. Shaolin was taken aback by number 18's words, and she looked at number 18 and said, help us become the children of destiny. Bullshit. Or else. Do you think it's because of you guys that you want to be the son of destiny? Save it. Number 18 said coldly, waving his hand. Hurry up, it's annoying to see you all, it's just some unknown reasons. A loser who doesn't know how to be grateful. Chapter 19 _ How come there are so many murders? 201. It was Yizan who helped us become the children of destiny. Nonsense. Or else. Do you think you were originally the children of destiny? Or is it just because you want to be the children of destiny? Save it. Number 18 said coldly, waving his hand. Hurry up, see you both. It's just annoying, it's just some money-losing goods who don't know how to be grateful. The words on the 18th made the three of them smile, and when they were about to say something, Kogoro Mori suddenly interjected. By the way, what will be the benefits after we become the children of destiny? Maori Kogoro asked while looking at Yizan. Yizan glanced at Maori Shaogoro and said calmly, sorry, you are not in the ranks of the Son of Destiny. As for the benefits of the Son of Destiny, there are many. The most basic point is that it can satisfy my innermost feelings well. For example, if Conan's wish is to be a detective, then he will continue to encounter all kinds of difficult cases. For another example, if Shaolin's wish is to find a Prince Charming, then Shaolin will encounter one. The perfect man. Yizan's words made Maori Kogoro come to Yizan with a shy face. Hey, can you get me a Son of Destiny too? 247 Yizan. A Byakugan. Go go go. You think this is Chinese cabbage? Yizan said and waved his hand to let everyone leave. 18, who had been impatient for a long time, quickly sent everyone away. Then, number 18 quickly came to Yizan. Husband, why are you doing this? Number 18 did not understand Yizan's behavior. Yizan said slowly, in order to better observe the operation and change of fate, the greed of human beings is endless. As long as you show a little something that human beings like, then the greed of human beings will explode far beyond what you imagine. Yizan said. The back of the marshal's departure appeared in his mind. I'm really looking forward to how greed will make me feel. The corner of Yizan's mouth twitched slightly. The operation of fate is obscure and difficult to understand. Even the current Yizan cannot change his fate with a little carelessness. And even if Yizan has a huge mental power, he is still unable to fully understand the operation of fate. With the help of ordinary people is a good choice. Once human beings can reverse and change their own destiny, the operation of destiny will definitely be more informative than before. Really? Number 18 looked at Yizan. Although it was a little strange, he didn't have much doubts. After all, many of Yizan's actions were not understood by number 18 at the beginning, but they were all successful in the end. Ah! Yizan yawned loudly, looking at number 18, a smile cracked at the corner of his mouth. Just change the fate of those people. I'm a little tired. Number 18, let's do something we love to do. Go. Yizan said that without waiting for number 18 to refuse, he directly picked up number 18 and walked into the room. As for the marshals and Conan, it is estimated that it is not so fast now. However, what Yizan didn't know was that Yizan really underestimated the degree of greed of human beings. After the marshal left Yizan's mansion, he got rid of the police officer Mumu's pursuit at a very fast speed. After that, they began to investigate the itinerary of various wealthy businessmen and high-ranking officials and a series of other matters, preparing to commit murder. The police officer Mumu was also overwhelmed by this incident, and was constantly looking for the last marshal. In this case, Conan followed Shaolin, and Sonoko was invited to Minagawa's house for a Valentine's Day party, and the murder happened again. Although it was soon cracked by Conan. But this time, Conan did not have the joy of cracking the case in his heart. On the contrary, Conan's heart was extremely solemn. Could it be that what he said is true? Yizan's words resurfaced in Conan's heart. The most obvious point of the Son of Destiny is that he can well realize his wishes, such as his own detective's wishes. Could it be that wherever I go in the future, there will be murders? Conan thought. But Conan didn't know that his idea was well implemented in the future. Compared to Conan, after Shaolin encountered this incident, a person emerged in her heart, Kudo Shinichi. Speaking of this, Kudo Shinichi doesn't seem to have seen any trace of him for a long time. Shaolin said with a wink. Because of Yizan's appearance, Mao Lilan met Yizan when he was very young. Therefore, his feeling for Conan is not a childhood sweetheart, but more like a neighbor's friend. In the original book, Mao Lilan has been looking for Kudo Shinichi. However, it was after the murder that Shaolin now remembered that it seemed that she hadn't seen her neighbor, Kudo Shinichi, for a long time. Forget it. Don't care. Wait until the next time you meet Yizan, just ask him. Shaolin quickly forgot about this matter. Shaolin has also been in contact with Yizan since she was a child. In Shaolin's mind, she has never had any problems with Yizan since she was a child. This time, she just finds someone and she will be able to solve it soon. However, what saddens Maurilan is, it didn't take long for this matter to pass, and it wasn't time for him to ask Yizan Kudo Shinichi's whereabouts. Another trouble was experienced by myself. Before he went to Yizan's house, his detective agency had a business. Dr. Agawa has been receiving unsigned money and toys for the past 2 years. As a result, Maurilan and Conan and others resolved this matter again. This incident also made Conan relax a little. It seems that I was made a little nervous by Yi-zan. Where are there so many murder cases? However, the more detective-like things, the better, Conan thought. And Conan didn't know that, when he was thinking about this, Maulilan looked at Conan with a very suspicious look. Maulilan, who has already experienced fate, does not believe in becoming a child. Chapter 20 _ Conan is the new one. What? Maulilan looked at Yi-zan in surprise. Conan is actually Kudo Shinichi. Yi-zan nodded. Yeah, because he saw some gray transactions. He was forced to take a medicine, but this medicine was weird and had a miraculous change with him, making him a child. Quote. Yi-zan looked at Maulilan's unbelievable expression and said, don't believe it either. Now that the people around Conan have removed you, it is estimated that only your father, Mori Kogoro, doesn't know about the rest. Dr. Akasa and Kudo Shinichi's parents are aware of this. Yi-zan's words made Maulilan stunned for a moment, and then nodded to show that he knew. At this moment, Maulilan didn't have much feeling in his heart. The only feeling he had was that he was self-indulgent, and his friendship with Conan was not as close as he imagined. However, Maulilan didn't care too much. It wasn't a big problem anyway. I didn't expect that there would be such a miraculous drug in the world, Maulilan said slowly. Yi-zan waved his hand casually. Some things, the more you see, the more you will know about Akatsuki. Yi-zan's words made Maulilan a little strange. He didn't know what Yi-zan meant. Yi-zan looked at Maulilan's strange expression, and explained slowly, just like the fate you saw before, some things seem to be ordinary, but hidden under this ordinary are some of you unexpected truth. Maulilan looked at Yi-zan strangely, like Shinichi became Conan. Yi-zan was drowsy and did not answer Maulilan. Seeing this, Maulilan bowed slightly and left. After Maulilan left, he came to Yi-zan on the 18th. How's the marshal's side? Yi-zan asked when he saw 18 Hao's arrival. I'm very lucky, I've got some very good fate lines. Number 18 said slowly. Yi-zan glanced at number 18, I actually got some very good fate lines. Is it your credit? Otherwise, with the help of the marshals, if you want to get a good fate line, I guess 1 or 2 are okay. Some just hang. The corner of number 18 feet's mouth burst into a bright smile. Not bad, how is it? Do you like it? Yi-zan said casually. That's it, don't take action next time, otherwise, how could some good shows be staged? No, 18 nodded and said nothing. Suddenly, Yi-zan narrowed his eyes slightly as if he felt something. And when Yi-zan narrowed his eyes, Yi-zan's mind was all in another place, and that was the scene of a murder case. The murder was in an art gallery. I don't know if it was a coincidence, Shaolin, Conan and others were also present. Medieval armor walks and kills by itself. The corners of Yi-zan's mouth twitched slightly, and he said to number 18, it looks like that marshal's masterpiece. On the 18th, he looked at Yi-zan. Then why don't you go and have a look? No. Yi-zan said, pondered for a while, and said to number 18, compared to this, how many people know about the marshals? Of course. Number 18 said with a deflated mouth to Yi-zan, I did this myself, how can there be not many people who know about it? Well, the more people who know it, the easier it is to handle. Yi-zan nodded. After all, the marshal is just a marshal, just an ordinary person. It is estimated that those who know will kill and take away his fate in a short time. Line. Yi-zan said slowly. On the 18th, he looked at Yi-zan and said, I really don't know why you spread out such powerful abilities. Wouldn't it be very bad if someone took action against you in the future? Yi-zan shook his head. What I am doing now is actually more like farming. If I plant with my own strength, I will reap more things in the future. Yi-zan's words made number 18 shrug his shoulders casually. Okay, it's up to you. On the other hand, in that art museum, Conan quickly found the murderer. However, this time, Conan did not speak directly to Officer Mumu. The police officer Mumu also looked at the corpse silently, with anger flashing in his eyes. Because on this corpse, a pattern similar to the other side flower is very eye-catching. Yi-zan. At this moment, both Conan and Officer Mumu were extremely angry. However, there was no way, because with the help of number 18, the marshals no longer needed to kill themselves. Instead, they established an organization to let their younger brothers collect the fate line. And the sensitivity this time is the masterpiece of this organization. Although Conan and Officer Mumu both knew about this, but seriously, this kind of thing, if it hadn't been seen with their own eyes, would not have any reference value, but the two knew that this was the case with Yi-zan. Have a lot to do with it. Damn. Although Conan was angry, he quickly analyzed the murder case, and at the same time, sent the unimportant murderer brother to the police station. Then, Officer Mumu and Conan looked at each other, and brought Shaolin and Mori Kogoro to Yi-zan's mansion again. Hey, did you know that your actions have already caused that marshal to commit several murders? As soon as he entered the mansion, Conan yelled at Yi-zan. Yi-zan glanced at Conan and said slowly, "Really? That's really tenacious. This is your attitude. Do you know that your actions have caused many people to die?" Conan roared at Yi-zan. Ho ho ho, ho ho ho. Yi-zan scratched his ears impatiently. Really, I wouldn't have saved you if I knew it earlier. Let yourself taste what the marshals are like now. Chirp crookedly, stand and talk, no back pain. Quote. Yi-zan's words made Conan stunned for a moment, and then fell silent. To be honest, if Conan really died, Conan was really reluctant. Officer Mew Mew looked at Yi-zan and said, "However, if you do this, you will really make a lot of people commit crimes, but you cannot be punished." Hokage, give me a face. Conan, Chapter 21-40. Chapter 21 _ I don't like Conan. Sanctions. Yi-zan looked at Police Officer Mew Mew. Who is the law really punishing? Yi-zan looked at the Police Officer Mew Mew and said slowly, "Also, haven't you always believed in the existence of fate?" Yi-zan said slowly, "Okay, now I still have things on my side, please leave." No. Conan looked at Yi-zan and said, "You must solve this matter." Conan's words made Yi-zan's eyes sharp. In an instant, Yi-zan's aura burst out, and the powerful aura made Conan slump to the ground, staring at Yi-zan in astonishment. Yi-zan then said slowly, "Don't think that you are the son of destiny and can act recklessly. Don't forget, I gave you everything you have. I can naturally take it away easily, what I must do, and you have nothing to do with it." Yi-zan's words were light and cloudy, but they carried an extremely dignified and cold aura, which made Conan almost unsteady. Officer Mew Mew looked at Yi-zan and said, "If you really don't do this, I will keep bothering you in the next time." Yi-zan looked at the police officer Mumu, and a smile cracked at the corner of his mouth. "That's good. I want to see, how long can you bother me? Believe me, before you bother me, your police skin will be pulled off." Yi-zan's voice carried playful smile. "Okay, if it's okay, please leave," Yi-zan said slowly. Everyone looked at Yi-zan and finally had to leave. However, Shaolin waited until the end before looking at Yi-zan. "Are you really not going?" Yi-zan waved his hand. "Don't worry, that group won't last long, didn't I tell you before? Not everyone is the son of destiny, that is to say, there is a limit to the fate line that some people can bear. And once that limit is exceeded, the consequences, boom." Quote. Yi-zan made an explosion and said to Shaolin, "Soon, that group will be separated and collapsed because of this matter." Yi-zan's words made Shaolin look at Yi-zan in surprise. "I knew you would never watch things develop in a bad direction." Seeing Shaolin's surprised look, Yi-zan waved his hand and said, "If you're okay, just leave." Yi-zan's words made Shaolin stunned and looked at Yi-zan. "You hate me so much?" Yi-zan yawned indifferently. "It doesn't matter whether you hate it or not, it's just that you simply don't like Conan, and then hate Wu Jiwu." "I don't like Conan." Shaolin was stunned for a moment, and then quickly reacted. Indeed, Conan, herself and others have indeed caused Yi-zan a lot of trouble these days, and Shaolin thought about it. These troubles seem to have a great relationship with her. After all, she brought Conan and others to find Yizan. Sorry. Shaolin looked at Yizan and said, "It's all my fault." Yizan waved his hand. "No more." Shaolin looked at Yizan's lack of interest, pondered for a while, lowered her head in frustration, bowed to Yizan, and then turned to leave. The moment Shaolin turned around, she made up her mind that she would keep a distance from Conan in the future. For some unknown reason, Shaolin also felt that Conan had done something wrong. The figure of number 18 appeared beside Yizan. "I didn't expect that you could be so cruel to girls. Haven't you always been a kind person?" Yizan raised his head slightly and glanced at number 18. Some things should be made clear to her. "No." 18 glanced at Yizan strangely, just as he was about to say something. Yizan got up. "In the killer group, haven't there been any missions these days?" Appeared. Number 18 put a piece of paper in front of Yizan. This time the target is a writer. Writer. Yizan was a little stunned. There are really not many people who kill writers. After all, besides venting anger, killing people is more for money and power, especially Yizan's killing conditions are even harsher. In ultimate, so killing a writer who doesn't really do anything is really weird. Yes. Number 18 smiled strangely, and handed the paper to Yizan. "And, the funniest thing is, it seems that the goal this time has something to do with us." Yizan's words on the 18th made Yizan a little confused, but when he put his eyes on the paper, Yizan saw a very strange pattern. The pattern was very similar, the other side flower. Ah! Yizan soon discovered that the target of this kill requires that this pattern be drawn on the body of the deceased before the kill can be killed. According to this, did something happen to the marshals? Yizan's words made number 18 nodded. It is estimated that this is the case. Okay, tell him that we have taken over the mission, but what about the reward? Yizan looked at number 18 and said, "Our mission reward is a killer who voluntarily joins our killer group, one life for another." No, 18 nodded. "Already, it's this person's family." "That's it, that's good, continue the experiment of fate," Yizan said to number 18. Yes, number 18 responded quickly. Yizan, on the other hand, looked at the target of this kill. "Oh, the writer, Jinju." Yizan nodded, his eyes slowly became a little dull, and soon, a mysterious line quickly appeared in Yizan's eyes. Find 5.3 here. Soon, Yizan saw the fate line of the writer a mistake. That's it. Yizan slowly left the room. Bah! The sound of huge fireworks made Yizan look up. Oh, I almost forgot, this is the first night of Matsuri in the world. As Yizan spoke, a figure suddenly came to Yizan's side. Yizan. A call made Yizan turn around. It's Shaolin, are you alone? Yizan asked with a smile, looking at Shaolin who appeared behind him. Shaolin nodded. I came here by myself, but my dad and Conan seem to have come too, but I don't know where they are. Chapter 22 If it's all Yizan's actions. Yizan heard the words and said casually, Oh, anyway, what they are like has nothing to do with me. Yizan said, and walked slowly towards the place where the writer Amatake was. Well, it's now. Yizan suddenly moved in his heart, and dropped a small glass bead in his hand. But Yizan didn't realize that his actions were seen by Conan who was chasing Shaolin behind him. Huh. Conan instantly looked at Yizan's actions in doubt. What is he doing? Conan looked at Yizan's actions strangely, and said so. In Conan's memory, Yizan was never the kind of careless person, nor was he a throwaway person. Discarding this marble definitely has a lot to do with it. Yizan's thoughts. Catch up. Conan's thoughts turned sharply, and he quickly decided his next move. Thinking of this, Conan quickly followed the marble. It didn't take long for Conan to be shocked to see something that he couldn't understand at all. This marble seems to be propelled by a strange force, and it quickly starts a series of operations. And Yizan seemed to have some perception, turned around, just saw the back of Conan leaving. Ah, Conan. Shaolin also looked at Yizan's eyes in surprise. saw Conan's figure in shock, and then quickly explained to Yizan. Yizan, listen to my explanation, he didn't come with me and I didn't know he was here. Yizan looked at Shaolin who was anxiously explaining to him, waved his hand and said, I see. After hearing Yizan's words, Shaolin breathed a sigh of relief. Yizan stretched his waist slightly and slowly said to Shaolin beside him, Shaolin, let's go, let's walk around with me. Yizan said slowly. And Shaolin nodded in surprise, okay. Following Yizan's words, Shaolin took Yizan to play here in surprise. At the same time, Conan followed the many influences brought by that marble and quickly came to the home of the writer Amatake. Then, Conan was surprised to see the death of the writer Amatake. The end, the writer Amatake died when he was stabbed in the upper jaw by the kiba brush. Then, Conan saw a bloody yuhi at the scene of the death of the writer Amatake, blood and white flower. Blood and white flower. Conan looked at all this in disbelief, his eyes widened in disbelief, and his mind was spinning rapidly. Soon, Conan thought of a very terrifying thing. If this bloody white flower is really related to Yizan. Gudong. Conan swallowed in shock, almost unable to believe his guess. However, Conan felt more and more that this matter was what he had guessed. Damn, what's going on? Conan only felt more and more doubts in his heart. No, I must investigate what is going on in this matter. Conan said. Following Conan's words, Conan quickly left the place. Hello, Officer Mumu. Soon, the police officer Mumu came to the scene. However, after the investigation, Officer Mumu was dumbfounded. It all looks like an accidental death. Conan said to Officer Mumu, Officer Mumu, come here. Conan said, and quickly came to the side with Officer Mumu. Look at this. Conan said, and took out a lot of sundries, including marbles, steel pegs, plastic bags and empty bottles, and a series of sundries. Officer Mumu looked at Conan strangely, why are you showing me these things? Conan said slowly, these things are the culprits of this murder. Wait, you just said, a murder case. Officer Mumu was very concerned about Conan's words. Conan nodded. I have seen this case from the beginning to the end, but I still don't know how the murder was committed in the end. Conan's words made Officer Mumu stunned for a while. The current police officer Megumi also knows that Conan's identity is actually the former high school detective Kudo Shinichi, and he is absolutely convinced of Conan's reasoning ability, but even Conan can't deduce it. First of all, this lesson of marbles. Conan said slowly. Following Conan's description, Officer Mumu soon knew what was going on in this murder case. That's it. However, after knowing the truth of the matter, Officer Mumu did not feel relieved. On the contrary, he felt even more sad because he was even more obsessed than Conan. The only thing I know is that. Is this marble thrown away by Yizan? Officer Mu 107 asked, looking at Conan. Conan nodded. And, was it discarded that far? Conan nodded again. Officer Mu was helpless, looked at the marbles in his hand, and then said to Conan, what do you mean, continue to look for Yizan? Conan lowered his head, thought for a while, and then slowly said, no, after all, Yizan's words don't like our past, even if we have passed, we still can't ask anything, I only think about one thing now. Quote. Conan looked at Officer Mumu and said slowly, that's it, blood and white flower. Blood and white flower. Officer Mu suddenly remembered that, indeed, the most important reason why this case was classified as an accidental death so early was the blood and white flower. Yes, I'm thinking about a question, that is this time the blood and white other side flower is a coincidence, or is the previous blood and white other side flower all Yizan's actions? Conan said slowly. But Conan's words made Officer Mumu's eyes widen instantly. Yes, if the previous blood and white flowers were all Yizan's actions. Chapter 23_Murdered Marshal. If the previous blood and white flowers were all Yizan's actions. That's really amazing. Officer Mu only felt that his whole body was not well. However, because both Conan and Officer Mumu focused their attention on the bloody white flower. Neither Conan nor Officer Mumu saw the deceased, a strange figure similar to the flower of the other side. Ding dong. In the villa where Yizan was, the doorbell rang again. Who is it? After seeing Conan and Officer Mumu outside the door, Yizan turned his head and left without saying a word. There is no one in the room, please don't knock on the door. Yizan's attitude was very clear, but the two of them still had no choice, so they pushed in cheekily. Yizan looked at the two who looked at him with a shy face and smiled, and shook his head helplessly. Who let you in? Don't be so cold, Officer Mumu said with a smile. It's definitely not a good thing for you to come to me, why can't I be so indifferent? Yizan stood at the door, with no intention of letting the two come in and sit. Well, we're here to. Officer Mew Mew was halfway through his words, but was suddenly interrupted by Yizan. I know what you are here for. Then, please leave, Yi Xuanfang said calmly. Did you do that thing? Conan asked firmly looking at Yizan. When Yizan heard the words, he stopped, and after a while, he said to Conan, what about what I did? What about not what I did? It was you who did it, then I will try my best to seize the evidence of your crime and let you fall for the law. If you didn't do it, we will leave. Conan's face was firm. Conan's words made Yizan pursed his lips, a little disdainful and a little funny. He looked at Conan silently, and after a while of silence, he said, I didn't do it, get out. Yizan said something, and after that, a strange force made Conan and Officer Mumu leave the mansion directly. Boom. Conan and Officer Mumu watched the door of the mansion in front of them closed, and clenched their fists tightly. Officer Mumu, go to the murder scene, I must find evidence and bring him to justice. Conan said very seriously. Okay. Officer Mumu nodded seriously, and took Conan to the scene of the murder again. But this time. Officer Mumu, come and see. Conan finally saw the strange pattern on the corpse that resembled the other side of the flower. Officer Mumu quickly came to Conan's side, and naturally saw the pattern of the other side flower on the corpse. This time, Conan and Officer Mumu didn't know whether their guess was right or not. Originally, the two of them could say with certainty that this was made by Yizan, but now, the pattern of this other sure flower lets them know that it is very likely that the marshal is a criminal. However, the two had nothing to do with the marshal, because now the marshal had become a rich man and a high-ranking official. Damn, both Conan and Officer Mumu felt the difficulty of the matter. After the two looked at each other, they finally chose to find the marshal. And when Conan and Officer Mumu went to look for the marshal, Yizan saw the news for himself on the 18th. Well, someone is going to kill that marshal, Yizan asked strangely. No, 18 nodded. How is it? Do you want to stop it? Yizan shook his head. Why stop it? Anyway, our goal has been achieved now, and many secret circles have now known about this matter. Next, whether the marshal died or not has nothing to do with us. We just need to watch the shifts and movements of fate. Quote. Yizan said slowly. No, 18 nodded to show that he understood. By the way, I need to let Conan know about these things. They are really annoying. Find them a case and let them solve it. In short, try not to let them idle. Yizan yawned greatly. Okay. On the other hand, the Maori Detective Agency gets a new case. What? Are you Shinyi's girlfriend? Both Maorilin and Maori Kogoro looked at the woman in front of them in surprise. Woman nodded and said, please help. Shaolin put her eyes on Conan. Now Shaolin already knows that Conan is Kudo Shinichi. Quantum. Conan pondered, but in the end he didn't have much impression of the woman in front of him. However, there is a case, and Conan is still ready to see it. It didn't take long for everyone to know what had happened. Quantum was asked to take care of Hokage Sho, the younger brother of the famous football player Hokage Hero, but Xiao Sho was kidnapped. Due to the pressure of the kidnappers, Quantum did not dare to alert the police. Under Conan's reasoning, it didn't take long for Conan to know where the kidnapped Xiao Sho was. just as Conan was about to search. Ding ling ling. Hello. Conan took his mobile phone. The call was Officer Mumu. However, as soon as Officer Mumu opened his mouth, Conan was taken aback. Conan, something happened, the marshal died. Officer Mu's words made Conan stand up instantly. What did you say? He died. What's the reason? Murder. Murder. Conan was even more dumbfounded. Whether it was an accidental death or suicide, Conan wouldn't be surprised, but murder. I'm going over here. Conan looked at Mori Kogoro, and after quickly explaining his reasoning, he left quickly without waiting for everyone to react. Hey wait. The sound of everyone's calls had no effect, and Conan had quickly left the place in a taxi. Soon, Conan came to the place where the marshals were murdered. Now the marshal's status is very good, not only a high-ranking official, but also a wealthy businessman, so the place to live is very good. Chapter 24_Beauty invites to Moon Shadow Island. But it's such a nice place, but it's incredibly messy, full of violence, things are damaged, and bullet holes are everywhere. And the marshal was swept across the waist by the bullet, and his body was almost broken in two. And, most importantly, the marshal. What's the matter? Conan's eyes widened in surprise. The body of the marshal is lying on a strange pattern, which is very similar to the other side flower. Could it be, that thing was really known by others? Conan's words made Officer Mumu nod his head with a serious face. So, things are probably going to be troublesome. I have been monitoring this marshal. Why does this happen? How could anyone know about it? Conan took a deep breath and said, the most important thing right now is not this, but, we need to find out who knows that thing can't be spread out at will. Officer Mu also nodded, indicating that he knew. The dialogue between the two of them made a puzzled policeman ask, what are you talking about? Fate, Conan said casually, and said to Officer Mumu, I'll look around to see if there are any clues. Officer Mumu nodded, and Conan quickly moved to the side. On the other hand, Yizan looked at Shaolin and Suzuki Sonoko in front of him, a little confused. Who are you? Yizan was wondering when Suzuki Sonoko suddenly approached Yizan with a smile on his face. Hello, my name is Suzuki Sonoko. Well, I know. Yizan nodded, looking at Suzuki Sonoko's splendid expression. He really couldn't understand what was going on. Xiaoran, you are so mean, you didn't tell me about such a handsome boyfriend. Suzuki Yuanzi came to Xiaolan. Are you afraid that I will take your boyfriend away? Xiaolan waved her hands in a hurry, trying to defend herself, but in the end she didn't say anything. Yuanzi was just talking casually, but this time, he suddenly felt that something was wrong, and looked at Mao Lilan with a strange expression. Xiaolan, don't say you really like him, right? What did you say? Xiaolan shy Yuhi on her cheeks and glared at Yuanzi angrily. Looking at the bizarre conversation between the two, Yizan felt more and more speechless. Hey, I said you too, what are you going to do? Suzuki Sonoko suddenly came to Yizan and said, I heard Xiaolan say, you are very powerful. Yizan looked at Suzuki Sonoko and said strangely, very powerful. In what way? In which way? Suzuki Sonoko suddenly came up to Yizan. Are you very good in many aspects? Yizan yawned loudly. You can think so. Yizan's words made Suzuki Yuanzi pursed his lips, looked at Xiaolan and said, Xiaolan, is he too arrogant? Just when Yuanzi complained, number 18 suddenly came to Yizan. You have to take a look at this first. Speaking on the 18th, he handed the paper in his hand to Yizan. Yizan looked at it, nodded, and smashed the paper in his hand at will, and then looked at Xiaolan and Suzuki Yuanzi and said, you two come here. Is it because of this? Ah, no, no, no. Xiaolan waved her hand hastily and said to Yizan, we came here to invite you to play on a small island together. Island. Yizan looked at Xiaolan and said slowly, what islet? Moon Shadow Island. Suzuki Sonoko snorted softly, raising his chin a little unhappily. It's really boring. I knew you were such a person, so I wouldn't invite you. Sonoko. Shaolin looked at Suzuki Sonoko reproachfully. Suzuki Sonoko waved his hand. Hi, I got it, got it. The words of the two made Yizan frown slightly, not because Suzuki Sonoko didn't like him and made Yizan a little disgusted, but because of where the two were going. Yueying Island. You'd better not go there, it is not a good place. Yizan said slowly. In Yizan's perception, there was something wrong with the fate line in that place, and there didn't seem to be any good people in it. Yizan's words made Shaolin look at Yizan with a little stunned. But, we have already. Shaolin was halfway through when she was suddenly interrupted by Suzuki Sonoko and yelled at Yizan, why don't you go? Who are you? If you don't want to go, I won't go. I'll go. Suzuki Sonoko's words made Yizan shake his head slightly and said to Shaolin, what? Are you going to? Shaolin looked at Yizan and said, don't do this, Yuanzi didn't mean that, are you really not going? Let's go together. Yizan glanced at Shaolin, and finally sighed slightly and said, it's fine, I'll just take a trip. Yizan's words made number 18 look at Yizan in surprise. Are you really going out? Yizan nodded. Pay more attention to the police. Yes. Suzuki Sonoko suddenly approached Yizan and number 18, police. Are you bad people? Otherwise, why should you pay attention to the police? Yizan ignored Suzuki Sonoko's words and turned to Shaolin. When are you going? Tomorrow morning, Shaolin said, and without waiting for Suzuki Sonoko to say anything to Yizan, she quickly left with Suzuki Sonoko. On the spot, number 18 looked at Yizan. Do you really want to go to that Moon Shadow Island? The fate line on your body is a little messy now. If you go to that kind of place, it will cause a big incident. Yizan shrugged casually. That's how it's fun, isn't it? The more entangled fate is, the more my understanding will be improved after I unravel my fate. Hearing the words on the 18th, he could only helplessly nodded. Well then, I will be on standby around. As long as there is something beyond your expectations, just tell me directly. Yizan waved his hand. Understood. Don't worry, there won't be too many problems. This world is just a brain. Chapter 25_Garden is crazy. Seeing this on the 18th, he shook his head helplessly. You always see beautiful women who can't walk, and then see Morilin and Suzuki Sonoko. No. 18 feet's words made Yizan's mouth twitch with a smile. Yes. Humph. Number 18 snorted lightly, his eyes turned strangely, looked at Yizan, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Really? Husband, my dear husband, you really liked Maolilan. With Suzuki Sonoko. Although Yizan didn't know what was going on with the strange performance on the 18th, it didn't prevent Yizan's answer. Yeah, what's wrong? Jealous. No. 18 was tired of Yizan's arms, and the perfect body made Yizan's deep desire instantly hooked up. What a goblin. Yizan looked at number 18 and pounced on it. However, the next development made Yizan's eyes widen instantly, only to see that number 18 had turned himself into Shaolin at some point. Hee, how's it going? Number 18 looked at Yizan with a smile, but both voice and appearance were very similar to Shaolan. That similarity makes Yizan a little confused. However, although he was confused, Yizan's eyes lit up, and the flames in his heart suddenly rose. Little leprechaun, asking for hardship. The next day, early in the morning, with number 18, was ignorant when he heard the doorbell ringing constantly. Yizan got up in surprise, looked at number 18 who was sleeping soundly, a little strange. Who is it? So early, why don't people sleep well? Yizan said, put on a piece of clothes and opened the door just like that. Just opened the door. Wow. Two screams made Yizan look towards the door, but he saw two girls with slightly yui cheeks looking at him pretty. It was Shaolin and Suzuki Sonoko. Suzuki Sonoko fixedly looked at Yizan's muscles that were exposed because he was wearing a piece of clothing. His broad and powerful body was full of man's breath. Not only that, Yizan's body was not as full of tangle as ordinary muscular men. Instead, It presents a perfect combination of strength and beauty, and the streamlined muscles contain terrifying power. So handsome, Suzuki Sonoko said blankly, and after seeing Yizan's handsome face, his face became even more Yuhi, run. However, when Suzuki Sonoko saw the faint wicked smile at the corner of Yizan's mouth, he was shocked. He suddenly reacted, stood up immediately, looked at Yizan with a look of disdain, and said, "It's really lazy to stay up so late." Home. Suzuki Sonoko's words made Yizan yawn greatly. "You guys are too early, come in," Yizan said, and took Shaolin and Suzuki Sonoko into the living room. "Sit down for a while, and I'll wash your face," Yizan said vaguely to Shaolin and Suzuki Sonoko. Suzuki Sonoko and Shaolin nodded quickly. Go ahead." Suzuki Yuanzi watched Yizan leave, and quickly said to Shaolin, "Shaolin, did you see it? Did you see it?" Shaolin looked at Suzuki Sonoko suspiciously, and said strangely, "What did you see?" "See his figure." Suzuki Sonoko looked at Shaolin and said, "I didn't expect him to look thin and frail, but I didn't expect his figure to be so good." Suzuki Sonoko's eyes twinkled with starlight, and the corner of his mouth evoked a silly smile. "Really handsome." Shaolin flipped over a Byakugan and looked at Suzuki Sonoko, who was in full bloom. She could only shake her head helplessly, and finally she could only say, "Don't you like him? Say he is arrogant." Suzuki Sonoko nodded. "Of course, but it is undeniable that his figure is really good." Suzuki Sonoko's words made Shaolin a little helpless, and finally he could only sigh and say, "Okay, I guess Yizan is coming soon." Suzuki Sonoko stood up suddenly, and there was nothing wrong with his serious expression. Suzuki Sonoko sat at one end. Yizan had washed his face, and came to the living room lazily. "Okay, let's go to Yueyang Island. The port is very far from here. Take my car and go," Yizan said, and brought the two girls to the garage. Wow! As soon as he entered the basement, Suzuki Sonoko's eyes widened. So many luxury cars. Suzuki Sonoko was surprised to see that the entire basement was full of luxury cars. Just pulling out one of these luxury cars was enough to cover the cost of an average family's life. Gudong, Suzuki Yuanzi looked at Yi Xuandao. "You wouldn't be in a business like drug trafficking, would you? Otherwise, how could you get so much money?" Suzuki Sonoko's words made Yizan burst into laughter. "You don't think drug trafficking is so profitable, do you? It's really a child's idea." Yizan shook his head slowly, and said to Shaolan, "Which one is the one we fancy? We will take it." Yizan's words surprised Shaolin. "Let me choose." Yizan nodded, but Suzuki Sonoko didn't care about arguing with Yizan, and quickly came to Shaolin's side, and began to choose his favorite car. After a while, Yizan looked at the car chosen by the two women and covered his forehead helplessly. "Well, since you picked a two-seater sports car, do you two have driver's licenses?" Yes. Suzuki Sonoko nodded hurriedly, and quickly said to Yizan, "Of course there is." Yizan said, "Then you two are okay, I'm getting a car." "Don't, how embarrassed you are." Shaolin looked at Yizan embarrassedly. And Yizan waved his hand. "It's alright, it's not a big deal. As you can see, there are a lot of cars on my side, and I'm not very interested in them. Many cars have a lot of dust." While Yizan was talking, Shaolan was pushed by Suzuki Sonoko and pushed Shaolan directly into Yizan's arms. "You two are good together, I'll try the feeling of other luxury cars." Suzuki Sonoko's actions made Shaolin make a big Yuhi face and looked at Suzuki Sonoko angrily. Suzuki Sonoko smiled badly and got into a car next to him. Chapter 26 _ Go to Moon Shadow Island. Because Shaolin couldn't drive, Yizan took the driver's seat. Yuanzi drove another luxury car to follow Yizan, and the three quickly drove to the port and boarded the ship bound for Moon Shadow Island. "Are you familiar with Moon Shadow Island?" On the boat, Shaolan looked at Yizan. Yizan shook his head. "I just know, as for the specific situation, I'm not very familiar with it." Yizan's words made Xiaolan's eyes flash with a look of surprise, and said to Yizan, "Then let me tell you the rumors about Moon Shadow Island." Yizan nodded. "Okay." With Yizan's nodding, Xiaolan's mouth slightly evoked a smile. "Tell you, there is a very famous legend in Moon Shadow Island. It was a full moon night 12 years ago. It is said that a very famous pianist in Moon Shadow Island returned home on this day." Yizan nodded lightly, indicating that he was listening, but when Xiaolan saw this, she worked even harder. He was born on this island. After many years, he returned to Yueying Island again and held a piano concert in the village's public hall. Unfortunately, after the concert, he and his family suddenly locked themselves in the room, and also set fire. It is said that he killed his wife and daughter with a knife, in the raging flames, as if entangled by something, constantly playing the piano, and the tune is Beethoven's Piano Sonata, Moonlight. Xiaolan said in a very terrifying language. However, Yizan, who had known all this for a long time, just pretended to widen his eyes. "Oh, it sounds pretty good, but in fact, it is just like that. There are too many ways to easily achieve that effect." Yizan's words made Xiaolan look at Yizan with some blame. "Can't you show some surprise?" "I'm surprised." Yizan looked at Xiaolan and said, "Look at my eyes, look at my mouth." Xiaolan looked helplessly at Yizan's fake expression, and said speechlessly, all right, I won't talk anymore." Yizan glanced at Xiaolan, who was a little sullen, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Since you told me a legend, then I will also tell you something about Yueying Island." Yizan's words made Xiaolan look at Yizan in surprise. "Really?" Yizan said slowly, "Do you know how Moon Shadow Island was formed?" Yizan's words made Xiaolan shake her head slightly. Yizan said slowly, "According to the rumors, Moon Shadow Island is because a god is about to be born in that place, but the gods who know about this matter do not want this god to be born for their own rights and interests. Before this god was born, they joined forces to kill this god abruptly, and the fallen god's resentment shot into the sky, knocking a piece of the moon off the mortal world, so it was named Moon Shadow Island." Yizan's words made Xiaolan quickly widen her eyes. "Is this true?" Yizan did not answer Xiaolan's words, but said slowly, "Because of this god's resentment, many incredible things will happen on Moon Shadow Island, such as death, such as ghosts." Yizan's words made Xiaolan look around in fear and asked again cautiously, "Is this true?" "Ha ha ha, of course it's fake." Yizan laughed and looked at Xiaolan and said, "Idiot, how could this be true?" Xiaolan breathed a sigh of relief, and then complained to Yizan. And Yizan just smiled, and his mind was constantly thinking about the next thing. Uzumaki everywhere. I hope Conan doesn't come here. If he comes, it will be even more troublesome. Yizan thought silently. Conan itself is the center of this world. If he is here, the trajectory of fate will be even more chaotic. However, I don't know if it's God's will. After Conan finally investigated the murderer, he also locked his sight on Moon Shadow Island. Uncle Mori. Conan looked at Kogoro Mori with a cute look. "Let's go to Moon Shadow Island to play." Mori Kogoro himself is not ready to agree to Conan's request. But I don't know why. An invitation letter was sent to Kogoro Mori. The destination of the invitation letter was not elsewhere. It was Yizan and the others that were about to go, Moon Shadow Island. Okay. Mori Kogoro thought about it for a while, then nodded and said, "Anyway, Xiaolan also went to Moon Shadow Island, so let's go too." What? Xiaolan went too? Why didn't I know? Conan looked at Kogoro Mori in shock, his tone a little sharp. Mori Kogoro nodded. Yes. Not only Xiaolan, Yuanzi and Yizan have passed by. Mori Kogoro's words made Conan and Officer Mumu look at each other, and they all saw the look in each other's eyes. It must be him. Conan and Officer Mumu said in unison. He. Who is he? Maoli 5.9 Kogoro looked at Conan and Officer Mumu suspiciously. Yizan. The two said to Mori Kogoro, then looked at each other and said, "Come on, go to Moon Shadow Island." Hey, wait for me. Conan and the others headed towards Yueying Island, where Yizan had already taken Xiaolin and Yuanzi around for a long time. Just as the three were about to leave. Ah! With a terrified scream, Yizan sighed slightly in his heart, as expected. Something happened. Yizan thought about it, glanced at Xiaolin and Suzuki Sonoko who were a little scared and said, "How is it? Would you like to go take a look?" Go. Chapter 27_Moonlight Sonata. Although Xiaolin and Suzuki Sonoko were extremely frightened, they finally said they wanted to take a look. Yizan also yawned greatly, and followed the two women. Soon, everyone came to the center of this chaos. Everyone is surrounded by layers and layers, and it is impossible to clearly see what is going on inside the crowd. However, even though they were separated by layers of people, Yizan and the others could clearly hear the piano sonata from inside. Moonlight. It's the moonlight. Xiaolin came directly to Yizan and looked at Yizan in fear, as the ghost coming. Yizan looked at Xiaolin's scared look, and a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Of course. Ah. Of course not. Yizan smiled and looked at Xiaolin's terrified eyes and said slowly, "As I said before, there are no ghosts in this world. Even if there are ghosts, I made them." Yizan thought silently. His words finally made Xiaolin relax. Xiaolin followed Yizan and squeezed to the side of the crowd, looking curiously at the place surrounded by everyone. Let. The familiar voice caused Yizan and the three to look sideways. Following the voice, there were several familiar figures coming towards them. Conan. Officer Mumu. Xiaolin and Sonoko looked at the few people who wanted to enter in amazement, their faces filled with disbelief. And Yizan's heart was even more helpless. He was really afraid of what to do. And Suzuki Sonoko was swiftly heading towards where Conan was. "Let's go and see what happened," Suzuki Sonoko said with great interest. In the words of Suzuki Sonoko, Yizan could only go to Conan's location temporarily. "As soon as I entered it, I saw a scene of death. It's another murder case." Yizan shook his head slightly and said with emotion. With Yizan's emotion, Conan and Officer Miu turned their heads at the same time and looked at Yizan. "Is that you? Yizan, did you do this?" Conan roared directly at Yizan. Tisk tisk. Yizan quickly shook his head. "Why do you still want to be a detective? I don't think you need to do it. Just go back to breastfeeding, little brat." Yizan said casually, and in Conan's angry eyes, he came to the deceased's side. Facing Conan, he said, "You don't have to be unconvinced, you little brat, your brain isn't fully developed yet. It's interesting to go to school if you don't go home yet. Let's see what the real case is." Yizan said, having circled the deceased for a week, and soon found the music score under the chair. After taking a quick note, he asked the suspect on the side, "What is the identity of the deceased?" "The property owner Kawashima," Officer Miu said halfway through, and Yizan had already played a few times on the piano in front of the deceased. "What are you doing? The scene of the murder case can't be disturbed, you know." Officer Miu yelled at Yizan. Yizan glanced at Officer Mumu, then glanced at the room, pulled out a tape, was silent for a while, and said to Officer Mumu, "Okay, I basically know who the murderer is. Really, it's that simple. I've been here for so long, and I'll help you solve it, so you don't wrong people. I really don't know how you can think that I'm the murderer." Yizan's words made everyone look at Yizan in surprise. Xiaolin looked at Yizan suspiciously. "Do you really know who the murderer is?" Yizan nodded. "It's not difficult at all. It's normal to know." Conan looked at Yizan suspiciously. "Impossible, how could you know about this murder so quickly? What the hell is going on?" Yizan glanced at Conan. "Don't use your stupidity to speculate on the wisdom of others." Yizan spoke slowly, glanced around, and finally brought up a smile. "However, this murder, I don't know why, after I know the truth, I don't want to tell the truth. Some people indeed it should be sanctioned." Yizan's words made everyone look at Yizan in surprise. "What the hell are you talking about?" Suzuki Sonoko looked at Yizan and said, "This is a murder case, even if there is a big reason, it shouldn't kill anyone. Suzuki Yuanzi's words made Yizan glance at Suzuki Yuanzi, and then said to Shaolin, Shaolin, do you think so too? This. Mao Lilan said nothing. Compared with Suzuki Sonoko, Mao Lilan is not so repulsive about killing people. Through contact with Yizan, Mao Lilan deeply understands one thing, that is, to kill bad people is to save good people, and for some purposes, killing people. Some people are also understandable. Even if you don't tell me, I will investigate the last murderer. 330. Conan yelled at Yizan. Yizan waved his hand casually. It's up to you, you can't even investigate it, and you are also a detective. You know, this murderer deliberately left you clues, and if you can't investigate it like this, you still do what, detective? Yizan's words made Conan and Officer Mumu look around in surprise, widening their eyes in disbelief. Is there a murderer who deliberately left clues? Suzuki Sonoko also looked at Yizan in surprise. Yizan looked at Suzuki Sonoko and said casually, why is it impossible? Some people like to treat their crimes as art to be observed by others, while there are other people who are pure fools, such as this time, the murderer. The reason for deliberately leaving clues is that this murderer is very contradictory. Since he wants to kill, he also wants someone to stop him. So in the end, this situation came into being. Yizan's words made everyone look at Yizan in surprise. They really couldn't believe what Yizan said. However, Yizan's words, if you think about it carefully, are not unbelievable. What the hell is going on? Suzuki Sonoko looked at everyone in distress. For the first time, Suzuki Sonoko felt that his IQ was really in arrears. Chapter 28 Know everything. What the hell is going on? Suzuki Sonoko looked at everyone in distress. For the first time, Suzuki Sonoko felt that his IQ was really in arrears. Yizan yawned, gestured to Conan casually, and said to everyone, go ask Conan, let him investigate slowly, and then tell you. Following Yizan's question, everyone turned their attention to Conan. Yizan, on the other hand, was lying on the sofa casually, watching everyone around Conan asking questions. It's really comfortable. Yizan looked at Conan's exhausted appearance, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Conan has been annoying himself all the time, and now it is finally his turn to take revenge. Yizan looked at Conan's chaotic appearance with a little wickedness, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In Yizan's smirk, a woman came to Yizan's side. Do you really know who the murderer is? Yizan glanced at the woman in front of him and said slowly, of course, isn't it? Mr. Murderer. The woman looked at Yizan in horror. Do you really know? Then, the woman didn't wait for Yizan to answer. She was stunned again. By the way, you just said sir. Yizan nodded. Yeah, aren't you a man disguised as a woman? It is estimated that only those who are blind can't see such an obvious thing. Following Yizan's words, the woman looked at Yizan blankly, unable to believe her ears. Who are you? You know so clearly, the woman said dully. Yizan waved his hand. Everything has its flaws. As long as you act, there will be flaws, plus your soft heart, the flaws you left on purpose, and so on. It is estimated that there are only they don't know the truth. Yizan pointed at Conan and others casually, and said slowly. The woman widened her eyes dumbfounded and looked at Yizan, an extraordinary person, in disbelief. Well, Yizan acted decisively this time. In fact, Yizan absolutely does not have such a strong reasoning ability. What Yizan used was his familiarity with the plot of Conan, coupled with his superb mental strength and observation to draw conclusions. However, no matter what, the conclusion can be forced. Well, I should wear a pair of eyes in the future. At this time, I should hold my glasses and pretend to say, the wisdom of mortals. That feeling is simply perfect. Yizan thought slowly. Woman, in front of Yizan looked at Yizan and said, then why don't you tell the police? Yizan waved his hand casually. Didn't I say it? Those people are more than worthy of death. They are drug dealers themselves. In addition to killing people, it is just right to die and contribute to society. Yizan's words made the woman's eyes widen dumbfounded. He has never met someone like Yizan who approves of killing. Okay, hurry up and leave, my companion has already come. Yizan pointed behind the woman. Shaolin and Suzuki Sonoko were coming towards Yizan. Seeing this, the woman bowed slightly, then walked away. Who is she? Shaolin came to Yizan and asked the woman, who was leaving. Murderer. Yizan said casually to Shaolin, okay, the matter is basically over here, shall we leave first? Yizan didn't want to stay in Moon Shadow Island. After all, the fate line here is too messy. After staying here for a long time, some problems will really arise. No, Suzuki Sonoko said to Yizan, I finally saw the police handling a case, I want to take a good look. Suzuki Sonoko's words made Shaolin also nodded and looked at Yi Xuandao. That's right, stay here, I want to see it too. The words of the two women made Yizan sigh slightly, but he didn't say anything more. Thinking about it, the two women have always been in the relatively peaceful world of Conan, and there is really no sense of danger. Yizan said to the two of them that the fate line was messy, it would be better to say that there is a lot on this Moon Shadow Island. Murderers with guns are more deterrent. But although there are some dangers, Yizan really doesn't see it very much. Even if the fate line is extremely complicated, Yizan is confident that he will live a good life in this complex fate line. Time passed slowly. When Yizan and Shaolin and Suzuki Sonoko arbitrarily argue with each other, Conan finally found some clues. However, troublesome things also appeared at this time. Another murder happened. With Yizan's hint, the murderer was much more careful this time than before, but after all, he was a novice murderer, and he still left some clues, and these clues were discovered by Conan not long after. Knew everything about Akatsuki, fell silent. Conan finally knew why Yizan said that before. I didn't expect. Conan came to Officer Mumu and told Officer Mumu everything, and Officer Mumu was also a little embarrassed. Although it is a pity, the murderer must be arrested and brought to justice. Officer Mumu said. So, your police officers are just not likable, so many bad guys don't care about these prawns. Yizan sneered on the side. Officer Conan and Miu Miu glared at Yizan, but they couldn't refute it. After all, what Yizan said was so suitable in the current situation, so suitable that he and others could not refute it. Yizan looked at the two who could not refute, and said with some emotion, if I want to talk about this matter, forget it. Yizan's words made Conan and Officer Mumu shake their heads at the same time. No way. Seeing this, Yizan frowned slightly, it's still so unlikable. Following Yizan's words, a melodious sound of the piano came. Ah! Yizan sighed with emotion, then looked at Shaolin and Suzuki Sonoko and said, is it okay now? Let's go, I advise you not to watch the ending. Chapter 29 Moonshadow Island ends. A melodious sound of the piano came. Ah! After Yizan sighed with vicissitudes of life, he looked at Shaolin and Suzuki Sonoko and said, it's all right now, right? Let's go, I advise you not to look at the ending. Yizan's words made both women puzzled. Why, I finally got here, I want to know the ending before leaving. Yizan looked at the two women and shrugged. Alright, let's take a look here, it's also a way to give the person who walks the path for heaven. Yizan's words made Shaolin and Suzuki Sonoko a little stunned. They couldn't believe that Yizan was so good at talking this time. Let's go, Yizan said to Shaolin and Suzuki Sonoko. Go to that place and have a look, so you can know what the final outcome is like. As everyone moved forward, a burning house came into view. Don't! Conan exclaimed directly, ignoring everyone's obstruction, and quickly entered the raging fire. Yizan just watched Conan enter the room. Soon. Boom. Soon, with a banging sound, Conan was thrown out the window. No! Conan shouted and wanted to rush into the room again, but was stopped by the police officer Mumu. How is it? How do you feel now? Yizan said slowly. Yizan's words made Conan and Officer Mumu stop talking. And Shaolin and Suzuki Sonoko, who knew the truth, were also depressed. To be honest, Conan and Officer Mumu really regret it. This time the investigation really made both of them feel a little uncomfortable. Okay, since the matter is settled like this, can we go? Yizan said again, looking at Shaolin and Suzuki Sonoko. This time, Shaolin and Suzuki Sonoko finally nodded and stopped talking. Yizan had been letting them both leave the place before, but he had been grumbling to see how things were going, and finally he let himself change. Feeling so down, Yizan left with Shaolin and Suzuki Sonoko. Conan, on the other hand, followed Yizan closely. I always feel that you have a share in the matter of Moon Shadow Island. Conan's words made Yizan glance at Conan, and finally shook his head helplessly. This time, you guessed wrong. This time, I have no intention of shooting. After Yizan said something casually, he left in front of Conan. Don't worry, I will definitely investigate your criminal evidence and bring you to justice. Conan looked at Yizan angrily and said so. Yizan yawned loudly. It's up to you, I've been at my place anyway, waiting for you, but, if it's alright, it's best not to disturb me. Otherwise, once I get angry, I'll do something. Don't blame me if something unexpected happens. Yizan's words made Conan look at Yizan even more angrily, but in the end he had no choice but to let Yizan leave with his beloved Shaolin. Yizan returned with Shaolin and Suzuki Sonoko, who were in a depressed mood. You say, why are there such sad things in this world? Shaolin asked innocently. But think about it, Shaolin looks like an adult. But in fact, just like Conan in the original book, she is just a high school student, and without the blessing of the pig's foot halo, Shaolin is already very good. Life is like this. There are always some sad things in this world, but there are also many beautiful things. Yizan said while looking at Shaolin. And Shaolin nodded knowingly. That's it. Shaolin seemed to understand but was unraveled by Yizan. But on the other hand, Sonoko Suzuki drove the car with a sad expression on his face. Ah. Suzuki Sonoko sighed slightly. Under such circumstances, the three returned to Yizan's residence. I'm going back. As soon as he returned to Yizan's residence, Suzuki Yuanzi whispered to Yizan and left Yizan's residence directly. Yizan looked at Suzuki Sonoko, who was leaving, while Shaolin quickly said to Yizan, I'll follow along and have a look. Yizan nodded and said to Shaolin, okay, go and have a look. I'm leaving, Shaolin said, leaving quickly, heading towards Suzuki Garden. Not long after the two women left, they came to Yizan's side on the 18th. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Yizan nodded. The fate line of Moon Shadow Island gradually became clear at the end, but it seems that there are some problems on Suzuki Sonoko's side. Yizan's words made number 18 glance at Yizan strangely. Suzuki Sonoko. Yizan nodded. No, 18 looked at Yizan strangely. Isn't she without any special features? How can she attract the fate line? Yizan shook his head. I'm not very clear about this matter, but what is certain is that there are some interesting phenomena in her. Yizan's words made number 18 ask in surprise. Then do you want me to monitor her situation? No need, let it develop. Whether it's good or bad, it's better than it was before. Yizan's words made number 18 nodded. In the flow of fate, mediocrity is the saddest, but often a large part of the people are mediocre, and there are only a few outstanding people. Damn, why is there no clue from Yizan's side? After Yizan and others left, Conan almost felt that he was going crazy. Conan kept looking for evidence of Yizan's crime, but until now, Conan still has nothing to gain. Yizan is like a very ordinary rich man, living a leisurely rich life all day long. However, Conan knew that this was definitely not normal and definitely not ordinary. Because Conan found that he couldn't even investigate the source of Yizan's money at all. Yizan's money seemed to be black money, and appeared out of thin air in Yizan's hands, but the even weirder thing was that this kind of black money can be spent at will. No one found anything wrong with it. Chapter 30_Kidnapping. This kind of weirdness makes Conan very sure that Yi-zan must be committing a crime, and the crime he committed is not an ordinary crime, but a monstrous crime. After all, what he did to become a rich man of Yi-zan's level, is definitely not small. The most important thing is the way of money laundering, which makes Conan also tremble. This mysterious money laundering without any clue is definitely not something ordinary people or ordinary forces can do. "I'm absolutely going to put you in jail," Conan said. However, Conan didn't know that his actions and thoughts did not attract any attention from Yi-zan. Also, Conan didn't know that his behavior was completely wrong, and he was wrong to ultimate. The most important reason why Yi-zan's money could not be found out was because the source of Yi-zan's money was too mysterious and powerful. It was given to him on the 18th. Yi-zan's. As an artificial human, it is too simple to cover up the traces in the online world. Moreover, the power of number 18 is also extremely powerful. It is very simple to just hide the traces of transfers. As for money laundering, it is not necessary to do much. Said, Yi-zan's money is not black money in the first place. How come the theory of black money laundering? So, Conan's actions took the wrong direction from the very beginning. Yi-zan didn't know these things, and Yi-zan was now thinking about how to block Conan next. Since the previous pit Conan on Moon Shadow Island, Yi-zan suddenly found that the trait of pit man he had been hiding had awakened. Really, I haven't cheated for a long time. This time, I still feel refreshed. Well, it's decided. Isn't Conan able to solve all kinds of problems all the time? I'll get him a few. Let him solve the brain-burning case slowly, Yi-zan said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Each case in the world of Conan is nothing more than the combined application of various silk tapes and so on. Well, it's such a happy decision, ha ha ha. Yi-zan slowly raised the corner of his mouth. Conan didn't know how miserable he was in the future. Because most of the cases created by Yi-zan are unsolvable, and all kinds of unsolved cases, only Conan can reluctantly solve them sometimes. Go find Conan. This made Conan's IQ somewhat insufficient, and he was suspicious all day long at a young age. However, Conan now does not know how miserable his future life is. Now Conan just wants to quickly investigate Yi-zan's criminal evidence. Time passed, and a week passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, both Conan and Yi-zan saw a piece of news on TV. Child kidnappings were frequent, and the murderer was still on the loose. And soon, Yi-zan thought of a way to trick Conan. Yi-zan looked at the elementary school students who went to school with Conan, and a smile cracked his mouth. Kidnapping case, make an oolong kidnapping case in front of Conan. Don't know what Conan will do, Yi-zan said, and quickly began to check the flow of various fates. Soon Okay, that's it. Following Yi-zan's words, Yi-zan quickly started the arrangement. It didn't take long for something to happen that terrified Conan. In the game of hide-and-seek, Conan easily wins by relying on his super powerful IQ and observation skills. However, during the rotation, Ayumi, who was playing with Conan, hid in the back of the car and fell asleep slowly, while Yuanta, who was playing with everyone, couldn't find Ayumi. In a hurry, Yuantai found Conan. Although Conan radioed her to Ayumi, but Ayumi exclaimed in a low voice. But found a head in the trunk of the car. Conan, on the other hand, quickly recalled the serial kidnapping and killing of girls he had seen before. Conan suspected that the two men in the car were the gangsters in that incident. Not good, Conan exclaimed quickly and started his journey to find Ayumi. Ha ha ha, Yi-zan laughed while watching Conan's actions. In my heart, like eating popsicles in dog days, my heart is so cool and soaring. Conan saw Yi-zan and said instantly angrily, what are you laughing at? Do you know that he is a murderer? Yi-zan waved his hand, it's really fun. Conan glanced at Yi-zan angrily, but in the end he didn't say anything to Yi-zan, and quickly followed the car. And Yi-zan, who was the one who planned this incident, naturally would not let these good shows go, and followed behind everyone leisurely. What on earth are you trying to do? Conan yelled angrily, looking at Yizan's appearance. Me, I just want to see your anxious look. Seeing you being so busy, I finally feel refreshed. When you troubled me all day, did you think about today? Yizan slowly said. But Yizan's words made Conan angry. What exactly do you want to do? Don't do anything. Didn't I tell you? I'm watching a good show. Yizan said as he looked at Conan. When Yizan said this, Conan ignored Yizan, kept up with the vehicle, and entered the vehicle quickly. Then, there was a big joke. Ha 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 ha. Yizan looked at Conan's embarrassed look and laughed loudly. It's so fun, so fun. I've already filmed it. The young detective Oolong solved the case. Yizan covered his stomach and did not hide his ridicule at all. And Yizan's behavior made many children who thought they were juvenile investigation team, together with Conan glared at him. So, I said, go home and eat more milk, wait until your IQ is developed, and then do these IQ exercises. Yizan said, shook his head, pretended to be angry, turned away, and was refreshed. Chapter 31_Garden Murdered. In the same place, Conan and the others watched Yizan leave and felt that they had no love for life. Conan was really embarrassed to encounter such an Oolong incident. He's really annoying. Yuan-Tai and these little friends looked down upon Yizan's departure, and were very annoyed. Yizan, on the other hand, was comfortably served by number 18 in his mansion. Teasing such a brat makes you so happy. Number 18 is very strange about Yizan's happiness. From number 18's point of view, although the soul in Conan's body is a high school student, no matter in number 18's eyes, in Yizan's eyes, Conan is just a child. After all, under the strong observation power brought by the strong mental power of the two, Conan's detective work is really nothing. Conan didn't know that he was underestimated, and now Conan hates Yizan even more. Conan, who hated Yizan, came to Shaolin's house. Lan, do you know about Yizan? Conan said, looking at Shaolin. Shaolin directly knocked on Conan's head. Lan is not your name. Conan looked at Shaolin awkwardly, but found that Shaolin was already lying on the sofa, and her lazy appearance was very similar to Yizan. Lan, you don't want to be like this. Conan's voice just fell. A headbutt landed on Conan's head again. I said, you can't call me Lan. It's really not cute. You have to call me Sister Shaolin. Shaolin said to Conan. This made Conan speechless for a while, but he didn't continue to say anything, just looked at Shaolin and said, tell me about Yizan. Conan's words made Shaolin look at Conan in surprise. Why did you suddenly remember to hear about Yizan? You don't hate him anymore. Conan smiled embarrassingly, but he didn't tell the truth. After all, Conan knew very well that Shaolin was definitely not ordinary to Yizan. Okay, Yizan, he looks a little more serious. Shaolan slowly began to tell Conan about Yizan. And when Shaolan told Conan about this, on the 18th, he came to Yizan, and a document in his hand made Yizan's face a little cold. Is this true? Yizan asked while looking at the information in his hand, frowning tightly. It should be true, number 18 said to Yizan. After all, I've been watching it all the time, I can't be wrong. On the 18th, Yizan looked at the information in his hand, finally put it down, and said to the 18th, I'm going to go out. If you're here, take care of it first. Well, okay, number 18 bowed slightly. Seeing this, Yizan quickly moved away from the distance. On the 18th, he looked at the documents that Yizan put on the table. The photos of Suzuki Sonoko came into view, and there were several corpses lying next to them, and the corpses were painted with strange patterns similar to the other side of the flower. And when Yizan left the room, Conan looked at Shaolin and said, well, is there anything else? Shaolin looked at Conan strangely and said, of course there is, why are you so strange? Yizan lived there a long time ago, I have been in contact with Yizan all the time, how could something happen in such a short period of time? Tell you everything. Besides, I can't remember so many things. Shaolin's words made Conan look at Shaolin suspiciously. Yizan lived in that place a long time ago. Conan's surprised look made Xiaolan strangely say, yeah, don't you know? Didn't you go in and take a look? I remember from the time I can remember, that mansion has been in that place. Conan stood up quickly. What about Yizan? Conan's words made Xiaolan cutely hold her finger and said, yeah, speaking of this, I suddenly thought of something. I remember seeing Yizan a long time ago, and Yizan is already like this. Now. Xiaolan's words made Conan turn around quickly and head towards Yizan's mansion. Where are you going, Conan? Conan, Xiaolan said strangely behind Conan. However, Conan was already swiftly heading towards Yizan's mansion. Xiaolan could only quickly keep up with Conan. However, when Conan and Xiaolan went to Yizan's mansion where only number 18 was left. On the other hand, Yizan had already arrived at the residence of a wealthy businessman. The residence of this wealthy businessman is none other than Suzuki Sonoko's home. In Suzuki Sonoko's boudoir, Yizan lay casually on Suzuki Sonoko's bed, with a silver mask on his face, engraved with a mysterious and beautiful evil charm flower. Yizan came to Suzuki Sonoko's boudoir not long after. Something happened that made Yizan's eyes light up. Whoa, whoa, whoa. There was a sound of water flowing that Yizan was very familiar with. Still the same formula, still the familiar smell, Suzuki Sonoko is taking a bath. Yizan didn't say a word and went directly outside the bathroom. It's good to take a bath, it's healthy and hygienic. Yizan nodded, thinking so. But the eyes are looking at the scene inside without blinking, and the big eyes are staring at no one. In this way, without Suzuki Sonoko noticing at all, Yizan completely saw Suzuki Sonoko's body clearly. 0.6. It's really white, it's really big. Yizan sighed. I didn't expect that. It usually doesn't look like a mountain or leaks, but when I take off my clothes, tisk tisk. Yizan looked at Suzuki Sonoko in front of him, shaking his head constantly, looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him. Under Yizan's gaze, Suzuki Sonoko looked at his hands coldly. I killed someone. I didn't expect it to be so easy to kill. Suzuki Sonoko said, quietly looking at her body. The beautiful body was covered with thin streams of water, making it even more beautiful. And Yizan looked at all this eagerly, and the flames rose in his heart. What a beautiful scenery. Following Yizan's words, Suzuki Sonoko suddenly looked at Yizan beside him. Who is it? Chapter 32 Changes in the garden. Who is it? Only then did Suzuki Sonoko see his side, and I don't know when a mysterious man with a white mask appeared. Ah, you're talking about me. Yizan raised his head in a silly manner, looked at Yuanzi's white body and said, what are you looking at me for? Keep taking a shower, keep going. With Yizan's words, Suzuki Sonoko grabbed the bath towel beside him, wrapped it around him quickly, then grabbed a thin wire on one side, turned around, and quickly wrapped the wire around Yizan's neck. Squeak. Between Suzuki Sonoko's hand and the wire, the harsh sound kept ringing, making Yizan a little hard to breathe. However, at this time of crisis, Yizan was concerned about his back. On his back, a pair of soft giants kept twisting on Yizan's back because they were restraining Yizan's neck with wires. Right. Addition, the faucet has never been turned off at 30, the turbulent situation and scenery are extremely attractive, but this is without seeing Suzuki Sonoko holding a wire around Yizan's neck tightly in his hands. After a while, Suzuki Sonoko saw that Yizan didn't have any suffocation reaction, suddenly raised his foot, and kicked directly between Yizan's feet. In desperation, Yizan could only give up the feeling behind him. Yeah, Lala, it's not good for a girl to be so murderous. Yizan said to Suzuki Sonoko. Yizan's words made Suzuki Sonoko turn over and came directly in front of Yizan, his eyes fixed on Yizan's neck. Seeing this, Yizan rubbed his neck and said to Suzuki Sonoko, don't be so surprised, you are too weak. Following Yizan's words, the killing intent on Yizan's body radiated a little. Although Yizan's killing intent only radiated a little, the terrifying aura still pervaded the entire room. The feeling of walking out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood made Suzuki Sonoko almost breathless. Yizan looked at Suzuki Sonoko, shook his head slowly, and put away the breath on his body. Suzuki Sonoko took a heavy breath and looked at Yizan. "You, who are you? You killed so many people." Suzuki Sonoko could hardly believe the fact he received. How could there be such a terrifying existence in this world? With such a powerful murderous aura, how many people should this person kill? Ah, it's really good. I didn't expect that in such a short period of time. There was already a preliminary murderous intent, but just by killing a few people, the murderous intent has been condensed, and the existence of the killing intent can already be sensed, and I know what the hell is going on with the killing intent. Yizan said slowly. I didn't expect it. It's very good. Not only can it undertake the fate line, but also have such talent. Yizan's words made Suzuki Sonoko look at Yizan cautiously. A pair of jade hands slightly circled around his own, and looked at Yizan. What the hell do you want to do? Do you want to become more perfect? Become a truly perfect woman, powerful, beautiful. Yizan whispered in Suzuki Sonoko's ear like a demon. Suzuki Sonoko looked at Yizan. Even if I agree, what can you get? Yizan looked at Suzuki Sonoko with a smile on the corner of his mouth. You know what? How fascinating is it to create a piece of art that makes you feel perfect? All I can get is, you. A work of art you can't believe yourself. Suzuki Sonoko glanced at Yizan, and after a while, looked at Yizan with an evil smile on the corner of his mouth, and finally nodded. Okay, I agree. Suzuki Sonoko's words made Yizan smile even more, looked at Suzuki Sonoko and said, then, you will not regret your choice today. Yizan said, directly hugged Suzuki Sonoko and said, then, the first thing is to make your appearance and figure more perfect first. Then, Suzuki Sonoko watched in shock as Yizan carried him onto the bed and put his hands up and down. You are. Suzuki Sonoko looked at Yizan suspiciously. Don't talk, Yizan said coldly to Suzuki Sonoko. To kill him once he found out that Yizan was not the extraordinary person he imagined. However, it didn't take long for Suzuki Sonoko to feel a different feeling. Suzuki Sonoko felt as if she had become light and airy. So comfortable. Suzuki Sonoko narrowed his eyes slightly. However, after a while, Suzuki Sonoko suddenly felt that he weighed more than 1,000 pounds. Ah! Suzuki Sonoko exclaimed suddenly, as if he had fallen directly from the clouds, full of panic, and the feeling of lightness disappeared instantly. Suzuki Sonoko's exclamation quickly attracted the attention of some people in the family. Sonoko 953. What's wrong with you? No, nothing, Suzuki Sonoko said quickly, and there was a hint of panic in his voice. Is it really all right? Why am I scared to hear your voice? It's all right, it's just a nightmare, Suzuki Sonoko said slowly, but his eyes were fixed on Yizan. Yizan, who was wearing a silver-white mask, couldn't see anything wrong at all, only showing one eye. Yizan's eyes are also deep and terrifying, and he can't see any emotions. Huh, Suzuki Sonoko took a deep breath, looked at Yizan and said, what happened just now? Yizan waved his hand casually but did not answer Suzuki Sonoko's words. Instead, he asked a mindless question. Suzuki Sonoko, do you think there are ghosts in this world? Yizan's words made Suzuki Sonoko silent for a while, and then slowly said, if I used to be very sure that there were no ghosts in this world, but now, I can't be sure. Suzuki Sonoko's words, let Yizan know, must be Suzuki Sonoko's change of opinion after knowing the illusory matter of fate. Chapter 33 Tracking Device. Yizan looked at Suzuki Sonoko who was not very sure and said, then, if I make you a ghost, how would you feel? Yizan looked at Suzuki Sonoko and said so. After hearing Yizan's words, Suzuki Sonoko looked at Yizan in shock. Really? Can you really turn me into a ghost? Yizan tilted his head. Of course, how? Are you interested? Suzuki Sonoko nodded quickly. Of course. Of course I'm interested. Did I just feel like turning into a ghost? So I can already become a ghost. Yizan looked at Suzuki Sonoko's excited appearance, and shook his head slightly. It's so simple there. Suzuki Sonoko looked at Yizan in surprise. Do you need anything else? Yizan said slowly. Well, it will take some time. What I use for you is to turn you into a spirit body, but there are still some things that need to be paid attention to avoid problems. Suzuki Sonoko nodded, closed his eyes and said, come on then. That's it for today, I'll be here tomorrow. Yizan said, and the figure had already disappeared in front of Suzuki Sonoko. Suzuki Sonoko watched Yizan leave, and was slightly silent. Not long after, Suzuki Sonoko closed his eyes slightly and began to slowly realize the feeling just now. But Suzuki Sonoko didn't know that his behavior was very dangerous. Because the method Yizan himself adopts is the spiritualization technique of the Hokage ninja world, which can turn people into a spiritual body. However, this technique itself is extremely dangerous, and now Suzuki Sonoko actually realizes this technique by himself. Extremely dangerous. And when Yizan was at Suzuki Sonoko's house. The door of Yizan's mansion. No, 18 frowned and looked at Conan and Shaolin in front of him. What are you doing here? You are not welcome here. Shaolin looked at number 18 and said with some fear in her heart, let's come to Yizan. Yizan isn't here, number 18 said firmly, then turned around and entered the room. Number 18 by accident, and number 18 quickly ran away from Conan. Humph. Number 18 took a deep look at Conan and then closed the door. And Conan's mouth evoked a smile. Success. After doing all this, outside the door, Conan and Shaolin can only leave. Shaolin's mood was a little down. She didn't know why both Yizan and number 18 seemed to have some distance from her. The feeling of being separated by a mountain made Shaolin very disliked. Ah. Shaolin sighed slightly, and could only temporarily return to the detective agency with Conan. Conan, who had just returned to the detective agency, immediately opened his eyes, and instantly a radar-like map appeared in Conan's eyes, but it was the tracking glasses given to Conan by Dr. glued to 18 feet's body. However, Conan did not know that the existence of number 18 is far beyond the crystallization of technology in his own world. Originally, number 18, who was an artificial man with a collection of many technologies, has undergone many changes since then. The current number 18 has the technological content is absolutely extraordinary, and even includes some mysterious things that appear in the human body. These things are not known to Akatsuki by Conan. Therefore, if Conan follows his transmitter to see now, he can see that his transmitter is now attached to a stray dog. The next day, when Conan was about to trace his sender to see, the detective agency had a commission. Conan could only give up temporarily to find number 18, and followed Mori Kogoro to complete the commission. After all, Conan knew Mori deeply. What level is Kogoro, if not for himself? This commission is a commission to find people. Soon, Conan found the client's father Kenzo at the racetrack based on the information provided by the client. 18 who seemed to be wandering aimlessly all the time. Huchi. Conan was tired like a dog tracking his transmitter, seeing that the transmitter was not fast, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult to catch up, and looking at the abandoned surroundings, Conan was more sure of his guess. There must be something wrong with Yizan and number 18. Conan said so. And Conan didn't know, when he was saying this. Regarding Yizan and number 18 both looked at the image in front of him. Yizan laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, this is really fun. Number 18, I didn't expect you to come up with such a bad move. Yizan looked at Conan's behavior in the video and said so. No, 18 shrugged his shoulders casually and said, showing off this kind of gadget in front of me, his heart is really big. Yizan waved his hand. You don't need to say that, the technological level of this world is naturally inferior to the Dragon Ball world we were in before. The 18th was about to say something, but Yizan suddenly stopped the 18th, because the most exciting moment was coming. of the sender, a place where stray dogs were concentrated. Huh. Conan's eyes widened in surprise, looking at everything in front of him. His sender was actually installed on the body of a stray dog. Yi-zan. Number 18. Conan yelled angrily. No way. Conan's IQ, which he has always been proud of, was ruthlessly crushed by absolute strength. Chapter 34 _ The curse on Conan's back. Conan felt like a SB, following a stray dog, wandering around for a long time. Although he was extremely annoyed, Conan still couldn't do anything about it. He glanced at the stray dogs who were all gathered towards him and grinned at Kiba, and after looking at the transmitter on the taller stray dog among the stray dogs, Conan frowned again bitterly, in his heart. Yi-zan's anger was beyond words. The extremely angry Conan could only make up his mind again. I must find evidence and send you to prison. Conan said, looking at the many stray dogs. He could only start his head again and start to get back his sender. Ha 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 ha, it's so fun. Yi-zan laughed when he saw Conan's embarrassed look. On the 18th, seeing Yi-zan laughing, he turned over a Byakugan helplessly. This kind of ordinary person, you have such a sense of accomplishment when you play tricks. Yi-zan looked at number 18 who looked down on Conan, and shook his head slightly. Don't look down on Conan. You underestimate the Son of Destiny. As I said, once the Son of Destiny encounters danger, the entire world will run. In order to protect the Son of Destiny, the number 18 is you. If you don't use extraordinary power, you just use your power or the amount of power that a normal human can accept to kill Conan. You absolutely can't succeed. Hearing Yi-zan's words on the 18th, he opened his mouth slightly in surprise. 18 had no doubts about Yi-zan's words, but number 18 still had a feeling of disbelief. Yi-zan looked at number 18's disbelieving look, and said slowly, otherwise, let's play a game. I'll send a death invitation to Conan, and then you can experiment. You don't need to be extraordinary. Power, just use the power of normal people and the forces you built to complete the kill, and even I can give you a certain help in destiny. You can feel the strength of the Son of Destiny. By the way, let me take a look. Conan was defeated by you. The appearance of teasing and the flow of fate in the Son of Destiny. Yi-zan's words made number 18 nodded and agreed with Yi-zan's words. And when the 18th launched his own power to find Conan's stubble, Conan returned to the detective agency in a state of embarrassment covered in paw prints. He was extremely tired and dusty. Well, he was more tired. Finally done, Conan said panting. His body has been completely cleaned, but it has been washed. However, before Conan had a little rest, another troublesome thing appeared. After Conan himself completed the mission to find the person before, the news of the death of the client's father Kenzo is now heard. The helpless Conan can only be like a dog, tired and sticking out his tongue to solve the case quickly. Just want to hurry up all this last night, and then go back to sleep. However, the more anxious, the more troublesome things get. While Conan was constantly looking for clues, on the other hand, Yi-zan was slightly out of breath, and a drop of sweat was slowly dripping from his forehead. Ah la la, Yi-zan took a breath and said to number 18 beside him. As expected of the Son of Destiny, he is really strong. Relying on my current understanding of fate, I want to award Death God after the invitation. It was still a bit tiring. Quote. Looking at the sweat on Yi-zan's face on the 18th, he said in disbelief, I didn't expect it to be so miraculous. 18 knows Yi-zan's toughness very well. It can be said that if Yi-zan wants to kill himself, number 18 has no confidence to escape from Yi-zan's hands. Don't look at number 18, who inherited most of Yi-zan's assets. Strength, but Yi-zan did not become weak because of this. On the contrary, Yi-zan, who was in the Dragon Ball world before, can still detect a little bit of Yi-zan's strength on the 18th. Once Yi-zan breaks out into a fight, the 18th can also feeling Yi-zan's energy, but now, Yi-zan always looks lazy and lazy, but on the 18th, he sees Yi-zan's own attacks again and again. Those mysterious and powerful Mysterious Destiny's attack has always been calm. But now, launching an attack on Conan made Yi-zan look tired. It's really amazing, number 18 said. When saying this on the 18th, Conan sighed. Conan has solved the murder case, and said to everyone wearily, "I'm tired, I want to go back to rest." Shaolin nodded and walked towards the detective agency with Kogoro Mori. "The troublesome thing has just appeared." "Conan." Shaolin pointed at Conan's back in shock. This made Conan look at Shaolin strangely. "What's wrong? Sister Shaolin, is there any problem?" Shaolin pointed to Conan's back and said, "You, behind you." Conan touched his back strangely. "Then I got a snow white flower." Snow white, other shore flowers. His. In an instant, Conan, who knew the meaning of snow white other side flower, took a deep breath. "What the hell is going on here? Didn't that Yi-zan tell us that we are the children of destiny?" Conan said in surprise. "Did he lie to us?" Shaolin didn't care about these things. She directly grabbed Conan and walked towards the mansion where Yi-zan was. However, Conan and Shaolin experienced the most incredible and dark and unfortunate journey in their entire lives. Before getting into the car, the tires of the car were strangely flattened, and they were finally fixed, and they encountered a car accident not long after starting. Then, all kinds of high-altitude objects, all kinds of dangers. Everything made Conan and Shaolin tremble with fear. Under this kind of trepidation, the two became more determined to go to Yi-zan's residence. But neither of them knew that Yi-zan and number 18 were quietly in the mansion they were going to, watching everything that happened to them. Chapter 35 _ I won't die without you. No, 18 looked at everything that happened to Conan in surprise. To be honest, Conan's current accident was also part of number 18's own actions. Even number 18 borrowed some of Yi-zan's understanding of fate. If this situation is placed on ordinary people, or even on people with strong physiques such as special forces, it will definitely be fatal. After all, many of these things are unpredictable, and even if this kind of accident is on the 18th, it is impossible to predict in advance. But on Conan seems to have the ability to predict the future, and he avoided it at the most critical time, but even so, there were still some attacks that caused Conan to suffer some insignificant injuries. Is this the power of the Son of Destiny? Number 18 looked at Conan and shook his head in disbelief. Yi-zan looked at number 18 and said, "Now you know why I have been paying attention to this kid." Yi-zan's words made number 18 nodded in surprise, and looked at Conan with the look of a giant panda. Yi-zan looked at number 18's surprised look, and said casually, "Okay, this is normal, I have said it a long time ago, the fate I understand is definitely not as simple as you think." Seeing this on the 18th, he smiled a little embarrassedly. What Yi-zan said was actually the idea of the 18th. Ever since the 18th knew what Yi-zan was thinking, he had never understood what Yi-zan was doing. On the 18th, even if fate is strong, compared to the strong strength, it must still be out of reach, but I didn't expect. Looking at Conan on the 18th, Conan's Son of Destiny couldn't figure it out, and Yi-zan was definitely more powerful than Conan. Quote. Number 18 looked at Yi-zan's back in silence, the admiration in his eyes surging like a tide. After Yi-zan and his return home on the 18th, Conan and Shaolin came to the door of Yi-zan's mansion. Ding dong. With the sound of the doorbell, number 18, who had known this situation for a long time, quickly came to the gate and looked at Conan and Shaolin. "It's you." Conan looked at number 18 who ignored him, and quickly took out the white other side flower. On the 18th, looking at the blood-white other side flower in Conan's hand, a stunning smile suddenly burst into the corner of his mouth, looking at Conan and said, "Congratulations, the boy who has never believed in fate. This time, you can finally prove that fate exists. And what is it?" No. 18 seemed to be gloating at the misfortune, so Shaolin bowed to number 18 and said, "Sorry, his attitude was really bad before, but it's a matter of life, please don't do this." Shaolin's words made number 18 shrug his shoulders casually. "Don't tell me, I won't care what you say anyway." "No," 18 said, turned around and entered the door. Shaolin hurriedly followed in, and Conan also followed after seeing this. In the mansion, Yizan was still lying on the sofa in that lazy posture as always, and after seeing number 18 brought in Shaolin and Conan, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's Shaolin who is here. What's the matter? Is there something wrong? Yizan's words made Conan a little helpless. From the fact that he and others entered Yizan's mansion, Yizan knew about the blood and white flowers, and Yizan must also know about the blood and white flowers that he received now, but... Well, Yizan pretended not to know, and there was nothing Conan could do. After all, Conan himself asked others. In desperation, Conan could only take out his other side flower and said to Yizan, I have received an invitation from the god of death. Conan's words made Yizan nod his head. Well, what about when I know? Conan and Shaolin were a little overwhelmed, and there was nothing they could do. Yizan's previous attitude was completely different from his current attitude. Yizan did everything for him before, and he didn't even know that he had received this thing, but now, this attitude is completely different. However, Conan is also a little regretful in his heart. After all, this consequence was completely caused by his own death. It's just that the regret in Conan's heart is not very deep now. Now Conan still doesn't know what the blood and white flower on the other side of the death invitation he received represents. If Conan's experience was placed on the body of the marshal who had not died, the marshal would definitely be ecstatic. However, as the saying goes, there is happiness in comparison, and now Conan still doesn't know how precious he has lost. Therefore, although Yizan was very indifferent to Conan, which made Conan a little regretful, he didn't have too many thoughts in his heart. In Conan's view, the only thing left was to be a little tired. Moreover, not only Conan thought this way, but Shaolin also felt the same way. This idea is actually quite normal, just like you don't know the importance of health until you are sick. Some things are only cherished when they are lost. Yizan looked at Conan and Shaolin. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Shaolin looked at Yizan and said, can't you really be helping Conan? Yizan glanced at Conan. Didn't he always like me saving him and killing hundreds of lives? Yizan waved his hand casually and said, then, this time, I will leave it to him to solve it by himself. Anyway, it is not a big deal. With the identity of the Son of Destiny, he will not die. The big deal is to lose the identity of the Son of Destiny. Now, what a big deal. Yizan said and glanced at number 18, who was standing on the side, and hugged number 18 directly, feeling the comfort of Nephrite in his arms, and said to Conan who was stomping on the side, why? Still standing here, waiting for me to see off the guests. Hurry up, stay away from me, so as not to be implicated by you. Yizan's words made Conan look at Yizan angrily. HMPH, just leave, I'll let you see, without you, I still won't die. Chapter 36 Ongoing Disasters. After Conan finished speaking, he angrily squeezed his fist and left Yizan's mansion. Shaolin looked at Yizan, and then glanced at Conan who had left completely, and said helplessly, can't you talk to Conan properly? Speak well. Yizan chuckled lightly, glanced at Shaolin's perfect figure from top to bottom, and said, I cut off your arm, and then came over without repentance and said it was your fault. I hope you treat me well, will you agree? That's not what it means. Shaolin waved her hand anxiously and said nervously, Conan is Shinichi after all, you can't take my face. Stop. Yizan looked at Shaolin, and after a while, he slowly shook his head. It seems that I've been so good to you that you don't even know how much effort I've spent on you, and I feel more and more that my decision not to shoot Conan this time is correct. Yizan shook his head disdainfully, and said slowly, in the days to come, you will see what Conan went through, and you will also know that I was in yours during the previous Shinkansen explosion. How much effort has been spent on it? Shaolin looked at Yizan's appearance, and knew that Yizan had made up her mind. Instead of taking action on this matter, she could only leave in frustration. As Yizan said, both Conan and Shaolin now underestimate that little other side flower. That other side flower seems to be just a flower, but in fact it is the embodiment of destiny, and it was the result of being caught by Yizan. The warning produced by forcibly interfering with the trajectory of fate, can truly manifest the operation of fate. Such a powerful existence is absolutely unusual. And Yi-zan looked at Conan and Shaolin, who were leaving, when he was about to do something he liked with number 18 in his arms. Yi-zan and number 18 suddenly stopped and looked in one direction, which was where Suzuki Sonoko lived. Suzuki Sonoko. Yi-zan and number 18 looked at each other. They quickly came to Suzuki Sonoko. When the two came to Suzuki Sonoko's residence, Suzuki Sonoko's body was like a ghost, and his body was translucent. It seems that she is very concerned about this practice. Number 18 looked at Suzuki Sonoko's body and said to Yi-zan. Yi-zan nodded. Suzuki Sonoko looked like this. Both of them knew the reason: they were overcultivating. Yi-zan nodded slowly and said to number 18, "In such a situation, it's still a little tricky for me to take action. You can take action." "No." 18 nodded and started to shoot at Suzuki Sonoko. On the other hand, when Yi-zan and number 18 were at Suzuki Sonoko's house, Conan encountered a thing. When Conan was walking by a river, he suddenly found that someone on the roof opposite was shooting balloons on the river, and saw that the sniper seemed to be coerced. After those people left, the detective character in Conan's heart reappeared. Soon, amid various natural and man-made disasters, I came to the roof opposite, and it didn't take long to find a calculator with 3,135,134,162 figures. It's really troublesome. Conan skillfully avoided the attack of a sundry. After seeing the arrival of the second sundry, he could only dodge helplessly and minimize the injury. "Don't even dare to go to a hospital," Conan said. In response to the successive attacks of various natural and man-made disasters, Conan absolutely dare not go to the hospital now. To know that if you go to the hospital to treat the injury, the first element is to listen to the doctor. However, in this situation, Conan said that he heard the doctor say after not allowing himself to move, Conan himself would never dare to stand still. After all, various scalpels, tweezers and other things are absolutely deadly. In desperation, Conan could only temporarily put his injury aside and wait until he learned to deal with the injury by himself. Unbeknownst to Conan, infections like tetanus are more intractable and deadly than scalpels and tweezers. But now Conan can only give up this idea temporarily, and now Conan just wants to quickly parse out the meaning of this number. So, Conan thought hard about these numbers. When Conan analyzed this number, all kinds of natural and man-made disasters that could have been easily avoided quickly came to Conan. It made Conan's injuries even worse. When Conan could hardly accept it, he was ready to give up thinking. Conan was finally reminded by Yuan-Tai and other children. He thought he had parsed out the meaning of those numbers. He thought that the 162 left by the caller was the 162 National Road. He quickly told Shaolin, and after finding the corresponding road section with Shaolin, he called the police. Ambush. Then Conan began to deal with his wounds, and began to learn how to deal with wounds from the police officer Mumu. But because of the reasons for beginners, coupled with many natural and man-made disasters, Conan's injury has the meaning of getting more serious. Seeing this, Shaolin on the side felt more and more the horror of fate in Yi-zan's mouth. In these days, Shaolin has been watching Conan, and what happened to Conan has opened Shaolin's eyes, and all kinds of unexpected accidents have even made Shaolin feel unacceptable. Because Shaolin has seen Conan suffering a tragedy while eating and sleeping more than once, and even when Conan goes to the toilet, there will be a tinkling bump. Obviously, Conan can't even go to the toilet. "Conan, otherwise, let's find Yi-zan again," Shaolin said while looking at Conan. Conan shook his head quickly, saying that he would never go to Yi-zan. "Conan, are you sure it's here? Why haven't you come yet?" Officer Mu's words made Conan frown tightly. After a while, he suddenly shouted, "No, it's not here." Following Conan's words, everyone quickly shifted their positions. Chapter 37 _ Conan lost his destiny. Conan shifted positions. On the other hand, Suzuki Sonoko slowly opened his eyes and looked at Yi-zan. who was wearing a white mask of silver carved with the flower of the other side, and number 18, who was covered with a veil on one side. "Ah, why are you here?" Suzuki Sonoko was about to get up. But Yizan pressed Suzuki Sonoko on the bed. "Don't get up, you are too impatient, the ghost's change has not been completely completed, don't be too impatient." "Sorry," Suzuki Sonoko said to Yizan. Yizan waved his hand. "It's okay, just pay a little attention in the future." After Yizan said something, "That's all for today. You don't have to worry too much. Although today's things are dangerous, they are not without benefits. At the very least, your practice time will be shortened a lot." Yizan's words made Suzuki Sonoko look at Yizan in surprise. "Really?" "Yeah." Yizan nodded and said to number 18, "Let's go." After such an interruption, Yizan didn't have the heart to continue doing shameful things with number 18, so he went to sleep with number 3018 in his arms. While Yizan was sleeping, Conan was lying on a grass, exhausted. After so many days of fighting against various natural and man-made disasters, the snow-white other side flower in Conan's hands finally withered. However, Conan didn't know why, he just felt as if he had lost something, that kind of heartache, unspeakable. Conan didn't know why, but suddenly remembered what Yizan said to himself, the Son of Destiny. Could it be that my so-called Son of Destiny really disappeared? Conan thought in his heart. After such a short period of time, Conan finally believed Yizan's words, as well as the rumor of the Son of Destiny. And the Son of Destiny, according to Yizan's voice, is definitely not ordinary, but, did he really make this Son of Destiny disappear like this? Forget it. I don't want this. I don't know if there is any case that can be solved. Conan said, looking around. Conan, we're going to find a cat, can you help us find it together? Yuan-Tai asked while looking at the bored Conan. Okay. Conan was also idle and bored, nodded at Yuan-Tai, and agreed with Yuan-Tai's proposal. Time flies, and it didn't take long for Conan to see the cat Yuan-Tai and others were looking for, but... When Yuan-Tai and the others saw the cat, they all screamed, because the cat was covered in blood. It didn't take long for Conan to see a corpse in a family's bathroom. This is... Conan quickly called the police proficiently, and Officer Mumu quickly came to Conan's side. Not long after, everyone knocked on the door of that house. However, the moment he opened the door, Conan knew things were going to go bad. Because the person who opened the door is very similar to the corpse. Although surprised, Conan rushed into the bathroom quickly. And everything is just as Conan imagined, the bathroom is empty and nothing. Conan asked the person who opened the door, but the person who opened the door said that he didn't know anything, saying that he would let Conan and others feel free, while the person who opened the door went back to the second floor to sleep, and what happened next made Conan a little confused, because I found out that I was going to get nothing. This made Conan very puzzled. You must know that in the past, he had solved the case with ease and comfort, but this time, it was as if his head was stuffed with paste. It was obscure and difficult to figure out. Could it be because of the Son of Destiny? Conan thought. Conan shook his head quickly. No, even without the Son of Destiny, I can still be a detective. Conan reluctantly continued to investigate at night. However, this time Conan's infiltration caused Conan to encounter a very dangerous thing. Time passed slowly. Conan looked at the wound on his stomach in astonishment. The blood was flowing slowly, and the feeling of blood loss continued to increase. Is this what death feels like? Conan took a deep breath, after seeing the person who killed him leave. Conan quickly took out his mobile phone. Then quickly dialed a few numbers. Send the news here to Officer Mumu and Shaolin. Conan. Officer Mumu and Shaolin quickly moved towards where Conan was. Not long after, Officer Mumu and Shaolin came to this place. Conan. Soon, Shaolin saw Conan in a pool of blood and shouted in shock. Conan looked at Shaolin dazedly. Sorry, Shaolin, it was my fault. My Son of Destiny is gone, so, I'm dead. Conan's words made Shaolin suddenly widen her eyes. The meaning of Conan's words is very clear. Conan's death turned out to be because of the loss of the Son of Destiny. Xiaolin also suddenly understood, and Yizan had said that the Son of Destiny would hardly be killed, but now Conan's injuries are about to die, and it looks like he was killed by the murderer. How did you lose your Son of Destiny? Xiaolan looked at Conan in surprise and asked. Conan put his eyes on a withered other side flower in his pocket, and said to Xiaolan, my death invitation has finally passed, but unfortunately, the Son of Destiny is gone. Conan's words made Xiaolan shout quickly, no, no, you must be fine, I'll go find Yizan. As Conan said, he was about to take Conan to Yizan's residence, but Officer Mumu stopped Xiaolan's actions. Send him to the hospital first, otherwise, he may not be able to persist until he goes to Yizan. Officer Mu Mu said. At the words of Officer Mumu, Xiaolan looked around, but finally decided to obey Officer Mumu's words. Little Lan didn't know, but Officer Mumu's choice brought Conan one step closer to the god of death. However, everyone still doesn't know that after catching the murderer, Officer Mu Mu quickly went to the hospital with Xiaolan to see Conan. Chapter 38_Murder Scene. In the hospital, Conan's injury continued to worsen. After a while, the hospital issued a critical illness notice. And Xiaolan quickly went to Yizan's residence. It didn't take long for Xiaolan to come to Yizan's residence. Yizan. Xiaolan pulled Yizan anxiously. Come with me quickly. What are you doing? Yizan lay lazily on the sofa. Yizan naturally knew why Xiaolan came to this place, but Yizan would not be bored to rescue Conan. Although that kid did bring him a lot of fun, but now Yizan doesn't need Conan to grind by his side. Conan was killed, you must save Conan, Xiaolan said to Yizan. However, Yizan stood still, looked at Xiaolan and said, why? Why should I save him? I said it long ago, he himself did not listen to advice. Yizan said to Xiaolan slowly. Yizan's words made Xiaolan open her mouth, and after a while, she looked at Yizan, can't you really save him? Yizan waved his hand casually. I said, plus, I have saved Conan once before, and the result made me very dissatisfied, so, I will not do the same thing again, no matter what. What do you say? Yizan said, facing Xiaolan. Okay, since you are here, I don't need to say more about the rest, that's all. Xiaolan shouted quickly and said to Yizan, why don't you save Conan again, he knows he is wrong. Yizan looked at Xiaolan slowly and said, know what's wrong. Some things can be known to be wrong, but, for some things, knowing what's wrong or not knowing what's wrong doesn't change anything at all. It's like a murderer, even if he knows he's wrong. Now, it's still a murderer. And Conan's mistake is an even more unforgivable mistake if he doesn't kill. Yizan said and gestured to number 18, so in the midst of Xiaolan's resistance, number 18 sent Xiaolan away. I really don't know, husband, why do you want to turn Xiaolan into the Son of Destiny? Look at her, why do you still like her so much if you are entangled with Conan? Number 18 said to Yizan. Yizan shook his head slightly. It doesn't matter if you like it or not, Xiaolan, you don't feel anything when she's around, but if you're not around, you always feel that something is missing. What? Yizan's words made number 18 a little stunned, not knowing what Yizan said. Yizan said to number 18, to put it simply, if we are yuhi flowers, then Xiaolan is a green leaf. As the saying goes, a yuhi flower needs green leaves to complement it. That's why I turned Xiaolan into a child of destiny. However, you are right about one thing, this little Lan is indeed a bit too much for Conan, but, well, it is estimated that something will happen to Conan in a short time. Yizan was talking. Ding dong. The doorbell rang again. Huh, Yizan looked at number 18, didn't you send Xiaolan away? No, 18 nodded, but he had already opened the door. Huh, it's you. Number 18 looked at the person in front of the door and said strangely, Officer Mumu, why are you here? Officer Mu Mu nodded and said to number 18, I'm looking for Yizan, I have something to ask him. Who is it? Yizan's lazy words rang in number 18 feet's ear. Police, Mumu. Well, come in, Yizan said slowly. Following Yizan's words, on the 18th, Police Officer Miu Miu came to Yizan. Officer Miu Miu came to Yizan. Looking at Yizan's calm appearance, a flower of the other side of the orangutan Yuhi appeared in his hand. This made Yizan's eyes widen suddenly. The original lazy breath disappeared instantly, turned into an extremely ferocious aura like a wild beast, and then disappeared quickly. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, making people feel a kind of weak legs illusion. Yizan looked at the gorilla Yuhi's other side flower in the hands of Police Officer Miu Miu and said, "Where did it come from? It's not on you, right?" Yizan didn't notice from the Police Officer Mumu that the fate was not working right. Officer Mumu nodded and said, "It was discovered at the scene of a murder, so come here and ask what you think." Yizan smiled slightly, and asked with interest, "Interesting, it's so interesting, let's go and have a look together." Under normal circumstances, the blood and white flowers are sent by Yizan, and this time, Yizan can't remember that he has sent the blood and white flowers, but the one in the hands of the Police Officer Mumu is definitely the blood and white flowers, which makes Yizan very curious. Who sent this bloody white flower, and how did it come about? Officer Mumu looked at Yizan in surprise. Originally, Officer Mumu just came to ask, and didn't even plan to let Yizan answer him, but he didn't expect that the final result would be Yizan and himself. Good. Officer Miu Miu spoke quickly and hurriedly led the way ahead, while Yizan casually walked with number 18. Before long, everyone came to the home of an antique collector. This is the crime scene. Officer Miu Miu quickly brought Yizan to a room. They were the people who were here at the time of the crime. Officer Miu Miu's words just let Yizan wave his hand casually. Needless to say, the murderer has almost been determined. Yizan said, his eyes focused on a cabinet. What's the matter? Officer Mumu's gaze followed Yizan's, and was placed on the cabinet full of sword marks. I really don't know how you became a police officer. Yizan glanced at Officer Miu Miu, and pointed at a sword mark on it at will. I saw that this sword mark was broken from the middle, which means that this cabinets are adjusted, and who adjusts this thing? Isn't that obvious enough? Yizan said casually. Rearrange the order of the drawers in the cabinet. Not long after, number 18 looked at Yizan and said, it's already healed. Well, okay, don't talk more than me about the rest. Yizan said something casually and looked around. Chapter 39_Addicted. Although the fate of the whole scene was very smooth, Yizan always felt that something was wrong, but Yizan couldn't feel what was wrong. Orangutan Yuhi's other side flower in the hands of Officer Mumu. He could only sigh helplessly. It seemed that he needed to continue investigating for a while before he could find out the answer. Yizan didn't care much about these things, and after investigating the murderer, he left the place directly. Are you a detective? How do you know that cabinet was moved? What Yizan could not have imagined was that not long after Yizan went out, he met many reporters and began to ask around him. Yizan took a step back, preventing many reporters from reaching him. Frowned and glanced at the police officer Mumu. To be honest, this point of your police officers is really annoying. Since you invited me over, don't you know how to keep it a secret? Yizan said something, ignored the many reporters who were stunned, and drove away quickly in a luxury car when everyone could not react. Wow! And then, many reporters looked at Yizan's car in astonishment, with a look of envy in their eyes. Then, I suddenly reacted, big news. The rich and the police fall out. Two-faced, rich, detective. The story detectives and cops have to tell. After a series of eye-catching news, many reporters rushed towards Police Officer Mumu like a shark who smelled blood, surrounded him directly, and quickly began to inquire about various news. Master, is it really good for you to buy Officer Mumu like this? Number 18 looked at Yizan with a smile. Although he said this, his expression was still in action, all of which explained what number 18 was thinking. Well done. Yizan naturally knew what number 18 was thinking, but just smiled casually, but didn't say much. And while Yizan was doing this, something that Yizan never expected happened. In the hospital, Shaolin looked at Conan, and the corners of her mouth pursed slightly. Shaolin knows exactly how to save Conan, she only needs to kill. But I really can't do it. Shaolin looked at Conan, not knowing what to do. For Conan, a neighbor, Shaolin still couldn't sit back and ignore it. Am I really going to kill someone? Shaolin finally shook her head quickly, saying that she couldn't do it. In Shaolin's heart, Yizan's figure appeared again. What do I want him to do? Shaolin said softly, but Yizan's words kept popping up in her heart, and various methods were constantly circling in her mind. However, there is no way for Ran to save Conan. Yeah, coming back from the dead, how unbelievable it sounds, there is such a simple thing there. Shaolin recalled the method Yizan had taken to save herself before, which were hundreds of thousands of cases. Life. We really shouldn't treat Yizan like that. Shaolin's remorse rose again. And when Shaolin didn't know how to save Conan, Conan's parents gathered together and looked solemnly at a pattern on the table. Are you sure you want to do this? Yasaka Kudo looked at the pattern in front of him with a firm look in his eyes. Yukiko Kudo also looked at this pattern, with a tangled look on her face. This pattern looked so weird, like a devil. Even if it was placed quietly on the table, it exuded an evil spirit. It looks like a strange other side flower at first glance, very strange. Yukiko Kudo looked at Yasaka Kudo and said, I heard that Shinichi seems to have the identity of the Son of Destiny, and this identity seems to be very important. If I want to get this identity, I will investigate, and it seems that hundreds of lives are needed. Not even thousands of lives are impossible. Kudo Yasaka nodded. But, for Shinichi. Yes, Yasaka Kudo and Yukiko Kudo are going to save Conan, and the way to save Conan turned out to be the method of spreading from Yizan that they learned from somewhere. Yukiko Kudo finally nodded. In fact, both of them had already had this idea long ago. This time, it was just the final confirmation. With the final confirmation of the two, a series of strange deaths began to occur, and many deaths were characterized as accidents and suicides, because both Kudo Yasaka and Kudo Yukiko were both interested in detectives. Work very well. Planning such a thing is simply a matter of grasping at your fingertips. Time flies. When the two kept killing others to save Conan. Yizan, on the other hand, seemed very leisurely, flirting with number 18, and pretending to be in front of Suzuki Sonoko. The day passed so leisurely. This day, Yizan was pulled by number 18 to go shopping. As a result, the shopping was too much fun. Finally. It's closed. Number 18 looked at the department store in front of him and pouted. There is a piece of clothing in it. I liked it before, but I didn't have time to buy it. Yizan looked at number 18 and smiled helplessly. Okay, I know, it's fine if we don't go in, what a big deal. Yizan said slowly, and entered the department store with number 18. However, after the two entered the department store, a snow-white other side flower fell on Yizan's body. Yizan looked around suspiciously, and soon felt a trace of the fate line. So that's the way it is, because Conan had an accident, and all the cases that should have been solved by Conan got on me. Yizan patted his forehead helplessly and said so while looking at the surrounding department stores. On the other hand, number 18 looked at Yizan excitedly. Really? It's so fun. Let's walk around. We've also had a detective addiction. Chapter 40_famous. Yizan looked at number 18's excited look and felt a little helpless. What's the point of being a detective with number 18? It's totally abusive, isn't it? With the powerful observation and thinking ability brought by himself and the powerful mental power of number 18, it is really not difficult to crack the case. However, forget it, as long as you like it. Besides, I really need to deal with these cases a little bit, or it will be bad to rebuild and repair the collapse that triggers fate. Yizan said slowly, and took number 18 into the depths of the department store. Soon, the two saw masked figures holding the guards and staff of the department store hostage. And it seems that there is really something troublesome. Yizan glanced at the crime scene and said to number 18, since it was me who took the shot, in order to save trouble, I would directly get it to the killer's department, to serve as the experimental material for human experiments. Yizan said, his hands slowly sketched in front of everyone. Then, Yizan said to number 18, okay, you can deal with it. Hearing the words on the 18th, he nodded lightly and walked towards the many kidnappers. Ooh! Many of the controlled staff, seeing this, signaled to Yizan and number 18, be careful, after all, the kidnappers have firearms. Yizan and number 18 turned a blind eye to these eyes. Don't come here. Following the kidnappers' shouts, number 18 took a few stools with one hand and threw them at the many kidnappers. Charged towards the kidnapper. The most important thing is, get it done. On the 18th, he said to Yizan, then I'll deal with this garbage first. Well, also, take care of those tails too, and I'll go straight back. Yizan said something to number 18, and in the sight of everyone's surprise, he turned and left. After all, these things at the end involve monitoring and other things. Yizan is really not interested, compared to Yizan number 18, a technological crystallization, he is familiar with this. However, after Yizan and number 18 left. The next morning. With a scream from the department store, Yizan appeared in front of the police again. And even faster than the police, reporters. Kidnapping, robbery. These two things, no matter which one is singled out, are extremely explosive news, and the degree to which they attract attention is self-evident. And this time, the two got together. Many authors expressed that they really liked Yizan, who had just entered the public eye. Quick, quick. With many impatient voices, many reporters came to Yizan's mansion. However, before the reporter came to the mansion, on the 18th, he glanced at Yizan, who had squinted his eyes and seemed to be sleeping, and directly damaged the doorbell and then sealed the door. Then, the rest is pretty simple. Many reporters looked dumbfounded at the mansion in front of them. Have you ever seen a mansion without a door? Also, there is not even a doorbell around. And at the height of the wall, there are many weapons with ornamental properties. After many reporters observed them, they found out that they were bladed. In other words, this weapon can kill. Gudong. Many reporters swallowed their spit blankly, and had a little understanding of the character and background of the owner of Yizan, the mansion. Many reporters looked at each other, not knowing what to do. All reporters knew that Yizan's matter was a big news, but Yizan himself was so dangerous that everyone couldn't start. Go to the police station. I don't know who's a reminder, let everyone suddenly wake up. Yes, with such explosive news, since there is no opportunity here, hurry up and go to the place where you can find the news. Otherwise, other reporters will be preempted, wouldn't it be a loss to the wife and the army? Allah, it looks like my husband is famous. Seeing this, the 18th smiled secretly. On the 18th, I really look forward to Yizan, who has always liked to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. What kind of reaction will he have after he loses this great pretending identity? And when Yizan and number 18 did this, Shaolin's eyes widened in surprise as she watched Conan's injuries slowly improving. Okay, Shaolin looked at all this in surprise. Could it be Yizan? Shaolin thought about it for a while, but shook her head slightly. Since Yizan said he doesn't agree, then he definitely disagrees. Shaolin looked around strangely, but if it's not Shaolin, then who is it? And Shaolin didn't know. On the other hand, both Yasaka Kudo and Yukiko Kudo looked at each other with murderous intent. I'm getting more and more excited, and my character is starting to become bad, which is not conducive to the planning of the case. Yasaka Kudo said, looking at Yukiko Kudo in front of him. Yukiko Kudo nodded. Then take a break for a while, my mood is starting to feel a little wrong. Yasaka Kudo said worriedly, are you alright? Yukiko Kudo shook his head. I'm fine, but the rest period can't be too long. Although Shinichi's injury has eased a bit, he's still not out of danger. Kudo Yasaka nodded, indicating that he knew. Conan was slowly being treated. And Yizan stared blankly at number 18 in front of him. What did you say? No. 18 covered his mouth and chuckled. It is estimated that my husband will be very famous in the future, in all aspects. 18 helplessly. What did you do? My husband can't just wrong me. What have I done? Number 18 looked at Yizan pretentiously, pretending not to know what happened. Yizan looked at the appearance of number 18, and a smile cracked at the corner of his mouth. Is that so? Yes. Yizan looked at number 18's serious appearance, roared directly, and rushed towards number 18. Hokage give me a face. Conan, Chapter 41-60. Chapter 41_Poisoned Bride. Yizan looked at number 18's powerless panting, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that my combat power is still as strong as ever. Yizan looked at number 18 with a grin and said so. Quote. Number 18 glanced at Yizan, but he didn't dare to say anything more. There was no way. Yizan just let number 18 know what a husband is bigger than the sky, and he was taught a lot by Yizan's stick, miserable. Yizan also let out a long sigh of relief, feeling comfortable all over. Husband, I just don't know, how will you pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger in the future? Number 18 looked at Yizan with a smile. Well, in fact, there are many ways for Yizan to continue pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, whether it is in the world of Hokage or the world of One Piece, there are countless ways. However, number 18 is very familiar with Yizan. Generally speaking, Yizan rarely changes his appearance. This time, number 18 can be sure that Yizan will never change his appearance because of this trivial matter. Sure enough, Yi Xuanfeng said calmly, isn't that just not pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? Yizan said casually, what a big deal, my hobby is pretending to be forceful. Yizan said, grinned, looked at number 18 and said, wait, soon, I'll let you know what real pretending is. Okay. Number 18 looked at Yizan in surprise. As time goes by, a flower on the other side landed in front of Yizan again. Okay, there is a case. Yizan said to number 18. 18, who had been waiting for this opportunity, jumped up and came to Yizan's side. Where to? Go to the crime scene. Go. 18, who was about to leave directly, wait. Yizan said, and soon he put on a pair of glasses. The glasses are of course flat mirrors, that is, flat glasses lenses, purely decorative. What are you doing? Number 18 looked at Yizan strangely. The wisdom of mortals, I don't know this. Yizan put his eyes together in a pretentious manner, and said to number 18, it's very simple, just for 2 words, pretentious. No. 18 looked at Yizan in amazement. Okay, number 18 admitted that this is indeed a bit of a cool pretense. Seeing this, Yizan was very satisfied with the effect, and walked away with number 18 with a smile. Soon, Yizan and the 18th came to the outside of a wedding. So many police cars. So, things have already happened. Yizan said slowly. And it didn't take long for Yizan to say this. Officer Miu Miu quickly rushed out with a flower from the other side. As soon as Officer Miu Miu rushed out, he saw Yizan and number 18 standing outside. You actually came here. It's a rich detective. Following Miu Miu's words, many people saw Yizan, and this time, many people recognized Yizan. Yizan pretended to hold his eyes and said, what's wrong? To Yizan, the wedding hasn't happened yet, but the bride at the wedding was deliberately poisoned. Deliberately poisoning, Yizan said as he slowly stepped into the wedding scene. I just observed it casually and collected the necessary clues. Yizan started to pretend. It's really the wisdom of mortals, you can't see such a simple thing. Yizan pretended to sit on the sofa and looked at everyone around him. This case is very simple. Everyone looked at Yizan in surprise. Very easy. Everyone looked around again, and then swept through all the clues Yizan had experienced before. However, everyone still said that they and others really didn't know who the murderer was. Is it really the wisdom of mortals? For the first time, everyone had this idea in their hearts. Well, it looks like you really haven't found anything. Yizan pretended to force his glasses and said, then, I'll tell you guys how the murderer committed the crime. Yizan quickly used the capsule to create an illusion for everyone, and told everyone the real killing method. No, look at the videotape. Yizan said, and after a while, he paused. Do you see it? Yizan's words made the police officer Mew Mew stunned for a moment, and said in surprise, label. Yizan nodded. Not bad. Yizan looked at the crowd and said, at this point, there are not many suspects left, and the murderer is the groom of this wedding. Yi Xuanyu said astonishingly. What? Impossible. Everyone was shocked and questioned Yizan's words. When Yizan saw this, he gave everyone a big thumbs up in his heart. It was amazing, and it was the best slap in the face. This hand was so wonderful. Then, the container for the poison. A smile appeared on Yizan's mouth. Okay, no more talking. The groom suddenly shouted, it's me. With the shouting of the groom, a sad old story slowly emerged in front of everyone. And Yizan shook his head slightly. Mortal. Humans are always like this. Selfish, ignorant. Yizan said slowly, looking at the remorse of the groom because he knew the outcome of the matter. He shook his head slightly. Tell you good news and bad news. The good news is that although the poison is deadly, it shouldn't cause too many problems, and the bride should be able to survive. 1.8. Yizan's words made everyone look at Yizan in surprise. Really? Yizan waved his hand and said, however, the bad news is, after this incident, the ending of the newlyweds. Yizan shook his head. So, mortals. Yizan said, facing number 18 beside him. Okay, number 18, let's go, there is nothing to see here. Hearing the words on the 18th, he quickly came to Yizan's side and left with Yizan, without knowing the reason. At the last moment on the 18th, he turned his head to look at the crowd and showed a thrilling smile. Really, it's so fun. Two people fall in love and kill each other, hee hee hee. Speaking on the 18th, he jumped up to catch up with Yizan, leaving the crowd watching Yizan and the people who left on the 18th in shock. Chapter 42_Secretary's Death. After a series of things, Yizan returned to the villa, ready to enjoy a leisurely day. After all, people will be tired after running around for a long time. Even if the body is not tired, the mind should relax. Well, Yizan just wanted to be lazy. Lying casually on the deck chair of the swimming pool, holding a glass of orange juice, bathed in the fresh sunshine, suddenly felt that the world is still very beautiful. Well, if there is no other side flower that floats down from the sky. Guru. Yizan took a mouthful of orange juice and let out a sigh. The protagonist is really not something that ordinary people can do. I've been taking a break from my busy schedule for a long time, but troublesome things have come to my door. Yizan looked at the other side flower that fell from the sky, and said with some annoyance. And when Yizan said this, the number 18 wearing a bikini emerged from the swimming pool, like a mermaid, and looked at Yizan pretty. What's the matter? Yizan flipped a Byakugan and pointed to the sky. In the sky, a white flower on the other side slowly fell. Ah! No! 18 smiled recklessly, and the two groups of pure white shook out a dazzling wave. Haha 30, it's so fun, hubby, are you shooting yourself in the foot? Number 18 looked at Yizan and said, if the protagonist who solves the trouble is solved, then the trouble will fall on you. Crack. Yizan didn't know when he had come behind number 18. Dare to tease your husband, let's see how I can revive Fu Gang. Husband, this is still outside. Number 18 looked at Yizan tenderly. Don't worry, no one can see it. Yizan was very sure of this. After all, when he built his mansion, he had considered the possibility of such a daytime declaration. Time goes by. No one has the blessing to see these shameful things. After a while, number 18 lay softly on Yizan's body, stretched out a palm as soft as jade, touched Yizan's heart, and said with a smile, "What do I do next? Continue like this?" Yizan nodded. "Go ahead." Conan sighed. "There are some different situations. Conan's parents seem to be using the method left by the marshals to help Conan change his fate. I don't think I can do these things." "How long?" Yizan's words made number 18 smile. "Then congratulations to my husband." Yizan looked at the falling white flowers on the other side of the sky, and pursed the corners of his mouth tightly. "But, now, I still need to deal with these troublesome things." "No," 18 said lazily. "Then go, I want a good rest." Yizan looked at number 18 feet's lazy appearance, and patted number 18 feet's tightly wrapped ass, causing number 18 feet's body to twist. "Then I'll go first," Yizan said, and left his mansion with a helpless face. Sure enough, not long after Yizan left, Yizan received a call. "Hey, it's Officer Mumu. Okay, I'll be there soon." Following Yizan's words, it didn't take long for Yizan to arrive at his destination. "This is a company." When Yizan's car just stopped. "Yizan, you are here." "Yizan, what's the matter with this case?" As soon as Yizan got off the car, various reporters immediately surrounded Yizan and asked Yizan. Yizan ignored the questions from many reporters and went directly to the crime scene. "The deceased is the secretary of the designer of this company, Mei Shang," Officer Mumu said to Yizan quickly. Yizan, on the other hand, put his gaze on a woman present. "She is Hideko Toya, a famous designer in the clothing industry, and the person who died this time is her secretary," Officer Mumu said to Yizan. Yizan glanced at Tou Yingzi. A strange smile cracked at the corner of his mouth, sniffed his nose, evoked a strange smile, and then said to Officer Mumu, "Look at her, don't let her go, even if you go to the toilet, there must be a policewoman with you," Yizan said, and quickly came to the scene of the crime. "Oh, interesting." Yizan glanced at the elevator. The body of the deceased fell from the elevator to the outside, but his face was facing upwards. Officer Mumu said to Yizan, "This is what I am suspicious of. It stands to reason that those Zhaoyan are the murderers, but their bodies are facing me. I always felt something was wrong, so I asked you to come and take a look." Quote. "Yeah," Yizan nodded and quickly began to look around. "Okay, I already know the basics," Yizan said to the police officer Mumu. "If the murderer, it should be Tou Yingzi." Well, Yizan cheated again. When Yizan first entered the company, he smelled the peculiar smell in the bag in Eiko Toya's hand, so he locked his eyes on Eiko Toya. Inferring the modus operandi from the results is naturally a very simple matter. "Did you notice it very early?" Officer Mumu asked Yizan as he looked at him. After all, Yizan had already instructed himself to let himself and others watch the householder Yingzi 460. It was just speculation before, but now it's almost certain, Yizan said to Officer Mumu. This made the police officer Mumu really completely surprised. Some people there didn't even know the case. They found the suspect just by meeting each other. Yizan looked at the surprised appearance of the police officer Mumu, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "What? It feels incredible." Inspector Mumu nodded. Yizan waved his hand. "Actually, some things will show clues very early," Yizan said, looking at the surprised police officer Mumu, and said slowly, "For example, in this case, Tou Yingzi is a famous designer in the clothing industry, but do you know a piece of clothing that appeared a few days ago?" "What happened?" "The clothes she designed were first published by other manufacturers. There are only a handful of people who can do this. The most suspicious of them is the secretary who is close to the body. Therefore, the leak of the design plan is very big. It may be her secretary's actions, and these things are really not a big problem in the law. If you delay a little, the law will not be able to punish them. Therefore, She clearly knows that her secretary stole business secrets for profit. Selling but helpless, under the anger, killing people is naturally normal. Chapter 43_Haunted House. Yizan's words were clear and slow, and the clear order surprised Officer Miu Miu. But, even so, you can't be so sure that Tou Yingzi is the murderer. Officer Mumu said to Yizan. Yizan waved his hand. This is only one aspect of it, and there are some remaining aspects. Adding up, the murderer can basically be confirmed. As a policeman, you still need to collect some information. It will be very useful for you to solve the case. Quote. Yizan said, and came to the hall with Police Officer Mumu. Okay, next, just check the bag in Toya Aiko's hand. Yizan said, and left without looking back. Ah, are you so sure? Officer Miu Miu was extremely surprised by Yizan's behavior. As a trendsetter in the fashion world, there is definitely a reason for carrying such a rustic bag, and even if it is all packed with money, Eiko Toya won't be so nervous about this bag, right? Her hands are so tight holding such a bag tightly, the contents inside are either extremely precious or shameful. Quote. Yizan said that he had already left the company. Behind him, the police officer Mumu had also opened Tou Yingzi's bag, and everything was as Yizan expected. It's really incredible. Officer Miu Miu looked at all this in surprise, unable to believe his eyes. After many reporters had no way to contain Yizan, they all came to Officer Mumu's side again, and began to interview Officer Mumu, but no matter which question or reporter, they would not leave Yizan in 3 words. And the police officer Miu Miu also told many reporters about Yizan's behavior. For a time, everyone once again confirmed the terribleness of Yizan's divine detective. While Yizan was bored, he came to Suzuki Sonoko's house again. Who? Yizan showed a slight breath, and a ghostly figure appeared directly in front of Yizan. Teacher. Suzuki Yuanzi quickly bowed his head and said, Hello, teacher. Yizan waved his hand, watched Suzuki Sonoko's illusory body slowly solidify, nodded and said, Yes, I can basically start my apprenticeship. Today, I will take you to complete the last thing. Yizan's words made Suzuki Sonoko look at Yizan in surprise. Really? Yizan nodded. Well, after this matter is done, you can leave the apprenticeship. Yizan's words made Suzuki Sonoko quickly say, Then I can know the face of the teacher, and then, in bed with the teacher. Yizan was stunned by Suzuki Sonoko's words, and instantly recalled that he had indeed said that he wanted Suzuki Sonoko to serve him. Hee. Yizan smiled strangely in his heart, and under the silver-white mask, there was a smile that men knew. This matter, wait until you have finished the last thing. Yizan said, and took Suzuki Sonoko to the outside of a luxurious house. The house looks extremely dilapidated, but in some places the luxury and comfort of the past can still be seen. This is it. Suzuki Sonoko's eyes widened in shock. Haunted house. This haunted house is nothing else. It was when Yizan first came to this world that the mansion was taken away, and after doing a series of things, it became a haunted house. However, now it has become another venue. After the marshal's death, compared to some fruits, it can be picked. Yizan thought to himself. Yes, this haunted mansion is now the gathering place for everyone who killed the marshals. Because those people find that in this haunted house, the effect of plundering fate is better. Okay, let's go in. Yizan said, preparing to enter the room immediately. But, Teacher, I'd better come first. Suzuki Yuanzi looked at Yizan. If there is danger, I can resist for a while. Yizan looked at Suzuki Sonoko. Although he knew that he would not have any problems, he still had some feelings in his heart. The women he met were like this, and he always thought of himself first. Okay. Yizan touched Suzuki Sonoko's hair, and the decision in his heart became more determined. Be careful. Suzuki Sonoko quickly entered the room of the haunted house. Then. There's no after that. From the inside, there is nothing wrong with the entire haunted house. That is, the surroundings are quiet and the light is not very bright. Besides, there is nothing wrong. Well, Suzuki Sonoko has no fear of haunted houses in her heart, and because she can transform into a ghost, it doesn't feel like it. In addition, there is no Yizan trouble, naturally very calm. And the whole house is relatively tidy because it has become a gathering place for those who killed the marshals to change their fate. So, after a while, Suzuki Sonoko got bored and looked at Yizan. What's going on? There's nothing here. Yizan didn't speak, but pointed to a tightly closed door. What happened to that room? Suzuki Sonoko opened the door strangely. However, there is a channel inside. Let's go, Yizan said slowly to Suzuki Sonoko. This room was artificially built up later. Suzuki Sonoko followed behind Yizan and was a little speechless about Yizan's words. Why is this room artificially covered up? Isn't the whole house built by people? Yizan seemed to know what Suzuki Sonoko was thinking, and continued in that slow tone. Actually, this haunted house was my house a long time ago, and then it was abandoned for some reason, but I didn't expect it to be picked up again now. And there is something in it that is not bad, it is suitable for you. Yizan said, and came to a door at the end of the passage. This is the basement, some scenes, you have to be mentally prepared. Psychological preparation. Suzuki Sonoko said that he had no psychological preparation. It's just some corpses or something. Yizan said, slowly opening the door of the basement. Chapter 44 _ Actually you know me. The stench, a disgusting stench rushed towards him, making Suzuki Sonoko almost unbearable. Yizan also frowned slightly. These people are really too greedy. Yizan looked at everything in front of him and said slowly. As for Suzuki Sonoko, after seeing all this in front of him, his eyes widened and his mouth opened in horror. Seeing this, Yizan covered his ears without saying a word, because Yizan knew very well what would happen next. As expected. An earth-shattering scream came from Suzuki Sonoko's mouth, and even Yizan covered his ears, he could hear it clearly. Okay. Yizan waited for a while, then let go of his ears, and said to Suzuki Sonoko, isn't it just some corpses? As for how frightened you are. Suzuki Sonoko blankly pointed at the many corpses in the basement and looked at Yizan in shock. After a while, he regained his ability to speak normally, and shouted, isn't it? So many corpses. What do you mean by not just some corpses? Yizan took out 433 feet ears. What a fuss, these corpses are not all, most of the corpses have been absorbed by the fate line and abandoned. Yizan said slowly. Yizan's words made Suzuki Sonoko gulp blankly, looking at all this in front of him. In front of Suzuki Sonoko, the entire basement was filled with all kinds of corpses, which were neatly arranged. The densely crowded corpses made Suzuki Sonoko feel numb in his scalp. The thousands of corpses turned out to be like goods, shoving neatly and exuding a mysterious atmosphere. And then Yizan's reaction made Suzuki Sonoko refresh his worldview. Yizan waved his hand, covered his nose, and muttered, really, what did this group of people do to my house? I don't know how to clean it, it smells so bad. When Suzuki Sonoko was about to speak, Yizan suddenly stopped Suzuki Sonoko and went straight to the side and said, okay, don't talk, those people are here. Following Yizan's words, Suzuki Sonoko saw that the entrance to the basement was opened. Many people who seemed to be successful people filed in, and Suzuki Sonoko was shocked that these people turned a blind eye to the bizarre scene of many corpses. No, it should be more accurate to say, accustomed to it, that is to say, these people often come to this place. Before long, dozens of people gathered in the basement. Okay, everyone is here, the ceremony can begin. Following the crowd's words, Yizan smiled slightly and said to Suzuki Sonoko, okay, they're useless. I'll be the abbot for this ceremony. Yizan said, walked out with Suzuki Yuanzi, and said to Suzuki Yuanzi, the killing of these people is up to you. Suzuki Sonoko looked at Yizan suspiciously, kill. Of course, and it is absolutely necessary to ensure that no one can escape. Yizan said, and came to the center of the field skillfully, and quickly drew his hands on the ground. What are you doing? The people who came to the basement looked at Yizan's actions, shouted and attacked Yizan. Yizan, on the other hand, lowered his head and continued to draw on the ground regardless. Seeing this, Suzuki Sonoko could only close his eyes, turning into an illusion and attacking the crowd. What the hell is this? In the panic of everyone, Suzuki Sonoko killed everyone. Okay, Sonoko, they are all dead, you can open your eyes. Yizan's words sounded warmly, and the calm and gentle words made Suzuki Sonoko strangely quiet, and the sequelae of murder was reduced to the lowest. Okay, let's get into this formation, Yizan said slowly. Hearing this, Suzuki Sonoko nodded and came to the center of the arena. Yizan's fingers sketched in the void. Lines of fate that were invisible to the naked eye were pulled from the many corpses and quickly converged on Suzuki Sonoko. Suzuki Sonoko looked at his hands in amazement. At this moment, Suzuki Sonoko could clearly feel the different changes in himself. What the hell is going on? Suzuki Sonoko looked at Yizan and asked. Bonus you and become the son of destiny. Suzuki Sonoko looked at himself strangely. Son of destiny? Yes. Yizan nodded slowly and exhaled a turbid breath. Okay, it's done. After you have the identity of the son of destiny, everything you do will be very smooth, if there is divine help. Yizan's words made Suzuki Sonoko look at Yizan suspiciously. Really? Of course. Yizan nodded and said to Suzuki Sonoko. Suzuki Sonoko's mouth cracked into a smile. Well, I want to see what the teacher's face looks like. Following Suzuki Sonoko's words, Yizan shook his head helplessly. You ghost. Yizan said, and slowly put his hand on Silver's white mask. Looking at Suzuki Sonoko's unblinking eyes, Yizan said slowly, actually, you know me. Yizan's words left Suzuki Sonoko dumbfounded. I know you. Yizan nodded. Yes, you know me. Yizan said and took off his silver white mask. Huh. Suzuki Sonoko was dumbfounded. So, I said, you know me. While Yizan was doing these things, on the other hand, Yasaka Kudo and Yukiko Kudo were about to come to an end to change their fate for Conan. Okay, I have basically understood the basics of Shinichi's place, and I have been out of danger, but I don't know why I haven't fully woken up. Kudo Yukiko looked at Kudo Yasaka and said. I feel that it should be the cause of the so-called child of destiny. Kudo Yasaka frowned slightly. I'm going to continue the matter. But the next thing is still more dangerous. Are we doing less dangerous things? In that case, well. Chapter 45_cold. When Yasaka Kudo and Yukiko Kudo were about to change the fate of Conan, on the other hand, there was a commission from Kogoro Mori's detective agency. Kogoro Mori joined Yoko's crew as a consultant. These problems are nothing. Until after the shooting, when Mao Lilan went to the actor Nachi to sign his autograph, he saw that he was threatened by the photographer Anxi. Yizan sighed. Yizan was lying on a big bunk with Suzuki Sonoko, talking about love. A flower on the other side appeared beside Yizan. Huh. Yizan turned over a Byakugan, a little speechless. Suzuki Sonoko, who was weakly beside Yizan, looked at Yizan's somewhat annoyed look, and asked curiously, what's wrong? Did something happen? Yizan helplessly told Suzuki Sonoko about the situation. Then, hee. Suzuki Sonoko's reaction was exactly the same as number 18 feet. They all covered their mouths and chuckled as they looked at Yizan and said, then you will suffer more okay. Quote. Yizan looked at Suzuki Sonoko speechlessly, and finally left the other side of the flower directly to one side, and rushed directly to Suzuki Sonoko. HMPH, if you dare to laugh at your husband, today I will let you know what it means to revive Fugong. Following Yizan's words, a roaring voice bloomed throughout the room. On the other hand, when Yizan was doing this, Maori Kogoro sighed. The whole crew went back to the hotel for dinner happily. During this period, Teiko went home to pick up things. Her fiancé, Shimazaki, sold cigarettes. After returning to the hotel, Teiko saw Anxi, who was out and was full of fear. Ran and Yoko were on their way out shopping when they found Ansai, who died at the shrine. Murder, it happened again. Then, it was the various reactions of Kogoro Mori and others, calling the police, controlling the scene, and so on. After the arrival of the police officer Mumu, some things have almost been figured out. However, Yizan was extremely unhappy. Because Miu Miu thought of Yizan again after seeing how difficult this case was. Beep beep. And Yizan, who was doing some shameful things, turned off the phone without saying a word. Clean. A smile cracked at the corner of Yizan's mouth, looking at the shy Suzuki Sonoko under him. A smile cracked at the corner of his mouth, and he charged towards Suzuki Sonoko again. When Yizan's coquettish voice rang out one after another. The other side. Officer Miu Miu stared blankly at the mobile phone in his hand, helpless for a while. Why didn't you answer the phone? Officer Miu Miu was a little helpless, so he could only temporarily start questioning everyone while thinking about what was going on. Time passed slowly. Wait until after 3 poles in the sun. Yizan yawned loudly, looking at Sonoko Suzuki, who was still asleep in his arms, cracked a smile, and slowly got up. After everything was almost done, he came to Yizan's side on the 18th, holding the other side flower in one hand and the phone in the other, and said to Yizan, "Husband, it's time for you to handle the case." Yizan looked at all this and was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered that it seemed that he had indeed received a call last night. Cough cough. I almost forgot, Yizan said, taking the phone number 18. I don't think you almost forgot, but you already forgot. Number 18 said, handing the phone in his hand to Yizan with a smile. As soon as Yizan took the phone rang. Hey. Finally connected. On the other hand, the police officer Miu Miu finally breathed a sigh of relief and said with a bitter expression, Yizan, I have another difficult case here. Yizan naturally expected the words of the police officer Miu Miu, and yawned greatly and said, well, where is the location? Following the conversation between the two, Yizan soon drove to the location of Officer Mumu. Okay, let's talk, what's going on in the case? Yizan said casually. Officer Miu Miu hurriedly greeted Yizan, while telling Yizan the clues and all aspects of the case. Well, I have basically understood the matter. Yizan said, looked at the crowd and said, well, the murderer should be one of these people. Yizan said something in a daze, and then yawned, ah. Yizan said sleepily, I was just getting up from the bunk when the police officer Mumu pulled me over. Well, the murderer took the initiative to admit it and forget it. Hello, everyone, don't let me waste my brain cells. Yizan's words made everyone speechless. If the murderer turns himself in, does he still need you to come? Again, when is this? Just got up. However, Yizan ignored the thoughts of everyone. After seeing that no one responded, he slowly started to check the surrounding scenes. On the other hand, Kogoro Mori quietly came to Shaolin's side. Shaolin, what's wrong with the two of you? Why didn't Yizan come over to greet you? Maori Kogoro was puzzled about Yizan's ignoring of Maorilan. Maolilan lowered his head and did not speak. Maolilan's reaction to Yizan was also a little sad and sad. It didn't take long for Yizan to solve the case, and then he was about to turn around and leave. At this time, Maori Shaogoro came to Yizan's side, looked at Yizan and said, Yizan, you are here, why don't you say hello to Shaolin? Yizan glanced at Maori Kogoro, and shook his head slightly, I don't want it anymore. If Shaolin's words are concerned, let's calm down for the time being. Following Yizan's words, Maori Kogoro wanted to ask something else, but was taken away directly by Maorilan. At the last moment, Maolilan glanced at Yi Xuandao, without you. Conan is alive too. Yizan looked at Maolilan and nodded slowly, well, just come back to life, wouldn't that be great? Yizan said, facing the police officer Mumu, the case is basically like this. If there is nothing, I will just leave. Hem. With the response of the police officer Mumu, Yi Zan quickly left. On the spot, Mao Lilan stared blankly at Yi Zan's departure, a trace of tears flashing in his eyes. Chapter 46_Regret. Mao Lilan didn't know what happened to him, or did not know what happened to Yi Zan. Didn't the two of them get along well before? Why did it suddenly become like this? HMPH, what a cow. Maori Kogoro came to Mao Lilan's side. It's okay, let's ignore him. Mao Lilan didn't say anything dull. In fact, Mao Lilan himself knew that it was his own fault, but after all, it was a life. As an ordinary person, Mao Lilan still couldn't help but die. However, for Yi Zan still couldn't accept Mao Lilan's attitude towards Conan, so he lost his mind. This is the difference in concepts. Yi Zan is extremely powerful, and there is no shortage of women around him. Compared with Yi Zan, Mao Lilan is bound by many worldly concepts and cannot escape from the world. It was extremely troublesome. After all, Yi Zan was in a high position, but the women around him were always bound by the world, and the collision of ideas would be extremely violent. For example, when it comes to dealing with Conan, Mao Lilan feels that it is the concern between ordinary neighbors, but in Yi Zan's eyes, Conan is the protagonist of this world, and the son of destiny. Once there is a collision with himself, the consequences will be very serious. In order to prevent any major problems in the future, Yi Zan dealt with Conan in advance, but in Mao Lilan's eyes, this matter turned into killing innocents by himself. What's wrong? Shaolin, why are you unhappy? Maori Kogoro looked at Maorilan strangely, feeling a little strange in his heart. As a bachelor, Maori Kogoro's speculation about a woman's mind is really far from perfect. When such a thing happened, everyone lacked interest, and it didn't take long for Maori Kogoro and Maurilan to return home. Husband, Conan, the last moment of resurrection has begun, do you want to destroy it? Number 18 looked at Yi Xuandao. Yi Zan shook his head. No need, he will be resurrected if he is resurrected. These days of solving the case are still a bit boring for me, so I will leave it to him. Okay. 18 nodded. Conan is resurrected. When talking to Yi Zan on the 18th, Suzuki Sonoko came to the two of them and looked at them with some surprise. Can the dead be resurrected? Suzuki Sonoko looked at Yi Zan and asked. Well, if you use the right method, resurrection is also a very simple thing. Yi Zan said slowly to Suzuki Sonoko. Although Suzuki Sonoko was a little surprised, he didn't ask any more questions. For Suzuki Sonoko, the world had long exceeded his expectations, and the whole world had changed beyond recognition, at least not the world he knew. Therefore, Yi Zan said about the resurrection, and Suzuki Sonoko believed it. This is why Yi Zan accepted Suzuki Sonoko but left Mao Lilan behind. And when Yi Zan explained this to everyone, on the other hand, Mao Lilan looked at Conan's resurrection, and a smile cracked at the corner of his mouth. Conan, you're all right. Mao Lilan looked at Conan's ignorance when he opened his eyes, and said, I just said, you won't die. Maurilan's words silenced Conan. Compared with Maurilan, Conan, who was resurrected, was very clear about the reason for his resurrection. Father, mother, Conan murmured, the remorse in his heart beyond words. It can be seen that he has always not believed in Yi Zan's words too much, but the final result was something Conan never expected. In the end, the two results were all because of his own willfulness, which resulted in extremely serious consequences. Mao Lilan finally saw that Conan ignored him and left, feeling very sad in his heart. Mao Lilan didn't know what happened to him. Why is Yi Zan like this and Conan like this? Lan, what's wrong with you? Maori Kogoro asked Maurilan after returning home in frustration. It's okay. After Mao Lilan said in a low mood, he went straight into his room. Outside the door, Kogoro Maori glanced at Maurilan strangely, and stroked his chin thoughtfully. Time flies. For a few days, Mao Lilan was not in a good mood. And in this case, Lan, come, let's go on the cruise together. Kogoro Maori said to the depressed Morillon with 3 tickets in his hand. Morillon glanced at Conan on the side, and did not want to stay with Conan in his heart. No, Morillon said to Maori Kogoro in a bad mood. The tickets have been bought, they are very expensive. Let's go together. As Maori Kogoro said, he took Morillon away involuntarily. Maori Lan looked at Conan beside Maori Kogoro, and finally could only helplessly follow. Then, Morillon felt that it was a mistake to follow his father, Kogoro Mori and Conan. Because the 3 of them got on the luxury cruise ship of the Zhuangbin family by accident, although they met the newlyweds Xiaozhang and Xiaowu with a good attitude. However, the remaining family members were not so friendly towards them both. In this weird mood, Hao Zhang, the head of the house, was killed. When Mao Lilan saw all this, he was slightly stunned. Death, murder, this familiar scene reminded Mao Lilan of Yizan again. Why do you want this 2.5 for me? Yizan's appearance appeared again in Mao Lilan's mind. And Conan, who was next to the father and daughter of Morillon, had the detective disease again, and once again came to the scene of the crime with Kogoro Mori, and quickly began to investigate. And when the 2 began to investigate, Yizan, who had been paying attention to all this, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Because Yizan finally found out, the snow-white other side flower that had been haunting him finally disappeared. In other words, the next detective thing, I found Conan again. As expected, I'm still suitable for bubble girl paper. When I'm idle and bored, I go to practice. Yizan said while looking at the investigation case. Chapter 47 Send you flowers. In fact, for Yizan, solving a case is actually a practice. In the world of Conan, the flow of fate is the most complicated only when a case occurs. Other than that, it is a very normal operation. However, after Yizan practiced hard for a while, he would always choose to be lazy for a while, and in the world of Conan, apart from the fact that the flow of fate is simple and conducive to Yizan's understanding of fate, the most important reason is because Yizan wants to be lazy. Now, Yizan can finally be lazy for a while. Time passed, and it didn't take long for Conan to solve the case. However, Mao Lilan felt that Conan was not as handsome as Yizan, and he was not as mysterious as Yizan. It felt as if Conan was a child, while Yizan was a wise man. Putting it under the light, Yizan is very subtle, hiding everything about himself, and revealing a little bit makes people feel intoxicated. Well, what am I thinking? Mao Lilan quickly shook his head. Yizan looks like he doesn't care about me anymore. Mao Lilan shook his head, but didn't say anything more. After the case was solved, the rest of the matter was naturally that there was nothing to do with Conan, Mori Kogoro and others, and the 3 left the cruise ship not long after. When Morillon was so dull all the time, Yizan was stunned to see the other side flowers slowly falling in the sky again. Don't bring such a fool! Yizan shouted. Yizan spent so much effort, but in the end he still didn't get rid of this ghostly flower. This is... Yizan felt it. Looking at the TV, what was playing on the TV was the escape of the person who was previously sent to prison by Kogoro Mori and himself. It turned out to be this matter. Yizan stretched his waist slightly. Well, it's not a big deal anyway, so just go for a visit. Following Yizan's words, Yizan slowly got up and said to number 18 and Suzuki Sonoko on the side, I'll go out first, it's not like being lazy all the time. On the 18th, Byakugan committed a big promise and gave it to Yizan. You are too embarrassed to say that you have been lazy. If it weren't for this other side flower, I think you would continue to be lazy. Yizan looked at number 18 and waved his hand casually. Don't care about those unimportant things. Yizan said and left his mansion. And not long after Yizan left. On the other hand, Mori Kogoro was not in a good mood when he looked at Morillon, so he took Morillon and Conan to go shopping. However, when passing the overpass, he bumped into a girl who was in a trance. Hey, how are you? Are you okay? Mori Kogoro hurriedly looked at the girl in his arms and asked. However, The girl fell into a coma in Mori Kogoro's arms, making Mori Kogoro's heart feel dark for a while. Send her to the hospital. Conan's words made Mori Kogoro temporarily give up the feeling of nephrite in his arms. After going to the hospital to check. Amnesia. Everyone looked at the doctor in surprise. It's just a temporary loss of memory, it shouldn't be long before you'll be fine. After hearing the doctor's words, everyone was ready to look for the girl's clues so that the girl could restore her memory. The girl also followed everyone out of the hospital, and when everyone found out, they could only help the girl to follow. With Conan there, everyone quickly found the hotel where she was staying from the only information. Then, Conan kept asking all kinds of questions. After a short while, Conan's question gave the girl a headache and ran out of the hotel. Squeak. At this time, the harsh braking sound suddenly remembered that a car was approaching. However, to everyone's surprise, the girl quickly and agilely avoided it. The investigation continued, but the more the investigation, the more surprised Conan became. During the investigation, Conan found that the woman was unbelievably strong. Although she was not as strong as Yi-zan, she was definitely not at the level that ordinary people could achieve. The kind that can always be avoided. Driving dangerous swift movements is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. Who is she? Also, why do we always get attacked after meeting her? Conan was extremely puzzled. In Conan's confusion, Yi-zan's figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Yi-zan. As soon as Yi-zan appeared, Mao Lilan saw Yi-zan and looked at Yi-zan in surprise. Yi-zan glanced at Mao Lilan, then put his eyes on the girl, shook his head slightly, and a white other side flower appeared in his hand. Blood white flower. Both Mao Lilan and Conan said something in surprise. Yi-zan ignored the two and handed the white other side flower in his hand to the girl in front of him. Nuo, I'll give you a flower. Yi-zan's words caused everyone present to be extremely surprised. Almost subconsciously, Mao Lilan yelled at the girl, don't. In an instant, Yi-zan's brows furrowed again. Well, the gap between the two of them is not the same world has appeared again, and the situation of the woman's benevolence has appeared again. Although Yi-zan is not a person who kills innocent people indiscriminately, but for some people who should be killed, Yi-zan it is also very decisive, and the women around Yi-zan have always followed Yi-zan's side, and they understand Yi-zan's behavior. Even some women around Yi-zan are more murderous than Yi-zan. While a woman who doesn't understand Yi-zan's behavior is also very sensible, knowing that she doesn't understand much, so she rarely interferes with Yi-zan's behavior. But, Morilin. Yi-zan sighed from the bottom of his heart. When he first appeared, Mao Lilan's reaction was also in his eyes. Mao Lilan definitely liked him, and at worst, he had a different feeling about himself. However, Yi-zan really felt that he had nothing to do with Mao Lilan, who was a woman. Once he did something to Mao Lilan, he would definitely not ignore Mao Lilan's feelings. No, to be precise, it doesn't matter to Mao Lilan, and he also has Mao Lilan in mind, just like this time. Chapter 48 _ Do you believe this nonsense too? This time, the reason why Yi-zan came here was not so much because of the snow-white other side flower, but because he was worried about Mao Lilan's safety. When will my sympathy for Lian Xiangxiu be corrected? Yi-zan shook his head, looked at the girl who was on guard and refused to accept the snow-white other side flower, and sighed, already giving up hope for this matter. To Mao Lilan, if this is the case, then I will leave first, but when you regret calling me over, I also have some requirements. The corner of Yi-zan's mouth cracked a slight smile, and said slowly. Yi-zan said, turned and left. In fact, Yi-zan was very sure that the girl would eventually take action against Mori Kogoro and others. And Mao Lilan, as the only person with a high level of force among the three, will definitely take action, but the girl opposite as a full-time killer who kills. Is still incompetent. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the girl to regain her memory. Then began to plan the shot against Morilin, Mori Kogoro and Conan. It started. Yi-zan, who had been feeling all this casually in the bar, smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. Soon, Maurilan saw the scene where Mauri Kogoro was almost killed by the girl. "What are you doing?" Maurilan rushed towards the girl quickly. After a few moves, Maurilan was subdued. "It's really an impatient little girl," the girl said to Maurilan, and the silk thread in her hand directly tied Maurilan's jade neck. At this moment, Yizan's figure appeared again in Maurilan's heart. Why do you do this every time? Just sit on your own business and force yourself to impose your tenderness on others." Yizan's figure appeared in Maurilan's heart again, but, the strange thing is that Maurilan did not feel any regret in his heart. Maybe it's because Maurilan himself had expected this a long time ago. Yizan's behavior has always been so domineering, regardless of whether others understand it or not, he directly imposes his own behavior on others. It's really domineering. Maurilan closed his eyes slightly, ready to meet death. Bah! With the sound of a physical body collision, Maurilan opened his eyes ignorantly. When he saw Yizan's lazy appearance, behind him was the woman who nearly killed him. Yizan! Maurilan's eyes flashed with different expressions, looking at Yizan. Yizan glanced at Maurilan, and the calm eyes finally made Maurilan unacceptable. With a coquettish shout, he rushed towards Yizan. "Why are you doing this to me? Why are you so proud? So domineering? I hate you so much." Maurilan cried and screamed in Yizan's arms. On the other hand, Yizan glanced at Mauri Kogoro, who was pretending to be in a coma on the side, suppressed his thoughts of teasing Maurilan, and slowly pulled Maurilan into his arms, but didn't say much. Yizan was not too good way to solve this. "Sister Shaolin." At this time, Conan's voice woke Maurilan suddenly, only then did he react, and hurriedly came out of Yizan's arms. "Sister Shaolin, are you all right?" Conan asked concernedly, looking at Maurilan and Mauri Kogoro. Maurilan's face was a little yuhi, thinking of how weak he just looked, and he was a little shy inside. He glanced at when Yizan was about to say something. Yizan, however, looked at Conan, with a strange smile on the corner of his mouth. "It's funny, don't you accept the resurrection of killing others?" "What? How did you survive this time?" Yizan's words made Maurilan look at the two of them suspiciously. Conan looked at Yizan fixedly. "It has nothing to do with you." A smile cracked at the corner of Yizan's mouth, and finally turned into a wanton smile. "It's really fun. It has nothing to do with me, so how did you come back to life?" "I'm my parents." Conan suddenly stopped talking, looking at Yizan cautiously. "What do you want to do?" Conan was worried that he said that his resurrection was obtained by his parents killing others, and there would be problems in the end. Yizan looked at Conan and said, "You were resurrected after your parents killed nearly 1,000 people." Conan looked at Yizan, but did not speak. Conan's reaction quickly let Maurilan and Mauri Kogoro know that what Yizan said was true. "Conan, you..." Maurilan looked at Conan in shock. "What if it's true? It's my business." Conan's words made Yizan burst into laughter. "It has nothing to do with me. Why don't you talk about the method your parents used? Do you know that in order to prevent the abuse of this method, I have been controlling the spread of this method?" Conan was silent for a while, then looked at Yizan with an angry look in his eyes. "You know everything." Conan's angry words made Yizan's mouth crack into a smile. "Of course, you must know that the method your parents adopted is a simplified version of the method I took. How could I not know?" The conversation between Yizan and Conan made Maurilan on the side look at Conan in surprise. It turns out that you were resurrected because..." Maurilan couldn't believe his ears. After seeing Conan nodded, Maurilan suddenly burst into a wry smile. "I'm so stupid, but I always thought you were a man and you climbed back from the god of death, hee." Yizan looked at Maurilan and shook his head slightly. "Do you believe this kind of nonsense? He was so injured that he didn't die immediately. Thank God, he still crawled over from the god of death." Chapter 49 _ It's me. Looking at Conan's silent appearance, Maurilan couldn't help laughing at how stupid he was, helping such a person. You already knew this would happen, didn't you? Mao Lilan said firmly, looking at Yizan. Yizan nodded. Yes. Then why didn't you tell me, just to make fun of me? Mao Lilan looked at Yizan a little sad. I told you before, you can think about the result yourself. Yizan said to the crowd. Okay, the matter here is basically resolved, I will leave first. Yizan said, ignoring everyone's stop, and left the place directly. On the spot, Mao Lilan glanced at Conan without saying much, and said to Mori Kogoro, let's go. Seeing this, Conan didn't say much, and returned to Dr. Ali's residence. Yizan would come home and greet him on the 18th. It's over, number 18 asked indifferently. Yizan nodded. Of course, Conan's affairs can't be hidden after all. Yizan said, stretched his waist greatly, looked at the two women next to him, a smile cracked at the corner of his mouth, and hugged the two women directly, ready to do some showy things. However, no, there have been some problems with the outside forces 613 recently, and I need to deal with them, so I guess I won't be at home often in recent days. On the 18th, looking at Yizan, he said. Yizan looked at number 18 and pursed the corners of his mouth slightly. Forget it, in that case, go get busy. No, 18 nodded and turned to leave. And Yizan cracked a smile, looked at Suzuki Sonoko, and slowly evoked a lewd smile. Suzuki Sonoko naturally knew what Yizan's performance meant, lowered his head slightly, and a shy Yuhi raised his face. Seeing this, Yizan was naturally impolite and walked directly towards Suzuki Sonoko. Soon, the entire mansion fell into chaos. Time flies, in a leisurely life. Morilan resumed visiting again. To do some shameful things with Suzuki Sonoko and number 18 in front of Mao Lilan again and again, and the scale became bigger and bigger, which made Mao Lilan feel a strange feeling in his heart. When Yizan was slowly and subtly training Mao Lilan, a message made Yizan temporarily give up his leisurely life. Anyone else posted a mission. Yizan, who was teasing with Suzuki Sonoko, looked at the news in his hand and felt a little weird. The news in Yizan's hands is the news of Yizan's killer organization. Because of its extremely demanding commissions, Yizan's killer organization is not an ordinary desperate person, and seldom uses Yizan's killer organization. And this time, Yizan's killer organization actually received the killer mission again. Well, so that's what it is. After Yizan took a look, he basically understood what was going on. After seeing the news, Yizan casually put the news aside and started teasing with Suzuki Sonoko again. After waiting for both of them to be satisfied, Yizan turned around and left. After Suzuki Sonoko in the mansion finished resting, he saw the paper that Yizan put on the table, thinking it was waste paper, and quickly discarded it. The discarded garbage was soon discovered by Conan and began to pick it up. This is... Conan looked at the piece of paper in his hand and hurried towards Morilan's house. Sister Shaolin, your classmate Naoko will be kidnapped, Conan said quickly to Mao Lilan. And Conan's words made Morilan and Mori Kogoro look at Conan. Both of them now know Conan's identity, so they didn't despise Conan's words, but quickly called the police. Soon, Officer Mumu brought the police to the location of Conan and others. How did you know that? Naoko's father looked at everyone in disbelief and asked in disbelief. Don't worry about this, agree to the gangster's request first, Officer Megumi said to Naoko's father. So, under the directing of Yizan, Naoko's father's secretary Hanai finally saw the face of Naoko's father completely, but a father is unwilling to spend part of his money to save his daughter's life. So, is it really decided? Once it is decided, it cannot be cancelled, because he will die in a short time. Our efficiency has always been very good. Yizan, who was wearing a silver mask engraved with the flower of the other side, looked at Naoko in front of him. Hanai, my father's secretary, asked. Yeah, Secretary Hua Jing nodded at Yizan. Okay, the mission begins. As Yizan said, beside him, the figure of number 18 suddenly appeared. Yizan said to number 18, "She will be handed over to you, and I will complete the task." Yizan said and left quickly. Soon. Naoko's death. Be careful. Conan watched Naoko's father's death and wanted to stop it. However, a bullet had passed through Naoko's father's forehead. "Okay, it's done," Yizan said to Hua Jing, the secretary beside him. "You can rest easy." With the departure of Secretary Huajing, Yizan said to number 18, "It's still the old rule, take over everything from this person." 18 nodded. And Yizan left. However, before Yizan left for a long time, Conan came to Yizan with Maori Lan and Maori Kogoro. "You did it." Conan looked at Yi Xuandao with certainty. Yizan looked at Conan strangely. "What?" Conan looked at Yizan and said, "Naoko's father, it was you who killed him." Conan said with certainty. At the same time, a piece of paper in his hand was also displayed in front of Yizan. In an instant, Yizan knew that this piece of paper was kept at home by himself. Squinting his eyes slightly, Yizan quickly understood how Conan got this piece of paper. Then, he said to everyone, "Yes, it's me." "Why?" Mao Lilan looked at Yizan suspiciously and said, "You will be caught and sent to jail like this." There is a link in the book review area of the new book, Dead Sea of Fire, with a confused face. It is a work of hard work and it is worth seeing. Chapter 50 Maorilan changes. A smile cracked at the corner of Yizan's mouth, and he waved his hand. "It's okay." Conan looked at Yizan and said, "What? I don't believe you can escape the punishment of the law." "Then see if I can escape the legal punishment." Yizan smiled and pointed to the tape recorder in Conan's pocket. "That gadget of yours doesn't seem to have any effect. So, I'm sorry, you don't seem to have any evidence of my murder." Yizan said and turned to leave. And Mao Lilan quickly came to Yizan's side. "Why did you kill him? Can you tell me?" Yizan looked at Mao Lilan's pleading look. His mouth suddenly cracked into a smile, and said to Mao Lilan, "Want to know?" "Yeah." Mao Lilan looked at Yizan in surprise and said, "Will you tell me?" "Come to my house tonight, I'll tell you." After Yizan said something, he turned and left. On the spot, Conan looked at Yizan and shouted, "I will definitely arrest you." Yizan ignored it and continued to walk away. For Yizan has too many means to kill without leaving any trace, and Conan wants to find evidence. It is simply a fantasy. For example, Yizan's shooting this time looks like a shooting case, but if you investigate the bullet, you will find that there is no gunpowder in the bullet at all. It is just a bullet-shaped iron lump, but it was used by Yizan extremely. The penetrating force just shot into the opponent's forehead abruptly. Night. Mao Lilan tossed and turned, and finally decided to find Yizan. The big deal is to sleep there. I don't believe that he can really do anything to me. Mao Lilan pretended to be courageous and walked towards Yizan's mansion. And Mao Lilan didn't know that Yizan's courage was definitely not as small as he thought. What's that sound? Not long after entering Yizan's mansion, Mao Lilan heard a different voice. Looking for a voice. It didn't take long for Mao Lilan to see a scene that made him stunned. Yizan is sitting on the lawn of the mansion with Suzuki Sonoko and number 18, doing something inappropriate for children. "Ah!" Mao Lilan exclaimed, quickly attracting the attention of the three. "It's Lan, you're here, do you want to come together?" Yizan asked with a sinister smile on the corner of his mouth. Yizan's words just frightened Mao Lilan to turn around and leave. In the next few days, Mao Lilan was embarrassed to come to Yizan's mansion. After meeting Suzuki Sonoko later, Suzuki Sonoko's happy and beautiful smile made Morilan feel a little itchy. "Is that kind of thing really comfortable?" Morilan asked Yuhi, looking at Suzuki Sonoko with a shy face. Suzuki Sonoko's eyes widened, and he quickly pulled Morilan over, and began to instill in Morilan thoughts that were not suitable for children. While saying this, Morilan also knew the truth of the previous murder case. Although he is at fault, Yizan is really too dangerous. If he is discovered, Before Mao Lilan could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Suzuki Sonoko. You underestimate Yizan. Do you really think that Yizan is an ordinary person? A person who knows fate and can easily change fate. Could it be a simple man? Such a man is not so much a man as it is God. Quote. Sonoko, why do you think so? No matter how powerful he is, he can become an enemy of the world. Maurilan said to Suzuki Sonoko. Suzuki Sonoko nodded. Of course. Suzuki Sonoko said to Mao Lilan, I finally understand why my husband treats you like that. You still can't escape the limitations of ordinary people's eyes. Let me show you something. Suzuki Sonoko said, and in Maurilan's surprised and fearful eyes, he slowly became a little transparent. See, I can become a ghost-like being. Following Suzuki Sonoko's words, Maurilan touched Suzuki Sonoko with trembling hands, but passed through Suzuki Sonoko's body. Ah! Mao Lilan screamed in horror and quickly backed away. And Suzuki Sonoko turned into a real body again, looked at Maurilan and said, and this ability of mine was only acquired in less than half a year of my husband's teaching. Suzuki Sonoko's words made Maurilan's eyes widen completely. He really couldn't believe that this kind of thing that only existed in illusion actually appeared in front of him, and the owner was still his friend. So, we shouldn't look at him with ordinary eyes, Suzuki Sonoko said to Maurilan. And Mao Lilan just nodded blankly. I'll go back first. Well, these things have indeed had a bit of a powerful impact on Maurilan's worldview. However, as time passed, after accepting this matter, Mao Lilan figured out many things, including many of Yizan's previous behaviors and thoughts. At this moment, Mao Lilan's heart also underwent a great change. And in this case, Conan encountered a case again. When Conan walked to Sakaguchi's house, a woman suddenly rushed out and shouted that the dog was killing. It was a man named Xiao Geng, who was killed by a dog named John. It turned out that Mr. Sakaguchi asked Xiaogeng to take care of John when he was on a business trip, but he didn't expect such a tragedy. Conan, on the other hand, used his detective nature again. When investigating the suicide of Sakaguchi's son Masato, he found that Masato's suicide was related to Xiaogeng, so he guessed that it was a murder case, and Sakaguchi became the biggest one. Suspect. However, Conan didn't know what the murder method was, what kind of order, and how did he order John to attack Xiaogeng. And because it was a murder case, Officer Mumu came over again. Yizan, come here. Officer Mumu looked at the helpless Conan, feeling helpless, so he could only call Yizan again, but he had no choice. Although Yizan was the suspect in the previous case, he had no choice but to call Yizan again. Officer Mu was really impressed by Yizan's speed and technique in solving the case before, and some couldn't stand Conan's humiliation. Chapter 51 _ I'm the first to solve the case. No time, wait. After Yizan said casually, he hung up the phone. Who is it? The disheveled Suzuki Sonoko got out of Yizan's arms and asked. It's okay. Yizan said, and twisted together with Suzuki Sonoko again. Wait until most of the day has passed. Yi Shuenkai came to the scene. Ah, Yizan yawned loudly. What's wrong? What's the matter? Officer Mu came to Yizan in a pleasing manner and said, this case, let's see if it's a murder case or an accident. Following Officer Mu's description, Yizan said casually, it should be a murder case. After all, this matter is controllable. Yizan's words made Conan on the side say, HMPH, then tell me how to control it. Conan's words made Yizan glance at Conan and said to Officer Mumu, who is this guy? This. Officer Mumu was also a little embarrassed. It's really not good to have two detectives at once, but he was the first to find out about the case. At the words of the police officer Mu, Yizan waved his hand. Forget it, tell me the details. Following Yizan's words, Officer Mu quickly described the matter to Yizan. Yizan nodded. That thing is not simple. Just recreate the scene. We did it again. No. Conan interjected. Yizan didn't speak, but the police officer Miu Miu looked at Yizan and said hesitantly, "That, we have indeed tested it." Yizan turned around and left. "Then check it out for yourself. What are you asking me to do? It's a lot of work." "Don't say goodbye." Officer Miu Miu hurriedly stopped in front of Yizan and said, "It's my fault, it's my fault, I'll listen to you and reproduce the scene." However, before the reproduction of the scene began, it was stopped by Yizan. "Is the scene here?" "No," Officer Mumu said. "But, the crime scene needs clues." "No need." Yizan waved his hand and said, "Go directly to the crime scene and reproduce it." Yizan said domineeringly. Everyone was helpless, so they could only go to the scene with Yizan. "Okay, we can start." Following Yizan's words, everyone began to let the dog's owner Sakaguchi speak again. "Stop." Yizan didn't wait for Sakaguchi to speak, and said to Officer Mumu, "Is there a limit to being stingy? Why save the phone bill? Just make a call." Yizan's words made Officer Mumu look at Sakaguchi with some embarrassment. "Look. Who are you?" Sakaguchi looked at Yizan and said, "I have tried so many times since the case happened, and if I have to get through every time, it will cost a lot of money." "Fight," Yizan said firmly. "Well, give it a call." Officer Mumu looked at Sakaguchi and said, "I'll pay for your phone bill." Sakaguchi pondered for a while and made a phone call. Then, "What? Go on. Why don't you go on?" Yizan looked at Sakaguchi, who stopped talking after getting on the phone, and a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sakaguchi sat directly on the ground. "It's me." "See." Yizan looked at the crowd and said, "A group of idiots can't see such a simple thing until now." Yizan said something, ignoring the ignorant crowd, and turned around and left. "Hey, wait, what's going on?" Officer Miu Miu asked as he looked at Yizan, who was leaving. Yizan's helpless voice came from a distance. Training dogs is divided into two stages. The first stage is the phone ringing. The second stage is the password. Only when the phone ringing and the password are combined, the dog will attack. Yizan said, leaving behind the people who suddenly realized, and left directly. Standing there, Conan stared blankly at Yizan's departure. "I am the first to solve the case." Unfortunately, Yizan couldn't hear Conan's words. Yizan had already returned home in his luxury car. After a series of things, Yizan returned to his mansion. Of course, he wanted to enjoy the leisurely days. After all, people will be tired after running around for a long time. Even if the body is not tired, the mind should relax. If you are not tired, the vehicle should rest. Well, this is just an excuse for Yizan to be lazy. Day by day. On this day, the weather was sunny and sunny. Yizan was lying on the reclining chair in the swimming pool, bathed in the fresh sunlight, and suddenly felt that the world was still very beautiful. Gudong. After taking a bite of the grapes that Suzuki Sonoko handed over, Yizan exhaled. "You have been with me for some time, and if you have the opportunity to go around the world together, I haven't even seen the scenery of this world. Look, if we go together, it will be considered a honeymoon." Quote. Well, Yizan once again found a very powerful excuse for his laziness. 18. Wearing sexy hot pants, walked out of the villa slowly. It has been a while since I came to this world, and after dealing with various things, the 18th figured out how to make others listen to his temperament. His temperament is daunting at first glance, but it is like a moth to a flame. Of approaching. 3.2 is the number 18 who has the strength to stand at the top of the world, and controls a huge consortium with one hand. Number 18 has a little more arrogance and a noble temperament. See. And this kind of temperament makes Yizan like it very much, because only this kind of temperament can have a sense of conquest, isn't it? And number 18 was also willing to be conquered by Yizan. In front of Yizan, she was still willing to be a gentle little woman, and only in front of Yizan would she show this side. On the 18th, he walked in front of Yizan, leaned on Yizan's body, stretched out his palm as soft as jade, touched Yizan's heart, and said with a smile, "I'm going to deal with some things these days. I won't be able to accompany you, you should rest well." Chapter 52 Beauties have a date. Okay. Yizan smiled and patted number 18 feet's ass a few times. If you have something to do, go and do it. Don't worry about me, as long as you are happy. Yeah. Number 18 leaned over and kissed Yizan's face lightly, then backed away and left here. Looking at the back of number 18 leaving, Yizan's face couldn't help but show some emotional expressions. After coming to Conan World for so long, number 18 has changed a lot. The 18th enjoys the world's power, money, and everything that can be played and enjoyed. It feels too similar to Yizan. Regardless of where the 18th went, Yizan was still lying on the chair by himself, drinking orange juice, enjoying the sun and bathing. Ding ding. Suddenly, the phone next to the reclining chair rang. Yizan picked it up, and said casually, "Hey, who are you looking for?" 30 inches. Yizan, my father has a party recently, I want you to come and see it with me. A pleasant female voice sounded on the other end of the phone. As soon as he heard this voice, Yizan knew who it was. Such a voice full of heroism and tenderness was only Shaolin. The beauty had an appointment, of course Yizan would not refuse, and immediately agreed. Okay, where are you? I'll be there in a while. After agreeing on the location, Yizan didn't stay at home for long, changed into clothes, dressed up very handsomely, and left his villa soon. Yizan's financial resources in this world are guaranteed on the 18th, which is not ordinary, but very strong. He just comes out of the house and drives a world-class black sports car. The roar of the engine sounded on the street. Yizan stepped on the accelerator with one foot, like a black ghost, and disappeared in place in an instant. The recent business of Mori Kogoro's detective office has not been very good. After all, without Conan's help, coupled with Yizan's troubles, Mori Kogoro's ability to solve cases as a detective without long eyes is really good. Therefore, life is still relatively embarrassing. Wearing some slightly wrinkled clothes that I didn't know where I found it, I waited for Yizan at home with Mao Lilan. Soon. Drip. Below the detective's office, a horn sounded, and it continued to ring. Mori Kogoro, who was in a bad mood, changed his face instantly, stood up from the chair, held a wine bottle in his hand, and walked towards the window carelessly, still scolding. Who is it that dares to disturb my rest? Kogoro Mori. Going out the window, Kogoro Mori saw Yizan's sports car. Yizan, sitting in the car, can be described as a handsome and elegant suit. With his short hair, he is so unrestrained. Look. It looks like a son of a wealthy family. No, not like, but just that. Yi Xuanjubai is a son of a wealthy family, or the kind of a wealthy family, except for pervert, age. Wow, it turned out to be Yizan. Mori Kogoro was instantly refreshed. Standing on the windowsill, Mori Kogoro waved to Yizan in the sports car and shouted loudly, "Hey, Yizan, long time no see, ha ha ha." Well, it's actually because Mori Kogoro discovered the relationship between Morilan and Yizan for some unknown reason, and repaired it. Mori Kogoro, who waved to say hello, showed a charming smile on his face, wishing he could run under Yizan's feet now and wipe his shoes clean for him. Yizan naturally knew who Mori Kogoro was. He also smiled, beckoned, and responded, and then said, "Mr. Mori, are you ready? Shaolin asked me to take you for a ride." Hearing this, Mori smiled even more, and quickly said, Okay, I'll come down soon." Saying that, Mori Xiaowulong immediately ran back to the room, came to Shaolin's door, kept knocking on the door, and shouted loudly, "Shaolin, come out quickly, Yizan is here to pick you up." After a while, the door was opened. Shaolan, who was wearing a long dress, showed a pair of beautiful calves and blinked a few times. "Yizan, he's here so soon, then okay, I'm going down." "Well, you go, I'll go with you soon," Mao Lilan said, quickly shouting to the next room. "Conan, are you ready? Yizan is here to pick us up, hurry up, go down." "Oh, Uncle Mori, wait a moment, I'll be ready soon." Conan's slightly immature voice came from another room. At this time, Mao Lilan's face was a little ugly, and he lowered his voice and said to Maori Shougoro, "Dad, why did you let him live in again?" "Ah, ha, ha ha." Maori Kogoro smirked 007, but didn't say much. In fact, the reason why Mori Kogoro let Conan live in is very simple. That is, he and Conan reached an agreement. Conan helped him solve the case, and he was responsible for using his identity and the detective agency to take some difficult cases for Conan to solve. When Maurilan was still struggling, Conan had already come out from another room, still in the same standard outfit, wearing a pair of mirror frames, wearing a small blue suit, with a pretentious look on his face. "Uncle Mori, let's go." As soon as Conan came out, he greeted Kogoro Mori. Seeing this, Shaolin could only helplessly go down with the two of them. As soon as he went there, Yizan saw Conan following the two of them, frowning slightly. This expression made Maolilan feel the same way. Conan took a quick step and was about to go towards the co-pilot. After all, Conan always wanted to bring Yizan to justice. "Go to the back." Yizan was not polite at all. He directly mentioned Conan, ignored the little resistance, and threw Conan to the back. There is a link in the book review area of the new book, Dead Sea of Fire, with a confused face. It is a work of hard work and it is worth seeing. Chapter 53 on Izumi Hall. Sitting in the sports car, Yizan put his right hand on the window of the car, looking at the scene outside. The expression on his face gradually became relaxed, and Yizan couldn't help but glance at the beautiful women walking by the roadside. Compared with Yizan's relaxation, the remaining few people are more difficult. In fact, Kogoro Mori didn't understand the hostility between Conan and Yizan, so he still felt very strange about this atmosphere. He just thought it was because he and Conan accidentally acted as light bulbs. Mori Kogoro, who took the mistake on himself, was ready to liven up the atmosphere in the car. "Wow, Yizan, your car is so beautiful." Mori Kogoro couldn't help but admire in the car. Although there is an active atmosphere, this is the real idea of Kogoro Maori. After all, the word is easy to say, but how many have actually come into contact with it? Although Mori Kogoro has been in contact with one or two, he is nothing compared to Yizan, and, most importantly, Yizan seems to have a different relationship with his daughter, which makes Mori Kogoro even more in his heart. Yizan nodded and said casually, "Well, I heard from number 43,318 that the cars in my garage are all the top sports cars in the world. As for this car, I don't know, but I vaguely remember that there are no more than 10 cars in the whole world." Well, invisible pretense is the most deadly. This kind of indifference to such luxurious and extravagant vehicles completely intoxicated Mori Kogoro. If he owns such a car, doesn't the sister paper want to have several? In the delusions of Kogoro Mori, everyone came to Mori Kogoro's class reunion. However, after coming to the class reunion, Yizan felt bored. Originally, I didn't have a common language with these people, and there were no women of good quality. Even if there were, there would be various problems, so. "Xiaolan, let's go, let's watch the fireworks together," Yizan said to Xiaolan. It's still daytime, and the fireworks haven't started yet. Conan, the light bulb, appeared beside the two of them and said so, hoping to interrupt the development of Yizan and Shaolin. However, before Yizan could make a sound, he saw Mori Kogoro quickly hug Conan in a lightning-fast manner, and said to the two of them, "Go ahead, it's all right here." Seeing this, Yizan pulled Maolilan, who was ashamed of Yuhi, and left. Under the blocking of Mori Kogoro, Conan could only stay bored at the party with a large group of adults, listening to the kind of chat that makes people sleepy. On the other hand, Yizan secretly brought Maolilan to a Wen Izumi restaurant. "Let's go to Warm Izumi," Yizan said without Yuhi's breath. And Maolilan glanced at the signboard of Wen Izumi Pavilion. The big characters on the mixed bath of men and women were very eye-catching. "Maolilan shy Yuhi, don't you?" No one has seen Maolilan's body now. Because of Yizan, Maolilan knew Conan's identity very early on, so naturally Conan never saw his body. And now, Yizan is so blatant. Is it really good? It's alright, let's go in together. Yizan said, pulling the half-pushed Maolilan into the Wen Izumi pavilion together. Private room. It didn't take long for the boss's surprised words to come out from the Wen Izumi pavilion. Yizan nodded, waved his hand, and the wads of coins directly made the boss agree to Yizan's request. It didn't take long for the entire Wen Izumi pavilion to be cleared. Then, Yizan turned his eyes to the boss. What are you looking at? Are you still here? Hearing Yizan's words, the boss left Wen Izumi pavilion without saying a word. On the spot, Maolilan looked at his toes with a shy Yuhi face. Well, you go first. Yizan said to Maolilan. In fact, Yizan's idea was to go in first, and then watch the beauty of Maolilan entering the water. Unfortunately, Maolilan's shy appearance would definitely not agree, so Yizan could only settle for the next best thing. Anyway, if you look at it secretly, it's the same. While Yizan was enjoying himself comfortably, Conan on the other side looked extremely hard. Mori Kogoro and the others, who were chatting, finally became interested in ball games for no apparent reason, and started to play, and then. Conan, pick up the ball. When Conan heard the words, he could only suppress the complaints in his heart, and stood up again, lamenting his hard-fought fate. Compared to Conan's hard work. Yizan widened his eyes, looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him without blinking. That big white leg, that little ass, that ghost. Maolilan, who was ashamed of Yuhi's face, wore a large bath towel and shouted at Yizan, can you keep quiet when you peek? Maolilan's words made Yizan wave his hand. Well, don't worry about it, I've already seen it anyway, and I won't lose a piece of meat if I look at it more. The devil will show you. Maolilan yelled ashamed Yuhi, and entered Wen Izumi directly. Don't be so cold, Yizan said, also with a smile, and entered Wen Izumi. Don't lean over. Maolilan looked at Yizan warily, and Yizan was very amused by the way he was dodging from a distance. Okay, I won't go. Time flies. In the end, Maolilan still let Yizan play with him in his arms. However, the last line of defense is still there. Why? Bah! With an explosion, huge fireworks burst into the air, disturbing Maolilan and Yizan. The disturbed Maolilan resolutely stopped Yizan's hooliganism and said that he wanted to see the fireworks. I don't know what happened to Shaolin. Mori Kogoro looked at the continuous blooming fireworks in the sky, and a strange smile cracked at the corner of his mouth, saying so. On the one hand, Conan flipped a Byakugan when he heard the words, but Conan's psychology is not the taste. And when the two have different thoughts. I said, you have to watch some fireworks, it's not fun at all. A voice sounded, causing Mori Kogoro and Conan to turn around quickly. In the distance, Yizan was slowly approaching with Maolilan. Chapter 54_Dead Again. Conan looked at the hands that Yizan and Maolilan were holding, and felt even more unhappy in his heart. Yizan looked at Conan's unhappy appearance, a smile cracked at the corner of his mouth, and sat on the grass with Maolilan directly, watching the fireworks constantly blooming in the sky. That loving look is definitely an artifact of dog cruelty. And now the two around Yizan, whether it was Mori Kogoro or Conan, they were both single dogs, and the effect of abusing a dog was simply nothing. Time passed slowly while Conan was being abused. When the fireworks are nearing the end at the end, Conan said to everyone, okay, I'm tired, let's go back to rest. Conan's words made everyone look at each other, and finally began to pack their things one after another. It didn't take long for everyone to leave together. There was nothing to say all the way. In the process of Yizan and Maolilan showing their affection, everyone returned to the meeting place of everyone. After everyone returned to the place where they lived, Yizan and Maolilan sat on the same chair. The loving look really made everyone feel a little uncomfortable. After all, everyone present was alone, and only Yizan and Maolilan showed their love all the time. Ah, where's Yumi? Conan glanced around, but found the woman who hadn't come yet. Is he still sleeping? In the speculation of everyone went to the room where Yumi slept together. Then, with a scream, everyone finally discovered the dead Yumi. Behind everyone, Yizan quietly hugged Maulilan, who was a little scared, and looked at Yumi who was hung high on the beam. Because of Yizan's appearance, Yumi, who should have been shot, ended up being hanged. When everyone is in shock. It's you. Right, it's you who did it. Conan looked at Yizan instantly and said loudly. Conan's words made everyone look at Yizan, and a whispering voice came. Yeah, he's never been with us. And left for so long halfway through. But, this is hanging, could it be suicide? It's also possible, but I still feel that murder is more likely. After all, who would choose such a painful way to die? The people who were talking about it made Maulilan instantly explode. No, I have always been with Yizan, he definitely didn't kill him. As Morilan said, a trace of disgust for Conan rose in his heart. As the daughter of a detective and a lawyer, Maulilan has always disliked others who don't know anything, and arbitrarily hand down judgments. This is also the reason why Maulilan has a different feeling for Yizan, because Maulilan himself has accidentally become the object that Maulilan hates the most. And now Conan definitely belongs to the situation where he doesn't know anything and makes a judgment at will. With Maulilan's words, Yizan waved his hand and looked at Conan. As always, you still speculate on the case with your insufficient head, and then arbitrarily use your guess as the final conclusion. Yizan looked at Conan and said, forget it, let me teach you how to be a qualified detective. Yizan said and stepped out. But Conan quickly shouted at Yizan, no need. I can definitely do it. Conan said, ran to the scene of the crime on his own, and began to investigate. Maulilan glanced at Yizan and said, aren't you going? Yizan looked at Maulilan's somewhat frightened eyes, and shook his head slightly. No, let's go and rest together. It is estimated that this kind of detective wants to find out the truth of the case. It will take a long time. Let's go play for a while. Following Yizan's words, Maulilan nodded, returned to the hall with Yizan, and began to enjoy life. Comfortable. Yizan narrowed his eyes, took a sip of his tea, and let out a long sigh of relief, suddenly realizing that this is not bad. Follow Conan yourself, and then let Conan solve the case as a coolie, watch the fate run by yourself, and take advantage of the fisherman. Time passed slowly. Yizan and Maulilan both watched Conan busy running around. After waiting for a while, Conan came to Yizan and yelled at Yizan, I've cracked it. Yizan held Maulilan in one hand and nibbled the apple casually in the other. From the flow of fate, Yizan already knew that Conan had succeeded in solving the case. Who is the murderer? Yizan asked while looking at Conan. Hokage. Conan looked at Yizan and said, it's that policeman. Oh, you guessed it right, Yizan said in mock surprise. I didn't guess it. Conan yelled at Yizan. I'm a detective, a detective. Understand. I cracked it. Yizan nodded and waved his hand casually and said, I know. Maulilan said to Conan, have you told anyone about this? Conan was taken aback by Morilan's words, and then he went to tell Mori Kogoro and the others. But Conan didn't realize that his behavior in front of Yizan just now was too much like a child showing off toys to adults. Is it really Hokage? Maulilan looked at Yizan and asked. Well, Yizan nodded, looked at the curious Maulilan and said, since you want to see it, let's go and see what's going on. Yizan said, pulled Maulilan, and came to the scene of the crime together. At the crime scene, Conan and Mori Kogoro jointly explained the murderer's modus operandi. On the other hand, Yizan pulled Maulilan into the room, just in time to hear the explanation of the two. And as the two explained, the surprise in Maulilan's heart became stronger and stronger. In such a complicated case, Yizan knew the murderer just after a face-to-face meeting. If Maulilan didn't know about it, Maulilan would really think that Yizan himself instructed others to do it. With the revelation of the final case, the murderer is naturally also abusive. Okay, since we know the truth, let's go back. Yizan whispered to Mao Lilan. Although Yizan was not afraid of the dead, staying by the side of a dead person would affect his mood after all. Chapter 55_Watch Movie. It had been a while since the case had passed. During this period of time, the relationship between Yizan and Maorilan had heated up rapidly with the acquiescence and help of Maori Kogoro. Yizan woke up as late as always. Although he came to Mao Lilan's house as soon as he woke up, it was already close to the afternoon. As for why Yizan came to find Mao Lilan, the reason is actually very simple, to ask Mao Lilan to go to the movies. Yizan drove a luxury car and wandered around for a long time before he remembered a very embarrassing thing. That is, Yizan didn't know where the movie theater was, not to mention the movie tickets that should have been booked in advance. Last night, Yizan only cared about having sex with number 18 and Suzuki Sonoko, and forgot about buying movie tickets. In desperation, Yizan could only look at Mao Lilan and said, "By the way, Shaolin, where are we going to watch a movie?" Shaolin had already anticipated Yizan's behavior, took out a few movie tickets that she had already bought, and said with a smile, "Go to the silver seat, this movie premieres tonight, of course to the best place to watch." Ah. Okay. Seeing this, Yizan was also extremely satisfied, smiled slightly, stepped on the accelerator, and took Shaolin to the most prosperous silver seat. Yizan's sports car was very fast. On the street, he didn't pay attention to the violation of regulations. In less than a while, he had reached the silver seat, the most prosperous area in Tokyo. After parking the car, Yizan and Mao Lilan walked to the nearest cinema to watch a movie here. Silver Tower is indeed the most prosperous area. There are many people coming and going, especially when it is approaching at night. There are countless people who come here to shop. When they came to the door of the cinema, Yizan and the two were about to go in, when suddenly a figure came running from a distance and shouted, "Shaolin, wait for me, wait for me." Hearing this voice, Yizan and Mao Lilan both turned their heads, and saw Mori Kogoro and Conan, who had put on new clothes, running quickly from a distance. It seemed that he had been chasing Yizan for a long time, and Mori Kogoro ran out of breath. When he came to the front of several people, he covered his heart and let out a few heavy breaths. After a while, Mori Kogoro said, "Oh, no, I'm getting old, and I can't breathe after running for a while." Shaolin looked at Mori Kogoro suspiciously. "Dad, why are you here? Aren't you watching TV at home?" Putting up his hands, Mori Kogoro stood up and said, "It's boring to be alone at home. Can't Dad come out and watch a movie with you?" Then he turned around. Mori Kogoro scratched his head again, and said with a smile, "Ha ha, young Master Yizan, you don't mind if I watch a movie with you?" Well, although Yizan really doesn't want to follow these two extra large light bulbs in his heart, the future old husband's words will still be very effective. At least Yizan will use the future old husband to bring the former rival. There is no way to watch a movie together. Shrugging slightly, Yizan nodded and said, "I don't mind, then let's go together." Looking at the time, Yizan continued, "It's almost time, you guys go first, I'll go buy 2 more movie tickets." "I'll go with you." Mao Lilan quickly followed Yizan. "Dad is real, too," Mao Lilan said with a pout. Yizan looked at Mao Lilan's lovely lips. "Come on. Okay, next time we are together," Yizan said to Mao Lilan. "That's the only way." Shaolin nodded, and after buying 2 movie tickets again, she went in together. A movie lasted for more than 2 hours. After Yizan and the others watched the movie, it was already dark, and the outside of the movie theater was already green. Yizan and the others came out of the cinema and felt a little hungry. Shaolin glanced at a gourmet restaurant under the silver seat and said involuntarily, "The food there looks very good, it should be delicious." As soon as he finished speaking, Mori Kogoro hurriedly continued, "What are you talking about? If you go there for a meal, it will be very painful when you pay for it." Afterwards, Mori Kogoro turned his head again, looked at Yizan and said with a smile, "Of course, this amount of money is nothing to young Master Yizan." Of course Yizan knew what Maori Kogoro was thinking. He smiled involuntarily, nodded and said, "Since everyone is a little hungry, let's go there and eat something. I invite everyone." Knowing that Yizan was going to treat her again this time, Xiaolan waved her hand a little embarrassedly and said, "How about that? Let us pay this time." Hearing that he was going to pay, Mori Kogoro's face darkened immediately, and he quickly said, "Xiaolan, how could you refuse the kindness of young Master Yizan? It's too naive." In the end, under the persuasion of Kogoro Mori, Xiaolan and Conan went to the gourmet restaurant over there with Yizan. Before the group entered the gourmet shop, they saw a man with a shiny face, patted his chubby belly, and walked out of the shop, followed by 2 bodyguards. "Oh, the food here is really good. I have to eat here next time, hee." The middle-aged man laughed and hiccuped before walking towards the Mercedes-Benz on the side of the road. When this man passed by Yizan and the others, he accidentally dropped a leather bag, but the people behind him didn't see it, and instead kept walking towards Ben 0.6. The sharp-eyed Conan saw this, and quickly stopped the middle-aged man. "Uncle, your things have fallen." As soon as the middle-aged man turned his head, he saw the purse that had fallen on the ground. He immediately reacted and shouted to the bodyguard beside him with some displeasure, "Come and pick it up soon." Then the middle-aged man smiled and said to Conan, "My little friend, thank you for this battle. If you want anything, just tell your uncle, I can satisfy you." Mori Kogoro, who was next to him, recognized the middle-aged man without waiting for Conan to speak. He couldn't help showing some surprise on his face, and quickly said, "Isn't that the president of the Jumu group?" "He is." Chapter 56_President dies. After speaking, Mori Kogoro hurriedly walked over, stretched out his hand and shook it, and said with a smile, "It's the president of the giant screen group. I'm Mori Kogoro, a detective. You don't have to thank this child. If in the future, if there is anything that needs my help, just come to me." Quote. Mori Kogoro also found a business card from his body and handed it to the president of the giant screen group. "Okay, I remember you, Kogoro Mori." After all, Conan helped himself, and the president of the giant screen group would not refuse Mori's business card. He took it with a smile, and then hiccups, and everyone he greeted him and said, "I still have something to do, so I'll go back first." The young driver who had been waiting to drive beside him heard the name of Kogoro Mori. His expression changed, but he quickly recovered and said to the president of Jumu Group, "President, Che, it's already here, please get in the car." Seeing this young driver, the president of Jumu Group seemed very unhappy and shouted to him, "Ren, you bastard, why did you come here so slowly? Do you know that I have been waiting for you for 30 years? In front of so many people, this young driver named Shiren was scolded so badly by the president of the Jumu Group, and his face was naturally ugly, but after a while, Shiren returned to his calm appearance and nodded. Said, "I'm sorry, President, it was my fault." When Shiren was talking, Yizan noticed that his face was a little different, but he didn't pay attention to it that much. It wasn't a big deal anyway. Seeing his subordinate admit his mistake, the president of the giant screen group felt very satisfied, so he raised his head, took his bodyguard, and walked towards the Mercedes-Benz. Seeing the president of Jumu Group drive away from here, Maoli couldn't help but sighed. Alas, the life of the rich is different. They can reprimand their subordinates however they want, and no one dares to reprimand them. Take care. Yizan smiled lightly and said, "Let's not feel sorry for others, let's go eat our own food." When it comes to eating, Maori regained his energy, and hurried to the front of the crowd, laughing with his head. It was also his honor to come to such a high-end place to eat. After the group happily finished their dinner here, Yizan drove the car and sent Mori Kogoro and the others to their home safely. Yizan himself drove the car and returned to the villa. In this luxurious villa, if he didn't come back on the 18th, only Jack was free in it. After washing up, Yizan went back to the bedroom and checked the situation of the killer organization. Over the past period of time, the reputation of their organization has become a well-known hotspot in the entire dark world. Very powerful. This is why Yi Zan consumes the money. Otherwise, any consortium or organization will fail in this money-burning expansion. But Yi Zan is different. He wants to get money, but it is easy, but he is enjoying a process, the process of master power. After sleeping peacefully for a night, Yi Zan just woke up the next day when he received a call from Kogoro Mori. Ah, young Master Yi Zan, the big thing is bad. The president of Jumu Group has died. Officer Mumu called me and asked me to come over. Mori Kogoro said excitedly over the phone. The president of the giant screen group. Yi Zan thought about it before he remembered. Isn't this the man he met last night? He didn't expect to die today. When such a case happened, for Yi Zan, it was just to see the fate of the game, which was also the reason why he chose this low martial arts world. After all, once the martial power has reached the top, all that remains is to return to the basics. Yi Zan is now in such a state, and the bizarre cases in the world of Conan are exactly the places worthy of his cultivation. After making the decision, Yi Zan said, "You wait for me at home, I will come over soon." Okay, I'll wait for you at home," Maori said quickly on the phone. After a while, Yi Zan drove the car and came to the detective office of Maori Kogoro. As soon as he entered the door, he found that Maori and Shaolin were waiting for him there. Seeing Yi Zan coming, Shaolin also stood up a little excited and said quickly, "Yi Zan, you are finally here. Officer Miu Miu has made several calls and asked my father to go to the scene." Yi Zan waved his hand to signal Shaolin not to get excited, and then said, "Don't worry, since the case is here, let's go over and take a look." With Yi Zan here, everyone seemed to have a backbone, and they all became calmer. On the other hand, Conan, who was next to him, looked a little heavy. He glanced at Mori and said, "I think this incident is probably related to that driver." Tisk tisk. Although the Son of Destiny has been transferred several times, it is Conan after all, so he is aware of this, but he has not yet arrived at the scene, and Yi Zan is not easy to make too many judgments. "I'm not sure about this yet. I'd better go to Officer 253 of the Mumu Police first and see what he has to say," Yi Zan said to the crowd. "Well, I also agree with Brother Yi Zan's suggestion." Conan nodded. "What children do when they talk so much? Let's just listen to young Master Yi Zan," Maori Kogoro said with a charming smile. At this critical moment, Maori Kogoro is just like this. Soon, Yi Zan and the others received a call from Police Officer Miu Miu. Yi Zan agreed with a roar, and drove the car with Maori and a few people to the villa of the president of Jumu Group. The crime scene this time was at the house of the president of the Jumu Group. Yi Zan and the others had just arrived at the gate of the villa and were about to enter when a young man ran over from a distance and ran in front of Yi Zan and the others. "Let me go." As soon as the young man passed in front of them, he ran to the gate of the villa, and pressed his hand on the sensor at the door. The gate beeped twice, and then the door was closed opened. Seeing that this door is so advanced, Maori said in surprise, "Wow, this door is really powerful," and it opened it by himself. The new book, A Sea of Dead Flames with a Confused Face, there is a link in the book review area. It is really beautiful. Chapter 57 _ It's Murder. In this world, the development of science and technology is not so mature. Compared with the Dragon Ball world, it must be much worse. Not only Maori, but also Shaolin and Conan were a little surprised, especially Conan, who seemed to recognize the young man, pointed at him and said, "Aren't you the subordinate of the president of the giant screen group?" The young man glanced at Conan in surprise, then said, "I'm the president's secretary. Who are you?" Obviously, one night later, the young secretary had forgotten Yi Zan and the others, and when he saw them, he seemed a little puzzled. With an indifferent smile, Yi Zan walked up to the young secretary and said to him, "Did you forget that you helped your president carry your bag last night, and we met under the silver seat?" After being reminded, the young man remembered, patted his forehead, and then said in surprise, "So it's you, by the way, what are you doing here?" "We are detectives. Officer Mumu invited us here to help you find the cause of death. Yi-zan said. After all, the president of the giant screen group was fine yesterday, but after just one night, he suddenly died suddenly. Anyone who thinks about this kind of thing will feel a little weird. Hearing what Yi-zan said, the young secretary hurriedly said, so that's the case, then come in with me quickly, Officer Mumu has been waiting for a long time. Soon, under the leadership of the young secretary, Yi-zan and the others walked into the villa. As soon as he entered the villa, Yi-zan found out that the security measures here are very strong. Although there are not many bodyguards, there are some high-tech inside, relying on the latest computer control system to maintain this villa. Maori Kogoro naturally tutted his tongue beside him, and was amazed at such a technological thing. He had never seen it before. After arriving at the scene, Officer Mumu, who was investigating the body, also found Yi-zan and the others, and hurried over to say hello. Yi-zan glanced at the corpse on the bed, and then asked, has the cause of death been found out? The one lying on the bed was the president of the giant screen group that he met last night. At this time, he was already a corpse, lying motionless on the bed, as if he had fallen asleep. After preliminary judgment, it should have been a heart attack and then died. Officer Mumu replied. Heart attack. Yi-zan also sighed with emotion. Such a result was naturally within his expectation. The perpetrator of this murder case was very clever, and most people really couldn't tell what kind of drug he used. Method. Conan walked to the bed, touched the back of the deceased with his hand, and said in surprise, why is there so much sweat on the back of the deceased? Seeing Conan running to touch the corpse, Mori Kogoro had a seizure on the spot, and quickly pulled Conan aside and said loudly, what the hell are you doing? How can you touch it and disturb the evidence? When Conan heard this, he couldn't refute it, so he nodded obediently and stood aside. After a while, Maori came over and said to the police officer Mumu, I guess, the death of the president of the giant screen group should be caused by the temperature change of the air conditioner. Officer Mumu nodded, so that's how it is. Yi-zan heard the conversation between the two, and it was a Byakugan who said directly, this is a murder case. The president of the giant screen group should have been premeditated by his own people before he was killed. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was very surprised and looked at Yi-zan in disbelief. But Yi-zan's eyes, like a knife, swept through everyone present. The subordinates and servants of the president of the giant screen group all felt hot on their faces, and they couldn't express their opinions if they wanted to speak. Finally, the sweaty secretary spoke up and said, your speculation like this is too hasty. The president is very good to us. Everyone respects the president very much. How could you kill him? Quote. Really? Yi-zan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, then pointed to Shiren who was teasing the dog outside, and said solemnly, what about him? I think your president is not very good to him. Yi-zan still remembers that last night, this young man named Ven Ren was severely lectured by their president, but he lost all face in front of so many people. Unexpectedly, the young secretary shook his head and retorted Yi-zan, it was even more impossible to kill the president at that time. You don't know how good the president is to him. At that time, this guy worked well in the company, and then he resigned from the company and started a software company outside with a few friends, but not long after, the company went bankrupt. I came back and asked the president to take him in. The president remembered his old love, so he took him in. With such a big favor, how could he have killed the president? The young secretary said in disbelief. After hearing these words, Yi-zan directly turned to Byakugan. If your president really wants to help Shiren, you won't make Shiren embarrassed in front of so many people, and let Shiren be his driver, can't see it so obvious. This is obviously to let other employees know the consequences and fate of leaving the company. After so much speculation, Conan on one side has already made a preliminary conclusion in his heart that Ren was the most suspected target in this case, making strict speculations. Everything in the room, Conan is carefully checking, including every corner. This is Conan's style, more careful with a case than he is with anything. In the end, Conan also targeted Mr. Ren, and Conan absolutely doubted that it had something to do with Ren, who knew how to use computers. So, after Shiren walked in, Conan used the laser needle in his hand to stun Mori and let him sit staggeringly on the sofa. Yi-zan, who had never seen Conan's behavior before, was very interested when he saw it. Chapter 58_Cheating and Murder. After Conan did all this, he hid himself behind the sofa and began to speak with a voice changer imitating Kogoro Mori's voice. Although Conan did all this carefully, Yi-zan could see clearly, as long as there was something in this room, nothing could escape his observation. Ahem, Mr. Ren, you're back, can you all be quiet and listen to me? Conan, who used a voice changer, said from behind Mori. Everyone heard this, and then looked towards this side in surprise. Officer Mumu even asked, Brother Maori, have you found the murderer? That's right, the real murderer is right in front of us. Conan continued to speak with a voice changer. Yi-zan also listened with interest, and Quan Dang was watching the play. Everyone was waiting for the result, and when Ren just entered the door, his expression changed drastically. Conan, who was hiding behind Maori, did not hesitate, and said in a deep voice, the real murderer is Mr. Shiren. I wonder if I guessed wrong, Shiren. Ah, what? When he was accused of being the murderer, Shiren's expression changed suddenly, his body couldn't help but back up several steps, and fell to the ground at 010 o'clock. However, Shiren soon regained his calm, with a smile on his face, and said aside, you made such a hasty decision to testify against me as the murderer without any evidence. It would be too much. If you want evidence, then I'll give it to you, said Conan, who was hiding behind Mori. You originally had your own ambitions and wanted to leave the company and develop a software company by yourself, but then failed. After you returned to the company, the president humiliated you in every possible way and made you his driver. You hold a grudge, that's your motive, Conan said from behind the sofa. Shiren's expression twitched a few times, but he still refused to admit it, and said excitedly, even if you say this, but the evidence, if you can't find the evidence, you can't prove it. I'm the murderer. The evidence is in your home. If you want to kill the president of the giant screen group, you must be a person who understands computers very well. I believe that in your home, there must be software to control the computer here. In addition to you, there are also can anyone do this, Conan continued. Ah, Shiren stepped back several steps in a row, sat down on the chair, and then said, you're right, the murderer is me. I thought it was flawless, but I didn't expect it to be discovered. I'm really ashamed, Shiren said with some disappointment. Unexpectedly, in a seemingly difficult case, the murderer was found so quickly, and everyone's heart was full of emotion. However, Yi-zan, who didn't speak beside him, found a small trace after Shiren sat down, that is, when he was covering his face, the corners of his mouth inadvertently showed some smiles. Being found out as the murderer, Ren was not only not sad, but also admitted that he was the murderer, with such a smile on his mouth, it was really weird. Could it be? A thought suddenly flashed through Yi-zan's mind. In the eyes of everyone, the truth has been revealed, and the police officer Mumu has also instructed the police officers next to him to prepare to arrest the then Ren. Is this your final result? So sorry, it seems that you were wrong, Yi-zan said suddenly. What? Everyone was even more astonished, and turned their eyes to Yi-zan's side. The murderer admitted himself, but Yi-zan suddenly wanted to refute. Officer Miu Miu even spread his hands and said to Yi-zan, Mr. Yi-zan, then Ren has already admitted that he is the murderer. How can there be other truths about the case? Not only Miu Miu, but Conan, who was hiding behind the sofa, had a very ugly face. Of course he knew Yi-zan's ability, did he really guess wrong? Yi-zan smiled lightly, walked in front of Shiren, and said, although on the surface, the murderer is Shiren, and this case was indeed done by him, but behind him, there should be some instructions. Him. As soon as he heard this, Shiren, who was handcuffed, suddenly became crazy and said excitedly, no, I killed the president alone, and it has nothing to do with others. The more excited he showed, the more he showed that there was a ghost in his heart. His performance at that time made Yizan more certain that there was at least one other person behind him who participated in this murder. The corner of his mouth raised slightly, Yizan said, "I have a very puzzling question. If you want to enter the president's house to complete this operation, you must at least have someone who is familiar with the president's house to help. You can complete all this, and if you can move here without being noticed by the bodyguards, I think there should be no one except the president's family." Having said this, Yizan glanced at the photos on the wall again, and said, "It's very strange that when you were about to start these 2 days, the president's wife and son went on a trip again, don't you? Do you think this is strange? Also, the president's wife is still so young. He is the president's second wife, and it's really rare to be so kind to other people's sons." Yizan smiled indifferently and continued, "I just asked the president's secretary. His wife seems to be familiar with you before." Speaking of this, then Ren's expression was extremely ugly, but he still said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I don't know the president's wife, I did the whole thing alone." Alas, Yizan sighed slightly, and then said, "The more you are like this, the more you reveal your guilty conscience. If I guess right, there should be a photo of the president's wife in your pocket." Bar. Saying that, Yizan walked over to Shiren's side, but before he got to him, Shiren twisted his body frantically, as if he wanted to resist Yizan. But he was already under control. How could he resist? Yizan walked to Shiren, reached out and took it out in his pocket, then took out a small wallet, opened it, and put it in the outermost one. Layer is a photo. It was the photo of Ren and the president's wife hugging each other, and the two seemed very close. Chapter 59 pled guilty. Seeing the photo slide down, Shiren's expression changed immediately, as if someone had exposed the conspiracy, and his face was as pale as a blank sheet of paper. No. With a low growl, Shiren wanted to break free from the restraints of the two policemen and went to pick up the photo. But there was no chance for him to pick up the photos. The two policemen next to him restrained him so tightly that he couldn't move at all. This dropped photo quickly attracted everyone's attention. Officer Mumu said to an assistant next to him, "Go and bring that photo here." Yes. The assistant nodded, walked over quickly, and took the photo. After seeing the photo, Officer Mumu handed it to Yizan and asked worriedly, "Is that what you are talking about? She is the mastermind behind the case." Holding the photo in his hand and looking at it, Yizan nodded slightly. "Yes, this woman is the black hand behind her." Yizan walked in front of Shiren, shook the photo, and said indifferently, "You and the wife of the president of Jumu Group should have an affair, otherwise, you wouldn't kill her for her sake." President of the Giant Screen Group. Quote, "No, there's no such thing, I'm just friends with her." At this juncture, Shiren still wanted to deny everything, and he didn't want all his secrets to be discovered. "Hee, do you think I'll believe it?" Yizan sneered, tore the photo in half, and threw it on the ground, saying indifferently, "It's a pity that you're too careless, and you even put all the evidence of this crime on the ground. Bring it with you." Having said that, Yizan reached out and touched Shiren's body, took out a mobile phone, turned on the dial button on it, and dialed back directly according to a number he dialed before. Seeing Yizan calling back, then Ren's face became even more ugly, struggling to rush to Yizan's side, but unfortunately he was controlled, and there was no chance to resist. After a while, the call was connected, and a coquettish female voice came from the mobile phone. "Hey, Shiren, has that old guy been killed by you?" Just this sentence shocked everyone. I didn't expect Yizan's speculation to be right. Behind Shiren, there was a woman who was controlling everything, and everything was under his control. Without hearing anyone speak, the woman seemed suspicious, and then said with some worry, "Hey, Shiren, what's the matter, are you talking?" Yizan didn't reply a word, just hung up the phone, then stared at Shiren and said, "What do you have to say now?" The matter has reached this stage, and Shiren has no meaning to hide anymore. With a wry smile on his face, weakly slumped to the ground, his hands resting on the ground, and said with some pain, "I didn't expect it to fail in the end, yes, you said yes, it's all just a plan. Under Yizan's inference, then Renzai's last defense had been opened, and all the facts were explained. It turned out that he and the wife of the president of the giant screen group had known each other for a long time. At that time, he worked hard to make money for the president's wife, but he didn't expect it to collapse in the end. What made Shiren even more painful was that the president took away his beloved woman, and since then, Shiren was even more depressed. In order to fully retaliate against the president, Shiren hid by his side, and soon after, he also discovered that the person he loved back then still loved him. So, after the two discussed it for a while, a bold idea emerged, and the two planned a murder. When the president dies, the president's wife will inherit all the property logically, and the two of them will be able to escape and live a very happy life. After learning about all the incidents, everyone sighed deeply. When this happened, I really don't know whether to be angry or sympathetic. Shaolin, who was next to her, changed her eyes a few times and covered her mouth. I don't know if it was because of excitement or some emotion. But Conan was shocked. He never thought that his inference would be wrong. The real murderer was more than one person at all. Oh, Yizan's inference ability is really amazing. Even a famous detective like me admires it very much. Mori Kogoro suddenly appeared and flattered Yizan. However, Yizan did not take his words seriously, continued to look at Shishi, and said to him, "Tell me, the president's wife, where are you now?" When Ren's lips were tightly closed, he refused to say a word, as if he didn't want to betray the woman he loved, and he didn't want her to be caught. Jack glanced at him indifferently and said in a low voice, "If you don't say anything, then she will be caught by the police, and she will be punished more severely. You don't always think that he can be surrounded by the police. Get out of this city." Shiren was also a man with a brain, otherwise, he would not have designed such a secret case to kill the president. At the same time, he also knew that it was impossible for his beloved woman to escape from this city. It was too dangerous here. The police could capture her within a few hours. Knowing that he was powerless, Shiren sighed heavily and said in an extremely low tone, "She is in the Mary Hotel next door, room 888, but I don't know if she has escaped now." After getting the result, Officer Mumu didn't hesitate, and quickly said to the police officers behind him, "Come on, go to the Mary Hotel to arrest someone." Under the orders of Officer Mumu, several policemen quickly ran out and rushed to the Mary Hotel next door. About a few minutes later, Officer Mumu received a call, reporting that the suspect had been arrested and brought over by them. After everything was clear, Officer Mumu also breathed a sigh of relief, walked to Yizan's side, stretched out his hand, and said with a smile, "Thank you so much." Chapter 60 _ The situation of the garden. After the case was solved, Officer Mumu smiled and stretched out his hand in order to express his gratitude to Yizan. "Yizan, I don't know if you have time. I would like to invite you to dinner tonight and discuss with you how to analyze the case." Quote. Maoli also smiled and said, "Yes, Yizan's detection ability is so strong, why don't you take me with you and let me learn?" Slight smile, Yizan said, "I still have something to do today. I'm afraid I can't accompany you. Next time I invite you to have a big meal, how about it?" Although a little disappointed, Yizan has something to do, and everyone can't force anything. Police Officer Mumu also said regretfully, "Well, next time Yizan will have to show his face." All the credit for this case was attributed to Yizan, which made Conan feel very uncomfortable, and his reasoning was overturned by Yizan. For a famous detective, his name Kudo Shinichi has long been known all over the country, but he did not expect to be defeated by Yizan today. "Damn, I must surpass you next time," Conan said secretly in his heart. On the surface, he looks like a child, but with the heart of an adult, he never wants to admit defeat, especially in front of Yizan. Conan can also feel that Maolilan seems to be getting farther and farther away from him, and to Yizan. Zan also became more and more interested, which for him was a great sense of threat. Who is Yizan? He has already noticed Conan's dissatisfaction with him, and he glanced at Conan with a slight glance. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, Yizan showed a smile, walked towards Conan, reached out and stroked his face, and said with a smile, Conan is really a smart kid, the reasoning just now was almost guessed by you. When talking, Yizan couldn't help but increase his strength, pinched his fingers on Conan's face a few times, and used some strength slightly, which made Conan's expression very strange. Hee, no matter how smart you are, there is still a gap compared to you. Conan looked up at Yizan with a slightly dissatisfied tone. But Yizan doesn't care so much. The purpose of his coming to this world is to further exercise his strength. Letting go, Yizan greeted everyone, picked up his long gown, turned to Officer Mumu and said, I'll go back first, please send Mr. Maori and Shaolin back to the officer. Some chubby police officers, with their stomachs pushed forward, blew their beards, and replied, no problem, if you have anything to do, just go and do it first, and you can leave it to me here. Okay. With an indifferent smile, Yizan walked towards the gate. This time, the case made him feel that his spiritual comprehension was a step further. Seeing that Yizan was leaving, Maori Koburo hurriedly chased after him a little excitedly, and shouted from behind, Yizan, can you take us with you? But just after he finished speaking, Shaolin kicked him vigorously from behind, and said with some dissatisfaction, everyone has left, what are you shouting here? After leaving the villa of the president of the giant screen group, Yizan took out his car and hurried back to his home. Just received Sonoko's message, she seems to be in a little trouble. The accelerator of the sports car that was stepped directly, the open-top sports car, left a puff of black smoke in place, and then disappeared on the side of the road. Returning to his villa, Yizan opened the door and walked inside. There was a garden behind, which was Yizan's secret base. Except for him, ordinary people could not easily come to this place. Coming to the garden, Yizan glanced around and determined the location of Suzuki Yuanzi. Although her breath was very weak, she could not avoid Yizan's consciousness. Walking in the direction where Yuanzi was, Yizan said softly, Yuanzi, come out, I'm back. Soon, from behind a big tree at the back of the garden, a faint white light, wrapped in a woman, slowly floated out. Her feet did not touch the ground, just suspended in the air. This woman is none other than Sonoko. At this time, she looks very different from before, and seems to be seriously injured. Yuanzi, what's wrong with you? Yizan was the first to see such a garden, and the expression on his face couldn't help but be surprised. Yuanzi, whose face was pale, looked up at Yizan before saying, I encountered a monster that almost killed me. You must save me, Yizan. What? Yizan was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that there would be monsters in this world. You must know that this is the world of Conan. Monsters should not exist at all. After being surprised, Yizan's face showed some anger and said, tell me who and where, and I will help you kill him right away. For Yizan, there are basically no monsters in this world that can resist him. As long as he makes a casual move, he can solve what Yuanzi said. But Sonoko didn't speak, just kept shaking his head, as if he was still very afraid of the so-called monster and didn't dare to say it. The light in his eyes was getting weaker and weaker. Sonoko said weakly to Yizan, this time I'm very hurt, I need to rest for a while, 1.2 can't accompany you anymore. After finishing speaking, Yuanzi's whole body flashed brightly, and the entire figure quickly disappeared, as if it had never appeared before, turning into a small ball and falling into Yizan's hands. Looking at the white sphere in his hand, there was some energy in it changing faintly, and Yizan knew that this was all in the garden. Holding the ball in his hand tightly, Yizan took a deep breath and said, don't worry, as long as I'm here, I won't let you have any trouble. Soon, Yizan returned to his room, found an exquisite box, carefully placed the beads of Yuanzi's incarnation in it, and placed it on himself to prevent it from being lost. Hokage give me a face. Conan, Chapter 61-80. Chapter 61 _ Participate in a party at a 5-star hotel. After staying in the villa for a while, it was getting late soon. After Yizan had dinner, he returned to the bedroom. It's been a day since he went out on the 18th, and he hasn't come back yet. He can't help but miss Yizan a little. He took out an advanced video talker, and Yizan dialed the number on the 18th. These advanced technologies were brought over from the world of Dragon Ball on the 18th. Compared with the technologies in this world, I don't know how much stronger they are. They are not things that humans can recognize at all. 18 appeared on the screen of the video. She was in a research room and seemed to be studying something. After staying in this world for so long, the consortium of number 18 has already mastered countless money, and now number 18 has his own pursuit and is more keen on the research and development of technology. After seeing Yizan, number 18 smiled slightly and said, "Do you have anything to do with me now?" "Why, can't I find you if I have nothing to do?" Yizan also smiled and asked back. "Of course, you are my master, hee. Number 18's smile is so charming, like a flower blooming in the sun, so bright. After a few chats, Yizan still stated his purpose. He asked number 18, of course, he had something to help her. Sitting on the sofa, Yizan took a sip of coffee and said to number 18, Yuanzi was seriously injured today and has turned into a bead. I heard that she was injured by a monster. Help me find it. In this world, apart from you and me, who else has such a powerful energy to be able to seriously injure Sonoko? Quote. For Yizan, he and number 18 are unique existences in this world. There are people who can challenge their existence. Of course, they must be erased. After hearing the news, number 18 was not too surprised, but a sneer raised on the corner of his mouth. Really, if there really exists such a monster, it would be fun. I haven't done much for so many years. For a combat-type robot, it is not easy to be able to fight well, and now number 18 has such an idea. After talking about this matter, number 18 asked again, by the way, I heard that you and Conan broke a case today. How is it? How much has your destiny increased? The dead men and killers trained on the 18th have already spread all over the world. As long as she wants to know, she can know the whereabouts of national leaders, let alone Yizan. The 18th knew what happened today. Instead he smiled slightly and said, the increase in mental strength is of course huge. Every time a case is solved, I can feel it in my mind. Spiritual power is constantly increasing. Quote. The strength of his body, Yizan has reached the limit. He is the strongest being in the universe, but compared to the strongest body in the universe, his mental strength is too far behind. He needs to keep exercising, and the world of Conan is undoubtedly the one of the best options. Hearing Yizan's answer, number 18 also smiled slightly. That's the best case. I still have something to do, so I won't talk about it for now. I'll let you know as soon as I find out the results. Yeah, Yizan nodded, turned off the video, and began to practice his spiritual power. On the road of cultivation, the strength of the body, after reaching the limit, every strong person must cultivate spiritual power. After all, the potential in the brain has only been developed a little, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. When the mental power reaches a certain strength, it is very likely to reach the legendary realm, which is eternal and immortal. The night passed quickly, and when Yizan woke up again, it was already more than 10 o'clock in the morning. The sun shone from the windowsill, making the whole bedroom much brighter. In order to make his life more comfortable, number 18 specially invited a lot of servants to serve the two of them, but without the permission of Yizan and the others, these servants would not easily disturb Yizan and the others. After all, in the eyes of these servants, existences like Yizan and number 18 are the powerhouses at the peak of the world, and no one can surpass them. After getting dressed, Yizan walked out of the luxurious villa and came to the outside of the living room, where there were several beautiful maids who brought him breakfast and milk. Sitting at the dining table, Yizan had a good taste of the delicious breakfast, then wiped his mouth, picked up the newspaper and read it, wanting to look for it. There are some big cases recently. As long as he makes a move, these all cases can be resolved. Of course, what's more important is that Yizan wants to exercise his mental power through these cases. After a long time, Yizan didn't find out which cases were published in the newspapers. It seemed a little too peaceful. The world of 837 couldn't help but make Yizan feel a little bored. In the midst of boredom, Yizan's mobile phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was from Maori and his family, and the number was still very familiar. Pressing the answer button, Yizan asked in a flat tone, "I'm Yizan, what's the matter?" Soon, a nervous voice from Maori came over the phone. "Yizan, that's it, I have something I want to discuss with you. I don't know if I can." Hearing Maori's tone, Yizan could guess that the discussion he said was probably not a good thing. But after all, the Shaolin that Yizan wants to conquer is Maori's daughter. It's not good to reject him like this. Yizan still nodded and said, "If you have something to say, just say it." After getting Yizan's permission, Maoli was very happy, and said quickly, "That's it, I have an important invitation this afternoon. Can you lend me your car? I want to drive to save face. After all, the other party is in 5-star hotel invites me." Quote. This is just a small request. If Yizan refused, it would be a little boring, so he replied, "No problem, I promise you, but I also have a request, let's go and have a look." Chapter 62 Troublemaker. He was very happy to be able to borrow the car. Of course, Maoli agreed quickly. What's more, he also hoped that Shaolin and Yizan could be together. If he had a rich and handsome son-in-law, Maoli would spend the rest of his life. There is a backer. After hanging up the phone, Yizan couldn't help showing a smile on his face. For Yizan, he didn't want to see something with Maori. It's just that Yizan knew from fate that this time Mori and Conan would encounter a case soon after going out. Isn't this an opportunity for him to exercise his fate? I have to say that living with the protagonist is colorful. As soon as the afternoon arrived, Yizan drove his top luxury car, left the villa, and rushed to Maori's house. Yizan has the wealth that makes the world fear. What kind of luxury car? What kind of luxury house? For him, it is nothing but an easy thing. Coming under the Maori detective agency, Yizan pressed the horn a few times. From the window, Maori immediately stuck out a head, looked at Yizan excitedly, and waved his hand. "Yizan, you are here, please. Just a moment, we'll be down right away." Yizan also opened the car window, smiled lightly at Maori, and said, "Don't worry, I'll be waiting for you here." Not long after, Maori put on a precious suit and walked downstairs, followed by Shaolan, who was well dressed, and Conan, who was still in a blue shirt and bow tie. Shaolin was wearing a purple dress, and she walked with a fragrance, pure and lively, which made Yizan take a few more glances. Only Conan was behind, his face was slightly calm, as if he was very dissatisfied, and he walked slowly. The three quickly walked to Yizan's car, and Maori said with a smile, "Wow, Yizan has changed his car again. This is a limited edition Rolls-Royce in the world. It is a blessing for 3 lifetimes to be able to ride in him." Ah! Saying that, Maori could not wait to get into the car, and there was a very happy expression on his face. Conan followed Shaolin, and the two sat behind the car. One smiled and looked at the window, while the other looked unhappy and seemed to have some opinions on Yizan. Yizan was too lazy to take care of Conan. With the observational power brought by his strong mental power, the title of Conan, a famous detective, would have to be changed to another owner. Driving, Yizan came to a luxurious hotel. The area alone was as big as several football fields. Such a top-level hotel is not so easy to see in the whole of Tokyo. The people who come and go here are not top celebrities, but there are rich and rich people. Ordinary little people will not come to this kind of place to spend. The Rolls-Royce that Yizan was driving was the best pass. No one dared to stop Yizan's car, so he drove to the door of the hotel very smoothly. After the four got out of the car, Yizan threw the car keys to the waiter, and he quickly drove the car to the parking lot. After entering the hotel, Shaolin and Conan were surprised by the resplendent hall. Mori continued to act forcefully. Although he was surprised by the grandeur of this hotel in his heart, on the surface, he looked very calm. After looking around, he looked calm and criticized Shaolin and Conan. Both of you, pay attention. It's all rich people who come here. Pay attention to your image. The four of them were walking inside, and a man in a suit came over, with a beard on his face, but with a refined look. The man saw Maori. He immediately stretched out his hand and said with a smile, "Mr. Maori, you are finally here." Maoli also went up to meet him, shook hands with the man, and said, "Attorney Shang, I have long admired your name." Looking at Yizan and the others, Attorney Shang said with some doubts, "Who are these?" A little embarrassed, he scratched his head. Maori smiled and said, "This is my daughter and a friend's child, this one is Yizan." After looking at Yizan a few more times, Attorney Shang immediately showed a surprised expression and said, "You are Yizan, I have been looking up for a long time, but I have heard your name." Having said that, Attorney Shang also stretched out his hand, wanting to shake hands with Yizan. "Have you heard my name?" Yizan was also slightly surprised. He was already so famous now. Although a little surprised, Yizan still stretched out his hand and shook hands with Attorney Shang. After spending a long time in the officialdom, Attorney Shang has a very strong ability to look at the eyes, so he quickly nodded and said, "The case that you helped police officer Mumu to solve is still circulating among us. Mr. Chong was once my guest." Being able to work in such a luxurious hotel, the circle of lawyer Shang's contact is naturally some rich people. It turns out that it is. Yizan smiled lightly, and did not respond to these reasons, but just nodded slightly. After all, lawyer Shang came to Maoli to discuss something important with him. After accusing Yizan and the others, he took Maoli to his room. The two wanted to discuss other matters. Yizan, Conan and Shaolin waited outside temporarily. The three sat in the hotel restaurant, ordered some food here, and chatted leisurely. The people who came and went in the hotel were all young and beautiful ladies. Their presence naturally caused Yizan to take a few more glances. But in the eyes of other men, Shaolin is also a young and invincible beautiful girl, a little more innocent than those beautifully dressed women. After a while, sitting at the table opposite Yizan and the others, there was a guy in a neat suit, who looked over here from time to time. Shish. In the end, the man seemed to ignore Yizan's existence, kept blinking at Shaolin, and even whistled softly. Such a small action, of course, could not escape Yizan's eyes. He glanced behind him, stared and squinted slightly, and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Chapter 63_Rich and Powerful. Unexpectedly, when the man saw Yizan's eyes, not only was he not afraid at all, but he sneered proudly and slowly stood up from the chair. The man who got up had a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and walked over here, holding a glass of wine in his hand, making a very elegant movement. In front of Shaolin, who came staggeringly, the man made a gesture of invitation and said with a smile, "Beautiful young lady, can I buy you a drink?" Shaolin just looked back at the man and said with some contempt, "What kind of smell does it smell on you? It's really bad." The man couldn't help frowning slightly. He didn't expect Shaolin to say such a thing, but he pretended to be calm and smiled. "I am a French famous brand perfume at this time. If you don't like it, I can change it." "Oh," with a light reply, Shaolin said, "I'm already here with my friends, you can go now." This answer obviously made the man a little angry, but he still insisted on standing in front of Shaolin, leaned forward, smiled and said, "I'm 670, the son of the president of New Clothing. As long as you follow me, make sure you have money can't be spent." "I'm sorry, I don't like it," Shaolin said firmly, and already had some disgust for the man. Yizan, who was sitting next to him, was very satisfied with Shaolin's answer. He glanced at the man and said to him, "Then you can leave. If you don't leave, I guarantee that you won't have a chance to leave later." The man was obviously arrogant on weekdays. Where did he hear Yizan's words? He suddenly became a little angry. He quickly walked to Yizan's side, and said very angrily, "You dare to talk to me like this, do you know who I am?" Before the man could finish his words, Yizan stood up directly, raised his right hand, and slapped him twice, and the guy immediately spun around in place. Although Yizan controlled the power, he inadvertently released some power that was stronger than ordinary people. The man was beaten round and round, and it took a while to stop, but his appearance had changed, like a big pig's head, which looked very ridiculous. You, actually, dare to hit me? When the man spoke, the wind was blowing in his mouth was unclear, and it took a long time to finish a sentence. Beating people here is an extremely bad thing. If others find out, the reputation of this hotel will be ruined. Soon, several people in charge at the door hurried over to Yizan and the others, and one of them, a tall man in a black suit, immediately said, "Sir, it's not good to do it in the hotel. Behavior, will you stop right now?" In fact, Yizan didn't hit this guy anymore, but he didn't bother to say anything to this guy like the bodyguard. He took out a golden card from behind, handed it to the bodyguard, and said indifferently, "Take this, go find it. You managers, then throw this guy out at me." Although he doubted Yizan's words, as a bodyguard, this tall man couldn't say anything, so he nodded and did as Yizan said. After a while, the bodyguard really came back, and he respectfully held the card to Yizan in his hand, and really followed what he said and drove the vexatious guy out of the hotel. After handing the golden card back to Yizan, the bodyguard said respectfully beside him, "Sir, if you need anything else, just tell us directly, all your consumption here is free." Yizan naturally knew the energy of this golden card, and after waving at the bodyguard, he said indifferently, "I have nothing to do with you here, go back." "Yes." The bodyguard nodded respectfully, and then withdrew from here, not daring to disturb Yizan and the others to eat compared to you. The guests around, as if they were watching a play, were discussing each other. Who is Yizan, and he has such great energy? Conan sat next to him, his face even more gloomy and ugly. He didn't expect Yizan's strength and financial resources to be so terrifying. Compared with him, he seemed a little weaker. However, soon Conan's eyes filled with some flames of hope, and he secretly encouraged himself, "But my most powerful reasoning is not something he can match." Handing a cup of drink to Shaolin, Yizan smiled slightly, "Try this, it tastes very good." "Thank you." Shaolin also showed a cute smile, and expressed her gratitude to Yizan. She also felt a little different about Yizan in her heart. After all, he just stood up for himself. About an hour later, Maoli came out of the hotel. The two came to Yizan and the others together. Attorney Shang said with a smile, "I've kept you all waiting, why don't you have a meal here tonight? I am the host to invite you." When he saw this lawyer Shang this time, Yizan noticed something was wrong. This guy seemed to relax a lot now, as if he had accomplished a very important thing. Being able to have a free dinner, of course, Maori would not refuse, and immediately nodded with a smile. "Okay. Just so I can take a look, what is there to eat here, haha." "Ah, no, someone's dead." Suddenly, from the direction of the elevator entrance, a waitress quickly ran towards the restaurant, holding a plate in both hands, very excited. "What?" The waitress's exclamation immediately attracted the attention of Yizan and the others. After hearing the scream, the manager and bodyguard of the hotel rushed over quickly and grabbed the waitress. The manager said solemnly, "What nonsense are you talking about? How could such a thing happen? Did you read it wrong? For a hotel, the occurrence of such a thing has a very bad influence, and the manager of course attaches great importance to it. It's a pity that the waitress seemed to be a newcomer and didn't follow the rules at all." She still said in a very frightened way, "It's true, manager, that woman lay dead at the elevator door." Chapter 64_Elevator Kill. Damn. Although the manager's face was not good looking, he hurriedly led someone over. As a detective, Maori naturally followed immediately, and Yizan and the others naturally followed along. Many people around wanted to follow, but the manager arranged for security and blocked the elevator passage outside of the mouth. Not only that, even Yizan and the others were stopped by several security guards when they walked to the entrance of the elevator. "Sorry sir, there is a little accident here, please don't go there." A security guard with short hair in a suit and leather shoes reached out and stopped Mori. "I'm a famous detective, Kogoro Mori. If you don't let me in, can you solve this matter?" Mori said very rudely. In front of the security guard, he still had some confidence. Sure enough, when the security guard heard Kogoro Mori's name, his face changed a few times, and then he nodded respectfully and said, "Please wait here for a while, Mr. Mori, and I will inform the manager." After that, a few other security guards were left to guard here. The tall security guard wearing a suit hurriedly walked in the direction of the elevator. Seeing that the security guard was gone, Maoli turned his head slightly proudly, and said to Conan and Shaolin, "I see, this is the influence of a famous detective. I dare to guarantee that in a minute, the manager will personally come out and meet us." "I hope so." Yizan smiled slightly, but said this lightly. In his hand, very nervous. After the manager appeared, he immediately looked around and quickly said, "Who are you, Lawyer Shang?" As soon as he heard this, Yizan couldn't help laughing out loud, and looked at Mori Kogoro with a very strange look, which made Mori Kogoro very embarrassed. "I feel that Mori Kogoro is cool and don't want it." Attorney Shang, who had just come out with Mori, was a little surprised to hear the manager calling his name at this time. He hurried forward a few steps, raised his hand, and went to the manager's face. "I am Attorney Shang, do you have anything to do with me?" The manager turned over a photo in his hand, shook it in front of Lawyer Shang, and said, "Look, is this your business card?" I saw the card in the manager's hand, and the information written on it was exactly the information on Lawyer Shang's business card. Seeing this business card, Attorney Shang's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly said, "This is my business card, is there any problem?" The manager winked at the security guard beside him, and several security guards immediately made way out of the way. "Come with me, all of you, this matter is no trivial matter," the manager said worriedly. Soon, Yizan and the manager walked into a group of elevators maintained by security guards. As soon as they came in, they saw a woman in a black short skirt collapsed at the elevator entrance with a pale expression on her face. Pale white, 2 eyes rolled out, and there was a deep streak on the neck, which was already dead and could no longer die. "What, Chun Shenzi, why are you?" After seeing the female corpse in the elevator building, Attorney Shang's expression changed greatly. He stepped back several steps in a row, and almost fell to the ground. Obviously, the dead woman in front of him, the woman and Attorney Shang probably have a deep relationship, otherwise he wouldn't be so reactive. However, Yizan looked at the death scene and turned a big Byakugan in his heart. Why does this scene look more and more like the scene in the elevator murder case? Yizan took a few steps forward and looked down at the dead woman. Although this case looks very similar to the elevator murder case on the surface, it is fundamentally different. At this time, Conan looked at Yizan's actions. His heart was competitive, and he asked the lawyer Shang, whose expression changed greatly, "Do you know this woman? Who is he from you?" Attorney Shang, who looked very ugly, glanced here, covered his eyes with his hands, and said very sadly, "She is my wife, Chun Shenzi." What? At this moment, everyone present couldn't help but be shocked. Unexpectedly, the woman who died turned out to be Lawyer Shang's wife. After hearing this, Yizan could clearly sense that Attorney Shang was not very sad, but felt a little relieved. At this time, the manager next to him also took out his phone and made a call. "Hello, Officer Mumu." After the call was over, the manager said to everyone, "Please wait a moment, Police Officer Mumu will be here soon. Don't move the things here casually." Before the police officer Mumu came, Yizan looked around and found that the woman died very strangely. In terms of time, it should have been within this hour, but she was soaked all over, and she didn't know what was going on. Attorney Shang was even more sad, whimpering non-stop beside him, and seemed to be crying, but from time to time he looked towards Yizan and Conan, and seemed a little worried. After about a few minutes, a team of sirens sounded, and after a while at the door, a team of police officers walked in from the outside. A brown cloak and a two-legged beard officer Mew Mew walked at the front of the team. After a while, the arriving police surrounded the scene. Officer Mew Mew walked up to the manager and asked directly, "What happened?" The manager didn't dare to hide it, and told the police officer Can Mew Mew everything that happened. After all, everything that happened here has a major relationship with their hotel. After listening to the manager's words, Officer Mew Mew began to think. His eyes narrowed slightly, he glanced at the woman's body, and then put his eyes on Yizan. In this scene, Officer Mew Mew also there is an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Isn't this the method of the elevator murder case? Chapter 65 Investigation. Hey, Officer Mew Mew, are you in trouble? But don't forget that I am still here. Mori suddenly said, walking up and saying. Glancing at Maori, the police officer Mew Mew was helpless and could only pretend to be surprised. Oh, Mr. Maori is also here. I don't know what you think about this case. My view is very simple. This is a murder case, and the murderer is the manager. Maori pointed to the manager and said, it must have been the manager's product that was leaked by the deceased, and then the law could not punish the deceased's behavior, so the manager personally do it, and kill the dead. Clap. Yizan patted his forehead and was far away from Maori, looking like he didn't know this guy. Sure enough, not long after, everyone proved one thing to the manager, that is, the manager can't kill at all. Mori Kogoro was instantly stunned. Isn't these scenes exactly the scenes of the elevator murder case? Why the same scene? The result is completely different. On the other side, Officer Mew Mew wiped his sweat with a guilty conscience. He was very grateful to Mori Kogoro for coming forward. The woman's expression was not very excited. It seemed that she was not forcibly strangled to death, but was suddenly killed by a familiar person. With a slight movement of the corners of his eyes, Yizan asked the lawyer Shang, whose expression changed drastically, do you know this woman? Who is he from you? Attorney Shang, who looked very ugly, glanced here, covered his eyes with his hands, and said very sadly, she is my wife, Chun Shenzi. Officer Mew Mew thought about this, and quickly looked at Yizan, saying that it would be better for Yizan to come to this matter. Yizan, I don't know what your opinion is. Officer Mew Mew just said something. Conan jumped out. This time the modus operandi is very common, but one thing I can be sure of, the one who killed Chunshinko was someone who knew her well. Why do you say that? Officer Mew Mew looked at Conan and asked strangely. In fact, in Officer Mew Mew's heart, Officer Mew Mew prefers to ask Yizan compared to Conan, although after asking Yizan, he has a feeling the illusion of being crushed by IQ, but Yizan's case-solving efficiency is indeed very defying. Conan didn't know about these things. Conan glanced back and said to the manager, there should always be someone guarding the elevator entrance in your hotel. I don't know who is at the elevator entrance and found Chunshinzi's body. Which one is it? In such a big hotel, even a small elevator is always waiting, and it is impossible to leave easily. As soon as he heard this, the manager naturally thought of a person, the first waitress who found the body here. Little Lizzie, come here quickly. The manager beckoned to the young waiter behind him. Soon, the young waitress came out from behind and appeared in front of everyone. She seemed a little nervous, and it took a while to say, manager. The manager nodded and said to her, little Lizzie, tell me everything you saw. In front of Officer Mew Mew and Yizan, Xiao Lizzie didn't dare not tell the truth, and told the whole situation at the time. When I came down from the 13th floor, I just arrived here. As soon as I opened the elevator door, the woman's body fell directly from the door. I was so scared that my face turned pale. When Xiao Lizzie said this, her face was still not very good looking, as if recalling what happened not long ago, she still felt a little scary. Nodding slightly, Conan said, so that's how it is. It seems that Chunshinko was killed long ago and placed at the elevator door. Taking a look behind him, Conan said to the lawyer Shang who had been behind him, tell me, what were you doing when your wife died? Yizan looked at Conan pretending to be aggressive, but did not react. He took a step back and gave the scene to Conan, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Conan is not familiar with Yizan's character. Yizan is a person who likes to pretend very much, and the opportunity to pretend is taken away. This matter is a very serious matter for Yizan, and Yizan's action is not Yizan's concession. This only shows that Yizan is beginning to cheat people. When asked this question, Attorney Shang's expression was very ugly. After a while, he said, "I was with Mr. Mao Li at the time. If you don't believe it, you can ask Mr. Mao Li." Maori, who was beside him with a confused expression, glanced to the side, then nodded and said, "Yes, I was with Lawyer Shang just now. We chatted for a long time before we got down. I can testify, Chun Shenzi. He was by my side when I was killed." Mori Kogoro, whose IQ was crushed by Conan and Yizan in turn, was somewhat unhappy in his heart. When he spoke, his voice was low. Yizan, who was on the side, smiled even more, and with Maori testifying, Officer Miu Miu also nodded and said, "If you do this, Lawyer Shang's suspicion can be ruled out." "No, it's him," Conan said with certainty. After hearing Conan's words, Officer Mumu put his eyes on Yizan again. This behavior of Officer Miu Miu is obviously not confident in Conan's reasoning, and he wants to ask Yizan for the final confirmation. This made Conan even more annoyed. Looking at Mori Kogoro, he said, "Attorney Shang asked you to go to his room, and what kind of tasks did he arrange?" Hearing this question, Maori did not hesitate much, and 2.0 then continued, "He is looking for me, he wants me to check. His wife has signs of cheating, and she even stayed out for the night many times without coming back, so I want to be a private detective and find out his wife's secret." Such a thing will naturally make a lot of people face Yuhi, but after Mao Li said it, Attorney Shang didn't hesitate much, just nodded and said, "Yes, I asked Mr. Mao to do this." Many of the men present seemed to be able to feel Attorney Shang's mood. That kind of helplessness and sadness made them very uncomfortable. "I know who the murderer is." Conan emphasized it once again, then stretched out his hand and said with a sneer, "The real murderer of Chun Shenzi is you, Attorney Shang, I'm right." Chapter 66_Conan is wrong. Being pointed at by Conan, Attorney Shang's expression changed immediately, and he was still very nervous. Sweat seemed to flow down his forehead. But after a while, Attorney Shang seemed to remember that what he was facing in front of him was just a little boy, nothing compared to him at all, and if he wanted to question himself, he was just wondering. After being silent for a while, Attorney Shang suddenly burst into laughter and said with a sneer, "Officer Mumu, would it be too playful for you to listen to a child's opinion?" Officer Miu Mu's face was also a little ugly. After a while, he waved his hand and said, "The detection of the case is very difficult now. Of course, anyone's opinion can be heard." Officer Miu Miu said, and once again put his eyes on Yizan for help, very much hope that Yizan would come forward and quickly end this embarrassing situation. However, Yizan didn't seem to see the sight of the police officer Miu Miu. His smile seemed more gentle and warm, like the big brother next door. He smiled dotingly, "Just look at Conan's high opinion." Well, if Yizan's 30-year-old behavior is known to Yizan's confidant Yuhi Yan, he will definitely stay far away from Yizan at this time, because Yizan must be digging a hole at this time, and he is digging a super big hole. Who's going to be unlucky? Hearing Yizan's words, Conan was even more excited. He adjusted his glasses and said, "Although Mr. Shang has Uncle Maori to testify for you, you still have evidence of your alibi. What's more, your wife is still like that. To you, you have no feelings for her for a long time, and you want to find an opportunity to get rid of her. Everything in this hotel today is premeditated by you." Seemingly guessed what he was thinking. Attorney Shang's face was very ugly, but after a while, he regained his composure and said with a sneer, "You're just a little boy, and you can't produce any evidence. What can you say? What does it do? If you can't produce evidence, you can't get rid of a person's suspicion, and you can't arbitrarily determine whether a person has committed a crime." Conan said that Mr. Shang, if there is no evidence, many people may be implicated. Hearing this, Conan quickly entered the elevator and began to look for clues and evidence. Then he went to another elevator again, and quickly began to look for it. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, and as time passed, everyone became impatient, and Officer Mumu came directly to Yizan. Yizan, please take action. At the words of the police officer Mumu, Conan quickly shouted, I found it, this is the murder weapon. Conan quickly came to the crowd with a piece of iron wire stained with blood and said. Officer Mumu heard the words and looked at Lawyer Shang with a happy expression. However, Attorney Shang's next reaction was to make Conan and Officer Mumu stunned. You don't think the blood on that is mine? Or my wife's? Conan and Officer Mumu were stunned, not knowing what to do. Since there are already bloodstains, it only needs to be identified, the truth will be clear, and Lawyer Shang's reaction only explains one point, that is, the bloodstains are not his. That, I accidentally scratched. At this time, a staff member raised his gauze-wrapped hand, indicating the origin of the blood. In an instant, Conan was embarrassed. He held up the wire in a daze, ashamed. Yizan. Well, Officer Mumu looked at Yizan again. Ah, Yizan yawned a lot and came to Conan with a smile on his face. He patted Conan's head and said, Little brother Conan, you're almost there. Yizan's behavior made Conan hate Kiba so much that Conan knew very well that this was definitely Yizan's intention. Yizan knew his identity, but he still regarded himself as a child. I'm not a child, Conan yelled at Yizan. Enin, got it. Yizan waved his hand casually, making Conan even more annoyed. Okay, Yizan, you should quickly solve this case. Police officer Mumu pleaded. When Conan heard this, his anger reached its peak, and he also looked at Yizan. I want to see how you solve the case. Conan's words made Yizan evoke a smile. Okay, little boy, let me show you the wisdom of adults. Just go home and eat milk obediently. What are you doing out for a walk? Quote. Yizan said, turned and left. Ah. Everyone stared blankly at Yizan's behavior, not knowing why. Officer Mumu said to Yizan, what is Yizan going to take? I'll have someone take it. Let's quickly investigate this case. Officer Muemu's words made Yizan turn to look at everyone. After a while, he spoke slowly. However, Yizan's opening made everyone stupid. It seems that you group of people are in arrears with their IQs and need to recharge. I haven't seen the 440 for a long time. This is not the scene of the crime at all, and the obvious case of corpse removal can't be seen. It's really a pair of white eyes. Come on, keep up, the crime scene isn't here. Huh. Everyone was really stunned at this time. He and others have been joking around here for so long, and after a long time, the crime scene is not here at all. This is really a beeping dog. In an instant, everyone turned their anger on Conan, and they all blamed the child for taking himself and others into a ditch because he insisted on solving the case. Well, that's it, it's definitely not that he and others are in arrears with their IQ. Everyone thinks so at this moment. But when everyone followed Yizan, Attorney Shang's expression changed and he looked around nervously. Huh, let's go, Attorney Shang. Are you afraid? Yizan's mouth evoked a faint smile, which made Attorney Shang helplessly refute and followed. No way, the case has been solved halfway now. Even if Lawyer Shang has thousands of people who don't want to, it's not his decision. After all, so many police officers are here now. If he doesn't cooperate, he doesn't know where to go. Run away. Chapter 67 _ This is the truth. Soon, all the people in Yizan walked to the bathroom. Since the bathroom was not very big, some people were standing outside. Only a few important people involved were qualified to go inside. In the bathroom, Yizan didn't hesitate, and pointed out the loophole of Lawyer Shang. He came to the window of the bathroom, looked around carefully, turned around and said to everyone, the murderer is Lawyer Shang, he's got a really good plan. In this bathroom, Attorney Shang's face became even more ugly, and beads of sweat had already rolled down from his forehead. But Yizan hadn't had any conclusive evidence yet, so he was very reluctant to let Lawyer Shang just do it, and he couldn't help but snorted. It would be too decisive to identify me as the murderer after a visit to the bathroom. Well, is there any evidence? Until the last moment, the murderer usually won't admit it so easily. That's what Attorney Xiang thinks now. Yizan didn't worry about this problem either. He walked to the window and stretched out his hand indifferently. In front of the window, he took out a piece of black cloth, which happened to be scratched on the edge of the window. It was only half the size of a slap. Will not attract the attention of ordinary people. But at this time, this small piece of cloth became the most crucial piece of evidence. Yizan, who was careful, just found this clue. Holding this small piece of cloth in his hand, Yizan said to Lawyer Xiang, "If I guessed correctly, there is a spot on your body, it should be broken, and the shape and size should be just right, you need to verify it." Seeing the things in Yizan's hands, Attorney Xiang quickly took a few steps back, his face turned pale, and finally he insisted, "I accidentally caught it." Seeing this, Yizan shook his head slightly. "Don't be stubborn, this is the room next to the bathroom, but at the crime scene, there are things like your wife's hair here, just need." Yizan was just halfway through, but Lawyer Xiang wanted to escape quickly. Now that the matter has reached this stage, how could the police officer Miu Miu let Lawyer Xiang escape like this, and immediately said to a few people beside him, "What are you still doing, grab him." Yes. Several young police officers rushed up and arrested Lawyer Xiang. At this time, everyone also clearly found that there was a small gap in the corner of his back. Although the position of the gap is very small, it caught everyone's attention. Yizan took this corner of the shirt and compared it on Attorney Xiang's clothes, and found that the size was exactly the same, it was simply perfect. At this moment, Yizan's face became icy cold in an instant. As a person who loves fragrance and jade, Yizan is very disdainful of this kind of person who killed his wife, and snorted coldly, "It has come to this point, what else is there to say?" At this point, Attorney Xiang didn't know how to refute. He just stared at the ceiling blankly, as if he didn't know what to say. Seeing that Attorney Xiang stopped talking, Yizan put the things in his hand aside and said solemnly, "Since you refuse to speak, let me speak for you. You took advantage of the time when you were separated from Maori, climbed out of the bathroom window, went to the next room, killed your wife, and then moved the body to the elevator entrance, making an illusion that she was robbed of money and died, then, rushed back to Maori, using the excuse to go to the toilet, right?" Quote. Yizan took a breath and told the whole story of the case. After he finished speaking, he stared at Lawyer Xiang and said solemnly, "I don't know if what I said is correct or not." Attorney Xiang, who was already gray-faced, couldn't help but sneer after hearing Yizan's inference, and even applauded. Then he said, "It's really admirable, what you said is absolutely correct, there is not a single word deviation, it is true that I did everything, and my wife was also killed by me." "How do you know the crime scene is here?" Conan asked Yizan in disbelief. Yizan looked at Conan and raised his mouth, "Want to know?" Conan nodded quickly, and Yizan smiled even more, "Guess." Ignoring Conan's frantic appearance, Yizan looked at the arrested Lawyer Xiang and asked with a serious expression, "I don't know why you want to kill your wife." When asked this question, Attorney Xiang's expression changed slightly, and then he said, "The reason is very simple, I am a barrister and have dealt with many big companies, they will ask me to be their consultant, of course in this way, I learned a lot of secrets, and at the same time, my wife learned about it. She threatened me with this, asking me for 100 million yuan and then signing a divorce agreement. If she didn't give it, she would spread the word about what I know." Speaking of this, Attorney Xiang smiled bitterly before continuing, 100 million yuan is not a lot for me, but what I hate even more is that she even threatened me with something like that and asked me to sign it. Divorce agreement, so I put forward a condition, asking her to come to the hotel to wait for me. I will give her the money, and you will know what happens after that. Quote. After hearing what Attorney Xiang said, everyone was silent for a while. I didn't expect that behind this case, there was such a hidden secret. It seems that everything is not just superficial. But Lawyer Xiang is now more of a murderer, and he can't escape no matter what. Yizan looked at Lawyer Xiang who was taken away and shook his head slightly, feeling very emotional about this incident. Fortunately my women are reasonable. At this moment, Yizan was even more grateful for his many Yuhian characters. The case has come to light, and the police officer Miu Miu also quickly ordered other police officers to take the criminal lawyer Shang away. Once again, it was because of Yizan's help that the case was solved. Officer Miu Miu was also very grateful to Yizan, smiled slightly, walked over quickly, and said with a smile, "Yizan is really amazing, the case is in your hands, it becomes a snap. Otherwise we have to think for ourselves, and we still don't know what year and month it will be." Quote. "Don't be too polite, I just reasoned for you," Yizan said lightly. Chapter 68_Strange Corpse Thief. Maori put his hands on the back of his neck and couldn't help but say, "If Yizan has always been so good, I'm afraid I'll be laid off soon after Maori." Yizan smiled slightly. "If you happen to be laid off, you can come to my house and help me be a housekeeper, isn't it better?" As soon as he heard this, Maori seemed to be interested, grinned and said, "What are you saying is true? If it is true, then how much are you going to give me a month?" Maori would not be polite to requests for money. He now knows very well that Yizan is a very rich local tyrant, and he is still the very rich type. "Haha, Mr. Maori, how much do you want? Yizan will never give it." Yizan laughed. "I want." Maori really rubbed his hands, ready to tell the answer he thought, and then suddenly reacted, looking at Yizan in surprise. No, won't give it." Quote. "Ha ha ha, don't worry, when the time comes, you can ask Shaolin as much as you want." Yizan's words surprised Maori Kogoro for a moment, and then he suddenly reacted and looked at Shaolin. Shaolin, on the other hand, looked at 737 Yizan angrily. "What did you say?" "No, nothing." Yizan quickly waved his hand. However, at this moment, a young policeman rushed in from the outside in a hurry, and said to the police officer Mumu, "Officer, something is bad, the woman's body has been stolen." What? This news undoubtedly shocked everyone again. How could such a thing happen? As a police officer, it is a very shameful thing to let the court testimony disappear under my nose. Officer Miu Miu suddenly became a little angry, and said quickly, "Then what are you still standing here for? Don't hurry and find it for me." After speaking, Officer Mumu turned around again and said to Yizan with some pleading, "Yizan, I want to ask you a favor for something, can you help me find the missing body?" Yizan nodded and said, "According to my guess, this corpse was placed at the elevator entrance. 2 policemen were guarding there just now. It is impossible for it to disappear so soon." Seemingly thinking of something, Yizan said to the policeman who came up to report the letter, "Tell me why you can't even see a dead person." When asked this question, the policeman felt a little embarrassed, and after a while, he hesitated and said, "We were guarding the body below. Who knows that the manager of the hotel saw that we were working hard, so he sent someone over to deliver 2 cups. We didn't think much about the drink at the time, we just drank it, and within a minute, we fainted, and when we woke up, the female corpse was gone." After listening to the narration, Officer Mumu said directly, "Quick, do all you can to search for the manager of this hotel, he definitely didn't run out." Officer Mumu gave the order directly. Yizan thought for a while, then walked up to Officer Mumu and said to him, "Well, since I'm involved in this case, then of course I can't just give it up halfway. I'll go find the manager together." Of course, Police Officer Miu Miu couldn't ask for help, so how could he refuse Yizan's request? He immediately smiled and said, "That's really great, with Yizan's help, I'll be able to find that guy soon." "No problem." Yizan smiled lightly, and immediately set off with Maori. The most doubtful thing in his heart now is why the manager wanted to steal a female corpse. Such behavior is too pervert. When they came to the scene where the woman's body was stolen, many of the waiters present looked at Officer Mumu and Yizan with bewildered expressions, as if they didn't know what happened just now. After some inquiries, Yizan and the others found out that the manager of the hotel had given everyone a drink, so that everyone was overwhelmed, and this gave him the opportunity to steal the female corpse. So that's how it is. Yizan's brows were slightly wrinkled, He didn't expect things to develop to this point, and he seemed to have to think of a way. Walking to the place where the female corpse was originally parked, Yizan lowered his head slightly, looked around carefully, and checked for a little bit of clues. What's that? On the ground, there was a little thing that caught Yizan's attention. Yizan walked forward, reached out and touched the ground, and immediately found out that it was a little bit of shampoo. Reaching out and dipping it on it, Yizan picked it up and smelled it, and immediately guessed which brand of shampoo it was. Combining it a little more, Yizan immediately thought that when Chun Shenzi was found, her hair was still wet, and because of this, she washed her hair before she died. Lawyer Bear was killed. It was really sad that the manager of this hotel had stolen the body before she died. Even her husband, Lawyer Shang, was shocked. In addition, Yizan also found a little bit of cigarette butts on the ground. He picked it up and saw that there was an English sign written on it. After seeing this, Yizan took another look at the leaving footprints, and suddenly had an inaccurate idea in his heart. Go and have a look. Yizan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. Said to the waiter behind him, you tell me, there are several rooms in this hotel who use this brand of shampoo and those who provide these cigarettes. A waitress who seemed to be a supervisor walked up to Yizan, picked up the things and looked at them, then nodded and said, we have at least 1/3 of the rooms here, and these two things are used for the sake of to provide convenience for customers. Of course, some customers do not like these two brands, we will also change to other brands. Quote. 1/3 of the rooms, that's hundreds. Yizan's brows immediately wrinkled. After all, this is a 5-star hotel with hundreds of rooms. But then, Yizan looked in the direction where the footsteps left, and found that it was in the west direction. He couldn't help but make a decision, and the scope of the search was immediately narrowed. Chapter 69_Evil grows into courage. Yizan said, Officer Mumu, according to my speculation, the guy who stole the body should be in the rooms in front of you. You should bring people to search for it. Any room that uses such cigarettes and shampoo should be carefully searched again. Yizan, who has an amazing memory, just remembered that this kind of cigarette was just smoked by the manager. He has left these evidences now, which is also the way to find him. Even if there are dozens of rooms in the West, it is not enough to rely on the police force brought by the police officer Mumu. Yizan turned to the Maori people behind him and said, let's help too. Okay. Shaolin nodded and quickly followed Yizan's footsteps. Although Maori and Conan were a little upset, they also followed. The group of 4 walked to the rooms in the west, and after asking the attendants to get the keys, they came to a room, opened it directly, and searched inside for a while. After searching for several rooms in a row, Yizan and the others found nothing. Gradually, everyone became suspicious. Conan even said next to him, Brother Yizan, will you find anyone? Although it was just an ordinary question, Conan's tone was obviously dissatisfaction with Yizan, and even had some other meanings in it. However, Yizan can also understand that, as the protagonist in the original novel, he is being suppressed by himself everywhere. Of course I can find it. Yizan smiled faintly, but he was thinking about it. He simply found an opportunity to send Conan back to his parents, so as not to get in the way. At the door of a room named 909, Shaolan took out the hotel key and said to Yizan, would you like to go in this room and take a look? Several rooms have been found, and everyone is somewhat disappointed, and it seems that they do not hold much hope. Look, of course, but Yizan's principle is that as long as something is determined, it must be done well, and there will definitely be unexpected results. Sure enough, when the door was opened, Yizan smelled an unusual smell. His face changed suddenly, and he lowered his voice. There is no one in here, but there is a strong smell of smoke. There must be weird. Moreover, when Yizan looked over to the wardrobe, he happened to find that a black suit was exposed from the side of the wardrobe. After discovering this, Yizan's complexion changed immediately, and he quickly called to Shaolin, who walked over to the wardrobe. Come here quickly. However, it was too late. When Yizan just shouted this sentence, the door of the wardrobe was pushed open, and the manager in a black suit rushed out. The manager who came out of the closet still held a shiny fruit knife in his hand, and wrapped his arms around Xiaolan's neck with one hand, and the hand holding the knife was placed on Xiaolan's face. "Don't act rashly, or I'll kill her with one knife," the manager said fiercely. As soon as he saw his daughter being held hostage, Maori panicked, and hurriedly pleaded and shouted, "No, don't touch my daughter, I only have this one daughter." But the manager, who is wicked and timid, how can he manage so much? The fruit knife in his hand is getting more and more forward, and he shouts, "Get out of the way, I want to leave from here." Maybe it was because there was a lot of movement here, and the vicious manager had not had time to leave here, and the police officer Mew Mew, who led the team from a distance, had already arrived at the door of this room. In an instant, the original room was not very large, and it was immediately surrounded by water, and a lot of police were deployed outside the door. At this moment, the door of the wardrobe moved, and a corpse slipped out of it. It was Chun Shenzi's. She had already died. Lying in the wardrobe was also extremely terrifying, giving people a gloomy feeling. A feeling of. However, compared to this, Yizan's face was even more gloomy and terrifying, and the huge and oppressive aura was almost breathless. A trace of killing intent couldn't help but bloom. Yizan has always paid great attention to the protection of her own woman. This time, Xiaolan was the first time in Yizan's long history that her own woman had been kidnapped. Although Xiaolan is not her own woman yet, it is not much worse. Yizan has always regarded her as his own woman. And now, his own woman has been kidnapped by an ordinary person. "Ha ha, you are really impatient." Yizan's voice sounded like it came from the 9 Serenity Hell. There is no doubt about how powerful Yizan is. The terrifying aura vibrated, and even made the whole room unbearable, exuding a distorted creaking sound. This time, Yizan is really out of anger. He has been in the world of Conan, which has almost no extraordinary abilities. Yizan is too relaxed, and this is what happened now. "What do you want to do?" The manager looked at Yizan in horror and asked. But Yizan didn't say anything, just walked forward and came to the manager's side. "Don't come here or I'll kill her," the manager yelled. "Then do it." Yizan's cold voice made the manager almost crazy and wanted to wave his arms. However, "Why can't I move?" The manager was horrified by the fact that he had no ability to move. Yizan grabbed the manager's hands. Crack! There was a strange sound of broken bones, and everyone was shocked to see that the manager's arms were strangely bent, and the bones inside were broken. "Ah!" the manager cried out in pain, while Yizan hugged Xiaolan. At the same time, a flower from the other side appeared on the manager's body. "Yizan, I'm so scared." Xiaolan buried her head in Yizan's arms. Yizan, on the other hand, glanced at the other side flower on the manager's body and felt ruthless in his heart. This other side flower would make the manager realize what a hellish life is in the future. Yizan knows that although the manager's current behavior is already a crime, it is still a long way from the death penalty, and Yizan absolutely does not want this person to survive in this world, and Yizan is not prepared to make this manager very comfortable. Death, but let the manager realize what horror is. Chapter 70_solve. "Tell me, why did you steal the corpse?" Yizan asked coldly, looking at the experience of screaming on the ground. "Manager, you struggled a few times, trying to get up from the ground, but the arms of this paragraph made it all in vain. You can only threaten in a deep voice. Let me go, otherwise, I will be welcome." At this moment, the police officer Mumu and others who rushed in from the outside also tracked down here. As soon as everyone came in, they surrounded the manager. Seeing Yizan arresting the person, Officer Mew Mew quickly said, "Yizan, thank you very much this time for helping us arrest the suspect." Saying that, Officer Mew Mew winked at the 2 police officers behind him, and 2 of them ran out immediately, took out the handcuffs, and handcuffed the manager. After capturing the person, Officer Mumu snorted coldly, "Bring everyone back to me." "Wait." Yizan stretched out his hand and said, "Let him explain why he stole that Chun Shenzi's body." Although Yizan asked, in fact, Yizan's real purpose was to make the manager's fate more distorted. You should experience despair when you are absolutely rational. Yizan thought angrily. Yes, let's talk. Why did you steal the body? Police officer Mumu asked coldly after the manager had been completely subdued. That the matter is over, the manager can no longer escape. Under such circumstances, he has no choice but to say, I am Chun Chenzi's lover, she died in our hotel this time, I am very sad, so want to take her out of here. Hearing these words, everyone's expressions were full of surprise. They never thought that this manager would be so pervert and would do such a thing. But Yizan has a very keen perception, and immediately noticed that things are not that simple. His face turned cold, and he lowered his voice. Do you think you can deceive me about this matter? Tell me honestly, and maybe there is forgiveness. Your chance. Looking at Yizan's eyes, the manager felt nervous for a while. He had never been so careful in front of a person. Yizan was the first. After being silent for a while, the manager also knew that he could no longer hide the facts, so he showed a wry smile and said, Okay, I will tell the truth. In fact, I will do this. It is the chairman of the hotel who called me. If I want to protect the reputation of the hotel, such a thing cannot be spread out, so I will think of this method. Quote. When it came to this, the manager quickly said, as you all know, for a hotel, reputation is very important. If something like this happens, it will have a great impact, so no matter what, we will keep it a secret. Seeing the nervous expression on the manager's face, Yizan knew that if he said that, it was already inseparable. It seemed that this was their real purpose. At this time, the police officer Miu Miu walked forward, moved the two beards on his lips, and said, even so, you have already constituted a crime. I'm sorry, you are going to be arrested. After speaking, Officer Mumu waved to the two policemen behind him and said, take him back. The matter has come to this point, it can be regarded as an end. I did not expect that a murder case will occur in this place. At the entrance of this hotel, Maoli and Yizan walked in front, watching the sunset. Maoli couldn't help but sigh. I thought there would be a good night today, but I didn't expect another such case to happen. Seeing Maori's appearance, he still prefers peace. Yizan couldn't help but smile and said, it seems that you are still worried about the country and the people. You are not suitable for being a detective. Ha ha. Maori smiled and said with a smile, my detective level is indeed not as good as Yizan. Soon, the four of them got into Yizan's car and drove all the way. Yizan first sent the three of them back to the detective agency, and then drove back by himself. After returning to the villa, Yizan quickly summoned an organized killer. In the quiet secret room, Yizan sat in front of the stone table, holding a cup of hot tea in his hand, and tapped lightly on the stone table with the other hand. His eyes narrowed slightly, he didn't know what he was thinking about. Such Yizan looks a bit cold, especially his eyes, which give people an extremely deep feeling, full of wisdom and perception. After a while, the door of the secret room was pushed open, and a young man walked in from the outside. The man was dressed in black, with short hair and a solemn face. Stern look. After the man appeared again, he immediately knelt down in front of Yizan. Master, subordinate number 009. Quote. Yizan just glanced at the man lightly, and said, very good, you are 009. I heard that you have completed a lot of tasks outside. Now I have one thing that I want to give you to do. It's my honor to be able to do things for the master, even if I go through fire and water, I don't hesitate. 009 seemed very excited, and quickly showed his loyalty. A long time ago, Yi Xuan established his own consortium and killer organization on the 18th. Now, this organization has become very large, and the 10 people who initially received income have also become the key figures in charge of this organization. The person who appeared in front of Yizan now was one of these 10 people, whose name was 009. Of course, ordinary people also did not have the qualification 2.2 to see Yizan. Nodding slightly, Yizan said, very good, I hope you can handle this matter well, and the reward for you will be indispensable. Squinting slightly, Yi-zan continued. Go and take Conan away and send him to a place no one knows about. I don't want him to appear in front of my eyes again. In the previous time, Yi-zan kept Conan by his side in order to understand the fate of his life, thinking that he could control Conan, but today, the manager's behavior let Yi-zan know that he would also make mistakes, and compared to the manager, Conan, the threat of this son of destiny is even greater, so Yi-zan is going to keep Conan away from himself. After all, Conan's son of destiny is extremely troublesome. It is not advisable to kill the son of destiny rashly. It is better to send him away first and see. Chapter 71 Make Conan disappear. Yes, Master. 009 nodded quickly, then got up slowly and withdrew from the secret room. After 009 left, he quickly drove to Maori's house. He accelerated all the way, and soon arrived at the bottom of Maori Detective Agency. Looking through the bottom, 009 saw that all the lights had dimmed, and now in the middle of the night, most people have already rested. Taking out a photo, 009 glanced at it a little and was able to determine his goal. The character above is exactly the Conan Yi-zan wanted him to solve. 009, who came to the back of the detective agency, quickly climbed up the surrounding walls. After a few tosses, he came to the roof, landed next to the windowsill, quietly opened the windowsill, and walked into the house. He fell quietly, and then hurriedly walked to the bedside in the room. Now in the dead of night, only a shadow can be seen, dangling in the moonlight. Needless to say, even in deep sleep, Conan was very vigilant. He suddenly noticed that someone appeared behind him, and quickly opened his eyes, ready to scream. But 009 passed special training. Before Conan could scream, he pulled out a needle from behind and stuck it on Conan's body. No matter how smart Conan was, after receiving this needle, it felt like the world was spinning, and the whole person was dizzy. As soon as his eyelids were pulled, he fainted. Looking at the fainted Conan, 009 also showed a strange smile on his face. He could guarantee that when the sun rose the next day, he would never see this person named Conan again in this place. Then, 009 picked up Conan and jumped from the window with him. Before leaving, he did not forget to leave a note on the table. ... After coming out of this secret room, Yi-zan returned to his room, and after chatting with number 18 for a while, he fell asleep. The next day, when Yi-zan had just finished breakfast, Yi-zan's cell phone rang. He received a call saying that there was a TV station and wanted to invite 2 detectives to participate in their show. Yi-zan is very popular recently. Was about to ask Yi-zan if he had this idea. Yi-zan didn't have much thought about this kind of thing. After a few vague words, he hung up the phone. Picking up the newspaper on the table, Yi-zan looked at it leisurely. According to his estimation, 009 should have finished the matter, and at this time, Maori should also call. Ding ding. Sure enough, only 10 minutes later, Maori's phone hurriedly called. Hey, is it Yi-zan? The big thing is bad. Conan was taken away, and now he's gone. Trouble. Come over quickly and help me find it. Although he knew what was going on for a long time, Yi-zan still pretended to be surprised and said, Conan is gone, then wait a moment, I'll be right over. After hanging up the phone, Yi-zan drove the car and went directly to Maori's detective office. Yi-zan was still very satisfied with the killer he had trained, and his ability to do things was also very good. After arriving at Maori's detective office, Yi-zan hurriedly knocked on the door and walked in, and came out to greet his Maori Kogoro. When he saw Yi-zan coming, he rushed over as if he saw a savior. What should I do? Conan is gone. Mori said nervously. To be honest, Mori's main concern is that Conan's disappearance will cause him serious trouble. If others say that he lost Conan, then he, as a detective, is at the end of his life. Yi-zan comforted Maori for a while, then said, Don't worry, let's go to Conan's room first. Maori nodded quickly and walked to Conan's room with Yi-zan. As soon as the door was opened, Shaolin was rummaging inside. Seeing Yi-zan, Shaolin also said nervously, Yi-zan, I found this, come and see. What? The corner of Yizan's eyes moved slightly, and he walked over quickly, only to see a note in Xiaolan's hand. It reads, Uncle Maori, Sister Xiaolan, thank you for taking care of you. I've been bothering you for too long. I'm going home now, don't miss me too much, Conan. After seeing this note, Mori breathed a sigh of relief, patted his chest and said, it scared me a lot. I thought Conan was missing. It turned out to be going home. That's great, come on. This kid is gone, and I've saved a lot of rice. On the other hand, Xiaolan, who seemed to be the son of destiny, sensed something was wrong, read the note in her hand several times, then frowned and said, Dad, how can you just judge by a note? Conan is all right. Maybe it was left by criminals, and maybe Conan has been caught by them far away now. Quote. This. Maoli didn't know what to say. He didn't even think about these 107 kinds of questions. Yizan, who was on the side, couldn't help but admire in his heart. Maoli was like an idiot, and Xiaolan was much smarter than him. Just this, how did Maoli become a detective? Of course, the main messenger behind this whole thing is Yizan. Since he wants to make Conan disappear, and there is no doubt about it, he is naturally well prepared. With a slightly raised corner of his mouth, Yizan said to Xiaolan, by the way, does Conan have any relatives here? You can call them and ask them, and you will know the result. Yeah, how could I forget Dr. Ali? Xiaolan suddenly patted her head, forgetting such an important thing. Picking up the phone quickly, Xiaolan called Dr. Ali. Once connected, Xiaolan quickly asked, Dr. Li, where did Conan go, do you know? Soon, Dr. Li's slightly old voice rang on the other side of the phone, and he replied, it's Xiaolan, I forgot to tell you, Conan's parents came back last night, and they are going to take Conan to America. And I was in a hurry, so I left early in the morning and didn't bother you. I'm really sorry. Chapter 72 Invitation to TV show. After hearing Dr. Ali's answer, Xiaolan finally suppressed her worries. After all, Conan went home with his parents, and there was nothing to say. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiaolan replied and planned to hang up the phone. But Dr. Li seemed to have remembered something, and quickly took advantage of Xiaolan to hang up the phone and said, by the way, Xiaolan, I have something to tell you. Conan's parents, in order to thank you for your care during this time, will make a payment to your dad's account and thank you for taking care of him during this time. Maori, who was next to him, had been eavesdropping on the conversation between Xiaolan and Dr. Ali, and when he heard a call for money, he immediately became elated. Raising his hands high, Maori said excitedly, it's great, the rice for so long has not been in vain, good. After the phone call with Dr. Ali, Yizan smiled and said to the two of them, well, Conan is home safely now, you finally have nothing to worry about. Maori said with a smile, of course not to worry, this kid is gone, I can finally be quiet and peaceful. Mao Lilan also showed a slight smile and said to Yizan next to him, Conan is not here today, let's go out to eat. Yizan also nodded. For Xiaolan's appointment, Yizan has never had a reason to refuse. At this time, in Dr. Ali's house, a handful of old Dr. Ali was looking at the woman in front of him in a daze, with a blank expression on his face. What happened just now? Dr. Ali was stunned, scratched his head, looked around, and said slowly, by the way, in order to make your science and technology better, I decided to go to the United States. After all, is the place where the talent is abundant, why is it still delaying here? As Dr. Li said, he quickly began to pack up his things, but he didn't even notice the abnormality of a charming woman standing beside him. This woman is none other than the 18th. And Dr. Li's reaction can be done with a very simple demonic illusion. On the 18th, watching Dr. Ali's actions, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. As expected of my husband's ability, it is really useful. All of this is just a deliberate arrangement by Yizan. With his power, it is definitely not a difficult thing to let someone leave silently and not be discovered by anyone. Having accepted the fact that Conan had left, Xiaolan and Yizan still had Maori and came to a restaurant downstairs for dinner. When they entered here, a cool wind blew over. Yizan found a good spot and took the two to sit there. Maori's mood can be said to be the best among several people. Now he is waiting for the sum of money to arrive. In this case, he can also spend a lot of time. Soon, the waiter came up to ask them to order. After a few people ordered something, they sat there and watched TV. The TV broadcast was a variety show called Detective Agency. The ratings were not bad, and it was considered to be one of Maori's favorite shows. Seeing this show being broadcast, Maori said involuntarily, "If only I could be invited to this show at some point." Xiaolan smiled slightly and said to Maori, "As long as your father is willing to work hard and become a great detective, someone will definitely come to invite you." "Hey, that's true. With my intelligence and ingenuity, it will be discovered one day sooner or later." Maori still smiled conceitedly, and when he touched his hair, he appeared to be more witty. After the dishes were ready, Mori had just moved his chopsticks, and the mobile phone he was carrying at any time rang. As soon as he picked it up, the other party said, "Is that Mr. Mori? We are the organizer of the detective agency program. We want to invite. Do you have time for our next show?" What? Just when he put a piece of yuhi roast pork in his mouth, Maori was so excited that he almost jumped up from the chair. "Hey, do you have time?" Seeing that Maoli didn't answer for a long time, the other party couldn't help but ask one more question. With such a good opportunity, of course Maori would not refuse, and quickly nodded. "Okay, I have time, I will definitely be there in the next episode." After hanging up the phone, Maori couldn't hide his excitement, and said quickly, "Look, I said, I'm a genius of reasoning, and the detective agency is going to invite me in the next show." Looking at the excited Maori, Xiaolin couldn't help but smiled beside her, and expressed her blessings to her father. But Yizan, who was on the side, couldn't help but twitched at the corners of his mouth. It seemed like he had called him this morning, but he just rejected it. Looking at it like this show came to look for gross profit because it couldn't find anyone. Of course, even if the truth is like this, Yizan has no idea to dismantle him. After all, Maoli was so happy after all, so there was nothing wrong with letting him have a good time. The meal was very enjoyable. At the end of the meal, Maori was still rushing to pay the bill. It seemed that the detective show invited him, which made him very happy. A few days passed in a flash, and when the detective agency program finally started recording, Maori and Xiaolin were ready early in the morning, ready to go to the program group. Before leaving, he did not forget to call Yizan and ask him if he had time to watch the recording together. Since Xiaolan was also going to record that show, Yizan certainly wouldn't refuse the invitation, so he naturally agreed and went to the TV station together. Accompanied by Yizan, the three of them drove the car and quickly rushed to the location of the TV station. In the past few days, there has been no news from Conan, as if he really went to the United States and lived a happy life there. However, in fact, what the result was, it was not anyone like Mori Kogoro and Morilin who could know Akatsuki. Chapter 73_Producer. Of course, things will be arranged so well. All of this is because of Yizan. With his huge organization behind everything, there is no chance for Conan to resist. After coming to the TV station, a young female host walked over with a middle-aged man. As soon as the middle-aged man came over, he quickly stretched out his hand and smiled at Maori. "You are Mr. Maori, right? I'm the host of this show, Matsuo." It turned out to be Mr. Matsuo. "I have been looking forward to it for a long time. I often see you on TV." Mori said excitedly. After all, he is a fan of this show. Matsuo, who was talking to Maori, glanced at Yizan inadvertently, and immediately became excited, and quickly said, "This must be Yizan, I didn't expect you to come, it's really our honor." Having said that, Matsuo walked over quickly, and chatted with Yi Xuanpan, and also talked about the fact that they wanted to invite Yizan as a guest, which made Maori on the side very uncomfortable. Of course, Yizan didn't have many ideas about what kind of guest he was. What he wanted to do now was to solve a few more cases and exercise his mental strength. Soon, the recording of the show was about to start, and a man about the same age as Matsuo walked over from the other channel. The man was a little fat, holding a plan in his hand, and said to Matsuo, "Hey, Matsuo, the show is about to start, so hurry up and prepare. This is your last show recording, so cherish it. Oh, the last time." Hearing this, Matsuo's expression suddenly became a lot ugly, but he couldn't refute anything. After all, the other party was his boss, so he had to bite Kiba and said, "Yes, Mr. Tosuke, I will prepare immediately." The excited Dongsuke nodded and said to himself, "The next show is going to be hosted by a female star who is Yuhi, and the ratings will definitely be doubled by then, hee. After speaking, Dongsuke was about to leave here. Before he left, he seemed to have discovered the existence of Maori and Yizan, and turned around and said, "You are the guests this time, cherish the opportunity, maybe it is you. When it's time to make a name for itself." After finishing speaking, Dongsuke took the thing in his hand and left here with a smile on his face, as if thinking that the next show will be much more popular than now. Looking at Dongsuke's back, a chill flashed in Matsuo's eyes, but it soon disappeared. But even so, this little action of his still failed to escape Jack's observation. He saw at a glance that there was murderous intent on Matsuo's face. After a while, Matsuo came over and smiled at Mori. "Mr. Mori, let's go down and prepare." Well, okay. Although he didn't know what happened, Mori agreed and went down to prepare first. After all, he only came to participate in this show, not to care about their internal conflicts. The other hand, Yizan couldn't help but ask the hostess, "What's going on? There seems to be some contradiction between them." The hostess seemed to know something about the whole thing, and she couldn't help but sighed and said, "It all started from a few months ago. At that time, Mr. Tosuke, who was a producer, we ended our show and replaced it with a female star to host it, but Mr. Matsuo always disagreed, so it was only a few days ago that this matter was settled. This is the last time we will host this show, alas." "So it is." Yizan nodded, but didn't say much. He could only say that this kind of thing is very common in the company. On the other hand, Shaolin still seemed a little angry next to her, and said indignantly, "Mr. Tosuke is too much, how can he replace others like this?" The hostess originally wanted to say something, but the time for the show to start was almost here, and the makeup person behind her was already calling her, so she had to hurry up. The show was about to start. Yizan pulled Shaolin's clothes and said, "Let's go to the auditorium too." "Yeah." Shaolin nodded, followed behind Yizan, and the two walked towards the auditorium together. The recording of the show started quickly, with Matsuo and the hostess taking the stage, with Maori sitting next to the two of them. Matsuo said at the beginning, "Everyone knows that Mr. Mori is a well-known detective in Akatsuki. We are very lucky to have Mr. Mori this time." Maori also reached out to greet the audience and said with a smile, "Thank you, everyone. Thank you." Soon, Matsuo moved the whole host forward step by step, and started one by one according to the links prepared in advance. When it was almost over, there was a quiz session with prizes. The program team played a short video, and then the people on the scene guessed who was the murderer. Matsuo stood up from the chair and said with a smile, "The following video, I hope everyone can come out, who is the real murderer." The video was played quickly. About 4 minutes later, Yizan sat in the auditorium and quickly guessed that the murderer in this video couldn't help but raise his mouth and said with a smile, "The real murderer here is that one sister." Sitting next to Shaolin, hearing Yizan's speculation, she couldn't help but ask, "Did you guess it so quickly? It's amazing." At this time, the hostess, who was about to walk back to the host station, saw Matsuo running over from a distance with a sweaty face, and after a few breaths, she stopped and covered her stomach. "Mr. Matsuo, how are you? Why are you sweating profusely?" The hostess couldn't help asking. "It's nothing, I may have eaten something bad in the morning, and my stomach is a little uncomfortable. Didn't I tell you already?" Matsuo forced a smile. Then can you still go on stage? Do you want to see a doctor first? The hostess suggested. Waving his hand, Matsuo showed a smile. It's no big deal. Anyway, the show is about to end, so let's finish recording the show first. Chapter 74_shot. Soon, several people on the host stage also walked back. Matsuo picked up the microphone on it, raised a few decibels, and said loudly, I don't know who guessed this time in today's quiz session. The answer. As soon as the voice fell, many people began to raise their hands, wanting to answer this question. Even Xiaolan, who was sitting next to Yizan, quickly raised her hand. Let me answer. Matsuo glanced at the audience, and finally fixed his eyes on Xiaolan, and said with a smile, okay, let this beautiful lady answer the answer this time. Seeing that the designated person was herself, Xiaolan finally showed a smile on her face. She quickly got up with a smile and walked to the host stage. Smiling slightly at Xiaolan, Matsuo said, this beautiful lady, who is the answer you guessed? Xiaolan took the microphone and replied, it should be the sister in the video, I don't know if I guessed it right. Matsuo took the microphone back and said with a smile, this lady guessed it was the sister of the deceased, so did she guess right? Let's watch the big screen together. Afterwards, the big screen in front of the TV quickly jumped a few times, several pictures flashed quickly, and finally it was frozen for a moment. It was the photo of the deceased sister. Wow, this beautiful lady is really smart, and she really guessed it. Matsuo couldn't help but exclaimed tilde. The audience below the stage, because Xiaolan guessed the answer, many people cheered and congratulated her. It is really not easy to guess such a difficult part, ah. Of course, they didn't know that Yizan told her the answer. Soon, the hostess, holding a packaged gift, came over and said to Xiaolan, this time the gift is a commemorative pistol of the detective agency, I hope you will like it. Thank you. Xiaolan took the gift in her hand and showed a smile. The hostess pulled Xiaolan to stand on the stage for a long time, took a few pictures with the camera, and then said to the audience, this gun has a lot of background, but it was a training pistol that Mr. Matsuo used in competitions. You must know that Mr. Matsuo was a shooter back then. His shooting level was comparable to that of international players, and his strength was very strong. These remarks made many viewers excited, but they didn't expect a host to be a shooting master. Soon, the show ended with a burst of cheers, and Xiaolan also took the gift and returned to Yizan's side. Handing the gift box in her hand to Yizan, Xiaolan said with a slight dissatisfaction, what are you doing? I thought it was an exquisite gift. It turned out to be a commemorative pistol. I'll give it to you. After taking the box, Yizan looked around a few times, then smiled and said, this thing is still very well done. Why don't you like it? Then I will accept it. When the show ended, Yizan took this pistol and went to find Maori with Xiaolan. When several people met, Maori couldn't help patted his stomach, and said a little dejectedly, I didn't expect to be very tired to record a show. I'm so hungry now, so let's go eat first. At this time, Matsuo and the hostess came over and smiled at them. Thank you very much this time, why don't you stay and have a meal together? Hearing that there was a free dinner to eat, of course Maori would not refuse, and quickly said, okay, then we are welcome. Hee, please come with us. The hostess made a gesture of invitation and led the way, bringing Maori and the others over. At this moment, there was a rush of footsteps from a distance, and they were running towards this side quickly. I saw a man wearing a work hat, ran in front of everyone, and said very excitedly, the big thing is bad, something happened to Mr. Tosuk. This sentence was like a heavy hammer, which shocked everyone, and then Matsuo quickly turned around and said, what happened? The staff member in the hat said quickly, that's right, I was going to the editing room to find Mr. Tosuk, but I didn't expect that he wasn't there at all. When I returned, I was in the mail room on the 3rd floor, and sent Mr. Tosuk first. What's wrong with Tosuk? Matsuo asked very excitedly, and his expression changed a little because of this, even a little hideous. Then the staff member in the hat said, Mr. Tosuk was shot through the head and is already dead. What? Tosuka's dead. As if shocked, Matsuo stepped back several steps in a row, and then came back to his senses and said to the staff member with the hat, "Take us there quickly." Soon, the group hurried to the mail room on the third floor, and Matsuo rushed in front, as if he was very concerned about this matter. When they came to the mail room, they happened to see that the slightly chubby Dongsuke had collapsed by the window, and his body was covered in blood. There was a bullet hole on his head, and the dead could no longer die. Ah! The hostess couldn't hold herself back in an instant, couldn't help screaming, staggered back a few steps, and then fainted. Although Shaolin is also a girl, she has been with Yizan for a long time, and she has already experienced a lot at the scene of this murder. At this level, there is nothing to be afraid of. Yizan walked forward, surveyed the entire site several times, and found a lot of clues. The body of the deceased Dongsuke seemed to have been moved, and the blood on the side of the window was only limited to the window, and there was no trace on the wall. This situation caused Yizan to fall into contemplation immediately. He glanced back, and looked at the few people on the scene. If someone kills Dongjia, it should be someone he is familiar with. Yizan quickly determined the preliminary speculation in his heart. According to this situation, many of the people present were suspected of crimes, and the most suspect should be Matsuo and the man who found Tosuke's body. Chapter 75_Suspect. When he was in doubt, the person in charge of the TV station also rushed over. As soon as he saw Dongsuke's body, his expression changed. "What the hell is going on here?" The angry person in charge roared at everyone. The person in charge who came here had a fierce face, and there was a bit of suffocation between his eyebrows, which made the people around him not dare to approach him, and they all had some precautions and tensions. The man who had found Dongsuke's body before, straightened his sun hat, raised his hand and said in a low voice, "Guanping-kun, I just passed by this room when I found Mr. Dongsuke's body, and I don't know what happened. Things became." Guanping-kun immediately frowned and said in a low voice, "Then oh no, tell the police what you saw before." After finishing speaking, Guanping picked up his mobile phone, dialed the police station, and said directly to the police officer on the other end of the phone, "Hey, is this Officer Mumu? We are a TV station. A murder just happened, please you send someone over right away." Putting away the mobile phone, Guanping's face was very ugly. After all, he is the person in charge here. This is not a good thing for the entire TV station. He has to find a way to solve it. Yizan took all this in his eyes, turned around and said to Shaolan next to him, "What happened here is really strange." Shaolan also nodded solemnly and said, "Yizan, what do you think about this case?" Yizan didn't speak, but pouted angrily and looked in Matsuo's direction. Shaolan was also a smart person, so she naturally knew what Yizan wanted to express. The reason why she didn't ask her father was because Shaolan knew that her father was only half a bucket of water, and his ability to detect cases was no better than Yizan. Kun, who had walked in before, also found Yizan and the others, and suddenly his expression changed, appearing a little excited. Without too much hesitation, Guanping-kun hurried over, stretched out his hand, and said with a smile, "Mr. Maori, the famous detective, why are you here? It's such a surprise." Speaking, Guanping-kun also lowered his voice and asked, "Mr. Maori, I want to ask you, do you have any views on this case?" After all, Maori still has a certain reputation in society. Once something happens to Guanping-kun, of course, he wants to ask Maori for help. Greeted warmly by Guanping-kun, Maori was still a little excited, so he quickly stretched out his hand and shook it with Guanping-kun. Since he was asked such an initiative question in front of so many people, even if Maori wanted to refuse, he didn't know how to speak. After thinking for a while, Maori's face changed slightly, and then he made a relatively high expression, and then said, "This is a TV station, Mr. Tosuke died here so strangely, and he was shot to death, I guess the person who killed him should be a masked gangster." Hearing Maori's words, Guanping-kun immediately said with some doubts, "Then, Mr. Maori, why are you so sure that the other party is a masked gangster? not another shape. Ah, this. Maori hesitated for a moment, then said, if you don't cover your face, will someone who dares to do such a bad thing recognize you soon? For this tough answer, even Guan Ping-kun couldn't help but twitch a few times, not knowing what to say. Yizan, who was on the side, was even more speechless at Maori's answer. He walked directly to Guan Ping-kun and said to him, in my opinion, the one who can kill Mr. Dongsuk should be someone who is very familiar with him. People. Oh, why do you think so? Guan Ping-kun said with some doubts. Yizan glanced at the people around him, and then said, if it wasn't for someone who was familiar with Mr. Tosuk, when that person came in to assassinate, he would not have resisted at all. Look, Mr. Tosuk fell to the ground. It went very smoothly, basically without any struggle. There is only one such situation, that is, Dongsuk did not expect that the person who killed him would suddenly shoot him. What Yizan said, Guan Ping-kun's face changed greatly, and he said, according to what you said, then one of us is a murderer. Nodding slightly, Yizan said, if you want to say that, there is nothing wrong. After all, it is not so easy for someone who can kill Mr. Dongsuk to enter the scene of the recording program from the outside. Yizan's words seemed to remind Guan Ping-kun, and he suddenly flashed suspicious eyes and looked in the direction of Matsuo. Not only Guan Ping-kun, but also many people present turned their attention to Matsuo. After all, the most suspicious person here must be Matsuo. The one who had the biggest gap with Tosuk was Matsuo. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Matsuo was also a little unhappy, and lowered his voice. Hey, don't you all suspect that I killed Mr. Tosuk? Guan Ping didn't say that he doubted him, nor did he say he didn't doubt him, but said indifferently, when the police arrive, naturally Akatsuki will have a share. During this period of time, Yizan had been observing the movements and expressions of these 2.8 Matsuo. Judging from the situation at the scene, it was very likely that the murderer was Matsuo. After all, among these people, the best marksman was Matsuo, and Tosuk was shot and died. All said, he was the most suspect, and it was understandable. Just when everyone was in a state of suspicion, a siren sounded from a distance, a murder had occurred, and the police's dispatch speed was quite fast. After a while, the police officer Miu Miu, who was wearing a brown cape, rushed over from the outside in a hurry, with a team of police behind him. As soon as Officer Mumu came here, he carefully surveyed the entire scene, and then looked at everyone present. Chapter 76 already the fastest. When he saw Yizan was also here, Officer Miu Miu's eyes showed some excitement, and he couldn't help saying, Yizan, you are here too, that's great, in this case, I don't have to. I have sent someone to invite you. Speaking of this, Officer Mumu said quickly, your reasoning ability is so strong, help me find out who are the most suspect objects in this case. As a police officer, although he has a strong ability to handle cases, it is best to have the help of a detective. All police officers always turn to detectives for help. Although Yizan did not explicitly say that he is a detective, his various abilities have already shown that he is a master of solving cases with high ability. He didn't directly say that he doubted Matsuo, but Yizan still said, although I still can't directly determine who the murderer is, I can be sure that the person who killed Mr. Tosuk must be in this room, there is no doubt about it. Quote. Oh, if that's the case, it might be much easier to handle. Officer Mumu nodded immediately, his eyes became extremely stern, and he looked at these people at the scene. Years of experience in handling cases have made Officer Mumu's eyes very different. For criminals, there is also a certain psychological blow. If the real murderer sees Officer Mumu's eyes, the expression will change somewhat, even it will also be exposed as a result. Officer, let's check first, the time of death of the deceased. Yizan suggested beside him. Yeah, Officer Mumu nodded, and then conveyed the order to the forensic doctor. After a while, the forensic doctor told the police officer Mumu the result. He nodded and said to Yizan, according to the forensic doctor's test, the time to kill Mr. Dongsuk should be about this hour, it will not exceed too long. After hearing this, Yizan's brows immediately wrinkled, and then he lowered his voice and said, "So that's the case. If that's the case, then Mr. Dongsuke's death time should be when we were recording the show." Such speculation made Matsuo, who was recording the program at the time, immediately stand up and say, "If you say that, the person who killed Mr. Tosuke should not be us." It's okay that he didn't say this, but when he said this, Yizan became more suspicious of him, looking at him, and always felt that something was wrong. Mori also pulled his chin with his hand for a while, and said in a very puzzled tone, "If that's the case, it seems that Mr. Matsuo really doesn't have time to kill people. He has been recording shows with us all the time before." I always felt that Matsuo's expression were a bit weird. Yizan couldn't help asking, "Then from the beginning to the end, did Mr. Matsuo leave the scene?" When asked this question, Matsuo didn't answer yet, but the hostess who recorded the show with him said without hesitation, "If you say that." When the show was recorded with a prize quiz, Matsuo went to the toilet, he said. "I felt a little sick in my stomach, so I left for a while at that time." Quote. This sentence is undoubtedly like a blockbuster, making everyone look at him immediately, and Mori said excitedly, "It turns out that the murderer is you. Mr. Matsuo, admit it, you must have used the toilet. This gap, and then came here to kill." Being so determinedly designated as a murderer, Matsuo's expression changed immediately. He quickly stepped back and waved his hand quickly. "No, I didn't kill Mr. Matsuo, you are wrong, I am not the murderer." Quote. Yizan also said in a deep voice, "Mr. Matsuo, I have long heard that your marksmanship is very good, and you have a lot of grudges with Mr. Tosuke. You are suspected of being the most promising murderer, and you are also one of them. A very bad thing." Quote. Matsuo, who was already sweating profusely, quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said in an excited tone, "But even if you said that, I killed Mr. Tosuke, but you can think of it from the anchor room. It would take me at least 6 minutes to get to where Mr. Tosuke died, and the tape was only 4 minutes. No matter how fast I was, I might have arrived here in such a short time to kill Tosuke." Such a powerful overthrow argument made Yizan clearly notice that Matsuo's vigorous argument was defending himself. He nodded slightly and said to Officer Mumu, "Since Mr. Matsuo said so, then we might as well do an experiment to see how long it takes to come from there." Officer Mumu also nodded, looked at Maori, and showed a smile. "Brother Maori, it's up to you to do this. I am very optimistic about you." "What, you want me to do it? Why don't you let your hands down?" For this drudgery, Maori didn't want to let himself run around here. 187 waved his hand slightly, and Officer Mumu said, "Our police officers are all trained and have no reference value, and as a detective, Maori, you are still a great detective, so of course, you are the best experimental subject." Quote. Hearing Officer Mumu calling him a famous detective, Maori's expression changed suddenly. He stood up straight and nodded and said, "It's still Officer Mumu's vision. Of course, only I, Maori, have such a challenging task. It can only be completed, then you can see how I can get here in 4 minutes." Quote. After finishing speaking, Maori was accompanied by a few police officers to the previous recording room, and then began to run hard. In order to buy time, Maori really worked hard, and the speed did not stop at all, and kept running forward. But when Maori ran to the place of Mr. Tosuke's death, the stopwatch in the hands of police officer Meguro had counted more than 6 minutes. Officer Mumu, who was slightly dissatisfied, patted his forehead and said, "Can't you run faster?" As soon as he heard this, Maori immediately became furious and said to the police officer Mumu very upset, "I've already run the fastest. If you don't believe me, try it yourself." Chapter 77_Strong Evidence. Does it run fast? The chronograph to Yizan, Officer Mumu had to say, "According to what I said, it takes at least 6 minutes to come here from the place where the program was recorded." Seeing the result, Matsuo breathed a sigh of relief. He put his arms around his chest leisurely, and said indifferently, "I said, I can't be a murderer." Although Matsuo said this, Yizan still did not rule out his biggest suspicion. After all, As long as he is a smart murderer, it is very easy to get rid of this suspicion. As long as he finds a shortcut and runs here, it is simply a simple matter. In a mere 4 minutes, there may still be a lot, but according to this situation, there is no strong evidence to prove that Matsuo is the murderer of Tosuke. Soon, everyone withdrew the object of suspicion from Matsuo. After all, no one would want to make enemies with their colleagues. But Yi-zan doesn't think so. The marksmanship is the best here, and he is the one who has the biggest conflict with Dongsuke. If the murderer is not him, then who is it? Of course, when there is no evidence, Yi-zan is not good at suspecting anyone, so he can only say to Officer Mumu, "Officer, the matter has reached this stage, then please everyone, please provide that you are not present." Proof. Well, then we can only use this exclusion method to determine the identity of the suspect. Officer Mumu nodded and said. Soon, everyone provided the evidence that was not present at the time. After all, this is the key to determining the case. When a police officer asked where Ono was, Ono immediately said, "I also went to the reference room to put things, and then I passed through this room and happened to find Mr. Tosuke's body." This answer immediately made Yi-zan's face change, and he looked at Xiaoyi's body. I saw Ono wearing a sun hat, and he seemed to be afraid of the sun. He kept his head down, as if he didn't want to meet other people. What was even more strange was that he also wore a lot of clothes, which was more difficult than when they were present. People have to have more. Just these strange images made Yi-zan suddenly puzzled, and looking at the appearance of the colleagues around him, it seemed that they didn't like talking to him very much. Could it be that the murderer may also be him, but what is his motive? Yi-zan couldn't help thinking. When the police finished asking, they couldn't help but say, "Then your answer is equivalent to having no alibi, because no one can prove that you were not there at the time." This sentence immediately reminded Yi-zan, which changed his expression. He couldn't help thinking, yes, it was Ono who found Dongsuke's body. When he was here alone, it was the best time to commit the crime. So the one who killed Tosuke was probably Ono. Ouch, my stomach hurts. At this moment, Matsuo, who was standing by the side for interrogation, suddenly clutched his stomach and wailed beside him. Officer Miu Miu immediately turned his eyes away a little unhappily, and said in a low voice, "You really don't pull in early, don't pull in late, but at this time, let's go." With the sound of his stomach rumbling, Matsuo hurriedly ran towards the toilet. Looking at his appearance, it didn't seem like he was pretending. In this situation, Yi-zan's brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly, and he quickly said to the hostess, "What did you all eat before recording the show?" The hostess is a relatively honest woman, and she doesn't dare to hide anything in front of the police. As long as she is asked about her problems and how much she knows, she will tell the truth. "We just drank a cup of coffee in the morning and didn't eat the rest," replied the hostess. Yi-zan frowned slightly, and then said, "Can I trouble you? Bring up that cup of coffee and let me take a look." "No problem." The hostess nodded, then turned around and walked out of the room, fetching the cup of coffee from the place where the show was recorded. After taking the cup of coffee that Matsuo had drunk, Yi-zan picked it up and smelled it, and immediately there was a strong smell that rushed into his nostrils. But in this taste, there is another slightly more sour taste, but this taste is very light, and most people can't notice it at all. But Yi-zan's strength is strong, and this kind of small skill is not difficult for him at all, and he found this out easily. Afterwards, Yi-zan said to the hostess, "Who brought this cup of coffee here?" After recalling a little, the hostess replied, "I remember that in the morning, Mr. Ono was responsible for delivering this cup of coffee. He personally brought the coffee over to us." "Is that so?" Yi-zan showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and then said, "If this is the case, then things will be easier to handle." Turning around again, Yi-zan looked at Xiaoyi, took the coffee in his hand in front of him, and said in a low voice, "Then can you tell me why you put laxatives in the coffee?" Yi-zan's words surprised many of the people present. He didn't expect Jack to smell it like this, and he knew that there was laxative in the coffee. At this time, Ono's expression also became very ugly. His face was pale, and he didn't seem to think that Yizan would find out about these things. But even so, in front of so many people, Ono still waved his hand and said excitedly, "No, it's not the laxative I gave at all. When I brought this coffee, it was already like this." "Oh, is this what it is?" Yizan said indifferently with the corners of his mouth raised. Regarding Xiaoyi's stubbornness, Yizan then asked, "Then why can't you produce strong evidence to prove that you were not there at the time?" As if he had prepared his lines long ago, Ono didn't even hesitate, and said, "That's because I passed by and no one saw it, so I couldn't show an alibi, but even so, you can't. It means that I am the murderer." Quote. Chapter 78_struggle. Officer Miu Miu also interjected at this time. "Yes, Yizan, according to the standards of the judgment, under these conditions, it is still impossible to determine that he is the murderer. Indeed, if just because of these reasons, it would not be enough to convince the public at all." Yizan smiled lightly and suddenly said, "Mr. Ono, I didn't say you were the murderer. Why are you so nervous? Relax." Already in a state of tension, how can Ono relax, be suspected of being a murderer, and calm down? That is really amazing. At this moment, Matsuo came out of the bathroom, and while covering his stomach, he walked over and said to everyone weakly, "By the way, I suddenly remembered something. Some time ago, Ono seemed to be still with Dong. Mr. Jia quarreled." This sentence, like a stone falling into the water, immediately caused a layer of ripples, and Yizan quickly said, "What the hell is going on? Do you know the reason?" Matsuo shook his head and said, "I don't know the specific situation, but I vaguely heard a sentence or two. It seems that it is about to be fired. It seems that because 830 Ono did something wrong, Mr. Tosuk will take him from TV station fired." Yizan immediately turned his head and said to Ono, "Mr. Ono, is there really such a thing?" Ono, who originally wanted to refute, suddenly rolled his eyes and nodded his head. "Yes, it is true. Mr. Matsuo saw it right. I did quarrel with Mr. Tosuk. The reason is because of my job. If the ability is not outstanding, Dongsuk will fire me, and in the end, the two of us quarreled." As if to remedy something, Ono still said, "But after we quarreled, we didn't mention it again, and Mr. Tosuk didn't fire me." "So it is." Yizan nodded slightly and didn't say much. On the contrary, it was Maori, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, with an excited look on his face, and said loudly, "In my opinion, the murderer is you. Because you had something unpleasant with Tosuk, you held a grudge, and took advantage of today's opportunity to kill Tosuk." Maori speculated in a self-proclaimed sense. "No, it's not like that." Ono quickly retorted, "How could I kill Dongsuk for this reason?" When Maori was arguing with Ono, Yizan was already secretly sending a text message to number 18 on his mobile phone, asking her to check the specific information of Ono. After a while, Yizan received a long receipt on his mobile phone, all about the Ono in front of him, and of course, some records of his recent activities. When reading this text message, Yizan suddenly let out a sneer, stretched out his hand and pointed in front of Ono, and said, "Admit it, Ono-kun, you killed Mr. Tosuk." The affirmation of this sentence surprised everyone, and when they looked at Ono-kun, they were all puzzled. Yizan snorted coldly and said, "The reason why you killed Dongjia, of course, was not because he wanted to fire you, but because he discovered your secret and asked you to extort a sum of money. You held a grudge, and then started murder." What? This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, and it hit Xiaoyi like this, causing his face to change a few times, then staggering backwards, and finally sat down on the chair. The expression on his face was tense. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I kill Mr. Dongsuk because of this? It's ridiculous." Ono didn't admit what Yizan said at all, and was still trying to refute it. When things had reached this point, Yizan didn't have any hesitation. He ran directly in front of Ono, ran directly in front of him, and then pulled his clothes off with all his might. T-shirt that Ono was wearing inside was revealed. Of course, the most eye-catching thing was not the t-shirt on Ono's body, but a black pistol on his waist. Yizan suddenly stretched out his hand and took the pistol in his hand. He opened it at will and glanced at it, and he clearly found that there were a total of 10 bullets in the pistol, 3 of which were knocked out, and now there are only 7 remaining. Particles. HMPH. Oh no, what else do you have to say? The number of bullets that disappeared from your pistol matches the number of bullets at the scene. Yizan snorted coldly. Actually, you are the real murderer. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, his conspiracy was still exposed. Ono's whole body softened, and the whole person felt as if he had been smashed by something, and he lost his strength. Sitting on the chair, Ono let out a long sigh, raised his head with a bleak smile, and said helplessly, I thought it was flawless, and I could even kill people with a knife, but I didn't expect it to be revealed in the end. Under the light, Yizan's figure suddenly became a little taller, and he said very forcefully, in this world, only justice is eternal, you evil fellows will always be brought to justice. Well, Yizan didn't even think about it, he did less evil things. It's okay to say that to others. However. Okay, that's really good. Officer Mew Mew praised Yizan. The current situation has been able to accurately explain that it was Ono who killed Tosuk. In order to cover up something, he chose to kill Tosuk. Taking a step forward, Yizan asked, Xiaoyi, I have always wanted to ask you a question. What did Dongsuk find out about you? You want to kill him like this? Because, Ono was about to say what he wanted to say, when suddenly, halfway through the words, the whole person's movements changed, and he flashed back to the side, and quickly took out the gun from his waist. Holding the black pistol in his hand, Ono aimed the muzzle at the crowd and shouted, Everyone don't come over. If you take one step further, I will shoot. The surrounding police, in their habitual movements, also took out their guns from their waists and held them against Ono. Chapter 79 _ Come to the rescue. Hey, what are you doing now? Are you looking for death? Officer Mew Mew snorted coldly, not afraid that the muzzle of the gun would be aimed at him, and still walked forward. Don't come here. Ono held the hand at the muzzle of the gun, becoming a little trembling, and his eyes were a little ruthless, but he didn't dare to shoot. Suddenly, the bolder Ono rushed to the side quickly, grabbed the hostess, grabbed her, pointed the pistol at the hostess, and yelled at the crowd, Who are you? If she dares to come over, I'll shoot her in the head. Such severe intimidation made the people around him nervously glance over here, and did not dare to move around casually, for fear of accidentally angering Ono, making him mad, and a shot would collapse in his hand till the hostages. Don't be impulsive, just say whatever you have to say. At this time, Officer Mumu had to bow his head and persuade Ono with good words, for fear that he might act too aggressively. Even the hostess who was kidnapped by him sobbed twice and said in a very sad tone, Oh no, we have been working together for so long, I didn't expect you to be such a person, do you have to kill me? This sentence made Ono, who was holding the pistol, slightly moved, but his heart had become ruthless, his eyes suddenly sank again, and he lowered his voice and said, There is no way, it is you who forced me to this step, as long as I'm fine, you'll be fine. Hey. Who knows? Just after he finished speaking, a black light quickly flew over from a distance. The speed of this ray of light was terrifyingly fast, and before everyone could see what it was, it had already reached Ono's forehead and slammed his head into it quickly. Shish! This black light immediately hit Ono's forehead, and another black thing rushed out from behind Ono's forehead. Ono, who was hit by this blow, screamed, and then his body quickly retreated back, staggered several times in a row, and then hit the wall. Bang! Ono's body lay down very weakly, leaning on the wall, a trace was drawn, and then he was half lying on the ground with his hands hanging beside him. Taking advantage of this time, the surrounding policemen rushed over and quickly took the gun from Ono's hand. At this time, a small hole had appeared on Xiaoyi's head, and the blood inside was constantly flowing out, and the whole person's appearance became a little scary. The blood couldn't stop, and Ono's body was also twitching violently, as if he was dying at any time. And everyone looked over to Yizan's side. The blow just now was exactly what he sent. And Officer Mew Mew said in surprise, "Yizan, what weapon did you just use? We didn't even look at it. Did not see clearly." Killing people to save people in times of crisis, Jack can be regarded as justifiable defense. This is entirely to rescue the hostess. Of course, Yizan didn't actually use any weapons at all, he just used a normal chi to kill Ono. But in front of Officer Mew Mew, Yizan naturally wouldn't say that. He smiled lightly and said, "This is a secret weapon I bought not long ago. It can save my life in times of crisis. See the situation today. In an emergency, I took it out and used it." Quote. So it is. Officer Mumu nodded understandingly. For him, he had seen many rich people prepare secret weapons for himself, which was not surprising. Seeing that Ono was about to die, Yizan walked over slowly, came to him, and asked, "You haven't told me what secret Dongsuk has discovered about you, and you want to kill him like this." Quote. The most terrifying thing for people is curiosity. Yizan is now aroused by Ono's question, and now he wants to ask clearly, and he doesn't want to let him die like this. Seeing Yizan walking towards Xiaoyi, Officer Mew Mew said involuntarily, "He is a murderer, be careful." Yizan turned his back to Police Officer Mumu, shook his head slightly, and said, "Don't worry, he has lost the ability to kill, I'm fine." Ono, who was lying on the ground about to die, showed a very ugly smile, and then said, "Actually, I stole some funds from the TV station and was discovered by Dongsuk. He threatened me and asked me to give him half of it. I was afraid that he would call the police. Kill him. It turns out that all the problems are due to this simple reason, and of course, this reason is also very powerful enough for a person to kill. Alas, everything stems from desire." Yizan couldn't help but sighed with emotion. After saying these words, Ono finally let out his last breath, but he didn't take another breath. He slowly closed his eyes and didn't move. Seeing the two corpses on the ground, everyone couldn't help but sigh. They were all living peacefully, but they were broken by these things. The case has been solved, and the police officer Mew Mew also quickly asked his subordinates to clean up the scene and clean up all the things left behind. Moreover, those places that have been damaged also need to be cleaned up again, and many people have to stay and give a new confession. Mr. Matsuo, who stood aside for a long time, was also deeply shocked by this incident, and he was also sweating a lot. But even so, Matsuo slowly walked in front of Yizan and bowed deeply to him. "Thank you so much, Yizan." Turning around and looking at Matsuo, Yizan lowered his voice so that only the two of them could hear him and said, "You can do it yourself. Crime is not something everyone wants to do." Hearing this, Matsuo's expression couldn't help but be shocked. It seemed that there was some secret that Yizan discovered, but he dared to say more, so he nodded without saying a word. Yi Shuink remembered that in the original book, Matsuo killed Tosuk, but this time, he was probably too late to act, but was robbed by others. It is also possible that it was the appearance of Yizan that changed everything. Chapter 80 _ The case is over, watch the movie. After all, the case was over, and it was pointless to think about it so much. At least Yizan knew that after Matsuo knew his warning, he would no longer be a murderer. "Yizan, your reasoning ability is really strong." Officer Mew Mew walked over and couldn't help but admire. After speaking, Officer Mumu turned his head and said to Maori, "Brother Maori, you should also learn more from Yi Xuanshui. His talent is comparable to that of a real detective." When the police officer Mumu said this, Maori scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and said with a laugh, Yes, I will ask Yizan for more advice in the future." After all, since so many things happened, the cases that Yizan has solved are far more powerful than Mao Li, and they are all solved very quickly. This kind of ability is regarded as a master in the detective world. In front of such a master, Mao Li had to admire him. If he was asked to solve these cases, it might take a lot of trouble, and it might not even be successful. However, Shaolin looked at the corpse and bloodstains at the scene, which made Xiaolin feel very uncomfortable. She couldn't help but step back several steps, her brows furrowed together. She turned her head to look at Yizan. No knowing what was going on, Mao Lilan, who was originally very strong in her heart, looked very weak when Yizan was by her side. Well, maybe this is the origin of the little woman. And Yizan, who has always put his mind on Mao Lilan, has long seen these things, so he said to others, the case has been solved, let's go back first. Since Yizan was going to leave, it was not easy for others to stop him, so they had to agree to let him leave. Outside the door, there were already a lot of reporters. They all broadcasted through the TV station, and when they knew what happened inside, they all wanted to come in an interview. After staying in the TV building for a while, Yizan and Xiaolin still had a profit and got off the elevator, ready to go back first. Wow, isn't that Yizan, a very famous detective recently? As soon as he walked out of the door, a reporter recognized Yizan and hurriedly shouted. A shout came out, and the other reporters turned around one after another. Looking at Yizan, everyone's expressions were so surprised and exaggerated, and they ran over in a hurry. Seeing so many reporters, the expression of Mao Lilan next to Yizan changed slightly. Mao Lilan, who had not experienced this, was still a little scared. Seeing this, Yizan suddenly stretched out his hand to grab Xiaolin, and Yizan said, let's go. On the other hand, there are just too many reporters here. Quote. When Yizan suddenly held her hand, Xiaolin couldn't help but tremble slightly. She felt a warm current in her body, which was a feeling she had never experienced before. Raising her head slightly, Xiaolin glanced at Yizan, only to realize that the man in front of her was so handsome that her little face couldn't help but look yuhi. Yeah, nodding lightly, Xiaolin followed behind Yizan, ready to leave. Yizan pulled Maori's clothes and said to him, Uncle, I'll leave it to you, Xiaolin and I will go first. Seeing Yizan and Xiaolin holding hands together, Maoli quickly smiled and said, Okay, you guys go first, it's enough to have me here alone. Facing so many reporters alone, Maoli not only was not nervous at all, on the contrary, he was a little excited. In Maoli's opinion, this was a good opportunity for him to show his face. After tidying up his bow tie and suit, Maori opened his arms to block the excited reporters, and said with a smile, Mr. Reporters, if you have any questions, just ask me Kogoro Maori, I'm also a famous detective, and I just went inside. What happened? I was there, I knew everything like the back of my hand. Quote. Although these reporters really wanted to interview Yizan, but seeing that Yizan and Xiaolin had already left and couldn't catch up, these reporters took the next step and started to interview Maori. Surrounded by so many reporters, Maori was still very happy, answering their questions carefully one by one. At this time, Yizan, who had left here through another door, took Xiaolin to the street, and the two wandered aimlessly on the street. It's been a long time since I walked around the streets of this modern city, Yizan really didn't know where to go next. When I looked up, I saw a few hundred meters ahead, there was a tall shopping building with several signs hanging on it, all of which were movies that had just been released recently. By the way, Xiaolin, it's not too late, let's go to a movie. Yizan made a suggestion. The closer she got to Yizan, the more Xiaolin found her inner changes. Although she wanted to go home now, Yizan was by her side, so she nodded involuntarily, and then said, okay. Then let's go to the movies. Soon, Yizan and Xiaolin came to the cinema and bought 2 tickets for the new movie, ready to watch. Picking up the ticket in her hand, Xiaolin said involuntarily, there's still half an hour to go before the show starts, we might as well go buy something to eat first. Okay, Yizan nodded, then went to the counter that sold snacks with Xiaolin, and went to buy something to eat first, so that when watching a movie later, he could have something to eat. Are quite a lot of people watching the movie 4.2. There are almost 100 people waiting for admission outside, and there are also many people queuing up to buy food. As soon as Yizan and Xiaolin got behind the vending machine, they stood behind a young girl. The young girl was tall and slender, wearing a black tight skirt, which fully showed her bumpy figure. A pair of high heels of more than 10 centimeters added a bit of temperament to her. With such a beautiful woman in front, the men beside her couldn't help but take a few more glances, and some were even discussing in private, looking like they were just around the corner. At this moment, a thin, wretched man walked slowly from behind. He was wrapped in a coat and looked a little nondescript. Hokage, give me a face. Conan, Chapter 81-100. Chapter 81_Thief. When the man came over, his eyes kept rolling around, as if he was observing something. Soon, the wretched man walked behind the beautiful woman, stopped there, and never moved forward. Such an obvious behavior is obviously cutting the queue, and it is still in Yizan's team. In this low-level martial arts world, Yizan seldom took action, because he felt that these guys with only 5 combat power were not worth his shot at all. Moreover, now that Shaolin was in front of him, Yizan of course had to maintain a gentle appearance, so Yizan stretched out his hand and poked the wretched man. After being poked by Yizan with his finger, the wretched man immediately became unhappy, turned his head to look at Yizan, and said with great dissatisfaction, "What are you doing? Do we know each other? Just stab me with your finger." Still maintaining a faint smile, Yizan said, "I'm sorry, if you want to watch a movie, please go to the back and line up." If I didn't say this, but when I said it, the wretched-looking man was still a little unhappy, and immediately opened his eyes, stared at Yizan, and said, "Do you know who I am? If there are people in the area who don't know me, I won't line up, what's the matter?" Quote. Yizan has never paid attention to such a young person, and was about to slap him away, but Shaolin, who was behind him, stood up first. "Why are you so rude? This is a public place. Everyone is queuing up. Why are you cutting the line?" Shaolin said with an angry face. Shaolin, who is full of sense of justice, does not allow such a thing to happen in front of her. Of course, she must quickly uphold justice and cannot let such people take advantage of the loopholes. Shaolin's voice was louder, and everyone around heard it, and they all turned their heads and looked over here. Although this wretched man still wanted to say something, he swallowed what he wanted to say under the eyes of everyone, just snorted coldly and walked back. After the wretched man left, everyone looked at Shaolin with admiration, which made Shaolin feel a little embarrassed, but Yizan stood behind him. Soon, Yizan and Shaolin bought popcorn and snacks, and returned to the seats where they were waiting for admission, and took a short rest. At this moment, the wretched man in the coat appeared again. He was in the snack vending machine, lining up behind a fat woman. The fat woman was wearing jewels, and at first glance she looked like a rich man. The black mink coat she was wearing was very valuable, and the small bag she was wearing was also very valuable. The wretched man glanced left and right, and found that no one noticed him, so he stretched out his hand from under his coat, holding a knife in his hand, and slowly reached out to the delicate little bag. Although the man's movements were very careful, Yizan and Shaolin saw it clearly. When the man appeared, he couldn't help but look at him a few more times. I didn't expect that he was really doing bad things. Seeing this scene, Shaolin, who had a strong sense of justice, how could she allow such a thing to happen, and quickly shouted, "Thief, what do you want to do?" When this sentence was shouted, the man who was about to attack immediately shuddered, and the knife in his hand almost fell to the ground. And the fat woman, also reminded by this sentence, immediately turned her head and looked behind her, just in time to see that the man was about to steal her things. "Okay, you thief, you still want to steal my things." The fat woman was also angry, and quickly picked up her bag and smashed it. After being smashed, the man who stole was also angry, took out a dazzling dagger from behind, placed it in front of him, and said to the fat woman, "Come here again, and I will stab you to death." Showing the dagger in front of the crowd naturally startled everyone. With the man at the center, everyone dispersed, and the fat woman didn't dare to get angry again. Seeing that everyone was shocked, the man was even more proud, turned around, and snorted coldly at Shaolin and Yizan, "You two wait for me, I will make you look good." After speaking, the man hurriedly left the cinema and walked outside. After all, there were security guards here, so he didn't dare to stay long. I dare to threaten me, I must teach him a lesson. Xiaolan's temper also came up, and she wanted to rush out to fight the wretched man. You know, Xiaolan is a master of the Taekwondo club. She is just such a guy. She doesn't take it seriously. It really annoys her, and she doesn't have to deal with it. But Yizan grabbed Xiaolan, raised the ticket in her hand, and said, the movie will start soon. Why bother with that guy? Let's go to the movie. Xiaolan, who was still a little angry at first, nodded after hearing what Yizan said, and didn't bother with that guy anymore, turned around and went to the movie with Yizan first. After entering the cinema, Yizan and 697 people found a place, put out snacks to eat and drink, and watched the movie while eating. This is still Yizan and Xiaolan watching a movie alone. Naturally they have a different feeling. Originally wanted to talk to Xiaolan, but Yizan didn't have the opportunity. Xiaolan just watched the plot in the movie and found it very exciting and attractive, but didn't pay attention to what Yizan said. In this case, Yizan didn't go to talk to little Lando anymore, just sat on the side eating popcorn, waiting for the movie to end. After watching the movie, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. At this time, for this city, it may still be a lively time. Young people like to go around and enjoy the happy nightlife this night. Yizan and Xiaolan came out of the movie theater. The lights outside were Yuhi wine green. On the avenue, there were often some luxury cars driving by, and there was an endless stream of people coming and going. Glancing at the distance, Yizan turned his head and said, Xiaolan, it's still early, why don't we go have something to eat? Taking out her watch and looking at it, Xiaolan shook her head and said, I don't want it anymore. It's already 10 o'clock. I have to go back early. If I go back late, my father will scold me. Chapter 82_bastard or something. Yizan knew a lot about Maori Kogoro's character. If Xiaolan really didn't go home at night with him, I'm afraid that guy Maori would be very happy. Why would he scold her? But Xiaolan said so. Yizan didn't know what to say, so he could only say, well, I'll drive you. Well, thank you. Xiaolan smiled and nodded, expressing her gratitude to Yizan, revealing a sweet wine vortex, which made people take a few more glances. At this time, from an alley not far away, there was a shout, delicious Yuhi grilled seafood, come and try it. As the voice fell, a strange fragrance floated over here, and the attractive smell made Yizan couldn't help but look over. Xiaolan was even more excited, her eyes seemed to bloom like little stars. She clasped her small fists in both hands, and said happily, wow, it's really Yuhi's seafood, hurry up and have a look, I want to go too. Eat, I haven't had something so delicious for a long time. Seeing Xiaolan like this, Yizan couldn't help but cast a glance at her, and said in his heart, aren't you hungry before, but now you want to eat again, you're really a foodie. But it was not easy to dampen Xiaolan's happiness. Yizan nodded and said, okay, let's go together, just in time for me to taste it. What kind of delicious food is this? Yeah, Xiaolan nodded, showing a smile, and then said, this is a very delicious thing. I loved it when I was a child, but I can't eat it now. Following Xiaolan to Yuhi's seafood stall, Yizan discovered that this is a special product unique to a seaside city. In a city rich in seafood, it is good at making all kinds of delicious food and grilling it together. This feeling makes everyone feel very delicious. After taking a bite, it is guaranteed to be unforgettable for a long time. And this stall is placed in a small alley. After people who come and go have ordered some, they will pack it away and taste the food while walking. The person who set up the stall was an elderly man. He hunched over his body, stroked his white beard, and smiled at Xiaolan. Little girl, what you like to eat, order it yourself. I want this, and this. Xiaolan seemed to be familiar with these things, and quickly ordered these delicacies. After ordering, Xiaolan smiled and stretched out 2 fingers, shook it in front of the old man, and said, Grandpa, give me 2 copies of each of these things I just ordered. Okay, no problem. The old man showed a smile, and quickly took Shaolin's order and took it to Yuhi to burn. At this moment, Yizan's brows suddenly wrinkled, and his eyes couldn't help squinting to the side. With Yizan's strongest perception, he immediately discovered that there were several people behind this alley, following them all the time. While they were baking, these people, all carrying tools, quickly rushed out from behind. Under the lights of the small alley, the figures of these people were stretched longer and longer, stepping on the alley, and the standing water on the side of the road reflected their figures. The one in front of these people is the one who was exposed by Shaolin before, who stole something in the movie theater, and then was discovered. The short man waved his hand and shouted at Yizan, "Stinky boy, you are finished tonight, I finally found you." With that said, the short man said to the tall men behind him, "Big brother, it's this man and woman. When I was about to attack, they suddenly exposed me and I was almost caught." The few men who followed behind this short man were not good people at first glance. Everyone looked fierce, with tattoos on their bodies, iron bars in their hands, and they were full of anger. A man with a scar on his face, carrying the iron rod in his hand, walked out with a cold snort, pointed the iron rod in his hand at Yizan, but turned his head to the short man and said, "Hey, Yamada-kun, is it these two guys? I want them to look good." Quote. This group of people quickly surrounded Yizan and Shaolin. This sudden scene shocked Shaolin. She has always been a good child who abides by the law. When did she encounter this kind of thing? Scene. Who was cooking Yuhi's seafood took a few steps back in fear, without saying a word, and the expression on his face changed when he looked at these guys who suddenly appeared. Yizan didn't take these guys seriously. In Yizan's opinion, the human beings in this world are different from those ordinary people in the Dragon Ball world who have only 5 combat power. Seeing that Yizan and the others didn't speak, the man with the iron rod in his hand thought that Yizan and the others were afraid, so he waved the iron rod in his hand and walked slowly over here. While shaking the iron rod in his hand, the tall man sneered, "You really don't know how high the sky is. We have the final say in this area. You two dare to provoke us. Prepare to be punished." Having said that, this tall man is also considered ruthless, and he swung the iron rod in his hand quickly, and the direction he swung down was exactly beside Yizan. In the eyes of this man, the power of this stick is very powerful. As long as it is smashed quickly, it will definitely make Yizan scream. "Ah, Yizan, be careful." Shaolan, who was behind her, saw this scene and hurriedly shouted. Seeing that the stick was about to fall on Yizan's body, suddenly, Yizan raised his right hand and lightly placed it on top of his head. Bang! The iron rod suddenly hit Yizan's arm and made a very dull sound. If a voice that makes people sound very painful, if it hits a person, the feeling can be imagined. Man grinned and looked at Yizan. "Look at your arrogance, not arrogant." For his own attack, the man is very confident. If such a powerful attack hits an ordinary person, I am afraid that the arm will be directly scrapped. Chapter 83 The sadness of the bottom of society. But after the iron rod hit Yizan, Yizan didn't change anything. The whole person still stood there, didn't move, didn't even scream in pain. Time was so immersed for 3 seconds, everyone looked at Yizan and thought he would lie on the ground and yell, but they were all disappointed. Yizan didn't even show a painful expression. But what surprised the people around was that there was a curved mark in the middle of the iron rod as thick as an arm, which was obviously bent by smashing. The man who started the attack took a few deep breaths, and he couldn't help but let out some snot, and then he sucked it back. You're actually fine," the man said in surprise. His voice was very nervous and looked a little scared. "HMPH, it's still too tender just because of you guys." The corner of Yizan's mouth raised slightly, and a terrifying aura and power suddenly burst out from him. Yizan is not a vegetarian. At the moment when his breath broke out, he raised his right hand and punched out a punch. The power of this punch, Yizan can be said to be depressed, but only lightly bombarded it out. 967. However, even so, after the man received Yizan's punch again, the man still flew upside down, flying 3 or 4 meters in midair, and then fell quickly, hitting the ground heavily, screaming miserably. A sound. But in the eyes of the rest of the people, Yizan's punch can be said to be very powerful, almost to the point of terror, and they feel their scalps go numb just by looking at it. Unexpectedly, his random punch would have knocked this guy into the air. Yizan retracted his fist and sighed slightly. I have already controlled the power, but I didn't expect it to have such a large lethality. After the tall man landed, he almost vomited blood when he heard this sentence, and he couldn't help but retreat back, but he couldn't stand up at all and could only crawl on the ground. With his eyes fixed on Yizan, the tall man quickly waved his hand and shouted, "Give me all of you and kill this guy." Although they have seen Yizan's powerful strength, they are a little reluctant to go forward, but they dare not ignore the boss's orders. These men bit Kiba hard, picked up the guy in their hands, and rushed over past. Several gangsters attacked at the same time. Yizan didn't even blink his eyes, and he was not afraid at all, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. A bunch of things that are beyond their control, see how I deal with you. Seeing these people rushing over, Shaolin was startled and said quickly, "Yizan, let's go quickly, there are too many of them." Gently patted the back of Shaolin's hand, Yizan said, "Don't be afraid, it's fine with me here." Although Shaolin is a master of Taekwondo at school, she is still inexperienced when encountering these gangsters in the society, and the ruthlessness of the other party makes Shaolin a little at a loss. But Yizan is different. His strength has reached a peak. For him, these little bastards are easier than pulling out a single hair. So, just when Yizan was comforting Shaolin, a gangster with a machete came to Yizan and quickly chopped down the knife in his hand. Before the blade arrived, Yizan started to move, his right foot quickly lifted, and then flew out several kicks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yizan's movements were like several shadows. Those guys were all kicked before they could see what was going on in a hurry. Ouch! Several screams sounded in a row, and these guys were kicked out and flew backwards quickly. After they all landed on the ground, everyone spit out a mouthful of blood, and they looked at Yizan with extreme horror. At this time, Shaolan quickly ran to Yizan's side, patted the dust on his body, and quickly said, "Are you all right?" With a slight smile, Yizan opened his arms and said with a smile, "Do you think I look like I have something to do?" Then Yizan's eyes sank, and he shouted to the little bastards, "I'll spare you this time. If I see you doing evil again, I will definitely not spare you, so get out of here." Yizan's words, just like the grace of God, made these little gangsters quickly get up from the ground, support each other and run into the distance, without even the courage to look back. Seeing these little gangsters all run away, Shaolin said involuntarily, "I really didn't expect you to be so powerful, so many people are not your opponents." Yizan was naturally happy to be praised, but in order not to reveal his secrets, he had to laugh. "Of course, I have practiced. Of course, I will not pay attention to a few thieves." However, after the gangsters ran away, Yizan also noticed that the wretched man who stole things from before, the guy named Yamada-kun, ran away for a long time without knowing where he was going, and he didn't see anyone. "It's really a guy who rubs oil on the soles of his feet," Yizan said involuntarily. He just thought it was a bit ridiculous for such a guy, and didn't pay much attention to it. Not paying attention to the few thugs who escaped, Yizan turned to the old man who set up the stall and said, "Is everything ready?" Seeing Yizan so mighty, the old man was really taken aback. He didn't dare to hesitate, and quickly took out all the baked goods. "It's all baked, it's here, you can take it." Having said that, the old man handed over the packed boxes himself, with a trembling expression on his face. He didn't dare to say anything more. Yizan didn't care so much. After taking the things, he took out several large bills from his pocket and handed them to the old man. "It's hard work, take it." Seeing so much money, the old man quickly waved his hand and said, "I can't use this much, it's really too much, no need, no need." Knowing that the old man did not dare to accept his own money, Yizan deliberately turned gloomy and said, "Do you look down on me?" Having said all this, the old man dared to say anything, quickly took the money, and thanked Yizan 1,000 times. He was very moved. Chapter 84 Shaolin in the night. Yizan was a little bored looking at the old man's gratitude. To be honest, for Yizan, it is really not unusual for others to thank him like this. He waved his hand and said, "You don't need to thank me much. It's already so late, you'd better go back early. It's dangerous to be outside alone. No matter how prosperous the place is, there will be suffering and crisis hidden at the bottom of society. This is an unavoidable situation." Yes, I'll go back right away." The old man nodded quickly, and was about to pack his things and go back. He didn't dare to stop when such a thing happened tonight. After Yizan and the others took away all the food they were going to eat, the old man said with some fear, "Young people today are really amazing. It's terrible to do anything if you disagree." It was just these words that Yizan didn't hear after he left. They had already walked out of the alley and came to the avenue outside. What just happened, to them, was just like a joke. It just added some fun to their formation, and there was nothing to worry about. But what they didn't expect was that this seemingly small thing would cause them trouble in the future. The night was getting darker. Yizan and Shaolin were walking on the street. There were a lot fewer people, and the street lights seemed a little lonely in the night. Occasionally, a few cars drove past, and only a shadow was left behind, and there was a low roar of the engine. Phew, a gust of night wind blew, and Shaolin couldn't help but shrank, and couldn't help sneezing. "What's the matter? Is it too cold?" Yizan asked with concern, and quickly took off his clothes and put them on Shaolin. At first, Shaolin wanted to refuse, but the moment she and Yizan made eye contact, she suddenly felt a strange feeling, which made her heart feel hot. In this way, Shaolin did not reject Yizan's actions. She put on his clothes and showed a faint smile. "Thank you, Yizan." Indifferent smile, Yizan said, "Let's go, it's getting late, I'll take you back." Shaolin agreed, and the two walked in the direction of the parking lot. They left the TV station before, but the car stopped there and did not drive away. Now when they go back to drive, they are just in time. The two quickly arrived outside the TV station's parking lot. Yizan found his super cool sports car. After the two got in, they quickly got into the car. The engine sounded, and the sports car quickly drove out of the parking lot, headed outside, and in no time at Maori's detective office. Yizan drove very fast and arrived at Shaolin's house in a short while. Looking out through the car window, Maori didn't seem to have slept yet, and the lights of the detective's office were still on. Although Maori is usually carefree and more casual in dealing with people, he still cares more about his daughter. Having arrived home, Shaolin took off her clothes and put it back into Yizan's car, then smiled slightly and said, "Then I'll go back first, and you can go back to rest early." Just when Shaolin was about to go out, Yizan suddenly reached out and grabbed Shaolin, which surprised the other party, turned his head quickly, and looked at Yizan in surprise. Without any hesitation, Yizan said to Shaolin, "You are so beautiful tonight." Although she didn't express much, Shaolin couldn't help but froze for a moment, and then a yuhi dizziness appeared on her cheeks, and her breathing became a little short. I didn't expect that Shaolin, who is usually more cheerful, would be so shy in this kind of thing, which surprised Yizan a little. However, just as Yizan was about to say something, Shaolin quickly broke free from Yizan's hand and walked outside the car. Before leaving, she didn't forget to say, "What are you talking about? It's really annoying." After speaking, Shaolin quickly accelerated her pace, like a gust of wind, and rushed to the Maori detective agency. Seeing Shaolin coming home, Yizan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, showing a smile. Without saying anything, he drove his car directly, stepped on the accelerator, and walked away. Soon, Yizan returned to his villa and ran for a day, wanting to rest for a while. He came to the bathroom, put a tub of hot water, and lay down comfortably inside. The feeling of being surrounded by hot water made Yizan extremely comfortable. He enjoyed this time very much. It made him feel very relaxed and suitable for thinking. Unconsciously, a strange sound suddenly sounded in Yizan's mind, who was lying in the bathtub. In other words, this is not a sound, but some strange things. These things Yizan is very familiar with, but also very unfamiliar. These adjectives are very strange, but this is how Yizan feels, because these things are the fate that Yizan has always realized. Unexpectedly, at this time, there was a small explosion. Yizan can clearly feel that in his mind, his soul is soaring and sublimating, the whole person seems to be different, and the feeling of being reborn has made Yizan, who has always been very powerful, not realize this for a long time. Feel it. Between ignorance and ignorance, Yizan opened his eyes. Yizan let out a long breath. The understanding of fate has grown a lot. Yizan knows that this is the result of his diligence and diligence these days, not picking up girls, but following the flow of fate to handle cases in various places. Well, Yizan doesn't think about it. He didn't pick up girls, pushed the garden, and also got Maulilan. If the bubble girl paper mode was turned on, wouldn't it become a stallion? Shaking his head, Yizan didn't think about these worries. He lay comfortably in the bathtub and exhaled a long breath. At this speed, it is estimated that it will not be long before he can make himself further in the practice of destiny. Sure enough, we still need to solve the case before we can continue to improve, but it's so tiring. Yizan Yangtian sighed, saying that he really didn't want to work hard. He just wanted to watch the flowers and the moon with his sister, and do some love. Things like that. Chapter 85 _ The deceased is a punk. It's still comfortable to lie on the bunk. After taking a bath, Yizan returned to his bedroom, lay on the soft big bed, and had a video chat with number 18. In the video, number 18 looked a little tired and seemed to be exhausted, but after seeing Yizan, he still showed a smile. I haven't been by your side recently, how are you? I'm fine, by the way, when are you coming back? Yizan said to number 18 in the video after taking a sip of the drink on the bed. When asked this question, number 18 seemed to cover up a bit, but after hesitating for a while, he still smiled. Come on, I'll be back soon after I'm done with my business here. Although this tiny emotion was captured by Yizan, Yizan didn't think much about it. After all, it was number 18. Yizan really couldn't think of any difficult problems, so he nodded and said, okay, I'll wait. Come back as soon as possible. Afterwards, the two chatted for a while before turning off the video and resting for each other. Yizan was lying on the bed, but he couldn't fall asleep. After all, Yuanzi had disappeared for so long, and he still didn't wake up. What was it that attacked her? This was also a headache for him. Taking out the crystal clear bead, Yizan put it in his hand and looked at it, swearing in his heart that he must find the cause of the matter quickly. Just thinking about these things, after a while, Yizan slowly fell asleep. Since he began to realize his destiny, Yizan often needs to keep sleeping. After all, his head is tired. And only in this way will those powers be better released. In the early morning of the next day, Yizan was still in his sleep when the phone number of the police officer Miu Miu suddenly called. Yizan picked up the phone and looked at it, and immediately became suspicious. Call me so early, is there something wrong? Already. When Yizan answered the phone, Officer Miu Miu on the other end of the phone quickly said, Yizan, it's not good, something has happened, a body was found by a small river on Jinma Road, hurry up. Come and see. Sitting up from the bed, Yizan picked up the phone and asked, Golden Horse Road. Yizan also knew a lot about this city. The Golden Horse Road he was talking about was an avenue very close to the place where they watched the movie last night. There was a long moat there. That's right, we are all here now, come over now, because some witnesses said that you seem to have come into contact with this dead person. Officer Mumu said in a low voice. Have I seen it? This made Yizan even more puzzled, and he couldn't help frowning, vaguely guessing something in his heart. Without any hesitation, Yizan quickly replied, okay, then wait a moment, I'll go out right away. After saying hello to Officer Mumu, Yizan prepared, then left the house, picked a relatively ordinary car from the garage, and headed to Jinma Road. About half an hour later, Yizan finally drove his car and came to Jinma Road. From a distance, he saw that a short section in front of Jinma Road had been blocked, and all the cars and people were diverted to the next road. Avenue. After Yizan parked the car, he hurried to the side where the road was blocked. Two young policemen were waiting outside the cordon. When they saw Yizan coming, they didn't stop him, but hurriedly first report to Officer Mumu. After all, they are all police officers who often handle cases with Officer Mumu, and they are relatively familiar with Yizan. Officer Mumu, who was investigating the scene, knew that Yizan was coming, so he hurried over, took off the white gloves in his hands, and handed them to a young policeman next to him. Yizan, you are finally here. The weather is hot now. After the body was picked up, he didn't dare to move. It was always protected, Officer Miu Miu said. Now that the weather has reached July and August, even if it is only in the morning, after the sun comes out, the whole city becomes very hot. The body has been soaked in the river for a long time, and it is more likely to change. Especially in this weather, it is even more difficult to determine the time of death of the corpse. The influence of the scorching sun will make it difficult to distinguish the corpse. But in order to be able to judge the characteristics of the corpse more accurately, and it is not easy to move the corpse at will, it can only be kept beside. Well, show me there. Yizan nodded and walked towards the direction where the corpse was parked. Soon, under the leadership of the police officer Miu Miu, Yizan soon arrived at the river bank where the corpse was parked. The police who sent a box and saw Yizan and the two came, and they all quickly moved out of the way. The first time he saw the corpse, Yizan's expression changed. He didn't expect that this deceased, he really knew, was the guy he taught a lesson last night. This man is the boss of several gangsters. Although Yizan doesn't know his name, he still remembers that he has a deep scar on his face. Although he has been soaked in river water for a long time, the scar is still very clear. It turned out to be him, Yizan said involuntarily. Hearing this, Officer Miu Miu looked at Yizan very keenly, and then said to him, "Why, have you really seen this person?" "Yeah," Yizan nodded, and told Officer Miu Miu what happened last night. After learning about what happened, Officer Miu Miu's expression also changed, and he said with some displeasure, "It turned out to be a few gangsters who caused trouble. I really don't know if he is dead or alive. He will die here, maybe there is an internal conflict." Quote. Although 5.2 hates these little bastards, after all, human life is at stake, and when such a thing happens, Officer Mumu still has to take care of it, otherwise, he will be sorry for the hat on his head. Yizan glanced at the swollen corpse that had been soaked, and said, "How long has this corpse been dead, have you figured it out?" Officer Miu Miu waved his hand and called in a fully armed forensic doctor, who was wearing a white coat and a double-layer mask. After the forensic doctor came over, he nodded and said, "According to the various signs on the corpse has been dead for 8 hours, and it has been soaked in river water for at least 5 hours. After listening to the forensic doctor's words, Yizan quickly raised his hand and checked the time. It was exactly 9 o'clock in the morning. Chapter 86_Clue. With a slight squinting in his eyes, Yizan began to infer in his heart that he left before 12 o'clock last night, which means that this guy died an hour after he left. In this case, it is too difficult to locate the murderer of this guy, and I don't know where to start. By the way, who is the one who found the body?" Yizan asked Officer Mumu. The two beards moved, and the police officer Mumu looked into the distance, pointed to an old man sitting on a stone bench by the bank, and said, "It's this old man who found the body and reported it to the crime." Yizan looked in the direction that Officer Miu Miu pointed, and saw an old man in his 70s and 80s sitting on a stone bench drinking water. Beside him, several policemen were watching him. Yizan was also slightly surprised when he saw the old man. Isn't this old man the one who sold the Muhi's seafood last night? Why is he now called an eyewitness? 30th officer of the Mumu police, Yizan walked in the direction of the old man. He happened to have a few questions and wanted to ask him. He came to the old man, Yizan greeted him and said, "Old man, we met again, do you remember me? I bought seafood from you last night." The old man glanced at Yizan with some doubts in his eyes, and after recalling it for a while, Za suddenly realized, "So it's you, young man, I don't have a good memory, so don't blame me." "No, how could I blame you?" Yizan waved his hand and said, "That's it, can you tell me about the situation where you found the body again?" "Oh, yes." The old man nodded, and began to narrate the process of discovering the body. "That's it, I went back early last night, and I woke up early this morning, so I wanted to come over to set up a stall. After all, there is business here in the morning." "Not bad. I didn't expect that as soon as I got to the river, I found a body in the river, so I quickly called the police." After listening to the old man's narration, Yizan's brows couldn't help but wrinkle. According to the information provided by the old man, he couldn't find any clues, let alone where to start. After being in this world for so long, the case that Yizan encountered this time was quite tricky, and he could not find any suspects or motives for murder. But Yizan, who was unwilling to give up, kept looking at the old man with a pair of eyes, and it was inevitable that he had some doubts in his heart. Usually the first person who finds the corpse will be listed as the earliest suspect. Moreover, according to the old man, when he found the corpse, there were no other people around, and he was the only one present. People doubt. Of course, according to normal thinking, it is impossible for an old man in his 70s and 80s to kill a strong underworld gangster. But sometimes, the truth is, the more it lies beneath this incredible idea, the more it becomes reality. Yizan also had some doubts. Maybe this old man was a hidden martial arts master with very strong strength. Killing this little bastard was just a matter of hand. However, after examining the old man's body for a long time, Yizan didn't find anything wrong. All his performances were so normal. Maybe I think too much. How could the murderer be this old man? Yizan shook his head slightly, and had to admit that after he learned to reason, he analyzed a person more and more. Suddenly, a few horns came from not far away, a black car stopped, and two people got out of the car. They wanted to enter the scene, but were stopped. Hearing the noise coming from there, Yizan couldn't help but look over, and found that it was Maori and Shaolin. Officer Mew Mew also saw Maori and couldn't help but say, "So it's Brother Maori, it's really slow to come." With that said, Officer Moo Moo walked over in person, welcomed Maori and Shaolin in, and then brought them to Yizan. In order to come here, Maori seems to have been carefully dressed very professionally, and his hair is combed black and shiny, looking energetic. Seeing that Yizan was also here, Maori smiled and said, "Yizan, you are here too." Before Yizan spoke, Officer Mew Mew said first, "That's right, this case is more complicated, I want to have more helpers and more strength. Yizan, you won't mind." In the detective world, one detective is usually invited for a case, but when a big case is encountered, several more detectives are also invited to jointly solve the case. Now this case, Yizan, has no clue for the time being, and the gross profit has also come. Of course, it will not have any impact. Of course I don't mind. Mr. Maoli is also an elite in the detective world. If he cooperated with him, this case would surely be much simpler, Yizan said. Being praised for 810 likes, Maori is of course very happy. He stretched his hand to the back of his head, and laughed. Yizan is really over the top. Let us cooperate well this time and solve this case. Xiaolan, who had walked to the front, saw the corpse first. Her face changed, and she turned to Yizan and said, "Isn't this the accomplice that the guy named Yamada called last night?" After Xiaolan said this, Yi Shuinkai seemed to remember something, and flashes of lightning flashed in his mind. "By the way, that's the way it is. I'm so stupid, I didn't even think about it." Turning his head quickly, Yizan said to the police officer Mumu behind him, "This deceased had several accomplices before his death, and they all committed crimes together. If those guys are brought over, they should be able to find some important people." Clue. This sentence also caught the eye of the police officer Mew, and he quickly said, "That's great, do you remember the appearance or names of those guys? Yizan nodded and said, I remember the name of one of them. It's Yamada. He should also be a gangster in this area. If he is found, maybe the case will be much easier. Chapter 87 Underworld Resistance. As a policeman, in the black and white, there is still some relationship and strength. It is not difficult to find someone. Soon, the police officer Mew Mew found the two police officers behind him and explained to them, bring a few people and bring this guy named Yamada to me. Understood, Officer Mumu. The two policemen nodded quickly, brought a few policemen with them, and went to search around here. Yizan glanced at the hot sun, turned to Officer Mumu and said, the weather here is too hot. If the body is left for a long time, there will be big changes. We should go back first and wait for a few days to find him. An accomplice should have found the key to this case. Officer Mew Mew is also a police chief who has been in the world for many years. Of course, he understands what Yizan said. He nodded slightly and said, what you said is not unreasonable. We will go back for the time being and wait until we find the key person in the case. Now that the decision has been made, Officer Mumu immediately arranged everything, protected the body, and moved it into the police car. All the staff quickly removed their equipment and left from this place. Even the cordon, they have also been removed. After all, this is also a downtown area, and it is not a good thing to affect traffic too much. I just came here, and now I have to go back to the police station. Maori's mood can be said to have a big gap. He couldn't help walking in front of Yizan, and said very puzzled, why do I have to go back now? My reasoning hasn't started yet. Quote. A slight smile, Yizan said, Mr. Maoli, we should go back to the police station first, and wait until the accomplice of the deceased is found, when you will show your skills. Maori can be considered confident, smiling confidently. Of course, as long as I am with Kogoro Maori, I can solve any difficult cases. Soon, Yizan got into the car with Maori and the others, and went to the police station to wait first. This was the first time Yizan came to the police station, only to find out that the place was different from what he imagined. The general civilian staff were separated from the police officers who were going to handle cases outside. As a guest brought back by the police officer Mumu, Yizan was also treated very well. A beautiful police officer poured tea and water, and Xiaolan, who was beside him, pouted and looked at him, as if he was making a sound. Sullen. In this police station, Maori seemed to be very familiar with each other. He chatted happily with the old police officers around him, like old friends for many years, reminiscing about the old days together. This made Yizan a little puzzled. He walked up to Xiaolan and asked, your father is doing a good job in the police station. Everyone likes to chat with him so much. Xiaolan picked up a biscuit, put it in her mouth, chewed it a few times, swallowed the biscuit, and said casually, he was a famous detective before and helped the police with a lot of things. Difficult cases, so I am familiar with these police officers, but later. When it came to this, Xiaolan's expression changed slightly, and she seemed a little lost. When it came to her mouth, she still couldn't say it. Curiosity is the best thing to arouse people's desires. Xiaolan stopped halfway through the words, making Yizan's stomach seem to evoke roundworms, and she really wanted to know the story behind it. What happened after that? Yizan said suspiciously. He also wanted to know what happened to Maori. Alas. With a slight sigh, Xiaolan glanced at her father who was still talking about it, then turned to Yizan and said, since you want to know, then I'll tell you. A few years ago, my father encountered a very difficult case, a serial murder case. He solved it for a long time without any results, and was escaped by criminals many times, so he was not very happy all the time, and later became more and more frustrated. I heard that until now, the criminal is still at large, and I don't know who is behind such a case. Although Xiaolan only gave a rough idea, Yizan could also guess how difficult the serial murder case she was talking about was. You can see how powerful this murderer is. It's really interesting. The corner of Yizan's mouth was slightly raised at an angle, so that no one else could notice it, but his heart was throbbing. He also wanted to see who could have such a mind, repeatedly escaped from the hands of the police. Ding bell. Suddenly, the phone in the police station rang, and a police officer quickly answered it. After he finished listening to the phone, his expression changed. He quickly stood up, and shouted to Officer Mumu, who was handling things in the office. "It's not good, Officer Mumu. Something big happened." The police officer who was just sent out. "Brother Team, who has suffered resistance from gangsters, is now fighting, and asks us for support." Quote. "What?" Officer Mu's expression changed drastically. He quickly pushed open the glass door and came out angrily, his fat belly straightening up involuntarily. The angry police officer Mumu bit Kiba and said solemnly, "Those guys are so arrogant, they dare to go against our brothers. That's fine, then let's teach them a lesson." For the police, gangsters are always gangsters, and they dare to resist their arrest, as if they have touched their inverse scales, and absolutely cannot be forgiven. Many police officers in the police station hurriedly sorted out their equipment and planned to go out and fight a tough battle with Officer Mu. After the bullet was loaded, Officer Mumu waved his hand and shouted to the police behind him, "Go." The police officer Mumu, who is still a little fat at ordinary times, seems to be relatively kind, but when he fights crime, he also shows a heroic spirit. He does not bow his head to the sin and is brave to challenge. Yizan narrowed his eyes slightly, and had some hunch in his heart. Before Officer Mumu walked out of the police station, he quickly stopped him and said to him, "Officer, can you take me with you?" Glancing at Yizan, Officer Mu lowered his voice and said, "This is not a joke, we are going to work hard. If you go, I can't guarantee your safety, so stay at the police station honestly and let us the suspects are brought back." Chapter 88_Unspeakable Secret. This time, the criminal case has been somewhat escalated, and it has to become a rivalry and competition between gangsters and the police. Although this seems to have nothing to do with Yizan, in order to find the real murderer who killed the Scarface, Yizan must get to know these guys and even get in touch with those gangsters. Although there was some warning in the words of Officer Mu, Yizan knew that this was for his own good. However, this is also because Officer Mu does not know Yizan's true identity. If he knew his true strength, he probably wouldn't say the same. With a slight smile, Yizan said, "Don't worry, I still have my own way to deal with these situations, you don't have to worry about me." Seeing Yizan's insistence to go again and again, Officer Mu couldn't say anything. After all, Yizan gave them a lot of help in the previous cases. In order to prevent Yizan from being injured, Officer Mu also specially recruited 2 elite police officers to protect Yizan closely, for fear that he would be in danger. Shaolin, who was not far away, saw it and wanted to follow him out, but was stopped by Maori, and persuaded 243. "It's a man's business to fight crime. You're a girl, it's safer to stay here. Now, let Daddy keep you safe." Hearing this, Shaolin turned her head slightly and looked at Maori, with a contemptuous expression on her face. "It's just that you are more afraid of yourself." "Haha, I'm doing it for you too, Shaolin." Maori scratched the back of his head, revealing an exaggerated smile. After leaving the police station, Yizan and Officer Mu and a group of dozens of people got into 3 bread-shaped police cars in batches and drove to the scene of the battle. In this country, gangs are allowed to exist, and their strength is still very strong, and sometimes even the police are not necessarily their opponents. Therefore, in order to catch that guy Yamada, the police officer Mumu has also been dispatched, and they are all real guns and live ammunition, ready to fight a tough battle. According to the instructions from the previous team members, Officer Mumu ordered everyone to go to an abandoned factory in the west of the city. 3 police cars were speeding on the road, and those passing vehicles quickly avoided to make way for these 3 police cars. No one dared to block the road of the police cars at this time. In the car, Officer Mumu also had a very solemn expression, because at this moment, time is life, they are all racing against time, maybe it will only take a minute or 2, someone will die. About 10 minutes later, 3 police cars speeded past and soon arrived at the location of the abandoned factory. When they were still 100 meters away from the abandoned factory, they heard gunshots coming from there. The intense gunfire caused many passing vehicles to flee in fright, and many people rushed to call the police. "It's there," Yizan said hurriedly when he saw the abandoned factory with fireworks through the car window. Officer Miu Miu also found the destination, and hurriedly greeted all the police officers, and quickly drove to there. The sound of the 3 police cars became extraordinarily loud. The policemen who were fighting heard the loud sound of the police car, and their confidence was greatly increased, and the intensity of the attack also increased a lot. On the contrary, the gangsters became nervous and had the idea of retracting. As soon as the 3 police cars stopped outside the gate, the policemen in the car, Yizan and Officer Mumu, rushed out first, and everyone had their weapons ready. Just waiting for Officer Mumu to give an order, everyone rushed out. "We'll rush in." At this moment, inside the abandoned factory, a disgraced policeman ran out quickly. He didn't know what to put on his face, and his entire face was pitch black. As soon as he came out, he ran to the police officer Mumu and said excitedly, "Don't rush in, the gangsters inside are crazy. They have explosives in their hands and are ready to die with us." "What? They dare to do this?" Officer Miu Miu's face suddenly turned gloomy. He really didn't expect that these gangsters were so desperate that he didn't know what to do. After a while, several policemen inside were forced to run out. They all retreated to Officer Mumu's side and told Officer Mumu what was going on inside. It turned out that the gangsters inside had really tied up bombs and were ready to perish with the police who rushed in at any time. "These guys are so crazy, I'm afraid it will be difficult to catch them." Officer Mumu also had a headache. Those guys inside were just too desperate. Yizan was also a little surprised. They just wanted to take these gangsters back for interrogation, but they didn't expect that they would fight for their lives. Could it be that there are secrets hidden among these gangsters? Yizan couldn't help frowning, as if he had guessed something. Turning to look at Officer Mumu, Yizan said directly, "Why don't you let me in? I'll persuade them to surrender." Yizan's words can be said to surprise the police officer Miu Miu. He said, "How can this be done? The gangsters inside are all vicious people. If you go in like this, there will definitely be danger. Let's wait for the negotiator to come." Quote, "At such a time, only negotiators, and perhaps there is room to change the situation. Let Yizan take risks, and there is nothing police officer Mumu can do." Although Yizan wanted to say more, but seeing his firm tone and expression, he didn't say anything. Soon, the negotiating expert arranged by the police officer Mumu arrived. It was a man in his 40s, with a pair of golden eyes. He looked very learned, and he was wearing a bulletproof vest all over his body. He wears a hat on his head, which is also made up of bulletproof devices. After seeing that the negotiator was fully armed, Officer Miu Miu said to Yizan, "See, this is a famous negotiator. As long as he makes a move, he should be able to bring us great help, and even convince him in one fell swoop." A few gangsters. Officer Mumu's praise was undisguised, and the negotiator also heard it, which made him feel a light on his face, and he couldn't help showing a smile. Just walked into the gate of the abandoned factory. Chapter 89_Shooting. After the negotiator entered, his voice came from inside, as if he wanted to conquer these bandits with his own words. But I didn't expect that the negotiator had only entered for less than a minute when gunshots were heard inside, followed by the screams of the negotiator. "No, we have to hurry in and save people." Officer Miu Miu's expression changed, and he quickly waved his hand, wanting to lead people in. Unexpectedly, before the police officer Mumu had time to attack, the negotiator who had entered before ran out quickly, and as soon as he came out, he lay on the ground with his legs shaking. Which was the mark left by the bullet hitting it. Thanks to this top-notch body armor, he didn't get hurt, but the bullet bounced from his heart, as if it had let him pass by the god of death, and his face was about to cry. "Are you all right?" Officer Mumu crouched down and said to the negotiator. The negotiator, still shaking, said, "They want helicopters and a lot of cash so they can get them out of here. Get ready." Seeing the appearance of the negotiator, Officer Mumu also knew that the negotiation must have failed, otherwise, there is no need to listen to the conditions of these bandits. Although I really want to reject these conditions, things have come to this stage, and if we don't do what the gangsters say, I'm afraid there will be even greater dangers. Kiba was bidden. Officer Mumu was ready to agree to the conditions of these gangsters, do as they said, and prepare helicopters and cash for them. Officer Mumu, why don't you let me in and try, what do you think? Yizan offered himself again and walked to Officer Mumu. No, it's very dangerous inside. If you go in, you're going to die. Officer Mumu refused, he wouldn't risk anyone's life. But Yizan said, if you don't catch them quickly, I'm afraid it will be the most troublesome thing when they leave here. What Yizan said, Officer Mumu also knew very well that if these gangsters left here, it would not be so easy to arrest them again. Seeing that the police officer Mumu was a little shaken, Yizan said with more strength, don't worry about my ability, they can't treat me like that, I will definitely persuade them. When saying the word of persuasion, Yizan deliberately increased his tone to make his voice more magnetic. Seeing that Yizan was so confident, Officer Mumu didn't refuse anymore. He nodded and agreed, okay, then you can try it, but safety comes first. If there is any danger, run out as soon as possible. Having said that, Officer Mumu also asked others to bring body armor and asked Yizan to wear it, but Yizan refused. Just a joke, Yizan, the most powerful man in the universe, went to see a few gangsters with guns, and he even wanted a body armor on board. If this spread out, where would he put his face? Well, it's definitely not because the ugly Yizan refused, that's it. Pushing open the door of the abandoned factory, Yizan slowly opened the door and walked in slowly. What caught his eye was a row of weeds, which overgrown the large square in the abandoned factory. It is precisely because of this environment that those gangsters have the opportunity to hide in these places. Further back, there are pieces of factories, all of which have been removed, leaving only an empty shelf. Judging from the direction and time of the gunshots just heard, there will be no gangsters in those factories, and they should all be in the weeds. The grass is very lush, and if the gangsters hide in it, it is really hard to find. But for Yizan, these are not difficult things, as long as he relies on the existence of qi, it is very easy to find them. Just looking around, Yizan had already determined the specific locations of several gangsters, and even knew their height and weight. Humph! With a sneer at the corner of his mouth, Yizan said, if you guys keep hiding, I can guarantee that you will never want to get out of here. Soon as Yizan's voice fell, a rougher voice sounded, what are you? You want to scare me, do you really think I was scared? After finishing speaking, a crisp gunshot flew out from a corner of the grass and rushed straight to Yizan's body. The speed of this bullet is very fast. If it really hit Yizan, it is estimated that it will spit out several mouthfuls of blood without breaking bones. But something surprising happened. When the bullet was about to hit Yizan, he bent down slightly and was about to tie his shoelaces. Bang! Then the bullet hit the door frame, but even Yizan's clothes Kakuzu didn't touch it. The gangsters hiding in the grass could hardly believe what was happening in front of them. Yizan actually avoided the bullet. Under the shock, several bullets flew out of the grass immediately, all of which flew towards Yizan's body. It's just right. The corner of Yizan's mouth was slightly the same, and when the bullets were about to charge, he quickly stretched out his hand and quickly grabbed it into the air. Shish, shish, several wind sounds rang out, and Yizan's right hand, like a ghost, flashed quickly. When Yizan's hand fell, the bullets seemed to disappear out of thin air, and he didn't know where they went. Although he didn't see the gangsters clearly, Yizan had already determined their positions, and sneered suddenly, and threw all the bullets in his hand back. Give it back to you, and let you enjoy yourself. Yizan snorted coldly, and a king's aura came out. Whoosh, whoosh, several bullets flew out at the same time, but in different directions, and quickly got into the grass. Ah, ah, several screams came from the grass, piercing the sky, and the screams were heart-wrenching. Chapter 90_Fact. After the screams came from the grass, Officer Mew Mew and others who were waiting outside immediately loaded their bullets and wanted to rush in to rescue Yi-zan. "Don't be afraid, Yi-zan, we'll come in and save you right away." Officer Mew Mew shouted outside the door and was about to rush in after raising his legs. They all thought that the scream just now came from Yi-zan's mouth. Don't worry, you guys wait outside first. I'm fine, leave these guys to me." Yi-zan's voice came from inside the abandoned factory. Hearing Yi-zan's voice again, Officer Mew Mew was relieved, and at the same time, he was very shocked. There were gunshots inside, and Yi-zan was still safe and sound. At this time, in the abandoned factory, Yi-zan just shot at random, and the gangsters were all hit by bullets. Although these bandits seemed to be hiding in the grass, to Yi-zan, they were transparent. He could know where they were, even standing or squatting, all at a glance. The gangsters hiding in the grass were covering their wounds at this moment, trying not to let themselves make a sound. The sweat on their faces had already formed a thread and fell to the ground drop by drop. After seeing Yi-zan's power, these gangsters were already scared, and no one dared to shoot again. They sent a signal to each other to prepare to retreat from this abandoned factory. Inside the tall grass, the 5 figures slowly retreated to the back, heading towards the last corner of the grass, as if they wanted to escape from there. But how could their small movements escape Yi-zan's observation? The corner of his mouth raised, Yi-zan said coldly, "If you want to go out from here, don't ask me if I agree or not." After speaking, Yi-zan stomped his right foot on the ground, and several stones flew up, all of which fell into Yi-zan's hands. With a flick of the finger, the stones flew out, targeting the black-clothed gangsters. These stones immediately flew out like bullets, so that the gangsters were all hit by these stones before they could react. Several tragic screams sounded again, and the weapons in the hands of the bandits were all scattered, and they were hit by the impact and flew forward. The wooden guy outside gave it. Hearing the screams inside again, the police gun in his hand was gripped a little tighter. He lowered his voice and said, "Yi-zan, what's the situation inside?" Now that these gangsters have lost the ability to resist, Yi-zan also said, "Officer Mumu, you can come in now, they have all been subdued by me." Although he was a little surprised by what Yi-zan said, Officer Mew Mew didn't hesitate, and with a wave of his hand, he let his subordinates rush into the abandoned factory with him. Crash! The moment the door was opened, the gun in Officer Mumu's hand immediately pointed into the distance with a solemn expression on his face. Seeing the entire square in front of him, Yi-zan was standing alone. Officer Mew Mew couldn't help asking, "Where are the gangsters? Have they all run away?" Yi-zan shook his head, pointed to the front, and said indifferently, "Those gangsters are all in the grass. Hurry up and look for them. If you go late, maybe they will really let them run away." Although this sentence was unbelievable, Officer Mumu couldn't doubt Yi-zan's ability, so he had to ask his subordinates to find someone in the grass. After a while, more than a dozen police officers, with 2 police dogs, rushed into the grass to find the gangsters hiding inside. Sure enough, a few minutes later, the 5 gangsters in black were all caught. They were all shackled, and not one was left. A young policeman came to Police Officer Mumu and saluted, "Officer Mumu, all 5 gangsters have been caught." Really? Officer Mew Mew was really shocked. When he turned to look at Yi-zan, he didn't know how surprised he was. He didn't expect that the gangster was really caught by him, and it was so easy. Now that the gangsters have been brought out, Officer Mew Mew also knows what to do next, so he hurried to the side of the gangsters. In order to find out the truth of the matter, Yi-zan also walked over and stood side by side with Officer Mumu. These 5 gangsters wore a black mask on their heads, so that people could not see his original face at all, nor did they know who the person inside the mask would be. "Take off their masks," Officer Mumu told a police officer. Soon, the policeman walked to the side of the gangsters and pulled off the masks of the gangsters as soon as he reached out, revealing their true colors at the same time. Yi-zan was very surprised, because he recognized it at first sight. One of the gangsters here was Yamada, who I saw last night. I didn't expect this guy to be a vicious person. Yamada also seemed to have discovered Yizan, and when he looked at Yizan, he couldn't help but turn his eyes back, and did not dare to look at Yizan. The truth of the matter can be confirmed. Yizan's expression became a little dignified. He walked directly in front of Yamada, and said solemnly, I never expected that, Yamada, you are still a gangster who can use a gun, not just a gangster. That's it. From the moment he saw Yizan, Yamada seemed to have guessed something, and he was not afraid, but showed a sneer. Since you have found me, if you have anything to ask, just ask quickly. Well, if I'm shot later, you won't have this chance. Hearing this, Yizan was basically certain that what these guys did was not a little bit. His eyes narrowed slightly, and then he said, Tell me, did you kill that accomplice of yours? Quote. At this time, Yamada didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. It was a world of difference from the little gangster before. At first glance, he looked like a robber, and he was still a very vicious one, with murderous aura in his eyes. Somewhat scary. Chapter 91_Shaolin Face Yuhi. When asked this question, Yamada didn't even deny it, and said directly, Yes, we killed him ourselves. There is no way. Who told him to want to share more, so we can only share if he dies. More. These words were like a wake-up call that woke everyone up. Yizan easily noticed the tricks in it. It seems that what they did was not just a little bit. Why do you divide the loot unevenly? Please explain the specific situation in more detail. Officer Mumu said aside. He did not forget to add, if you want to hide something, it will only have a greater impact on you. Now that it has fallen into the hands of the police, Yamada seems to have given it his life, showing a sad smile, and then said, It's already like this anyway, since you want to know, then I'll tell you. Before a month and 30, a total of 6 of us planned a jewelry robbery. After planning for a long time, we finally started a week ago and grabbed more than 100 jewelry necklaces. Later, when we divided things, Dog Guy felt that he contributed the most and wanted to get big points, but we didn't agree, so of course we killed him directly. Listening to Yamada's words, it seems that all the cases and things have been explained in the most reasonable way. The guy who was killed should be the Da, he said. It is a common occurrence in the Taoist way, and it is not uncommon to kill accomplices due to uneven distribution of spoils. Officer Mu's expression changed, and he said in surprise, Could it be that you did the case of the theft of LLK jewelry a week ago? After explaining everything long ago, Yamada had nothing to be afraid of, and immediately nodded, Yes, so what if we did it? After learning the result, Officer Mu's face added a few more smiles, and he said with a longer mouth, I didn't expect it to be true this time. It takes no effort to get through the iron shoes. Get caught. The case was solved, and one case caused another case. Of course, the police officer was happy. Cuff them all and escort them back to the police station to wait for the trial. Officer Mumu waved his hand. Of course, he did not forget that he was able to make this case go so smoothly and capture the characters of these gangsters. Turning around, Officer Mumu smiled at Yizan. Yizan, it's really thanks to you this time. Without you, we might have to spend a lot of time again. I will definitely apply to the mayor to let you do it. Of our full-time detectives. Quote. With so much credit, as long as Yizan is willing, he can get the greatest fame, wealth, and even some power. Of course, for Yizan, these things are just some past clouds and smoke. What he wants, no one can give, only himself. Yizan refused. No need, the credit this time belongs to everyone. Officer Mumu, you can just give the credit to others. Such a high-spiritedness made Officer Mumu admire him immediately, and he almost gave a thumbs up and praised him in front of Yizan. It's really a hero and a boy, and it's rare to be so indifferent to fame and fortune. Officer Mumu nodded and said. But then, Officer Mu rolled his eyes again and said to Yizan, But I don't understand a bit, why are these gangsters injured? How did you do it, Yizan? In fact, since the first time he came in, Officer Mew Mew has always had this question, but he just didn't say it. Yizan didn't bring any weapons in, how could he subdue all these gangsters, and even injure them all? Indifferent smile, Yizan said. It's nothing, this is a secret weapon I bought with money, it's specially used to deal with gangsters, I just used it casually just now. As soon as he heard that it was a secret weapon, Officer Mumu was relieved. He also knew that every rich person would buy some weapons to protect themselves, and these weapons were usually magical, or very powerful. After explaining, and dispelling the suspicion of Officer Mumu, Yizan quickly said, since everyone has been caught, we might as well go back earlier, and then we have to interrogate these guys. Okay, let's go back first. Officer Mumu nodded, immediately ordered to go down, and went back with a group of police officers. This time, the case can be said to be relatively dangerous. If Yizan was not there, it is estimated that Officer Mumu and the others would have faced much more trouble. Soon, the 3 police cars returned to the police station. Maori and Xiaolan, who had been waiting in the police station for a long time, ran out of the room as soon as they heard the sound of the police car and waited outside. The first police car that came in, Maori looked through the window, just to see clearly that the gangsters were all arrested. No, Yizan and the others really caught people back. 160 inches Maori was also a little shocked by Yizan's credit. I don't know if they were injured. It was Xiaolan, who was still worried about Yizan's safety. When she saw Yizan and the others came back safe and sound, Xiaolan's face showed a smile, and she went to the front with Mao Li to wait. After the 3 police cars entered the police station, Yizan and Officer Mew Mew also got out of the cars. The other police officers in the police station have also queued up, waiting here to meet and greet Yizan and the others. Yi Xuanwei came back with Officer Mumu, and also wanted to see what good things they stole from Yamada. As soon as she saw Yizan, Xiaolan also came over very happily. Suddenly a hug came, she hugged Yizan, and said excitedly, Yizan, it's great that you're fine. In front of so many people, Xiaolan made such a move, which made Yizan feel a little surprised. He didn't expect that the 2 of them were progressing very quickly. Xiaolan suddenly broke free and ran back with a slight yuhi on her face. Chapter 92_Old Man. Mao Li also came over at this time, gave a thumbs up and said, Yizan, you are really amazing, I just heard them say that the case was solved by you. I passed the prize, this is just what I should do. Yizan smiled indifferently, but he was thinking about what happened to the case that made Maori lose his fighting spirit. Soon, Officer Mumu ordered other police officers to lock up Yamada and several others, and conducted a major interrogation. When the results of the interrogation came out, Officer Mumu personally led the team to find the lost jewelry and necklaces. It took several hours to bring these things back. Yizan and Xiaolan also witnessed in the police station how large the jewelry and necklaces robbed by these guys were. They filled several boxes before they were all filled. After solving 2 major cases in a row, Officer Mew Mew also got the approval from the top. He wanted to reward Yizan well, but Yizan refused, and he gave the credit to Maori. Unexpectedly, he picked up a bargain in vain, and Mao Li was so excited that he kept thanking Yizan. Even when the TV station came to interview, Yizan asked Mao Li to speak up. To Yizan, fame and fortune are really nothing, what he pursues is more precious things. This serial case caused a sensation in the whole city and attracted widespread attention, so soon, those reporters rushed to the police station. When police officers Maori and Mumu were surrounded by a large group of reporters, Yizan said to Xiaolan, let's go out for a walk, I heard that the sunset is very beautiful. Okay, I also really want to see it. I heard that it is a very beautiful scenery. Xiaolan smiled, her eyes narrowed into a gap. Soon, the 2 walked out of the police station. Yizan drove his car, loaded Xiaolan, and rushed to the river bank together. The closest viewing place to the city is the beautiful river bank. Only here can you see the best sunset. When the 2 came to the river bank, many couples had already played in this place. There were some beaches on the bank. Young men and women liked to watch the sunset in this place. The feeling is very desirable. Wow, this place is really beautiful. When Xiaolin came here, she also showed a surprised expression, and quickly got out of the car and walked to the shore. Yizan also smiled faintly, followed Xiaolin's footsteps and walked there together. He also wanted to release himself and enjoy life when he was happy. With more and more cases being solved, Yizan's thinking has also begun to change gradually. What he is now pursuing is not just pure power, but a higher artistic conception. Soon, when the two came to the beach, Xiaolan was as happy as a child, running on the shore non-stop, playing with the river water, mixing it with the sand and making various shapes. Kind of thing. Seeing Xiaolin having such a good time, Yizan also took out his body camera and took a few recent photos of her. Finding that Yizan also brought a camera, Xiaolan hurried over and said in surprise, "You brought a camera, it's great, then let's take a few pictures together." Okay, Yizan nodded slightly, and the two took a selfie on the beach. But no matter how the two of them took pictures, they were only recent photos, and the angle was not captured very well, so Yizan wanted to find someone to help them take pictures together. His eyes looked around, Yizan's eyes suddenly lit up, and a familiar figure entered his eyes. Why is he here again? Yizan was slightly surprised. Not far from Yizan and the others, the old man was setting up a stall not far away, making some yuhi grilled seafood and selling it to young people who were playing here. Xiaolin also found the old man and couldn't help but say, "Isn't that the old man from last night? Why is he here?" "Maybe it's doing business here," Yizan replied indifferently. "Really, let's go and buy some yuhi seafood to eat. I didn't eat enough last night. What he cooks is really delicious." Xiaolin smiled, holding Yizan with both hands, a little greedy look. "You are really a foodie." Yizan smiled and stretched out his hand, scratched Xiaolin's nose, and said, "Then what are you waiting for? Let's go right now." In fact, what Yizan has been paying attention to all the time is that the old man looks a little weird. Every time he appears, he gives people a strange feeling. If it was an ordinary person, he would not have noticed this feeling at all, but Yizan was different. His strength had already surpassed that of people in this world, and he would have different feelings about some special things. After putting away the camera, Yizan and Xiaolan walked towards the old man. Xiaolan wanted to eat yuhi grilled seafood, but Yizan wanted to know the truth. Seeing someone coming, the old man immediately smiled and said, "It's you, it's really fate, we met again, do you want to eat something?" Of course, Xiaolin ordered a bunch of things very rudely. "Anyway, there is Yizan, the rich man here, so don't worry about ordering more." It was Yizan, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and then said to Xiaolan, "Would you like to go to the beach and buy some drinks? I happen to be a little thirsty." Xiaolin is not stupid either. She naturally guessed that Yizan had something to do and wanted to tell the old man, nodded and said, "Okay then, I'll go buy it now." After Xiaolin left, Yizan lowered his voice, stared at the old man in front of him, and said, "I have a question that I've always wanted to ask. I wonder if you can answer it." He seemed to have guessed that Yizan would have something to ask himself. The old man had no sense of surprise at all. Instead, he showed a smile and said, "If you have any questions, just ask, and I can answer you." "Very good." Yizan nodded and said, "That's right, you found the corpse this morning, but according to the situation at the scene, the corpse should have been tied to a stone before sinking into the river. How did you find out? Did you fish him out yourself?" Chapter 93 _ Who is Xiaolin going to date? Hearing this, the turbid eyes of the old man who was making seafood on the iron plate suddenly flashed a bright light, raised his head slightly, glanced at Yizan with an admiring look, and then said, I knew for a long time that no matter how flawless I did, I would still be discovered, hee." Quote. As soon as he heard this, Yizan knew that there must be something hidden in it, and immediately said, "Then why did you do this, can you tell me?" The old man's eyes glanced into the distance, and then he turned around and said, "This should have started a long time ago, when the guys in Yamada were just gangsters in this area, and there was no robbery at all. The courage of the jewelry store, but even so, they have done a lot of bad things. Finally, one day, they stole a family's money and squandered it everywhere. You know, this is all the savings of a family, ready to use. He came to pay for his daughter's medical treatment, but because he had no money, the family's daughter died of illness, and his father was reduced to selling Yuhi's seafood. After listening to these words, Yizan was silent, and he didn't say a word. He let the seagulls on the sea fly, and the waves kept hitting the beach, but his thoughts became a little heavy. The expression on his face condensed. Yizan nodded slightly and said, "I understand." At this time, Xiaolan, who went to buy a drink, also ran back from a distance, holding 3 glasses of fresh orange juice in her hand, and quickly arrived at Yizan's side. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Xiaolan handed a drink to Yizan and said, "I've been queuing for a long time to buy this." After finishing speaking, Xiaolan gave another cup to the old man and said, "Grandpa, you have worked hard too, take it and drink it." The busy old man didn't expect Xiaolan to be so kind to him, so he couldn't help being a little moved. He looked up at Xiaolan and seemed to think of his daughter. Slowly reaching out and taking the glass of orange juice tremblingly, the old man said, "Thank you." It didn't take long for Yuhi to cook the seafood. Xiaolan packed it and took it in her hand. While eating, she said happily, "It's really delicious, really delicious." Being able to get Xiaolan's compliment, the smile on the old man's face became even brighter. No matter how hard it was worth it. Soon, after playing on the beach for a while, Yizan and Xiaolan went back. On the way back, Yizan has been thinking about a question: sometimes the truth, is it really so important? After just thinking about it for a few minutes, Yizan gave a positive answer in his heart. That is, it is necessary to understand the truth, and the analysis of fate is thorough enough. After sending Xiaolan back, Yizan returned to his residence. As usual, after taking a comfortable hot bath, he was ready to rest. Before going to bed, Yizan also deliberately sensed his own understanding of fate. After this case, although his understanding of fate was better, it was still not enough. Lying on the bed, Yizan closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep. What he didn't notice was that the beads placed beside the bed emitted some light blue light, but it was only a flash. Pass. This bead was officially left by Suzuki Sonoko, and what is preserved here is all her power and soul. The next morning, Yizan woke up for the first time in the world. There was no other way. There was no exercise at night. Yizan woke up unexpectedly early. Goro's detective office to see. Maybe in his detective office, there are more cases to be solved, which can bring him more understanding of fate. A fast-moving luxury sports car was running on the street, attracting the attention of many people. It was Yizan who was sitting in the car. Soon, Yizan drove the car and came under the Maori Detective Agency. After parking the car, he bought a breakfast and was ready to visit Maori and Xiaolan. Carrying breakfast to the door, Yizan just rang the doorbell when Maori's very impatient voice came. It's early in the morning, do you want people to sleep?" Yizan was not angry, but said lightly, "It's me, Yizan." Crackling. As soon as Yizan finished speaking, there was a screeching sound from the room, and then there was a scream of Maori. It seemed that he was too anxious and bumped into something. Bang dang. The door was opened immediately, and Maori, who was still wearing pajamas, showed an excited smile. It turned out to be young Master Yizan. "Really welcome, please come in quickly." Yizan was not polite either. He brought his breakfast directly and walked into Maori's detective agency. He was a private detective agency with meals, accommodation and office. Seeing that Yizan brought breakfast, Maoli immediately rubbed his hands and smiled and said, "Young Master Yizan is so polite. We are all so familiar, why do you need to bring something to eat?" "Oh, I saw someone selling breakfast below, so I brought it here by the way." "I think you haven't started eating breakfast yet." Yizan put the breakfast on the table and smiled lightly. Taking a look around, Yizan asked, "By the way, what about Xiaolan, why didn't you see her?" Usually when Yizan came here, Xiaolan got up very early, but today she didn't expect everyone to disappear, and she didn't know where to go. Maori had already picked up the breakfast and sat down on the sofa to feast on it. While eating noodles, he replied, I heard that there was a date and went out early this morning. When he said this, Maoli didn't forget to take a peek at Yizan's expression, as if he was paying attention. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Yizan's expression changed, his brows furrowed, and he quickly asked, "What? She went on a date? With whom, and where did she go?" When he said this, Yizan frowned and looked a little angry. Although he knew that this matter was likely to be fake or misunderstood, Shaolin was the woman she had decided on, and she couldn't help but be angry. Maori, who was eating noodles, was also taken aback by Yizan's expression, and quickly said, "I don't know very well, you should ask her yourself." Seeing Maori's nervousness, Yizan realized that he was a little too aggressive, and withdrew his hand in embarrassment and said, "I'm sorry, I'm just curious, where did Shaolin go?" Maori took a sip of his face, looked disapproving, and said, "Forget it, I won't take it to heart, you young people's affairs, solve it yourself." "Okay, I'll go out first, and I'll leave all of this breakfast for you." Yizan greeted Maoli, and then stepped out of the gate. After getting in the car, Yizan first calmed down his mood, and then analyzed, "This doesn't make sense. Conan has been sent abroad by himself. Who else can Shaolin date here? Could it be that Maori lied to me?" But after thinking about it this way, Yizan felt that it was unlikely. If it wasn't for the date, Shaolin would not have gone out so early. After thinking for a while, Yizan decided to call Shaolin first and ask her what was going on. Taking out his mobile phone, Yizan dialed Shaolin's phone number, and when the other party connected, Yizan pretended to be nothing and said to Shaolin, "Hey, Shaolin, where are you now? I'll come to you. I'm looking for you at home. Are you not at home?" Soon, Shaolin's voice came over the phone. "It's Yizan. I'm sorry, I have an appointment today, so I came out early. I'm really sorry." Hearing that Shaolin herself admitted to going on a date, Yizan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, her woman did not choose to hide it from him. Yizan tried his best to keep his tone calm and said, "Then where are you going on a date? If it's convenient, I'll go there too. There is something I want to tell you." Yizan wanted to see what kind of man he was going to date Shaolin. This was the woman he had decided on, and no one could think of her badly. Surprisingly, Shaolin didn't reject Yizan's words and replied, "Okay, then come along, we'll be at Yuhixiang Cafe, see you then." "Okay, see you later." Yizan also agreed, and then hung up the phone. Putting away the phone, Yizan's eyes flashed a bright light, and then he lowered his voice and said to himself, "Is it Yuhixiang Cafe? I'll be there soon." Chapter 94 Coffee Shop. Yizan, who was very unhappy in his heart, drove the car directly to the destination that Shaolin said. He wanted to see what the person Shaolin was going to date looked like. At this time, Z slipped a few mouthfuls of Maori, looked at him from the window, and said involuntarily, "This is really troublesome, young man." Yuhixiang Cafe is a relatively elegant place. Yizan and Shaolin have also been here a few times, but most of the time Maori is also there, which spoils the atmosphere of the date. What Yizan didn't expect was that this time Shaolin even asked someone else to meet here. "Hey!" With a muffled sound, Yizan's sports car swept across the ground in a single swipe, and the tires rubbed out a trace, and stopped exactly in front of the cafe. Such a handsome sports car, coupled with its elegant driving skills, has long attracted the attention of passers-by. Many young girls have begun to wink at Yizan. With that kind of feeling, I wish I could get to know Yizan now. But how could such a girl attract Yizan's attention? Without looking at the people around, Yizan quickly got out of the car and walked into the cafe. "Welcome." Just as he walked in, two young and beautiful waitresses came out and bowed deeply to Yizan with a lovely smile. These two waiters are quite beautiful. Yizan took a few more glances at them and thought to himself. "Excuse me, sir, what would you like to drink?" A waitress had already taken the order and came to Yizan's side. After finding a place to sit down, Yizan took the list and glanced at it casually, and said, "Bring me a cup of coffee." "Okay, wait a moment, sir." The waitress immediately went out and prepared coffee for Yizan. Sitting by the window, Yizan began to look at the coffee shop, and found that it wasn't very big, but it was decorated quite elegantly. Many young people like to come here for dates. It's really good at picking. This place is very interesting. Yizan's face sank slightly, and his expression was a little unhappy. It's still relatively early, and there are not many people who come to drink coffee. There are only a few elderly people sitting in the corner, reading the newspaper and drinking tea. Just these few people were immediately excluded by Yizan. This could not be Shaolin's date, and they were too old. After the coffee came, Yizan waited for Shaolin while drinking coffee in the store. At this time, the door of the coffee shop was pushed open, and a thin, medium-sized woman, carrying a small satchel, walked in a hurry. "Welcome," the two waitresses said respectfully. But the woman looked very upset, the corners of her mouth raised, and she snorted coldly, "Come on, give me a cup of coffee, I want coffee." After finishing speaking, the woman found a seat by herself and sat down, put the satchel aside, looking very upset, as if everyone else owed her. This woman's temper is really hot. Yizan couldn't help but look in the direction of the woman, feeling a little puzzled. The woman also glanced at Yizan's side, but didn't say a word. She turned her nostrils up, and continued to look out the window, as if there was something to worry about. Not long after the woman came in, a young man also came in from the outside, with a thick notebook in his hand. His hair was a little messy, as if he hadn't washed it for a long time, with a pair of framed eyes, wearing a Chinese tunic suit. There is no doubt that he has a strong DOC temperament. As soon as the man walked in, he said to the two waiters, "I'm here to write a paper. Please find me a quiet place. I don't want to be disturbed, thank you." "Okay." One of the waiters agreed, and walked to the side with the DOC college student, and found a secret location. Two people came one after another, but they couldn't see Shaolin, so Yizan couldn't help but be a little puzzled. She hadn't come yet. Did she want to let go of her pigeons? Just when Yizan was thinking wildly, another figure walked in outside the door. His movements were very graceful, and he made a sound when he walked. Before people saw it, they smelled a unique fragrance, which made Yizan couldn't help but look over, wanting to see who it was, who smelled so good. I saw from the door, a woman in a black uniform with her hair tied up. This woman's body is so good, her huge two balls, a slender waist, and her ass, every part of it is full of what men want. Especially her figure, which is wrapped in the uniform, gives people an invisible beauty, and people can't help but look at her a few more times. Although the woman wore a pair of gold wire glasses, it added a bit of charm to her, and her beautiful face became more mature and colorful. What a beautiful woman! Even Yizan couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, such a beautiful woman is simply mature. After the woman came in, she said to the two waitresses beside her, "I'm here to wait for someone, but I haven't arrived yet. It seems that I'll have to wait a while longer. Find me a seat first." "Okay." The two waitresses nodded, and soon brought this sexy woman to the back of Yizan, a seat not far from him. After the woman sat down, Yizan couldn't help but looked back and looked at the woman's body. He didn't want to be discovered by the woman. Suddenly, he raised his head and stared at Yizan with a pair of shrewd eyes. Seeing this woman, Yizan dodged his eyes for a moment, then turned his head quickly, returned to his position, let out a long sigh, and said in his heart, "This woman is really not easy." Not long after, another person came into the coffee shop. This was a man of 5 or 3 thicknesses. He looked very rough, and the ring finger of his right hand was still wrapped. As soon as he came in, he talked with Kai, the owner of the coffee shop, as if he was very familiar. Chapter 95_Fei Yingli. After a while, another man came in. He was young and handsome. He was wearing a suit and had long flowing hair. He was very handsome and sat in the coffee shop. After seeing this man, Yizan's expression couldn't help changing, and he couldn't help but say, could it be this guy? Is this the person Shaolin wants to date? After the man came in, he started to call. The other party seemed to be his friend. He said happily, I have something to do today, so I won't go to you to play. I have an appointment with a girl, she is very beautiful. After speaking, the man suddenly laughed and continued to chat with his friend about heavenly path. Woman, say a few more good things, it's not easy to catch, haha, let's not talk about it, I have to behave well. After the man hung up the phone, a cold light flashed in Yizan's eyes, and he secretly said in his heart, it's you who dares to date Shaolin. You must look good later. After waiting for a long time, before Shaolin came over, Yizan became impatient. He tapped the table lightly with his right hand, and looked around casually. During this period of time, no one else came to the cafe, but many people went to the toilet and walked around the cafe a few times. Ding ding ding. At this moment, Yizan's mobile phone rang, and when he took it out, it turned out to be an unfamiliar number. But even so, Yizan answered, and Shaolin's voice came from the opposite side. Yizan, I'm so sorry, I wanted to bring you some cakes, but the silver reception machine here is broken. Now, there's no way to get my money, I'll keep you waiting for a while, do you see if the person I'm dating is here? A lot of people came, which one do you say? Yizan asked of course. The one with long hair, did you see that? I see, sitting not far from me, with long black hair, right? Yizan's tone was a little unhappy. Yes, but she will tie up. Shaolin said on the other end of the phone. Yizan looked back and found that the man had tied up his hair, so he said a little unhappily, yes, he has tied his hair up. Shaolin also seemed to hear Yizan's unhappy tone, and immediately said, what's the matter, Yizan, are you upset? I'll be here soon, don't be angry. Hearing Shaolin's coquettish tone, Yizan also took a deep breath to make his tone a little more happy, and then said, I'm fine, come over quickly, I'll be waiting for you at the cafe. After hanging up the phone, Yizan raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and said secretly in his heart, damn it, I will kick you away later, and let you know the consequences of angering me Yizan. Just as she was about to kick the man away, the sexy woman sitting behind Yizan suddenly stood up, walked to Yizan's side, showed a faint smile, and said, little handsome guy, I can sit down here. Hearing this voice, Yizan looked back and saw that it was the beautiful woman in uniform. He couldn't help but get excited and said with a smile, sit down, it's okay, I'm the only one here. At this time, Yizan thought in his heart, anyway, Shaolin hasn't come yet. It's better to chat with the beauty first, and then teach that guy a lesson later. This mature and attractive woman smiled at Yizan, then stroked her short skirt, sat opposite Yizan, took out a business card and handed it to Yizan. This is my business card, please give me more advice. Quote. Business card. Yizan was stunned for a moment. He originally thought that the other party was here to chat with him, but he didn't expect to bring himself a business card first. Could it be to sell insurance? But soon, Yizan still took the business card and glanced at it. Law firm, Fei Yingli, phone XXXXXX. This. After Yizan read this business card, his expression changed, and his heart was extremely shocked. The woman in front of him was actually Shaolin's mother. He clearly remembered that in the original book, Shaolin's mother was Fei Yingli. He didn't expect to meet here this time, but why she wanted to chat with him, this made Yizan a little confused. On the surface, Yizan still pretended not to know anything. With a pair of eyes looking at Fei Yingli's body, he couldn't help but admire. A real woman is really a stunner. That old boy Maori doesn't know how to cherish it, compared to that Shaolin, even more beautiful. While thinking about it, Fei Yingli also spoke up. She smiled and said, are you Yizan? When asked this question, Yizan was slightly taken aback, but nodded and said, that's right, how did you know me? Ha ha. With a slight smile, Fei Yingli said, the last time you solved the case of lawyer Shang, you are quite famous in our entire legal profession. How could I not know you? Really, then I'm really honored. Yizan smiled slightly, and his eyes kept looking at Fei Yingli's body. Fei Yingli is used to Yizan's look. She was a recognized schoolgirl back then. She is very confident in her figure and appearance. Although she has grown a little bit older, she has grown more mature charm. I have to say that Yizan was almost convinced by the charm of Fei Ying 1.0 Li, and Chunin couldn't help thinking to himself, if Maori doesn't have time to take care of it, then he can do it himself. Just as he was about to have a few words with Fei Yingli, the man who answered the phone before suddenly stood up from his chair and walked forward a little unhappy. What's the matter? It's been so long and I haven't come. The young man grumbled as he walked towards the bathroom. Yizan also noticed the man's movements. When he first came in, Yizan had been paying attention to him. If this guy really dated Xiaolan, he would not forgive him easily. Unexpectedly, not long after this guy walked into the bathroom, suddenly there was a scream. Chapter 96 _ Detective's Reasoning. Hearing the screams, everyone present was startled. Yizan's expression changed, he quickly stood up and ran towards the bathroom. Fei Yingli also followed quickly, and the speed was not slow. It looked like she had been exercising. Similarly, the other waiters and guests of the cafe also rushed over, and for a while, the bathroom was crowded. Yizan and Fei Yingli were the first to arrive. At the door of the bathroom, the long-haired man was trembling with fright. He leaned nervously against the wall, his face turning pale. Following the man's gaze, Yizan saw that in a toilet in the bathroom, the door was tightly closed, and a pool of fresh Yuhi-colored blood quickly flowed out from it. Someone is inside. Yizan immediately frowned, and had a bad premonition in his heart. Quickly running to the door of the toilet, Yizan squatted down, jumped up, and climbed onto the door frame on the 30th floor outside the toilet. Looking inside, I happened to see a woman with a hole in her chest, lying in the bathroom. Blood was flowing non-stop, her eyes were wide open, and at first glance, she had lost signs of life. And this woman, the woman who was in a rush and was in a bad mood when she just came in, didn't expect her to be killed here. Jumping off the door frame, Yizan hurriedly said to the others, "Hurry up and call the police, someone is dead inside." What? The owner of this cafe, when he heard this, his eyes froze, and he almost fainted. In the end, it was the employees of the coffee shop who called the police in time. Officer Miu Miu brought a team of police officers and rushed to the coffee shop. As soon as the slightly fat cafe owner saw Officer Miu Miu coming, he rushed forward and said a little excitedly, "Officer, you must seek justice for me, I don't know what's going on here. Who did it? If the murderer cannot be found, my small shop may not be able to open." Police Officer Miu Miu is usually a little dignified, wearing a cape, nodded slightly, and said directly, "I know, with Yizan and I here this time, this case will definitely be able to help you solve." From the moment he came in, Officer Miu Miu found Yizan, but he didn't expect him to be here too. At the same time, the man standing beside Yizan also made Officer Miu Miu's eyes light up. He walked over excitedly, stretched out his hand, and said, "Attorney Concubine, why are you here too? It's such a coincidence." Ah! Looking at Officer Mumu's appearance, Yizan could easily guess that they had known each other for a long time, and Officer Mumu admired this beautiful concubine lawyer very much. However, it was obvious that the concubine lawyer didn't seem to be very interested in the police officer Mumu, so he shook hands casually, and regarded it as a greeting. "Lawyer Concubine, why are you here today?" Officer Miu Miu still leaned up and spoke with a warm face and a cold buttocks. However, Fei Yingli didn't look at police officer Mumu, and said indifferently, "I asked a friend to come here to meet, but she hasn't arrived yet." "So that's how it is." Officer Mumu showed a smile. After all, he was here to solve the case, and it was difficult to say too many words, so he had to withdraw his smiling face, put a straight face, and face everyone. Judging from the preliminary form of the fundamental case, this is a premeditated murder case, and all of you present are suspect. Officer Mumu said in a low voice. Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, the expressions of the people present could not help changing, and no one liked to be suspected as a suspect. As if remembering something, Officer Mew Mew added a sentence after you. Of course, Lawyer Yizan and Concubine will definitely not be the murderer, so the two of them must be ruled out. Cough cough. Yizan coughed slightly, attracting everyone's attention, and then he said, Officer Mumu, there is no need to exclude the two of us. Since we are both suspected, we should investigate them one by one. Indeed, Officer Mumu, you should just do business. Fei Yingli also nodded and agreed. Since both of them said so, Officer Mumu had nothing to say, nodded and said, well, then let's treat everyone as suspect and be subject to interrogation. Having said that, after inspecting the whole scene, Officer Mew Mew couldn't help but fell into deep thought, then raised his head and said to Yizan, I don't know if Yizan has any suggestions. The current case seems to be a bit complicated. After all, Police Officer Mew Mew can only handle cases and arrest people. He is not very good at this kind of reasoning that consumes brain power. Moreover, with Yizan here, he doesn't want to spend all this energy, he just wants to catch the murderer quickly. Having been familiar with Officer Mumu for a long time, Yizan didn't refuse, just nodded and said, since the case happened in a coffee shop, then all of us who have been to the toilet are suspected of murder. For 920 weeks, Yi Shuenkai continued, when I was sitting outside, I deliberately observed this side. From the very beginning, except for the deceased who came to the bathroom, Mr. Huang who came to write the thesis, Mr. Dianshan with a strong body, the owner of the cafe, Mr. Prince, and Miss Yingli have all been here, so there is a possibility that you all have doubts. Seeing the changes in the faces of several people, Yizan said again, of course, as long as you can prove your innocence, you will be able to clear your suspicions. Officer Mumu glanced at the door frame of the toilet, it was empty, just as long as the murderer climbed over there, he could kill the dead. Thinking of this, Officer Mumu's eyes lit up, and he said quickly, I understand, the space inside is all closed, and the toilet door is locked from the inside, the murderer must have climbed over the door frame and killed him. The victim died and then crawled out. Quote. Yizan glanced at Officer Mumu with a slightly surprised look, and said, I haven't seen you for a few days. Officer Mumu's reasoning ability is very good, but I want to ask you again, the deceased was stabbed in the body, why did the blood only reach the handle, but not elsewhere? Chapter 97 Fei Yingli's analysis. When asked this question, Officer Mumu got into trouble at once. After hesitating for a long time, he couldn't answer the question. He frowned, and after thinking for a while, he said, I can't think of this method. The corners of his mouth were slightly the same. Yizan brought the wrapped murder weapon from the police officer beside him, and then said, from the tool of this sword, the other party was stabbed to death by this sword, but from the point of view of the modus operandi, the murderer definitely did not directly kill with a knife. Quote. How was it killed? Not only Officer Mumu, but others also turned their attention to Yizan. They all wanted to know how the murderer killed the victim. Picking up a rope that fell from the side, Yizan's eyes narrowed, and he lowered his voice. If I guessed correctly, the murderer must have used this rope to tie the knife to the knife, then stab the deceased, and then stab the knife to death. It was thrown into the toilet and placed with the dead. Hearing this, the police officer Mumu seemed to have a clue and said quickly, then, according to what you said, the murderer did this on purpose, and the purpose was to influence our judgment. Yizan snapped his fingers, nodded and said, congratulations, you got the answer right, it is indeed the case. At this time, Fei Yingli, who was listening to Yizan's analysis of the case, also clapped her palms and said with admiration, as expected of Yizan, this case looks complicated on the surface, but in fact, you have already reasoned about it, it's really amazing. Ah. Fei Yingli stepped on her high heels, walked to the door frame of the toilet, reached out and touched it, and then her hands were stained with blood. Spreading her palms for everyone to see, Fei Yingli said, look, blood will be stained on the door frame, and the residue is so thick. This is very strange. It is reasonable to say that if the deceased was killed in the toilet, no matter how much blood splashed out like this, it wouldn't leave so much blood on such a high door frame. Such an important inference caused everyone present to change their expressions, and seem to feel a pressure. Fei Yingli's eyes seemed to want to see through everyone, and it seemed that they wanted to tell the truth. Yizan's eyes couldn't help but squinted, and he was a little surprised. Fei Yingli's observation and discernment are really strong. No wonder he has become such a famous lawyer. When Fei Yingli said this, she stopped, then turned her eyes to Yizan, winked at him, and said, "This is my inference, it's up to you next, Yizan." Zan Xiao handsome. In front of so many people, being called a handsome young man, Yizan couldn't help but feel a little smug in his heart. This is a beautiful woman, who wouldn't be moved by her. But when the case reached the critical moment, Yizan didn't have time to think wildly here, narrowed his eyes, nodded his head heavily, turned around and said to everyone, "So, the most critical part of this case is the murderer's technique, which can be obtained from the on this high door frame, push the dead into the toilet." Quote. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the people present changed. Ran Nian looked at each other and seemed to want to see who was the murderer of the deceased. There were a lot of people present, and it would be very difficult to investigate them one by one, but Yizan has now given the prerequisites, and the person who can push the deceased into the toilet is the most suspect. A slight bulge, Yizan suddenly stretched out his finger and said, "There are only two people here who can do this. One is Mr. Dianshan, and the other is the owner of this cafe." What? After hearing this, the strong Dianshan and the slightly chubby coffee shop owner both took a few steps back and almost didn't fall to the ground. The most excited was Dianshan. He hurried forward and said, "Don't talk nonsense. I don't know the dead person at all, and I don't know who she is. Why should I kill her?" The slightly fat cafe owner also quickly retorted, "Although she often comes to my store to drink coffee, she is my customer. Why should I kill my customer? Isn't it unreasonable?" Quote. "Ha ha." Yizan sneered a few times, and then said, "This is just a sophistry for yourselves. In fact, it is very simple to identify the real murderer. As long as you do what I say, you will know who it is." The truth of the matter was about to be revealed. The owner of Dianshan and the cafe were both nervous. The two of them looked at each other, then turned to look at Yizan, and said at the same time, "What do you want us to do?" Yizan snapped his fingers, and then said to the waitress next to him, "Please find 2 books and 2 pens." "Well, okay." The waitress agreed, and then ran out quickly, bringing 2 pieces of paper and a pen after a while. Yizan divided the things in his hand into 2 parts, handed them to the owner of Dianshan and the coffee shop respectively, and said to them, "You can write a few words on it at will, and then give it to me." Seeing that Yizan was so mysterious, the 2 suspects were a little nervous and dissatisfied, but because so many police were here, they had to do the same. Soon, the 2 wrote a few words on the notebook and handed it to Yizan. After taking a look at what the 2 of them had, Yizan just made a slight comparison, then a cold smile appeared on his face. He pointed at the coffee shop owner, and shouted angrily, "Yes, the murderer. It's you." "Ah." The owner of the coffee shop, as if he was struck by an astonishing slash, his face changed greatly, but he still struggled to say, "You are talking nonsense, it is not me at all, you have no evidence." "If you want evidence, then I'll give it to you." Yizan snorted coldly, and took out a torn piece of paper from his pocket. Shaking the ball of paper in his hand, Yizan said, "This is what I found next to the trash can at the door just before I entered the bathroom. The writing on it is full of confessions to the deceased. The handwriting on it is exactly the same as yours. What else do you have to quibble about?" Chapter 98_date somewhere else. What? The owner of the coffee shop suddenly turned pale, as if he had collapsed, and took a few steps back. Sighing slightly, Yizan said, "I already guessed that the murderer was one of you, but I didn't expect you, the coffee shop owner, to have an ambiguous relationship with her female customers, but you have a wife. The deceased finally forced you to divorce your wife, or else your family will be destroyed, but you have murderous intentions and kill the deceased, isn't that so?" Yizan's inference can be said to be accurate, causing the fat owner of the coffee shop to step back several steps in a row, and then bumped into the wall, with a sad face, and said in great pain, "Yes, you said it's not wrong at all, I did it all." Who told her to threaten me? Many employees of the coffee shop were stunned. The boss, who usually seems to be very kind and honest, turned out to be such a person, and he would do such an unconscionable act. "Quick, arrest him." Officer Mew Mew waved his hand and let several officers rush up. In front of him, no evil was allowed. The fat boss also seemed to know that as long as he was caught, he would be finished. In a fit of rage, he quickly ran up, shouted loudly, and ran to the door in the direction of 927. The official concubine Yingri, who was standing at the door, looked at the coffee shop owner rushing over, but her expression did not change, as if she was not afraid at all. "Get out of the way, you stinky bitch!" The fat boss shouted angrily, looking very angry, with two big hands, as if he was going to push Fei Yingli down. However, just as he had just arrived in front of Fei Yingli let out a low voice, quickly stretched out a hand, put it on the fat boss's arm, then took a step forward and put his foot on the fat boss's arm. Abdomen, let him eat pain and shout. After this, Fei Yingli suddenly exerted force, and with the help of the strength of his hands and feet, he pushed up a big fat man, and threw it with a beautiful shoulder, hitting the ground heavily. Ouch! The fat boss screamed, and then fell to the ground with a groan. His eyes were a little confused, and when he looked forward, he was a little dizzy. Taking advantage of this time, several police officers had already run over with handcuffs in their hands, and immediately grabbed the fat boss and made him unable to move. Yizan was also a little surprised. Fei Yingli was really different, very powerful. Taekwondo has reached the level of pure love. If you want to control a woman like her, a man can't be tough without being strong. The criminal was caught, and Officer Mumu wanted to come over and thank Yizan again. After dispersing everyone, Officer Mumu said to Yizan, "Yizan, think again, if you are interested in joining us." Yizan waved his hand and said, "Let's talk about it next time. I have other things now, so I won't say more." Officer Mumu was about to say something else, but Yizan had already hurried out of the coffee shop and went outside the gate. When he just dispersed everyone, he wanted to come out, but was told by Officer Mumu. "Xiaolan should be here now, I have to call her." Yizan quickly took out his mobile phone and dialed Xiaolan's number. "Hey, is that Yizan? I'm rushing to the coffee shop right now. I've made you wait for a long time. I'll be there soon." Xiaolan's voice rang on the other end of the phone. Yizan also quickly told everything that happened in the coffee shop, so that Xiaolan didn't have to come, and then the two agreed to meet at another place. This time, the place where the two agreed to meet was a movie theater not far from the cafe. Since the coffee was not enough, they had to go to the movie theater. Yizan rushed to the cinema quickly, but when he arrived at the entrance of the cinema, he found that there were already many people lining up there. After searching in the crowd, Yi Shuangkai found Xiaolan, who was holding a box of cakes, next to the cinema, with a young girl. Although this young girl is not as beautiful as Xiaolan, she has short hair and a delicate face. She also looks a little cute, and her figure is not bad. Yizan hurriedly walked over and waved at Xiaolan. "Hey, Xiaolan, I'm here." Xiaolan also saw Yizan, and also beckoned, signaling Yizan to come over quickly. When Yizan came to Xiaolan, Xiaolan narrowed her eyes into crescent moons and said with a smile, "Let me introduce, this is my good friend Lingxi, this is Yizan." When Lingxi with short hair saw Yizan, little stars appeared in her eyes, and she said excitedly, "Wow, you are so handsome, Xiaolan, is this your boyfriend?" Xiaolan's cheek turned to Yuhi, and she retorted with no confidence, "It's not, we are just good friends." "Really?" Lingxi continued to tease with a look of disbelief. "If you don't like it, just let it go to me." Speaking of this question, Xiaolan snorted. "No, you already have your prince, isn't he coming soon?" Speaking of this, Reiko became angry and said a little unhappy, "That guy doesn't know where he is going. It's the first time to meet a girl, and he's late. It's really annoying." The two girls kept talking, but it made Yizan a little embarrassed to stand here. Shouldn't he be the protagonist? There was no place for him to interrupt. Hey, Reiko, I'm sorry, I'm late. At this moment, a man with long hair in a handsome suit rushed over from the crowd. Hearing this voice, the three of them turned their heads and looked over there, but Yizan's eyes couldn't help changing, and he was a little surprised. Isn't this the one in the cafe? What's the prince's guy? Quote. Xiaolin was still smiling and said, Lingxi, your prince is here. Isn't he the person you want to date? Yizan said to Xiaolan in surprise. He's Reiko's date, and I came with her. Xiaolin blinked mischievously and said with a smile. The prince, who thought he was very handsome, quickly walked up to the three of them, and quickly apologized to Reiko. I'm sorry, I encountered something at the cafe, and I'm only here now. Chapter 99 Xiaolin and Fei Yingli. Seeing the handsome prince coming, Reiko immediately showed a smile, waved her hand and said, It's okay, we just came here just now. That's right. The prince fiddled with his long hair, made a move he thought was cool, and smiled at Reiko. In that case, let me invite you to a movie to express my apologies. Hee, why are you embarrassed? Lingxi smiled lightly, but her eyes kept looking at Yizan and the prince, as if she didn't know which one to choose for the two handsome guys. Yizan smiled slightly beside him and said to the prince, I don't know who it was just now, but if a girl just needs to coax her, she'll be there. As soon as he heard this, the prince's expression suddenly stiffened, and when he looked back, he seemed to realize that Yizan was behind him, and his expression suddenly became embarrassed. Reiko is not an idiot either. After a little thought, she can guess what the handsome Mr. Prince in front of him is thinking. With a cold snort, Reiko turned her head to one side, not wanting to say a word, and the prince kept explaining. In the end, Xiaolin said a few good words, but Reiko didn't care so much, and the four of them went to the cinema together to watch a movie. Soon, the movie was over, and after coming out of the cinema, Yizan rubbed his eyes and couldn't help sighing. The screen in the cinema is really too big now. It's not very comfortable to watch. If it would be nice to have 3D. Quote. 3D, what is it? Xiaolin blinked her big eyes beside her, and said very suspiciously. This. The technology in this world is still relatively backward now, and Yizan has no way to explain so much, so he had to type a haha and bring this sentence to the past. The prince originally suggested that everyone go to dinner together, but Xiaolin refused, so after curing the prince and Lingxi to eat, Yizan accompanied Xiaolin out for a walk. It's still early in the sky. Yizan and Xiaolan were walking on the street. Yizan couldn't help but ask, why don't you go with Lingxi? Xiaolin glanced at the distance, sighed slightly and said, actually, there is one person I haven't seen. I just sent a message and agreed to wait here. So that's the case. Yizan nodded. Without asking too much, he waited here with Xiaolin. After a while, Xiaolin's cell phone rang. After connecting the phone, she hung up the phone after chatting with the other party for a few words. Then she turned to Yizan and said, the person we're waiting for is here. Here, Yizan turned his head and looked in the direction Xiaolin pointed, just in time to see a woman in sexy clothes walking over. After seeing the true face of this woman, even Yizan couldn't help but be slightly surprised. This woman was none other than the Fei Yingli who had just met. Fei Yingli was wearing a sexy short work skirt and waved when she saw Xiaolan from a distance. Xiaolan also clearly saw her and shouted happily, Mom. As expected, Xiaolin made an appointment with her mother. Yizan thought to himself. Soon, their mother and daughter met together. When the two met, Yizan watched and wanted to say hello to Fei Yingli, but he didn't know what to say. Finally, after Fei Yingli and Yi Xuanxian spoke, the two greeted each other. Fei Yingli took a look at Yizan's body and said with a smile, Daughter, is this the person you are bringing to meet me today? He is indeed a handsome guy. Mom, he's my good friend, Yizan. Xiaolin kissed her mother's side in a very clingy way. Ha ha. Fei Yingli covered her mouth with her hand, smiled softly, and said, Mom understands, we just met. What, have you all met? Xiaolin said in surprise. Fei Yingli nodded and said, I was also present in the case that happened in the cafe just now. After listening to what her mother said, Xiaolan smiled indifferently. This is really fate. A pair of eyes scrutinized Yizan's body again. Fei Yingli seemed to be looking at her son-in-law, looked at Yizan up and down, and whispered to Xiaolan, "You have to be careful, this young people are not easy, be careful to be deceived by him, tell your mother the truth, how far have you developed?" Quote. Although the voice of these words was small, Yizan heard it clearly beside him. With his strength, it was very easy to hear these words clearly. And Xiaolan's face was even more yuhi, and she twisted slightly and couldn't help saying, "Mom, why do you say that? He and I are just good friends." After all, Fei Yingli had come here, and of course she knew exactly what her daughter was thinking about, but there were some things that she didn't want to say so clearly. Yizan was a little embarrassed when he saw the situation, and immediately said, "We rarely meet once, so why don't I treat you as a guest today? How about we go for a big meal?" Since someone treats a guest, and it's someone her daughter likes, Fei Yingli certainly won't refuse. She nodded and smiled and said, "Okay, then you can decide." After seeing concubine Yingri's agreement, Yizan immediately brought their mother and daughter to a relatively high-end restaurant nearby, where the three of them had a good meal. After the meal, Yizan originally planned to send the concubine Yingli back, but because he had a car, he rejected Yizan's kindness. After Fei Yingli drove back by himself, Yizan and Xiaolan wandered on the street for a while, and it was not until Maori called, Yizan sent Xiaolan home. When Yizan returned by himself, it was already 11 o'clock at night. He was driving the car while playing music, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If you want to get a beauty like Xiaolan, it is not enough to rely on money and strength. It also takes enough time and patience. You must take it slowly and not rush. Chapter 100_Healing Garden. As usual, when he returned to his residence, Yizan took a bath and went to his bedroom to rest. Yizan found that after this cafe case, Yizan had a better grasp of the trajectory of fate. But even so, Yizan still feels very dissatisfied. After spending so much energy and time, Yizan still has no complete control over the trajectory of his destiny. You must know that once he controls his destiny, he truly stands at the top of all existence. The mountains shattered in a single thought, and the sun and the moon changed between the waves. These are not too simple for those who truly control their destiny, and it is a pity that Yizan has not yet reached that point. It's really a difficult thing. Yizan couldn't help but sighed, but he wasn't too impatient. Anyway, it was just playing. He yawned a lot, ready to take a good rest. Didi. But at this moment, Yizan's cell phone suddenly rang, but it was called on the 18th. Number 18, do you miss your husband? Called so late. Yizan's mouth cracked into a smile, as if he saw the beautiful face of number 18 over the phone. After connecting the phone, the excited voice of number 18 came from the other end. I have found a way to travel through time and space. Ah, Yizan listened to number 18's mindless words. What did you say? I found a way to travel through time and space. On the 18th, he said to Yizan again, remember what I was busy with a while ago? Of course I remember. After you left, your husband and I couldn't sleep alone, and there were some problems in the garden. Poor me, I can't sleep all night long, you don't know. Husband, be serious, I mean it, you know. Once it's really successful, we can travel through time and space at will. Number 18 said to Yizan. Yizan became serious. How do you say it? It's not an easy thing to know. Yizan's words made number 18 say seriously. A few days ago, I found the organization behind the scenes through the clue of Conan becoming smaller, got the drug, and then started to study it, and found some time and space shuttles in it. The mystery of it. Quote. Then according to this, we can travel in time and space. Yizan said excitedly. Ah, this, that, I'm afraid it's not enough. Now this technology can only be applied to ordinary people, so we don't seem to be able to use it. On the 18th, Yizan wilted in an instant. Oh, I see. No, 18 seemed to be well aware of Yizan's reaction, and said with a smile, "By the way, husband, what you said before is right. I miss you so much now. So, I am now with a sister papered as shameful things. Do you want to listen?" The wilted Yizan was instantly revived with blood. "Of course, turn your voice up to the max. I want to hear the clearest version." Hee hee. With the laughter of the 18th, Yuhi's ears were reddened on the phone soon. Early morning. Yizan's whole person seems to be too much. His eyes are blank, and his eyes are dull and appear in his villa. If it is said that Yizan and number 18 or many sister papers are really going to do something that will lead to this situation, Yizan will not be like this. But the key point is that Yizan didn't do that, but was abruptly suffocated. "I'm really sad." Yizan felt like he was about to cry. After washing his face vigorously, he woke up a little, but he still couldn't hold back the boiling thoughts in his heart. "I don't care, I can't bear it anymore. Go and stabilize Sonoko's injury temporarily." Yizan said something and walked towards the room where Yuanzi was. After so long research on Yuanzi's injury, Yizan can actually be cured. However, in order to make Yuanzi's recovery better, Yizan did not help Yuanzi to heal the injury. "Well, stabilize the injury first," Yizan said slowly, his hands quickly sketching beside the garden. The other side flowers bloomed rapidly, and then withered. Not long after, Sonoko slowly opened his eyes. Hee hee. Yizan grinned after seeing Sonoko sober. He finally didn't have to continue living in such a miserable way. "My dear Sonoko, let's do something we love," Yizan said with a smile as he looked at Suzuki Sonoko. Floating for half a day. Yizan spent half a day doing this kind of exercise that he liked so much. It was not until noon that when he received a call from Shaolin, Yi Shuenkai got up from Yuanzi's tender body and answered the phone in a daze. "Hey, who is it?" "Me, Shaolin." An angry voice sounded on the other side of the phone. "Ah, it's Shaolin, what's the matter?" Yizan said in a daze. "Don't forget that we are going to Yuanzi's house today." Mao Lilan's voice rang on the other side of the phone. Yizan seemed to see Mao Lilan's angry look. Ha, of course I didn't forget." Yizan got up quickly with his eyes wide open and talking nonsense. "I didn't forget, then hurry up, it's already noon." Okay, I'll come. Yizan was about to get up when Yuanzi suddenly stopped Yizan. "Are you going to my house?" "I'll go too." Yizan heard the words, glanced at Yuanzi, who was a little weak, and nodded. "All right, with me here, nothing serious will happen." As Yizan said, he took Yuanzi and drove his sports car to pick up Shaolin from the Maori Detective Agency. With the sound of the engine, Yizan and Shaolin quickly left the city and drove to a forest on the outskirts. As soon as they entered the forest, Shaolin's expression couldn't help changing, and she complained. "What are you doing? The villa camping you mentioned is actually in such a remote place." Yizan looked at Mao Lilan and said, "That's why you don't understand. The people who can afford villas are high-ranking officials and wealthy businessmen, and these people are busy all day, so naturally they want to live in a remote place where no one is disturbed. Place, which is characteristic of many villas. Quote, "Why don't you live in a remote place?" Mao Lilan retorted when she heard Yizan. Yizan grinned. "Of course there are a lot of girls in the downtown area. There are pretty girls everywhere, ho ha ho ha ho." Seeing this, the two women gave Yizan a blank look and got out of the car together. Because there is a river across, so the parking lot at 1.9 is still a little away from the villa, and the three of them walked towards the villa on foot. Seeing the dense forest around the villa, Shaolin said in surprise, "No way, is this villa in the mountains?" "Yes." Following Suzuki Sonoko's words, Suzuki Sonoko took Yizan and Shaolin across a chain bridge, and the other end of the chain bridge was the destination of the trip, the villa. "It's finally here, it's great." After walking for so long, Shaolin couldn't help being a little excited. Soon, the two of them walked over to the bridge. When they were not on the rope bridge, they happened to see a man in a black cloak and a big trumpet hat walking on the bridge. Seriously, he couldn't see his true face at all. After seeing the man, Shaolin couldn't help shouting, "Hey, the person in front, did you go to Yuanzi's house together?" Hokage give me a face. Conan, Chapter 101-117. Chapter 101 Bandage Freak. After hearing Shaolin's shout, the man suddenly turned his head and glanced at Yizan and Shaolin. It's okay if he doesn't look, the look back shows his entire face, and his head is covered with bandages. Except for the pair of eyes that are exposed, he can't see other features on his body at all. And his eyes are very terrifying, they are covered with fresh Yuhi's bloodshot, and people can't help but tremble when they see it. Ah! Shaolan exclaimed in surprise after seeing the guy's first glance. Yizan was also a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet such a suspicious guy here, and his face changed immediately. Just when Yizan wanted to chase after him, the guy ran away, and in a blink of an eye, he ran to the other side of the chain bridge. Yizan, that guy is so scary, should we go and inform Yuanzi and the others? Shaolin hid behind Yizan and pulled his arm tightly, it seemed that she was frightened by the guy. 30. Squinting his eyes slightly, Yizan said, "Alright, let's go over and see the situation first." Soon, Yizan and Shaolan walked to the villa. The two of them just knocked on the door. After waiting for a long time, the guardian came out and opened the door. When they saw Yizan and the others, they said excitedly, "You guys are finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Yuanzi. Shaolin just opened her mouth and was about to say something, when she was interrupted by Yuanzi. She stretched out her index finger and hurriedly said, "Shaolin, let me tell you. There are several handsome guys here today, you can help me take a look when the time comes, which one is better?" Saying that, Yuanzi also made a nympho look, looking very happy, as if she liked this kind of affair. Yizan couldn't help but said, "A handsome guy is standing in front of you, didn't you see it?" As soon as these words came out, Yuanzi covered his mouth and smiled softly, "I really like a handsome guy like you, but you are Shaolin's. If I snatch you over, Shaolin will be angry." After saying that, Yuanzi also blinked at Yizan, looking like he wanted to seduce Yizan. "Sonoko, what nonsense are you talking about? After all, Shaolin is still the kind of conservative girl, so she still feels a little uncomfortable with what Sonoko said." On the other hand, Yizan, after seeing Yuanzi's actions, raised the corner of his mouth slightly and showed a smile. He couldn't help feeling that the garden in front of him was really an open girl. If there was a chance, he wouldn't mind getting her. After a few chats, Yuanzi said, "Okay, let's go in quickly, this time is a class reunion organized by my old sister. They are all from the drama club, and they haven't been together for many years. Taking advantage of this opportunity, we all come here to gather together." Quote. "Really, the relationship between your sister and the others is really good," Shaolan said enviously beside her. "Of course, we have to get together more in the future, Shaolin," Yuanzi echoed beside him. Soon, the three walked into the villa. Under the guidance of Yuanzi, in the restaurant where they came together, there was already a dignified and virtuous woman busy inside. "Sister, my friend is here." As soon as Yuanzi came here, he greeted the woman who was busy. Yizan also saw this woman. She was only a few years older than Yuanzi at most. She was not bad, and she looked dignified. At first glance, she was the type of a good wife and good mother. Sister Yuanzi, who was wearing an apron, put down the rag in her hand, reached out to greet Yizan and the others, and immediately said with a smile, "You guys are here, take a good rest here. I'm making dinner, you can eat it later." "Oh. Okay, hard work." Yizan and Shaolin greeted together and walked into the villa. While introducing the structure of the villa, Yuanzi looked at Yizan. Today's Yizan is also dressed very handsomely, which naturally attracts a girl like Yuanzi with a rippling heart. When he walked to the stairs, Yuanzi pointed to the second floor and said, "There are a lot of people here today, so there are not enough rooms. If you don't mind, Yizan, you and Shaolin can sleep in the same room." "Ah, Yizan and I sleep in the same room." Xiaolin immediately exclaimed excitedly. Obviously she was not ready for this. Shish! Sonoko hurriedly snorted, and then said in a low voice. There is no way, the 3 boys who came have already occupied a room. My sister and I both sleep in the same room, and the remaining 2 rooms, one I was told that the boy Yoshiko slept, and in the remaining room, only you and Yizan slept together, and Miss Yoshiko didn't seem to have a good temper, so she probably wouldn't like to sleep with others. Quote. After listening to Yuanzi's explanation, Xiaolin pouted, not knowing what to say. Yizan, on the other hand, was extremely excited. He didn't expect that this seemingly dissolute garden was really a good person in 913. He actually knew what he wanted, and he also knew the beauty of an adult. However, in front of Xiaolin, Yizan first consolidated his tall image, coughed slightly, cleared his throat and said, Don't worry, Xiaolin, if I'm here, I can protect you. After all, this is the wilderness. Quote. Che, I'm a black belt in Taekwondo, what's there to be afraid of? Xiaolin muttered, carrying the line she brought with her, and walked up to the 2nd floor. Yizan quickly followed behind. After all, this was a good opportunity for him and Xiaolin to be alone, and they were sleeping together, so how could he give up? After arriving on the 2nd floor, I did find that there were 6 rooms, and the first ones seemed to have been locked, and only the last one opened the door. Yizan smiled slightly, turned to Xiaolin and said, We should be in that room, let's go and have a look first. Although Xiaolan was a little wary on the surface and slept with Yizan, she couldn't help being a little nervous and excited. After all, she didn't hate Yizan, and she even liked it a little bit. It is under this feeling that Xiaolin can also feel that this night is destined to be extraordinary. Chapter 102_Share a room. Now that she has found the room, Xiaolan is not polite, and walks over quickly. After walking for so long in the forest, her feet are already very sore. Of course, she wants to find a place to rest. After the 2 came to the last room, Yizan also put the tea that he brought on the table at will, and saw that there was still tea on the table. He couldn't help but smile. Sister Yuanzi is really sensible. Everything is ready. After pouring 2 cups of tea, Yizan couldn't help but think evilly in his heart. If Sonoko's sister would prepare some condoms for herself in the drawer, maybe there would be a time when they might be useful. Xiaolan, do you want some tea? Yizan brought the poured tea and put it beside Xiaolan. After walking on the mountain road for so long, Xiaolin was also a little thirsty. She picked up the tea and drank more than half of it, and let out a long sigh. This tea is really delicious. After putting down the teacup, Xiaolan moved her sore hands and feet, turned her head and said to Yizan, I'm going to take a shower, and my whole body smells of sweat. To look for clothes in her own line, Li. Fortunately, the decoration of this villa is very good. Each room is equipped with a bathroom, which can be directly bathed in it. As soon as she heard that Xiaolin was going to take a bath, Yizan's mouth showed a smile while she was drinking tea. Anyway, she didn't tell her to go out, so why was she willing to leave? When Xiaolin was picking up the clothes, Yizan couldn't help but glanced aside, just in time to see that Xiaolin took out an inner liner from the bag, and it turned out to be pink. I didn't expect that Xiaolin, a girl with violent tendencies, who is a master of Taekwondo, would actually like this kind of nae. Although Xiaolin took things very fast, Yizan still saw it clearly, and it still couldn't escape his eyes. Holding the clothes in her arms, Xiaolin glanced at Yizan and said to him, I'm going to take a bath first, you can't peek. At this time, how could Yizan say that he was peeking? He quickly showed a smile, and said very seriously, Don't worry, I'm waiting for you here, I promise not to peek. It was also the first time for Xiaolan to be in the same room with a boy. She was still very nervous, so she quickly grabbed her clothes and walked into the bathroom quickly. The bathroom in this room is made of that kind of frosted glass. From the outside, you can't see what's inside at all. Of course, this is only for other people. For Yizan, this is not a hindrance at all. As long as he uses some means, this layer of glass is dispensable. After hearing the sound of the door latch being pulled from the bathroom, a smile cracked at the corner of Yizan's mouth. He had been cultivating the understanding of fate, and he had never used fate to do business. This time, he finally found an opportunity. With Yizan's fingers waving, a very strange thing happened. In the bathroom, a gust of breeze blew in through the gap in the window, making Xiaolan feel a little cold. She turned her head and glanced at the window, but accidentally hung her hair on the door bolt. Xiaolan pulled her hair down because of the dislocation. I didn't find that the door latch of the bathroom was pulled open by myself. The bathroom door just opened a small gap. Well, yes, all of this is Yizan's masterpiece. Well, in Yizan's opinion, what he is doing now is the right thing, and the things he did before were all that he was not doing the right thing. At the same time, Xiaolan's graceful figure was also displayed in front of Yizan's eyes, but because Xiaolan was putting hot water, Yizan was blocked by the fog when he saw an impulsive back. These fogs are really annoying, Yizan muttered in his heart, just as he was about to use his destiny ability to take these things away. There was a knock on the door, followed by Yuanzi's voice. Xiaolan, Yizan, why haven't you come out yet? It's still early, let's go out for a walk. Hearing this voice, Yizan temporarily stopped using his destiny perception ability, and replied to Yuanzi outside the door. Wait a minute, Xiaolan is taking a bath, we will come out soon. Oh, Yuanzi said outside. In that case, Yizan, please help me take out the box in the room, and I will take it down and give it to my sister. Okay, Yizan agreed, and hurriedly went to the room to look for it, and found a small black box on the table. Picking up the box, Yizan walked to the door, opened the door, took the small black box out, and handed it to Yuanzi. In the garden at the door, after taking the box, he secretly blinked his eyes and said to Yizan, Spring evening moment is worth 1,000 gold, you should seize the opportunity. Seeing Yuanzi's smile, Yizan couldn't help thinking in his heart that it seemed that she knew a lot. After finishing speaking, Yuanzi went downstairs with his things. Yizan quickly closed the door and returned to that position. Just as he was about to continue to use his destiny perception ability, Xiaolan suddenly pushed open the bathroom door, and from inside came out. Her hair still looked a little watery. Xiaolan was wiping it with a dry towel. She also changed into a short skirt, looking full of youthful vigor. Yizan, did Yuanzi come over just now? Xiaolan said while wiping her hair. Yeah, she just came over to get something, and she's already gone. Yizan replied, but he was a little unhappy in his heart. If it wasn't for Yuanzi, he would have seen Xiaolan's graceful figure all over again. I won't be standing here either. After searching around the room, Yizan found a hairdryer and handed it to Xiaolan. Use this, your hair will dry faster. Thank you. Xiaolan took the hairdryer, sat next to the chair, and blew in front of the mirror. Xiaolan's hair was of good quality, but as soon as it was blown by the hairdryer, her black and beautiful hair swayed in the wind, and the fine white skin on her neck made Yizan couldn't help but take a few more glances. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yizan came to the window and carefully looked at the surroundings of the villa, and found that this place is really remote. Except for the suspension bridge, there is no other place to go out. Chapter 103_Pretend and Fool. Soon, Xiaolan's hair was also dried, and Yizan came downstairs with her, ready to go to the garden. She just said that everyone would go downstairs together. In the garden below where I helped my sister organize things, I saw Yizan and Xiaolan came down, and they quickly walked over and said, Why did you come down? I've been waiting for you for a long time. At this time, in the restaurant on the first floor, besides Sonoko and her sister, there was a man and a woman below. The woman was sitting at the dining table, with short hair that matched her ears, and was wearing a short skirt that matched her hips. She had a very good figure, and her face was a little thin. Moreover, the temperament of this woman is very good, and she belongs to the kind of beauty who will make people look at her wherever she goes. There was also a man in a white suit with long hair, standing by the windowsill, smoking a cigarette slowly, looking a bit like a melancholy prince. Quick, come here and let me introduce you. Yuanzi took Xiaolan's hand and hurried to the restaurant on the first floor. Pointing at the woman with a very good temperament, Sonoko quickly said, "This is my sister's good friend, the screenwriter of his 450 drama club, Miss Ikeda Kai Yoshiko." As soon as she heard the name, Xiaolan's face changed a few times. She covered her mouth in surprise, and then said, "Sonoko, is she a well-known screenwriter and writer, Miss Yoshiko Ikeda? It's hot on TV right now. Is the Youth Paradise broadcast by her work?" "That's right, he is Miss Yoshiko Ikeda." Sonoko's sister walked over from the kitchen with a plate of fruit and replied with a smile. The man who was smoking by the window also took a puff of cigarette and said lightly, "I heard that our big screenwriter is going to write another play." "Wow, it's really amazing," Xiaolan said with some admiration, and Yizan just gave her a faint look. The man opened his mouth, and Yuanzi continued to pull Xiaolan to introduce, "This is also a member of the drama club, Big Brother Oda." When he said this, Sonoko deliberately lowered his voice and said in Xiaolan's ear, "He is so handsome, just the type one like." Yizan was next to him, and after hearing this clearly, he couldn't help thinking that this garden liked this type of long hair, and the prince who was called last time also had very long hair. However, the guy called Oda put his eyes on Yizan, because he felt that his handsomeness did not want to get up and down with the guy in front of him. "Okay, please ignore this self-lovers overestimate their looks." Squinting his eyes slightly, Oda snuffed out the cigarette butt in his hand, then walked over to Yizan, stretched out his hand and smiled slightly. "Your girlfriend is so beautiful, my name is Oda, hello." When he said this, Oda also looked at Xiaolan's body, and he didn't keep his appreciative eyes, making Xiaolan look yuhi. This guy's naked provocation made Yizan's face a little unkind, blocking the guy's gaze at Xiaolan, and at the same time he stretched out his hand and clasped Oda tightly, the corner of his mouth raised. "My name is Yizan. Quote. I'm a master black belt in Taekwondo." Oda's tone raised, his right hand suddenly began to increase strength, a huge force came from his palm, and he held Yizan tightly. "Hey, funny." In an instant, this idea popped into Yizan's head, a mere human being dared to act in front of him. I thought it would make Yizan suffer, but Oda didn't expect that Yizan just hit back a little, and Oda felt his muscles twitch violently. Although his palms hurt a lot, next to the beautiful woman, Oda still maintained a very graceful appearance, but the smile on his face looked a little weird, and even that smile was shaking. Originally wanted to make fun of Oda, but when he thought that he was just here as a guest, Yizan dismissed the idea and let go of Oda's hand, which was considered to let him go. Quickly retracting his hand, Oda put his hand on his back, shaking constantly, and there was some cold sweat on his forehead. He was sure that if he moved a little slower, the bones of his hand would be broken. The garden next to him is not a stupid person. He can see that the emotions between the two are a little off, and he quickly said, "Big brother Oda, we haven't had dinner yet, let's go out for a walk." Jungcho didn't go down the steps, and Oda nodded immediately. "Okay, let's go out and enjoy the beautiful scenery together." Xiaolan beside Yizan, Oda didn't dare to be half-coveted, he was sure that if he dared to do that, Yizan would beat him into a meat-chan. The first time he asked Oda to go out, he succeeded. Sonoko was also a little excited. He quickly put his hand on Oda's arm, and the two walked out the door together. "Yizan, let's go out for a walk too, it's hard to come here," Xiaolan also said beside Yizan, looking hopeful. Okay, Yizan naturally would not refuse this request. So the four of them walked out of the villa one after the other and went for a walk in the forest outside, which was considered to pass the time. Before leaving, Sonoko's sister did not forget to ask them to come back early for dinner. As soon as he walked out of the gate of the villa, Yuanzi was about to part ways with Yizan and the others. After all, Yuanzi wanted to stay with the handsome guy for a while. But it happened that Yizan also wanted to spend more time with Xiaolan. The two chose a relatively secluded path and walked over leisurely. Although it was already dusk, the scene in the mountains and forests was still so vibrant. Many birds had just returned to their nests, and there were hares running by from time to time on the big trees, and there was a beautiful sunset. Seeing some small flowers in front of her, Xiaolin couldn't help but say, "Wow, those flowers are really beautiful, let's go take a look." But at this time, Yizan suddenly felt a little bloated in his lower abdomen, and felt like he wanted to understand the trumpet. His brows wrinkled slightly. Yizan said to Xiaolan, "I am sorry, I drank too much tea just now, and now I'm a little bit tired." Want that? Chapter 104 Bandaged Freak's Axe. Although Yizan didn't finish her words, Xiaolan already knew what it meant. She covered her mouth with a smile and said, "Then go ahead, I'll wait for you here." Okay. Yizan smiled slightly, and hurriedly walked over to a big tree not far away. This is a wilderness in the wild, where there is so much to manage, and it can be solved anywhere. Xiaolan, on the other hand, walked into that patch of flowers by herself, where there were colorful flowers blooming very brightly, so she restrained herself and leaned down gently to smell it. Occasionally see one or two very delicate flowers, Xiaolan will want to pick it off, but when she thinks that this is a living thing, Xiaolan holds back and just enjoys it here. At this moment, behind Xiaolan, a tall figure appeared, and a shadow shone on the flowers through the rays of the setting sun. Xiaolan also saw the shadow, and thought it was Yizan who came back. With a happy face, she quickly turned her head. "Yi." Before she could say the remaining word, Xiaolan was stunned. The person behind her was Yizan, but a tall man wearing a black cape, a strange hat, and bandages all over her body. Man. They had seen this man before, the guy they saw before the suspension bridge came in, but at this moment, the bandaged weirdo held a shiny axe and aimed at Xiaolan. Ah! As soon as she saw the axe, Xiaolan couldn't help but scream. Boom! It was also at this time that a thunderbolt suddenly appeared in the sky, and the dark clouds in the distance filled the air in an instant. And at this time, the axe in the hand of the bandaged geek moved, and without hesitation, he slashed at Xiaolan, and the rapid movement left a scratch in the air. Shoo! Taking advantage of the moment when the axe just fell, Xiaolan hurriedly stepped back and quickly avoided the blow. This was precisely because she had practiced taekwondo, and her reaction speed was still relatively fast. However, the bandaged geek obviously didn't want to spare Xiaolan just like that. He rushed forward quickly, and hurriedly chased after him. After the axe in his hand was suddenly raised, he chopped it down again. Ah! Help! Although Xiaolan had practiced taekwondo, she still didn't know what to do in such a crisis, so she could only ask for help. As early as the moment he heard Xiaolan's cry, Yizan had already reacted. After finishing urinating, he rushed over quickly. The speed was much faster than that of ordinary people. Those weeds passing by his feet, they were all swaying from side to side. When Yizan rushed behind Xiaolan, the two were still more than 10 meters apart, but the axe in the hand of the bandaged monster had already slashed down at Xiaolan. At this moment, Yizan's eyes turned cold, and he quickly gathered his strength, all gathered on his right leg, and kicked out fiercely. What he kicked was not a man or an axe, but a pebble on the ground. Bang! Suddenly there was a muffled sound, and the stone on the ground suddenly flew up, hitting the bandaged weird's wrist at an accurate angle. In an instant, the wrist was pierced with blood. The hole, but unfortunately the stone is not big, so it is not fatal. Ah! After being kicked by the stone, the bandaged freak cried out in pain. The axe in his hand fell directly, looked at Yizan angrily and terrified, then quickly got into the forest, and escaped and disappeared. Yizan didn't chase after him, but hurried to Xiaolan's side, supported her, who was still in shock, and asked nervously, "How are you, aren't you hurt?" Xiaolan's face was a little ugly, but Yizan was by her side, so she felt relieved and shook her head. "I'm fine, fortunately you arrived in time." At this moment, from the other side of the path, Yuanzi and Oda also rushed over. As soon as they saw Yizan and the others, Yuanzi hurried over and asked, "What happened just now?" We all heard Xiaolan's sharp call. Yizan did not hide it, and told them everything that had just happened. "What? There's a bandage weirdo." Oda's face suddenly changed, and he said with a gloomy expression, "According to what you said, indeed, when I first came in, I saw a man with bandages all over his body. Guy. As soon as he heard these words, Sonoko's face changed greatly. He glanced around in fear, and said nervously, I'm getting more and more scared by what you said. Why don't we go back first? It's really scary here. Seeing that Shaolin was also in shock, Yizan nodded and said, all right, let's go back first and discuss this matter in the long run. Boom. And at this time, thunder also sounded in the sky, as if it was about to change to rain, so Yizan and the others hurried back to the villa. After waiting inside the villa, Yuanzi's sister hurried over and said to them, I thought you guys were lost. It took so long to come back, it's going to rain heavily. At this time, there were two more people in the whole house. One was a taller man in a brown leather jacket. He was holding a DV in his hand, and kept patting everything in the house. When he saw Yizan and the others came back, he couldn't help but lean forward and said, come on, our handsome guys and beauties, tell us about your experience going out this time. Yuanzi's sister smiled and said, don't take it offense, this is our classmate, Kakutani, who is in charge of the camera. DV in front of him away, waved to Yizan and the others, and said with a smile, hi, hello, I'm Jiaogu. Hello. Yizan and Shaolin greeted Jiaogu first. At this time, another short, chubby guy came over from the utility room with a ladder, holding some other tools in his hand. When he passed Yizan and the others, he reached out and hit one, greeted, hi, I'm Takahashi, in charge of props. Yeah, Yizan nodded, seeing that everyone was here, and quickly said to everyone, it's all right here, I have something to tell you. When we went out just now, there was a guy with bandages all over his body. Launched an attack on Shaolin. I don't know if you have seen it before. Chapter 105 _ Depressing Atmosphere. What? These words were like a bomb, and everyone's expressions suddenly changed, and their mouths opened in surprise. The fat man named Takahashi, with cold sweat on his face, said to everyone, is it a guy with bandages all over his body and a strange hat? When I first came in, I saw it on the side of the road. Yeah, Kakutani nodded slightly and said, I saw it too. At the time, I thought it was someone from the nearby village. I didn't expect to attack Shaolin. It was really scary. Yuanzi's sister, as the owner of this place, is familiar with the situation here. After hearing what Yizan said, she covered her mouth slightly and said in a little panic, but there are only a few villas in the back. And it's been a long time since no one lived there, so where did that bandage freak come from? For a time, everyone fell into panic. After all, this is a dangerous thing. Even Yizan looked around. If there is no one nearby, there is only one possibility. The so-called bandaged freak is one of them. One between. Maybe the atmosphere was a little too depressing, and no one spoke. Yoshiko Ikeda, who has always been outgoing, changed his face and raised his voice. You are all too worrying about the world. Even if there are some weird bandaged people, it must be someone's prank. What is it? I'm so scared. Okay, I'm tired and I'm going to bed. Saying that, Ikidaichi Yoshiko went upstairs first. Before leaving, he was quite dissatisfied and muttered, stay at home. Well, why do you have this ghost party? It's a waste of fun and a waste of time. Seeing Yoshiko Ikeda's attitude, Oda, who was on the side, was unhappy, and snorted coldly. What's so great? People are famous, they're different, even I forgot about this. The other hand, the tall Kakutani waved his hand quickly and said, maybe I know that Yoshiko has been too busy recently, and I'm a little tired, so don't blame her. Oda still said with some dissatisfaction, Kakutani, you should discipline her well, I'm afraid you will suffer losses in the future. Hee, no, she treats me very well. Kakutani smiled and scratched his head, looking very happy. From this point of view, Yizan can guess that there must be some stories between them, especially this Kakutani, who has a somewhat different relationship with Yoshiko. After all, none of the people present knew how terrifying the danger Shaolin faced at that time. Oda put his hands on his chest and said indifferently, I think it's good, let's close the doors and windows tightly, then what kind of bandage weirdo won't break in? Ha ha. Yizan laughed silently, thinking secretly in his heart, If the bandage geek really wants to break in, I am afraid that with the help of a few windows here, it is of no use at all, and it can be chopped off with an axe. Quote. Some fat gaucho, carrying this ladder, continued to walk to the second floor, and said to the crowd, "It looks like it's going to rain soon. There's some water leaks in this house. I'll go and fix it first." "That's really bothering you, Takahashi." Sonoko's sister smiled slightly and expressed her apology. After all, everyone came here to play. It would be bad if they were not happy. After all, it was so late. Yizan was also worried about Gao Chao's safety, so he said to the crowd, "I'm going to help Gao Chao too." "Thank you so much," Takahashi said with a smile. After Yizan and Takahashi went to repair the roof, the rest quickly closed the doors and locked the doors and windows. After all, everyone was still a little worried about the so-called bandage freak. After the doors and windows were closed, Sonozi's sister said with a worried expression, "Sonozi, you and Shaolin go to the kitchen to help bring out the food. I'm going to see Yoshiko, and it's time to come down to eat." "Okay, no problem." Shaolin and Yuanzi nodded and hurriedly did as instructed. Sonoko's sister went up to the second floor, came to Yoshiko's door, knocked on the door, and shouted from outside, "Yoshiko, it's time to eat, come out quickly." Yoshiko's voice came from the room. "No, I'm not feeling well, you guys should eat first." "Why don't you eat? We are all waiting for you," Sonoko's sister continued. But unexpectedly, after she finished saying this, Yoshiko seemed to be even more angry, and roared in the room, "I said if I don't eat, it's not annoying." So many years of friends, knowing that Yoshiko lost his temper like this, Sonoko's sister felt very sad, and said a little sadly, "Well, you have a good rest." After Yuanzi's sister came down, Yizan and Gaochao had already repaired the roof of the second floor, and they went downstairs with tools. Seeing Yizan and Takahashi, Yuanzi's sister still smiled and said to the two of them, "Hurry up and wash your hands and eat dinner, the food will be cold later." "Yeah," Yizan and Takahashi nodded, then turned to the kitchen to absorb, especially Takahashi, who said happily, "I haven't tasted your craftsmanship for so long, I'll have to do more later. Eat." At this time, the bathroom on the side of the first floor was opened, and the tall Kakutani, clutching his stomach, walked slowly 2.6 out of the way, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said very uncomfortable, "I don't know if it's noon today. I've eaten something that makes my stomach feel sick." Looking at Kakutani coming out of the toilet, and Oda smoking by the window, he said with some dissatisfaction, "You guy, it's been almost half an hour since you just entered, I really admire you." "Hey, my stomach is not feeling well, I can't do anything about it." Kakutani scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and laughed and hit haha. "Okay, don't talk anymore, wash your hands and eat quickly." Sister Yuanzi, the master, quickly said to everyone. Soon, everyone was seated, and the table was filled with sumptuous food, and the smell of fragrance spread from there. Chapter 106 Knowing that Yoshiko was killed. Oda, who thought he was a bit cold, sat in front of the dining table, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he said a little unhappily, "What happened to our big screenwriter? Can't the young miss come down to eat?" Upon hearing this, Kakutani glanced at him rather unhappily and said in a low voice, "Oda, why are you always targeting Yoshiko?" Oda spread his hands and said very indifferently, "I just don't like her a little bit. When I became a great writer, I forgot all our former friends. Is this looking down on us?" Seeing Kakutani's appearance, he wanted to say something else, and Takahashi who was next to him quickly said, Okay, everyone is classmates, it's rare to get together, don't talk about so many unpleasant things." Someone became a peacemaker, and the two of them sat back in their original positions, looking very upset, and looked away from each other. The atmosphere suddenly became a little embarrassing, and Shaolin deliberately lowered her voice and whispered in a decibel that only she and Yizan could hear, "I feel that the relationship between their classmates is very complicated." Yizan shrugged slightly and said, "Let's still have something to eat, just come over for a visit." Wow! At this moment, there was a loud noise from the window outside the restaurant on the first floor, and then another figure rushed over. After hearing the sound, everyone hurriedly looked over. Suddenly, they only saw a strange man with bandages all over his body, who put a knife on Yoshiko's neck, took her away from the window, and disappeared immediately. Figure. Which bandaged weirdo is it? Yizan shouted quickly, and immediately ran out, chasing the direction where the shadow disappeared. Everyone else in the room quickly followed Yizan's footsteps and chased out. When Takahashi was chasing out, he didn't forget to turn around and say to the girl in the room, "Hurry up and close the doors and windows, and don't let others run away. Come in." After finishing speaking, Takahashi also ran out and chased in the direction of Yizan and the others. After chasing in the forest for a long time, Yizan tracked down a big tree, and the sky was completely dark at this time, and some light rain fell. Boom! As a flash of lightning lit up, Yizan looked beside him, and just saw a severed right hand, right under the big tree. What? After seeing this hand, Yizan's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly squatted down to check. This severed hand was dripping with blood. It looked like it had just been cut off, and it was very delicate. 9 times out of 10, he knew Yoshiko's. Takahashi, who was chasing him from behind, had only run for a while because he was a little fat. He couldn't help but pant for breath. Suddenly, he slipped to the ground. And the moment he slipped, he was lying on top of something, so he couldn't help but glance down, and his face suddenly changed with fright. Ah, it's a foot. Takahashi stepped back in fright. His courage was about to break, his face was very pale. I saw that not far from her, a bloody calf was still there. From the knee to the sole of the foot, it was just thrown on the ground, and the strong smell of blood was still distributed around. At this time, Kakutani, who came from behind, was so excited that he hurried to the front of the crowd and kept shouting, "No, Yoshiko, where are you?" When he ran to the front, he happened to see that in the rainy night, Yoshiko was lying on the grass, motionless, and lost one of his hands and feet. But even so, Kakutani ran over quickly, squatted down, hugged her tightly, and shouted, "You have to hold on, Yoshiko, I'll take you back right away." Saying that, Kakutani lifted Yoshiko up from the ground, looking very excited, but he didn't expect that when he exerted such force, a crack suddenly appeared in Yoshiko's head, which broke off from the neck, and instantly became two. Cut. A chubby head suddenly fell down and landed on the ground, blood suddenly and quickly emerged, and the frightened Kakutani suddenly screamed, "No, Yoshiko." The voice of grief, like the sharp sword piercing the heart, released all the sadness in Kakutani's heart. Oda, who came last, saw this scene. His face instantly became very ugly, his eyes widened a lot, and his legs couldn't help but feel a little weak, so he quickly retreated back. In a few steps, if it weren't for a big tree, he would have almost collapsed to the ground. How can this happen? Oda muttered to himself, as if he did not expect that Yoshiko would die so miserably. Yizan also saw Yoshiko's miserable state, but he didn't expect her silky shape to be so miserable. Who the hell was the bandage weirdo? For the first time, Yizan took a look at the 3 men present, hoping to find some clues on them. But in this situation, Yizan is not easy to suspect anyone. After all, everyone clearly saw that the bandaged weirdo disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. And more importantly, the figure of the bandaged weirdo was not similar to everyone present. Knowing that Kakutani and Yoshiko had an unusual relationship, Yizan stood up, walked to Kakutani's side, patted his shoulder lightly, and said to him, "Don't be too sad, everything has happened, so it's better to save it first. We must hurry back to the scene and call the police." Quote. Although Kakutani was very sad, he still listened to Yizan's words, nodded slightly, put down Yoshiko's body, then took off his jacket and covered the body first. Wiping away his tears, Kakutani said, "Don't worry, Yoshiko, I will definitely find the real murderer, and I will definitely avenge you." At this time, Yizan was more worried about Shaolin and the others. After all, there were several girls in the villa, and it would be bad if they encountered some weird bandaged people again. After keeping the corpse in place without moving, Yizan hurriedly took the three of them with Zhaogu and hurried back to the location of the villa. Chapter 107_Overnight at the Villa of Horrors. When Yizan and the others returned to the villa and told others about Yoshiko's death, everyone's expressions instantly became very ugly, especially Sonoko's sister, who was so frightened that she stomped on the sofa, her eyes widened. Become sluggish. How is that possible, knowing Yoshiko? Sonoko's elder sister looked solemn, as if she couldn't believe that these things were true. Shaolin also sat beside her, patted her back lightly, and said to her, "Don't be too sad, people can't be resurrected from the dead." Yizan glanced at everyone in the room, and then said, "I think it's fine, let's call the police first." Having said that, Yizan walked to the edge of the restaurant, picked up the phone, and called the police for help, but soon, the number he dialed received a burst of empty information, and the number could not be dialed at all. The phone line has been cut. Yizan put the phone back in its original position with a bad expression on his face. What? This news, like a thunderbolt, gave everyone a heavy blow. But then, Yizan took out his mobile phone from his pocket again and was about to call the police, but what he never expected was that his mobile phone could no longer receive a signal. The cell phone has no signal. Yizan bit Kiba slightly, his face a little solemn. In this era, there are not many people who can own a mobile phone, and the telephone lines built by the telephone company are not very perfect. Generally, only in the city can the phone be accurately dialed. Now in the deep mountains, Yizan mobile phone, naturally there is no signal. Boom. At this moment, in the night sky outside, there was another thunderbolt from the blue sky, and that flash of lightning illuminated the surroundings, making people feel a chill. Some fat Takahashi, his face changed with fright, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and suddenly shouted, "It must be him, that bandage weirdo, he is crazy, and wants to kill us all." Saying that, Takahashi ran outside without any heed, pushed open the door of the house, and shouted while running, obviously frightened. "Takahashi!" Everyone shouted from behind, and quickly chased after them. Under such circumstances, anyone who leaves the house will easily be in danger. After chasing Takahashi's footsteps all the way, when everyone came outside, they heard Takahashi screaming from a distance. Not good. Yizan's expression changed, as if he noticed something was wrong. He quickly ran over with everyone. When they came to Gaochao, everyone saw that the suspension bridge that had entered before had already fallen, and more than half of it fell on the opposite side of the cliff. What? The suspension bridge was cut off. This is over, we are going to be trapped in it. Kukutani's face was sad, as if the end of the world was coming. Among the girls, Sonoko's courage can be said to be relatively small. She stepped back in fear and said, "How could this happen? It's terrible." On the contrary, Oda, who has always put his hands in his pockets, has always maintained a relatively cool look and said to the crowd, "In my opinion, this bridge should have fallen into disrepair for a long time." Yizan's insight is extraordinary, and he has seen through it at a glance. The suspension bridge here was cut off by someone. He lowered his voice and said, "No, this suspension bridge was cut off by someone." Pointing to the traces of the lock on the suspension bridge next to him, Yizan said, "You see, all of them have been chopped by an axe, so that's why it's like this." When everyone discovered this, the atmosphere became even more solemn, and Takahashi said in horror, "What should I do? That bandage weirdo will definitely come back. Then we will all be killed by him. I don't want it so." On the contrary, Oda narrowed his eyes, looked around, and said, "What are you afraid of? Even if he comes, with so many of us here, are we still afraid of him?" Yizan glanced around and found that something was wrong. It was getting darker and darker now. Even if there were so many of them, if the bandaged freak came in again, they wouldn't necessarily have to deal with it. At least they had to pay some price. With a wave of his hand, Yizan said to everyone, "Everyone, be quiet. It's more dangerous here. We should hurry up and go to the villa. As long as tonight is over, We can go down the mountain to find the police tomorrow. I'm afraid we can't even make it through tonight, Takahashi said with a bit of frustration. When he said this, his eyes were full of horror, and he seemed to be frightened. It didn't take long for everyone to leave here and return to the villa. This night, it was destined to be a little uneasy. That sense of fear shrouded everyone's heart. A gust of wind blew. Yizan and the others in the villa could hear the glass, shaking constantly. Crash! It was at this time that the rain in the sky began to rush, and there were more shadows on everyone's hearts out of thin air. Seemingly feeling a little embarrassed in the atmosphere, Oda clapped his hands, and then said to the crowd, "Okay, let's not think about this matter. We close the windows and doors, then take a good night's sleep and wait. After that, just pretend nothing happened, okay?" Just as he finished speaking, Kakutani's face changed and he lowered his voice and said, "Oda, how can you talk like this, knowing that Yoshiko is our good friend?" Not only did Oda not restrain himself, but he raised his eyelids and said with some displeasure, "She is your best friend, right? I can't stand up to this great writer." Kakutani looked a little angry, his face was ashen, his fists clenched slightly, and he felt a little impulsive. "Okay, let's stop arguing." Sonoko's sister hurriedly stood between the two of them to prevent them from making a move. Humph! After a cold snort, the two walked upstairs, as if there was some kind of grievance between them. Chapter 108_Sleep with Shaoran. Oh, the two of them are they have been arguing about Yoshiko all the time. Chubby Takahashi, sitting on the sofa, playing with his fingers, said absent-mindedly. The speaker had no intention, but the listener was intentional. As soon as Yizan heard this, he felt something was wrong and quickly asked, "Takahashi, you said that the two of them wanted to know Yoshiko, what the hell is going on?" From a detective's point of view, now that Yoshiko is dead, anyone who has had a relationship with her has a major suspicion, and can even be characterized as a suspect. Takahashi glanced at Sonoko's sister and asked in a questioning tone, "Can you talk?" "Yeah." Sonoko's sister nodded and said, "Let me tell you. Regarding the matter of 8 trigrams, both men and women have such talents." Shaolin and Yuanzi hurriedly sat down and waited for their sister to break the news. Sonoko's sister sighed slightly, and then began to say, "When they were in college, Oda and Kakutani both liked Yoshiko, but later, Yoshiko and Kakutani got together. Oda was very disappointed, so he would often there was an argument with Oda, but Oda was very patient and never argued with Oda, but today, he may not be in a good mood. So it is." E370 Zan nodded on the surface, but in his heart it was as if a shocking wave was set off. This was simply a big piece of information. If this is the case, the death of Yoshiko and these two men are likely to have an inseparable relationship. After all, they were once Yoshiko's suitors. If Yizan's hypothesis is true, he thinks the most suspicious person should be Oda. When he was there, he showed indifference to Yoshiko, and his attitude towards Yoshiko after his death is very likely to be his revenge. There is a kind of person who is like this. If he can't get something, others don't want it. He would rather destroy it than let others have it. Perhaps Oda has such a thought. But now Yizan couldn't come up with evidence, and it was not easy to suspect anything, so he had to bury this doubt in his heart for the time being. Dong, dong, dong. At this time, the pendulum clock in the room rang slightly, showing the time. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Slightly glanced at the pendulum clock, Yizan said to the others, "It's getting late, so let's rest early." Well, everyone was a little sleepy, and soon they all went upstairs and returned to their rooms, ready to rest for the night. Knowing that Yoshiko was dead, no one dared to sleep in her room, so Yizan still slept in the same room with Shaolin, and the others kept their original arrangements. After entering the room with Shaolin, Yizan backhanded the door and said to Shaolin, "Why is there only one bed, then what should I do?" "The huge bedroom, there is only one bed in it, and it is still very soft. If you do some exercise on it, it will be very refreshing." Shaolin walked over to the bed, picked up a quilt, and said to Yizan, "It doesn't matter, then I'll sleep on the ground, and I'll let you sleep on the bed. Anyway, it's just one night. She originally thought that Xiaolin would want to sleep with her, but she made this decision. Yizan was so excited before that he suddenly fell to the bottom. Of course, Yizan, who has always been a good man, could let Xiaolan sleep on the ground. He took the quilt from Xiaolan's hand and whispered, "I'll sleep here." "Okay, then it's hard for you, Yizan." Xiaolan suddenly stretched out her hand, showing a very cute smile, her eyes blinking a few times with a smile. Seeing Xiaolan like this, Yizan was speechless for a while in his heart. It seemed that he had miscalculated and fell for her. The girl's mind was really unpredictable. After all, it's been a busy day, and everyone is sleepy. After Yizan laid the quilt, he went up first, then said goodnight to Xiaolan, who was sleeping on the bed, and was ready to go to sleep. "Good night." Xiaolan also smiled slightly. After turning off the light, she pulled up her quilt and lay down on the soft pillow. On the surface, Yizan closed his eyes, but he couldn't calm down inside. He was waiting for an opportunity, and when Xiaolan fell asleep, he climbed up quietly. But after waiting for a while, Xiaolan not only did not fall asleep, but sat up from the bed, glanced at the ground nervously, and said to Yizan, "Yizan, why don't we sleep together, what do you think?" While talking, Xiaolan got up by herself, picked up a quilt, got off the bed, came to Yizan's floor, and lay down with him, but she covered her own quilt. Unexpectedly, Xiaolan is still a person who does what he says and does not need to discuss with others. Yizan also said in surprise, "You came to sleep with me, it is not because you are afraid." Being poked in his mind, Xiaolington felt a little embarrassed, waved his hand, and said with a smile, "How could it be? I'm a black belt in Taekwondo, if the bandage freak dares to come, I can kick him with one kick. Fly." Ha ha. Yizan smiled without saying a word, but said in his heart, "If it's so powerful, why did the face change when I was in the woods just now?" Perhaps seeing Yizan's disdain, Xiaolan didn't forget to justify herself. "Actually, I was afraid that you would be cold by yourself, so I came here to warm up together." This sentence only stimulated Yizan, and his face changed instantly. A pair of eyes kept looking at Xiaolan, and he thought to himself, "If you want warmth, I can give it to you later." Warmer. Quote. While the two were talking, Yizan pulled the quilt a little bit closer, and he and Xiaolan were about to face each other, and then said, "Xiaolan, come closer, isn't it warmer?" "It seems so." At this time, Xiaolan couldn't refute Yizan, otherwise what she said before would become a lie. Chapter 109_Night Attack. Hee. Yizan smiled secretly, and slowly stretched out his hand, ready to touch Xiaolan's body a few times. Although some unpleasant things happened tonight, it did not affect Yizan's capture of Xiaolan. Bang dang. Suddenly, at this moment, there was a loud noise from outside the window. The black window on the first floor suddenly burst open, and a burly black figure jumped in. The moment the shadow appeared, Yizan and Xiaolan both looked over, just to see this person clearly from beginning to end. It was none other than the bandaged weirdo. The burly man with bandages, after breaking through the window, jumped onto the bed without any hesitation, especially in his hand, holding a gleaming axe, he slashed hard at the head of the bed. Go down tilde. It's just that after he chopped off the first axe, he realized that something was wrong. The axe didn't hit anyone. Instead, he chopped the bedside cabinet in half in one fell swoop. Whoa. At once, the bedside table was scattered and fell on the ground everywhere. Although Xiaolan and Yizan both slept on the floor, when the bandaged freak came in, she saw it clearly and was startled. She couldn't help screaming. If he was on the bed, he would probably have his head cut off, just like Kai Yoshiko. The bandage weirdo, who had realized that something was wrong, did not stay in the room, turned around quickly, and wanted to continue running out of the window. This fuck. Unexpectedly, the bandage monster would appear at this time, and Yizan's anger rushed up. He originally thought that he could capture Xiaolan, but he was disturbed by this guy. Damn guy, do you want to leave like this? There is no door. Yizan jumped up from the ground as soon as he shouted angrily, and flew into the air, targeting the bandaged weirdo. Ah! The bandaged freak screamed and was kicked in the back by Yizan. The whole person actually flew up, and then flew out of the window, hitting the ground heavily. After receiving this kick, the bandaged freak stood up immediately, didn't even dare to turn his head back, and ran to the distance, much faster than before. Yizan originally wanted to chase out, but worried about Shaolin again, and then he thought about it, as if he had remembered something. If everyone was sleeping at this time, then the bandage freak wouldn't be anyone in the villa, but if anyone wasn't there, the result would be self-evident. As soon as he figured this out, Yizan didn't hesitate at all. He quickly turned on the light, and said to Shaolan, "Hurry up and call everyone else up and tell them that the bandage monster has appeared again." Okay. Shaolin was also terrified this time. She didn't expect the bandaged monster to be so terrifying, and she still dared to run into their room. The two hurried out of the room and knocked on everyone's door one by one, telling everyone to come out quickly. In fact, when Shaolin screamed just now, many people had already woken up. They quickly opened the door, and then opened the door. Yuanzi was wearing pajamas, but her expression was tense. She took Shaolin's hand and said, "What happened just now? I heard your cry." "Bandage weirdo, he's here again," Shaolan said in shock. "What?" But after she finished speaking, Yuanzi seemed to be even more frightened than Shaolin, so she hurriedly leaned beside Shaolin, and looked around in horror with her eyes. At this time, Yizan was also going to call others, but when passing by Yoshiko's room, he suddenly found that the door was open, and his eyes immediately stopped there. He clearly remembered that when he and Shaolin returned to the room together, they passed by here. The door was tightly closed, but it was opened now. Afterwards, Yizan's eyes looked outside the doors of the next rooms. The only ones who haven't come out yet are Takahashi, Oda, and Kakutani. This made Yizan wonder in his heart that maybe he killed Yoshiko. The real murderer was among the three of them. Knowing that the time was short, Yizan hurriedly knocked on the door of the three people. He wanted to see if anyone was not in this room, or refused to open the door for a long time. Soon, Oda and Kakutani, who were knocked on the door, opened the door, but Takahashi, opposite Yoshiko's room, never came out, but the door was locked. After discovering this, Yizan's brows instantly wrinkled. He quickly walked to the door, and said to Takahashi in the room, "Takahashi, what's wrong with you? Did something happen?" "My door lock is broken, the door can't be opened at all," Takahashi said very anxiously in the room, with some panic in his tone. Yizan narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly in his heart. "Is this what you covered up after you killed someone? In that case, wait inside and I'll kick the door open," Yizan said quickly. Then, without waiting for Takahashi in the room to speak, Yizan suddenly raised his right leg, condensed a huge force at his feet, and kicked out with a ruthless kick. With a sound of bang, the door of the room was kicked open in an instant, and the door lock was directly destroyed, bursting to the side. Takahashi was standing right next to the gate. He was shocked by this kick and stepped back a long way. He took a few steps back and finally sat down on the bed. Takahashi, who was sitting on the bed, kept rubbing his buttocks and complained, "Why don't you give me time to prepare? Fortunately there is a bed behind." After entering Gaochao's room, Yizan looked at everything in the room with a quick glance, but soon found that everything was normal and Gaochao was not surprised. Could it be that I guessed wrong? Yizan frowned, and some doubts arose in his heart. However, when he looked at the ground and found the door lock on the ground, his eyes changed immediately. From his experience, this door lock was manipulated, so that's why it was like this. In addition to the previous doubts, Yizan's eyes suddenly changed. He could be sure that the murderer who killed Yoshiko was in this villa, and he was one of them. Chapter 110 Everyone is there. HMPH, he really is a murderer who can cover up. Yizan snorted coldly in his heart, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, because he felt that this game was getting more and more fun. Seeing that Takahashi was still touching his butt, Yizan quickly walked over with a smile, helped him up from the bed, and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, I'm also worried about you, I'm afraid you might be in danger inside. I was really scared in the room just now, so I won't blame you." Takahashi showed a relatively simple and honest smile. Soon, Yizan said, "Let's go out first, the bandaged freak came to attack Shaolin just now." "What, the bandage weirdo has appeared again?" Takahashi's face instantly became very frightened, and he seemed to have a deep fear of the bandage weirdo. The reason why Yizan said this was to see how Takahashi would react. Through his emotional expression, he might be able to guess whether he was a bandage weirdo or not. Now Yizan has been able to confirm that the bandage monster who killed Yoshiko was in this villa, but he just couldn't produce strong evidence. Once he found evidence, he would immediately make the bandage monster act. Soon, Yizan and Takahashi walked out of his room together, and everyone was waiting outside. When he saw Yizan, Zhaogu's expression was also very bad, and he quickly said, "How did the bandage freak come in? Are you hurt?" Yizan shook his head slightly, and then said to the crowd, "Ignore the rest, let's go downstairs and talk about it. It's not very safe here, maybe the bandage weirdo will appear at any time." Okay, everyone agreed with this matter, so they followed Yizan to the first floor. When everyone came to the restaurant, Yizan said, "You may want to know, who is that bandage weirdo?" As soon as these words came out, everyone in the restaurant turned their attention to Yizan, because they all felt that there was a magic power on Yizan's body that could guide everyone. But Oda, who has always been arrogant, seemed a little dissatisfied with Yizan's imposing manner and felt a little dissatisfied, and quickly stood up and said, "It doesn't matter who the bandage freak is, we'll stay together tonight, compared to the bandage freak. Don't dare to show up, as long as you find the police early tomorrow morning, you will be able to get to the bottom at that time." Yizan glanced at Oda coldly, and said lightly, "Why are you so nervous? Could it be that you are the so-called bandage freak?" "You, what are you talking about?" Oda's temper was still a little irritable, and when Yizan said that, he immediately became unhappy, and hurriedly retorted, "How could I be some kind of bandage freak? You are talking nonsense." Ha ha. Yizan just smiled and didn't say much. On the other hand, Yuanzi, who was already scared and didn't know what to do, stood close to Shaolin, and said with some dissatisfaction, "What are you all doing? It's making people sick." Bata. At this moment, the lights in the dining room suddenly went out, and the whole room fell into darkness in an instant. Darkness is the most frightening thing, especially as girls. Shaolin and Sonoko have been screaming in terror. After a while, the two stopped screaming. Sonoko's sister was relatively calm. She tried her best to keep her tone steady, and said to everyone present, "Don't be nervous, I'll go get some candles. I'll accompany you." Shaolin's voice also sounded in the dark night. She was more afraid of the dark and wanted to see the light as soon as possible. When Shaolin and Yuanzi's sister got up to go to the kitchen, Yizan also quietly stood up and followed behind them, because he knew that the bandage weirdo seemed to have a prejudice against Shaolin and wanted her life the most. She must be protected. Soon, Sonoko's sister found a candle in the kitchen and lit it with a lighter. Although the candle light was not very strong, it was enough to illuminate the surroundings. "Come on, I still have some candles here, let's light them all, they should be able to last for a while." Sonoko's sister quickly took out other candles. After all the candles were lit, Shaolin and Sonoko's sister, each with a few candles in their hands, walked over slowly, and the surrounding areas of the corridor were also lit up. But what they didn't notice was that, right behind, Yizan followed closely, not saying a word, not even making a sound, as if he didn't exist. Bang dang. In the dark night, there was a violent shattering sound, as if something had been smashed fiercely. Shoo! Soon, with the sound of breaking, a cold white light flashed across the corridor, with a fierce murderous aura, slashing towards Shaolin's side. This axe that glowed with cold light was full of murderous aura, and the sharp blade shone with terrifying light. Hey! At the moment when the axe was about to fall, Yizan also moved, rushed forward quickly, and kicked Faye, directly hitting the handle of the axe, pushing the axe directly from the middle. Kicked off. Moreover, at the moment when the axe was kicked off, Yizan quickly turned around and kicked, and in the faint light, he kicked the bandaged monster. PFF'd. The bandaged geek was kicked in the lower abdomen, spit out 3.5 mouthfuls of blood, and then quickly fled back. When passing by Shaolin and Yuanzi's sister, he directly extinguished the candles in their hands. Suddenly, the whole room fell into darkness again, and the bandaged weirdo didn't know where to go. Crackling. Not long after, the lights in the room flashed a few times quickly, and all the lights came on again. At this time, Yizan and the others looked at each other, wanting to see what happened just now. But Yizan was looking for whether there were any people in the room just now, maybe someone was missing just now, but after looking around, he found that everyone was in the restaurant, except for him and Sister Yuanzi, Shaolan's and people in the living room. Chapter 111 _ The murderer is Kakutani. Yuanzi's sister also patted her chest a little scared, and said quickly, "It's really scary, if it wasn't for Yizan just now, we would all be in danger." "Shaolan, are you alright?" Sonoko's sister asked quickly. "I'm fine." Shaolan shook her head. Suddenly, Oda seemed to have discovered something, pointed to the window of the balcony on the second floor, and said to everyone, "Look, the window there is broken." Huh. Yizan followed what Oda was pointing at, looked over quickly, and then ran up the stairs first, wanting to see what was going on. The others followed closely, and ran to the balcony on the second floor with Yizan, looked there for a while, and saw that the originally closed window had been shattered at this time, and there were still a lot of them. The glass slag fell into the room. After seeing the broken glass, Oda couldn't help but said, "It seems that the bandaged weirdo just smashed the glass and broke in from the outside." "Yeah, it's really scary." Takahashi also echoed beside him. The expression on his face was always so frightened, he looked terrified. But at this moment, Yizan noticed something was wrong. He looked at the ground and happened to see that although the whole glass window was broken, there was a very strange situation. The plug under the glass window was opened. Just this doubt made Yizan's eyes become more solemn. If it really broke in from the outside, the plug of the glass window could not have been opened. In this case, there is only one possibility, the bandage weirdo. They went out from the room first, and then smashed the glass window on the balcony. So it is. The corner of Yizan's mouth lifted slightly. At this point, he was basically certain that this was a long-planned murder case, and the perpetrators were among them. Right now, Yizan's job is to find a suitable opportunity to expose him. However, how did he kill Yoshiko? Yizan still had the biggest doubt in his mind. If he couldn't solve it, it would be difficult for him to infer the real murderer. Standing on the top of the balcony, Yizan glanced down and happened to see that there was a large window in the bathroom on the first floor, where an adult could climb in and out. Ding! At this moment, there seemed to be a knocking sound in Yizan's mind, and all his doubts were solved at this moment. I know his method of committing the crime. Yizan's mouth raised a sneer, and he couldn't help thinking in his heart, the method is quite clever, but it's a pity that he wanted to kill Shaolin and me. Quote. Quickly closing the doors and windows, Yizan said to everyone, "We should all go down there. I have something important to tell everyone." All the people present were stunned, wondering what kind of key Yizan was selling. But since Yizan had said so, the others had nothing to say, and they all followed Yizan's orders and came to the restaurant downstairs. After everyone came down, Yizan took a look at everyone, and finally said indifferently, "The murderer is among us. Are you coming out on your own, or do you want me to testify?" What? As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed dramatically, and some even couldn't believe what Yizan said. The guy who killed Yoshiko and wanted to kill Shaolan was right among them. Hey, don't talk nonsense, let's panic even more, Oda said with courage. In fact, he was already very scared, and his eyes kept looking around. However, in the eyes of everyone at this time, Oda liked to refute Yizan's words the most, and he was very indifferent to Yoshiko's death. Could it be Oda? Being watched by everyone, Oda was also very dissatisfied, and quickly said, "Why are you all looking at me like this? I'm not a murderer." Although no one said he was, but looking at his eyes, there are serious doubts. At this moment, Yizan stood up, waved his finger lightly, and then shook his head and said, "You all guessed wrong. It wasn't Oda who really killed Yoshiko, but someone else." Huh. Oda breathed a sigh of relief, then said to the crowd, "I'll just say it's not me, you all look at me like that." Afterwards, Oda hurriedly said to Yizan, "Since you already know who the murderer is, tell us quickly, where is he?" Yizan's eyes suddenly became cold, he looked to his right, and then lowered his voice. "Mr. Kakutani, can you tell us why you killed your beloved Yoshiko?" Ah, this. Kakutani's face instantly became very ugly, and his body couldn't help but take a few steps back. But then, Kakutani's face became gloomy again, and he said to Yizan, "You brat, don't talk nonsense here. Obviously it was a bandage freak who killed Yoshiko, but you have to say it was me. What's the matter?" "Evidence. If you want evidence, I can give it to you." Yizan snorted coldly. Without any hesitation, he took a quick step forward, came directly to Zhaogu's side, and ripped off his clothes. Yizan's movements were very fast, and Kakutani had almost no chance to dodge. The brown coat on his body was torn off, and even the t-shirt inside him. Ah, the girls present never thought that Yizan would take off Zhaogu's clothes in front of everyone. However, after Kakutani's shirt was taken off, he showed his whole body in front of everyone's eyes. To everyone's surprise, he actually had several scars on his body, and they were all just done. The bruise has not yet dissipated. "Tell me, explain to everyone why you have so many new injuries on your body," Yizan said coldly, his tone suddenly turned cold. I didn't expect Yizan to suddenly make this move. Zhaogu was not prepared at all. Now that Yizan has discovered this, Zhaogu said vaguely, "This is me, just now, I accidentally fell and was injured." Of. Chapter 112_knockdown. Kakutani's words were a little vague, and the expression and tone of his words changed a bit, which made people see that something was wrong. Da. After tapping on the table a few times, Yizan lowered his eyes slightly, squinted his eyes to look at Zhaogu, and said to him, "If you are injured, then I will ask you why your scars. There will be another footprint." I saw that there was a purple patch on Kakutani's abdomen. Obviously it was kicked by someone, and it was already a little swollen. How could this be, Kakutani? After seeing the scars on his body, everyone showed an extremely surprised look, and almost couldn't believe that Kakutani, who knew Yoshiko's lover, would kill his sweetheart. Things have come to this stage, and Kakutani also knows that no matter what he says, it is impossible to restore everything. But Kakutani, who was a little scared, still wanted to be a living horse doctor. He bit Kiba, stared at Yizan and said, "I'm with everyone, how could I have time to kill Yoshiko?" Yizan sneered, and then said, "I'm afraid you have planned all of this. Although you spend most of your time with us, you only know that when Yoshiko died, you happened to be there. Go to the toilet, go through the window of the bathroom, you climb out like this, then go to the second floor, kill Yoshiko, then use a dummy, hang it on the windowsill, let the dummy hug Yoshiko's head, swiped in front of the window, just to let us see clearly, right?" This passage was sonorous and powerful, and everyone's expressions changed dramatically. Taking a few steps back, Kakutani sat down on the sofa, grabbed his hair with both hands, and said very annoyed, "Yes, that's right, I killed Yoshiko, it's all mine." "Wrong, woo-hoo." A tall, seemingly burly man like Kakutani, in this one, finally couldn't hold back the sadness and couldn't help crying. After sobbing for a while, Kakutani raised his head, looked at everyone again, and said, "I'm sorry, I lied to you. In fact, Yoshiko broke up with me a month ago." This news is undoubtedly more like a blockbuster, which makes everyone's emotions become surprised again. Yizan looked at him very calmly, and then said, "I'm afraid this is your real purpose of killing Yoshiko. The truth has been revealed, and Kakutani has nothing to hide, but now he feels a little relieved, sighs slightly, shows a bitter smile, and then says, "This all started a long time ago." Speaking of, after knowing that Yoshiko became a well-known screenwriter, she began to gradually become cold to me. She came into contact with the circle of the upper class and no longer took me seriously. Sometimes she often dated some handsome celebrities. For these things, I also quarreled with her, but at the back, the only exchange was to be ruthlessly abandoned by her. I was not reconciled. I began to pursue her since college and obeyed her, but I never thought that the final result would be so. After listening to what Kakutani said, everyone's expressions became a little unnatural. It was indeed a big blow for such a thing to happen. What's more, their relationship is still so deep. After losing each other, it will inevitably become crazy. So, after knowing that Yoshiko is dead, I plan to go with her together. Kakutani suddenly became cold, took out a sharp dagger from his body and aimed it at his neck, as if he was about to stab him. The people around were afraid that something would happen to him, so they rushed to his side, ready to stop him. "Kakutani, don't want to think about it, do something stupid." But Kakutani said with a sad face, "I have no meaning to live anymore, it's all my fault." Hee, if he wants to die, let him die. Suddenly, Yizan, who was standing beside him, said in a cold tone, as if he didn't care about Zhaogu's life or death at all. As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately looked at Yizan in surprise. They didn't expect him to be such an inhuman guy who didn't pay so much attention to the lives of others. However, Yizan soon said again, "If you really want to die, then do it. Now you are just an ugly murderer king. In order to cover up your crimes, you started to attack the villains in the villa. Are people ready to kill us all and then run away?" What? This sentence, like a thunderbolt from the blue, shocked everyone, and they all retreated back, feeling a little afraid of Kakutani. Seemingly exposed by Yizan, Zhaogu finally became angry at this time. He laughed. "Haha, what a pity, my original perfect plan, there will be no problem, who is asking you? It's abominable to come and destroy everything for me." Yeah. After speaking, Kakutani roared angrily, clenched the dagger in his hand, swung forward, and stabbed at the people around him, showing no mercy, as if he wanted to stab everyone to death. Fortunately, everyone had some precautions long ago, so they all ran away and avoided his attack. However, Kakutani, who was already a little crazy, didn't care about anything, picked up the dagger in his hand, and rushed towards Shaolin, as if he had a special paranoia towards Shaolin, and he was going to kill her. When Yizan was about to make a move, drink. Yizan did not expect that when Shaolin was on guard, she was actually a violent woman who could overthrow a big man. Thinking about it, she was also a black belt expert, so Zhaogu hadn't rushed to Shaolin's side. Lan Fei kicked. Although the power of this foot is not very large, it is very accurate. It hit Kakutani's abdomen in one stroke, leaving a trace on his soft ribs, causing him to scream in pain and retreat back continuously. At this time, Yizan also moved. As soon as he stepped on the ground with his right foot, he jumped up instantly, kicked his body, and hit Zhaogu's wrist directly, kicking his dagger into the air. Out. Chapter 113_Maori Thing. With Zhaogu's strength, how could it be Yizan's opponent? After 3 strikes and 5 divisions, Yizan knocked Zhaogu to the ground, unable to get up even if he wanted to. Soon, Yizan asked Oda to find a rope and tied Kakutani so that he could not move, and finally subdued him. After some tossing, a ray of sunshine rose in the forest, and the earth that had been silent for a night finally brightened up. The sun shines through the windowsill and shines on the villa, and it also shines on everyone's faces. Everyone's expressions are also different. "Go down the mountain and hand over Kakutani to the police," Yizan said indifferently. "There is nothing to be pitied about this kind of murderous madman." Everyone nodded. According to Yizan's arrangement, they took Zhaogu down the mountain together. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Yizan's mobile phone signal was restored, and he quickly called the police. Ula, ula, with the sound of a siren, Kakutani was taken into a police car, and everyone saw his gloomy face, full of remorse. Seeing Yizan and the others as well, Zhaogu turned his head and gave them a very bleak smile, and then said, I hope we will meet again one day, goodbye. Ah, it's better not to see him again. Yi 547 Zan's mouth moved, but he didn't want to see him again for this murderous madman. After arriving at the foot of the mountain, Yizan drove back with Shaolin and Yuanzi, and the others also had their own cars, so they parted ways at the foot of the mountain. Not long after, Yizan used his pervert's reaction speed to forcefully drive into the downtown area. However, the face of Shaolin in the car was not very good. When did you learn to race? It scared me to death. Yizan spread his hands, but he didn't have any regrets about it. He smiled slightly and said, well, in order to make up for my shock to you, I'll take you to eat something good. As soon as he heard that there was something good to eat, Yuanzi immediately said happily, okay, let's go eat. Shaolin also said to Yizan, since you said that, then I will forgive you. Ding ding ding. At this moment, Shaolan's cell phone rang. Hello. Shaolin picked up the phone and answered it immediately. After nodding for a long time, she turned her head and said to Yizan, Yizan, my father called, it seems that I can't eat with you. Eat with the garden. Seeing this, Yizan waved his hand. Then I'll take you back. Yuanzi's body still needs to be recuperated, then I'll cook a meal for Yuanzi. Yizan said and took Shaolin to the Maori detective agency. Not long after, Yizan brought the two girls to the detective agency. Maori stuck his head out from the window and shouted happily, you are finally back, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Dad. Shaolin stretched out her hand, said hello to Maori, and then walked up the stairs with Yizan carrying Lee. Opening the door of the Maori detective agency, Yizan immediately felt a very unpleasant smell. He looked inside and saw that in the whole room, those things were all messed up and placed randomly, all of which were Maori food for 2 days. Seeing these things, Yizan couldn't help frowning. Maoli was too sloppy, no wonder Fei Yingli left him. Dad, why are you so messed up? Shaolin complained, and after entering the room, she started to pack up. Seeing Yizan standing at the door, Maori quickly pulled him in, opened 2 bottles of beer, handed one to Yizan, and said with a smile, how did you two go to play this time? It seems to be very good. Oh. It's okay. Yizan nodded slightly, picked up the beer and took a sip, but his eyes were fixed on Shaolan's body. If it wasn't for the bandage weirdo last night, it would have been with Shaolan by now. Oh, what a waste of a great opportunity. Maori seemed a little dizzy after drinking, and when he spoke, he seemed a little incoherent. Yizan was a little speechless in his heart. Is this still the attitude a father should have? For his daughter, he can't wait to sell her. In order to cope with what Maoli said, Yizan had to discuss this topic with him by the side, and finally it developed into Maoli talking about his own love history, leaving Yizan speechless for a while. After Shaolin had packed everything up, Maori insisted on taking Yizan to have a meal at home. Yizan, who could not refuse, had to agree to the request. After Shaolin cleaned up, the whole room became very clean. Yizan looked at the delicious food, and his appetite increased. After eating, Yizan went shopping with Shaolin again, and then returned to his villa, ready to take a good rest. Last night, because of the weird bandage incident, it affected his rest. Sonoko, let's do something we love. As Yizan said, the whole atmosphere seemed extremely turbulent. That's how the night was spent. In the early morning, when Yi Xuanzheng was sleeping beautifully, he was woken up by the phone ringing. Getting up irritably, Yizan couldn't help frowning when he saw the display on his phone. Why would Maori call at this time? But no matter what, Yizan still answered the phone. Hey, what's the matter? On the other end of the phone, Maori was standing at his home with the microphone in his hand. Even though he was answering the phone, he still showed an excited expression, scratched his hair, and said, that's right, I'm a little bit here. Can you come over and do me a favor? What's the matter? Yizan said indifferently. He had a hunch that it wouldn't be a good thing for Maori to find him. Hey, Maori smiled slightly on the other end of the phone, and then said, "That's right, come here first, and I'll tell you later." Although he was very unhappy with Maori's attitude, he was woken up when he woke up, and he probably wouldn't be able to fall asleep again, so Yi-zan agreed. Chapter 114_ Kiba. Not long after, Yi-zan came to the detective agency. "Tell me, come here so late, what do you need me to help with?" When he said this, Yi-zan's eyes kept looking around the room, trying to find the trace of Shaolin. However, Yi-zan didn't see Shaolin. Instead, behind Maori, he saw a 7 or 8-year-old girl, who was very cute, with short hair, and a baby face that was very tender, as if she could squeeze out water if she squeezed hard. "Come the same. Who is she?" Yi-zan couldn't help asking. Maori smiled slightly and said, "That's right, she's my friend's daughter, because her parents left the child with me before they got off work, but she's going to leave at 6:30. The hospital pulled Kiba and I needed to take her there. However, I have another ticket for Miss Yoko's concert in my hand. I have to go to see it immediately. If I miss it, it will be a pity. So I just..." Although Maoli didn't finish the rest, but with Yi-zan's IQ, he could fully understand what he was going to say next. What's more, Maoli was still a little unclear. "You want me to take her to the hospital to extract Kiba?" Yi-zan said with a dangerous look in his eyes, looking at Maori Kogoro. "Oh, Yi-zan, you are so smart. You really deserve to be a superstar in the detective world." Maoli was not stingy with his praise, and praised Yi-zan from head to toe. "UTMD just for this, tell me to, get up." With Yi-zan's roar, the whole detective agency rang out. After a while, Yi Shuenkai left the Maori detective agency with the little girl who was looking at him with a terrified face. Behind him, Maori Kogoro stuck out his head with a scarred face and said to the little girl, "Ayumi, this big brother will take you to pull out Kiba. Uncle, I still have important things to do, so I won't accompany you." Quote. Ayumi. Yi-zan, who was about to leave, paused. It turned out that this little girl was Ayumi. In the original book, she was Conan's good friend. Seeing Bu-mei with a delicate oval face, Yi-zan couldn't help showing a smile at the corners of his mouth. When this little girl grows up, she must be a rare beauty embryo. Do you want to play the game of cultivation? Not long after leaving the Maori detective agency, Yi-zan glanced at the time and found that it was past 5 o'clock, and it was time to leave and take Ayumi to find Dr. Kiba. A slight smile, Yi-zan said, "Ayumi, where is the Kiba doctor you mentioned, do you know?" "Yeah." The young Ayumi nodded, took out a written note from her pocket, and handed it to Yi-zan. Zushin Road, Chiba Kiba Medical Center. Yi-zan read the address, and then said to Ayumi, "Well, the time you wrote on it is 6:30, I have to take you there quickly, we will be there now. Let's go." "Okay, big brother." Ayumi was a well-behaved and obedient girl, of course she would not have any other opinions on Yi-zan's arrangement. Soon, Yi-zan took Ayumi's little hand, walked down from the Maori detective office, and came to the place where he parked. After seeing Yi-zan's car, Ayumi couldn't help but be slightly surprised. "Wow, brother Yi-zan, your car is so cool." Slight smile, Yi-zan said, "You are still so young, you know what cool means." "That's what they say on TV, so cool." Ayumi also learned the tone of the stars on the TV, and told Yi-zan again. "Ha ha." Yi-zan smiled, stroked Bu-mei's hair lightly, took her to his sports car, and drove over directly according to the address given on her note. After about half an hour, Yi-zan drove the car to Zushin Road and found Chiba Kiba Medical Center. After all, the traffic in this city is still a bit congested, and it takes time to get to another place from another place. Yi-zan parked the car outside, held Ayumi's hand, and walked into the Kiba Medical Center. Chiba Kiba Medical Center is already written in big characters, and it is still in a prominent position on this street, so it is relatively easy to find. When Yi-zan came in, he found that although the medical hall was not very big, as soon as he entered, he could feel a warm feeling, which showed that the owner of this medical hall still loved it very much. Is there anyone? Yizan shouted directly when he came to the medical hall. After all, he didn't see anyone inside. Come on. Soon, a woman's voice came from the medical hall. Then, from the bathroom inside the medical hall, a young woman with long hair and a long gown came out. Her long white legs were exposed. Moreover, this woman also looks good, belongs to the kind of beautiful and generous feeling, so Yizan couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. After the woman walked out, she walked directly to Yizan's side and happily greeted Ayumi. Did your uncle bring you here? Afterwards, the woman stretched out her hand to Yizan and said with a smile, Hello, I'm Kiba doctor from Ayumi. Today, I specially asked her to come and pull Kiba. My name is Chiba. Chiba, what a good name. Yizan smiled lightly, stretched out his hand, and held it with Ayumi, then said, I'm not Ayumi's uncle, but someone asked me to bring her here. After hearing this, Chiba's face changed a bit, his eyes were more vigilant, and then he said to Yizan, So, then I'll just pull out Kiba later and send Ayumi back. Yizan smiled lightly and said, It doesn't matter, I'll just wait outside. No need. Chiba shook his head and said to Yizan, It will take a long time to pull out Kiba, and I and Bumei's family are also neighbors. If I go back later, I can also take her back by the way. After being rejected twice by others, Yizan couldn't say anything else. Maybe people were worried that he might be a bad person. Well, then I'll trouble Miss Chiba. Yizan nodded slightly, then left here first, and said hello to Ayumi. Be good here, be obedient. Chapter 115_Real Estate Businessman Killed. Although I didn't know Ayumi for a long time, this cute and obedient little girl made Yizan can't help but want to get close to her. Soon, Yizan walked out of the Kiba Medical Center, went outside, found his sports car, drove straight to Maori's detective office, and went out with Shaolin while there was still time. When he came to the Maori Detective Institute, it happened that Shaolin was out of class. In order to honor what he had promised Yuanzi before, Yizan made another appointment with Yuanzi. The three found a seafood restaurant together and had a big meal there. It wasn't until after 9 o'clock in the middle of the night that Yizan sent Yuanzi and Shaolin back to their respective homes. Yuanzi kept frowning at Yizan in the car, which made Yizan have some ideas. The garden is out. When he returned to Shaolin's house, Maori didn't know when he came back, and he looked very happy. Yuhi's face was glowing, obviously because he drank a lot of wine. As soon as Yizan and Shaolan came back together, Maori stood up happily and said to Yizan and the others, You know, Miss Yoko invited me to drink with you tonight. I'm still happy, la la la. Quote. In order to express his excitement, Maori also sang happily while dancing. Dad is really drinking so much wine again, Shaolin said with some dissatisfaction. The other hand, Yizan, still remembering what Maori told him before, couldn't help but ask, By the way, how is Ayumi, is she home now? While dancing, Maori said to Yizan, She's already home at 8 o'clock, and her mother has already called me. It's alright, you can rest assured. That's good. Yizan nodded, knowing that everything was fine. After all, he sent Ayumi there just now, so he had to be sure of safety. After saying hello to Shaolin, Yizan was about to return to his home, but when he just walked to the door, Shaolin quickly chased after him. Holding a scarf in Shaolin's hand, she quickly walked to Yizan's side, then handed the scarf to him, and said shyly, Winter is coming soon, this is for you. What? Yizan was stunned for a moment, and some did not react. Speaking of which, it seemed that he had never received a similar gift. After all, his women didn't know their own strength, and this scarf thing is really true. Unnecessary. Fool. Shaolin's face turned slightly Yuhi. She stood on tiptoe, quickly kissed Yizan's face, and then retreated back as fast as she could. After kissing Yizan, Shaolin didn't stop for a moment, turned around quickly, and ran home. Yizan stayed on the spot for a few seconds before shouting, I rub it, Shaolin, don't bother, I haven't tasted it yet, let's do it again. And Shaolin said in a distant voice, Think beautifully. Yizan watched Shaolin leave with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and couldn't help thinking that this little girl would one day conquer her. Thinking of these things, Yizan was still a little elated, hummed a little song all the way, and drove back to his villa. In the evening, after Yizan got in touch with number 18, he shut down the video. Now number 18 is engrossed in the matter of time travel. In the early morning, Yizan and Yuanzi were bored watching TV together. Soon the news on TV made Yizan a little amused. The famous wealthy real estate businessman in the city was poisoned with a needle and died. There is no trace of the crime scene. The murderer is under investigation. When Yizan was thinking about this. Ding ding ding. Yizan's cell phone rang. Yizan picked it up and saw that it was Officer Miu Miu who was calling. As soon as he saw that it was Police Officer Miu Miu's phone, Yizan knew without thinking that there must be a case, and, if Yizan guessed correctly, it should be the case on TV. Hey, Officer Mumu, what's the matter with calling me so early? Yizan took a sip of milk and said indifferently. Officer Miu Miu on the other end of the phone laughed along and said quickly, I'm so sorry, Yizan, I didn't want to trouble you, but you've seen the news, the case was known to the TV station before it was solved. And it was released, so the above asked us to solve the case as soon as possible. I thought, only you can do it, please help me. Quote. Is it the case where a wealthy real estate businessman was killed last night? Yizan asked casually. Yizan is really amazing. That's right, it's this case. Officer Miu Miu said on the phone, this rich businessman has some background, but now he was suddenly killed and exposed, and he has put a lot of pressure on us. If we don't solve the case quickly, it will be very detrimental to us. Yizan didn't say much and nodded and said, okay, I'll be here soon. After getting the address, Yizan didn't say anything more to Officer Mumu, and hurriedly drove his car to the scene of the crime. The deceased was found in one of his temporary residences, in an apartment building. When Yizan arrived, it was surrounded by many police. Seeing Yizan coming, the police not only did not stop him on 4.3, but also sent someone to lead Yizan to Officer Mumu. When they came to the side of Officer Mumu, the bottom of their feet was more than 10 square meters, and they were all planned to be the most direct area of the crime scene. You're finally here, but I've been waiting for so long, Officer Mumu said with some complaints. When Yizan didn't come, he scrutinized it for a long time, but couldn't come up with a good solution. Now the corpses are still in place, they haven't been moved, and the situation at the scene has not been passive. Everything remains the same. Yizan glanced around and found that the deceased was lying on the ground with a relatively thick needle tube on his heart, and the long and thin needles had already submerged into his body. Chapter 116 Solve cases easily. Give me a detailed autopsy report, Yizan said to Mao Li after taking a look at the surrounding environment. Officer Miu Miu, who was in charge of this case, still had this power. After giving a few words to a policeman beside him, the policeman quickly brought a document and handed it all to Yizan. Yizan disassembled the information and read it all carefully. If you don't read it, you don't know. It turns out that the time of the deceased's death was at 7:30 last night, and the fatal cause of death was because of the dead man's chest. That long needle contains a highly poisonous substance, and as long as it gets on it, it will die very ugly. Now a whole piece of such venom has been stabbed into the body of the deceased. If the deceased is to die, it will only be a momentary thing. After reading this autopsy report, Yizan already had a general understanding of the cause of death of the deceased. Brows changed slightly, Yizan looked at the people around him again, and then said to the police officer Mumu, who was the first person to find the body. Regarding this question, the police officer Mu30 did not hide it, and quickly said to Yizan, it's a doctor from a Kiba hospital nearby, whose name is Chiba. She first noticed that the place was a bit noisy, and then brought the property together and opened it. Behind the door, I saw this tragedy. Quote. Chiba. Yizan was a little surprised, but he didn't expect it to be the dead person she found. And now, where is Miss Chiba? Yizan continued to ask. Officer Mumu nodded and said, she recorded her statement last night. Today, because she has to go to work, she went back to work at Kiba Medical Center. Speaking of this, Officer Mu's expression changed again, and then he lowered his voice and said to Yizan, however, we have found a very suspicious thing, that is, 20 years ago, the deceased and the Kiba doctor, Miss Chiba, had a deep relationship. Yizan nodded, then said to Officer Mumu, by the way, speaking of this, Chiba's words, there should be someone watching all this. Officer Mu looked at Yizan suspiciously. Who? I took the daughter of a friend of a Maori detective to Kiba Dr. Chiba to have Kiba extracted. If I count the time, it should be just right. Yizan's words made the police officer Mu look at Yizan in surprise. Really? Then let's hurry up and find her. Yizan nodded and came to Ayumi's house with Officer Mumu. Ayumi, are you at home? Here. Ayumi's excited voice came from the house, and then Officer Mumu saw Ayumi open the door with a happy face. Brother Yizan, you're here. Yume said as she looked at Yizan with a smile. Well, Yizan nodded, picked up Ayumi and came to Ayumi's house with Officer Mumu. Ayumi, you didn't blame me for leaving yesterday, right? Yizan sat down, looked at Ayumi, and asked gently. Ayumi shook her head, looked at Yizan and said, Brother Yizan is here to play with me now. Yizan nodded. Well, let's play a detective game, shall we? Yizan's words made Bume's eyes light up instantly, and she looked at Yizan excitedly and said, okay, let's play. Yizan heard the words and slowly began to guide Ayumi to describe her previous experience at Chiba Kiba Doctor. This matter made the police officer Mu a little stunned, looked at Yizan strangely, did not understand why Yizan wanted to do this, obviously it was enough to ask directly. However, what happened next stunned the police officer. Then I fell asleep, and when I woke up, Masked Rider was nearing the end. Ayumi's words made Officer Mickey stunned. Officer Mu can be absolutely certain that what Ayumi told Yizan had never told the police before, but why? The questioning continued, and it didn't take long for Yizan to confirm one thing, that the murderer in this case was the Kiba Dr. Chiba. However, evidence is needed. After Yizan comforted Ayumi, he went to Kiba Dr. Chiba's house with police officer Mumu. Everyone please. Chiba looked at Yizan and Officer Mumu, opened the door, and let the two enter the room. I'm sorry, I just came to disturb you without telling you. Yizan said to Chiba. It's okay, please sit down. Chiba looked at the elegant Yizan and said to the two of them. Yizan slowly sat in front of Chiba and said, although I'm sorry, I have to tell you that I suspect that the murderer of Katsuhiko Nakamoto is you. It's me. Chiba looked at Yizan suspiciously. What are you kidding? I've been pulling Kiba for Ayumi. How could it be possible to kill someone? Yizan said slowly. It takes 50 minutes to go from the hospital building to the apartment to killing Nakamoto, so you want to say that you basically don't have time to kill, right? Chiba looked at Yizan 370 in amazement, and nodded blankly. Yizan looked at Chiba and said, you are a very polite person, but when you were pulling Kiba for Ayumi, you forcibly drove me away, because if I was there, it would destroy you. An alibi, and the reason why you brought someone to identify the body immediately after returning home is to allow the police to calculate the correct time of death, and for that reason, it is also an alibi. Yizan's words caused a flash of panic in Chiba's eyes, because Chiba found out that what Yizan said was what he did, as if Yizan had been following him the whole way. What's going on here? According to what you said, how did she kill her? Officer Mu looked at Yizan and asked. And Yizan answered the question. The time of killing is the time you guessed, and the time of treatment should also be correct. Yizan's words made the police officer Mu completely confused, looking at Yizan and said, however, even if you are driving, it will take 50 minutes to complete this matter completely. Yizan looked at the surrounding scene, a smile cracked at the corner of his mouth. Have you thrown away the TV? What? Chapter 117 _ Take full control of your destiny. Chiba was startled, looked at Yizan and said, "What did you say?" Yizan said slowly, "You should be pretending to be the same as a hospital, right? That's why Bume has an illusion." Ah. Officer Miu Miu looked at Yizan strangely. Chiba also looked at Yizan and said, "What you said is very interesting." "That's right, this explanation is too far-fetched." Officer Miu Miu looked at Yi Xuandao. Yizan ignored the two of them and said slowly, "You used anesthesia to put Ayumi to sleep, and then, at about 7:05, you returned to Yijingu Street in a car with Ayumi, and at 7:20 around the time, parked the car at the construction site behind, hold Ayumi from the escape stairs and enter the apartment, let Ayumi fall asleep in the guest room you have arranged, and at 7:30, go to the next door, Katsuhiko Nakamoto. Yizan's words made Miu Miu feel like he was listening to a book from heaven, and looked at Yizan in a cute way. Did such a strange thing really happen? Officer Mumu expressed his suspicions. But when Officer Miu Miu was suspicious, Yizan continued, "After killing someone, you entered the room and turned up his TV volume to the maximum. Someone in Huorong discovered all this earlier. After all, you created an alibi. The more accurate the time of death, the better it is for you. After that, you go back to the room, call Ayumi, let Ayumi see the TV clip, and finally make Ayumi take sleeping pills and fall asleep in Ayumi. After that, take Ayumi back to the hospital. It is estimated that the time should be around 7:54, and then you call Ayumi again, let her see the trailer of Masked Superman, and everything is perfect." Quote. Yizan's words silenced Chiba. And Yizan continued, "Originally, all this is perfect. If someone finds the body at this time, then no one will suspect you." Yizan said, looked at Chiba and said, "Unfortunately, your perfect plan delayed the discovery of the corpse, and after you returned to the apartment, no one could find the corpse. Be the one who finds the corpse." After Yizan said this, he lay thirsty on the sofa and looked at the two of them. Chiba hesitated for a while before saying to Yizan, "Your story is very interesting, but what about the evidence?" "I didn't do that at all." Officer Miu Miu also looked at Yizan and said, "Yeah, such an incredible thing shouldn't be true, right?" Officer Miu Miu really couldn't believe that this seemingly simple case had such a bizarre modus operandi. Yizan looked at the police officer Miu Miu, and turned over a Byakugan helplessly. "I really don't know how you became a police officer. You and I went to the Ayumi side, you have heard Ayumi's words, why still can't understand what?" Yizan said, rubbed his throat, and said to Chiba, "If there is evidence, it's not that there is no evidence." Yizan said, pointed to the cards on the table, "You may not know, before Ayumi drew Akiba, she once took a card from this deck of cards and kept it on her body as a talisman. Put the poker back in its place." Yizan picked up the cards on the table, "So, there should be two identical cards in this deck of cards." Soon, Yizan put two Yuhi Heart A.S on the table. Officer Miu Miu looked at all this in astonishment, widening his eyes in disbelief. At this moment, Officer Mumu felt that he was really like an Alzheimer's. On one side, he was an elite criminal member, and on the other side, he was a detective whose IQ was simply not human. As a policeman, he was like a pig. Evidence was conclusive, Chiba could only confess his guilt, and watching Officer Mumu take Chiba away, Yizan sighed softly, only to feel that the sky net was wide and sloppy. "This is fate." Yizan sighed again, his understanding of destiny was raised to the limit at this moment. Suddenly, a picture flashed in his mind, his eyes widened in amazement, and the whole person froze in place. In the picture, Conan, who was detained by his own men, tried to escape. Conan is really smart. He managed to escape from the prison after passing through many barriers, but what shocked him the most was that when Conan managed to escape and rushed onto a road, he was hit and killed by a big truck. Conan is dead. The endless power of destiny poured into my mind. When Conan died, Yizan controlled the destiny of the whole world. So it is. So it is. Yizan kept repeating. It turned out that this was fate. He had always thought that he had deprived Conan of the protagonist's aura, but now he knows that at the moment when Conan died, he really deprived him. He got the halo of Conan's protagonist, and he obtained the power of destiny of the whole world in a way of almost plundering. Xiaolan's fate line, Fei Yingri's fate line, Officer Mumu's fate line. Ji Yunan kept looking at the fate line. The women he liked, such as Xiaolan, Sonoko, including Fei Yingri, their fate lines were automatically connected to him, and the fate line of Maori Kogoro was also broken at this moment, turning into a vast universe. A member of the Sea of People, from then on like a stranger. It turns out that this is the power to control fate. A year later, Xiaolan, Yuanzi, Fei Yingli, Belmod, Xiaoai and other women became Yizan's women, and the Black Organization, because of an accident during the research, had a big explosion, and the entire organization was wiped out. This is the power of destiny, just fiddling with the fate line can change everything. Outside the luxurious villa in the Dragon Ball world, Yizan looked satisfied. In 1 year, he finally mastered the power of primary destiny. Yizan returned to the Dragon Ball world. He brought the women of number 18 and Conan world back to the Dragon Ball world, and brought the wives of Hokage and Pirate world to the Dragon Ball world. The Dragon Ball world has the highest technology, and it is also a cosmic world. The girls can only live better in the Dragon Ball world. The power of fate, unfortunately, this is only the primary power of fate. It can only change the fate of ordinary people, not even the fate of immortal turtles. If I want to change the fate of the strong, I can't achieve it with my current power of fate. Yizan had a plan for a long time. He decided to accompany his wife and daughters for a few years. 5 years later, Yizan stood in the outer space outside the Earth. He slowly closed his eyes, and for the first time gave up the fruit ability, instead relying on the power of destiny to travel the world. Fate is connected, the stars are confirmed, pass. Swish. In the darkness, the space around Yizan shattered like glass. The next second, Yizan took a step forward and walked into the black hole of Uzumaki. Virtual circle. The skeleton Emperor Balagang held his head in boredom, and the fighting performance of the two Yachukas made him feel particularly tired. Such a weak waste should be destroyed. The virtual flash bloomed, and the two Yachukas screamed and instantly turned into flying ashes. It's so boring. Balagang changed his posture lazily, looked up at the sky, the fire of the soul in the skull swayed gently. In a few days, I will organize some people to attack the Soul Society, and I will only have this place left. Some entertainment. He pondered silently. The dozens of Yachukas below did not move. Suddenly, a loud noise that shocked the soul exploded, and Balagan was shocked and quickly stood up. Boom. Rumbling. The endless vibration resounded throughout the virtual circle, and the pressure of ultimate was so terrifying that it was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on the top, causing Balagang to kneel in an instant. He stared at the sky in horror. To collapse. Balagang knelt down. Everyone in the Soul Society fell to the ground. Captain Yamamoto was terrified, and the hand holding Zanpakuto kept shaking. Oops, the first time I used the power of destiny to cross the world, I didn't control it well. The sky was shattered. Yizan stood tall in the void. With a smile on his lips, he could feel the force of destiny in this world crowding him out, but unfortunately, destiny has no subjective consciousness. The fate of the mere world of death cannot resist the strongest in the universe. Invasion of men. Suppression. Compromise. Breathing restrained, Yizan used the power of destiny he realized to contact the destiny of the world of death. Gradually, the broken sky recovered, and the fear of destroying the world slowly disappeared. Yizan's breath is declining, and it is constantly declining. Compared with the power that can destroy the planet at will, at this moment, his breath has dropped to the extreme. But if you look carefully, you can find that Yizan's body is full of blue light, which is spiritual power. The power of destiny in the world of Conan is too rudimentary, and the destiny of the world of death is more than 100 times stronger. Yizan slammed his mouth a few times, and finally stabilized his strength at about 5 times that of the captain's Raya. The fate of the world of the god of death is okay, but you actually know how to compromise, and let me comprehend fate at the cost of letting me use 5 times the captain's spiritual pressure. Once I use the ability of other worlds, I can't comprehend it. It doesn't matter, with my 5 times the captain's spiritual pressure, even if you simply release the spirit, it is not something that kittens and puppies can provoke. Quote. Yizan slowly landed on the ground, and what caught his eye was the vast white sand. The white sand, the wind howling, but there is no trace of life, the sand sea is endless, Yizan has walked for a long time, and the surrounding is still the same sand and bare rocks. No, maybe there is something different. Yizan frowned, his body suddenly flashed to the side, and the next second, a black monster appeared where he was standing. Faceless man, Yizan said subconsciously, and then knew that he was wrong. This is an empty circle, how could there be a cute faceless man? However. Hey, big brother, do you want to eat me? Yizan asked suspiciously, and broke a branch next to him. The next second, Killian pounced. Yizan jumped and circled around the sand like the wind. When Killian didn't react, he got to the back of the opponent and stabbed it hard. Scoff. It felt like stabbing a basketball with a needle. It first paused slowly, then pierced the epidermis, and pierced it with ease. Killian screamed in pain, and the harsh sound echoed in the open environment. Killian was dead. Yizan turned his head and looked into the distance, only to see a lot of shadowy objects approaching in the distance. A few of them were particularly huge, obviously also Killian. As expected of an imaginary circle, there are many such things. Yizan smiled, and rushed forward without waiting for the imaginary circles to come up. Unbeatable, completely unbeatable. Yizan took the branch and kept stabbing forward. The branch was wrapped in a thick layer of spiritual pressure, and there was no virtual energy to stop it for even a second. After a while, there were empty corpses piled up around him, and then a little bit decomposed into spirits and dissipated in the air. Just because there were too many emptiness rushing up, Yizan was always full of empty corpses. Suddenly, those virtual images sensed something and fled into the distance. Yizan put on an alert posture and watched the 2 humanoid creatures get closer and closer, one with a mask and the other with a pair of strange horns. The one with the horns I don't know, it's probably an Achukas. But that mask is Ulquiorra. 10 Blades 4th. Yizan smiled, he didn't expect to meet Shirin on the first day he came to this world. Yo, it's actually a human. The unnamed Achukas walked to Yizan's side and sniffed hard. When will humans be able to hunt Killian? There won't be a god of death inside. Yizan shook his head with a smile, and weighed the branches in his hand. The blue spiritual pressure on the branches was particularly dazzling. You want to escape. There is no food or water here. Even if you escape, you won't survive. Why don't you let me eat it? Oh, want to eat me? Why don't you try it? Yizan chuckled, picked up the branch and rushed up. Now that he has reached an agreement with the destiny of this world, he is the protagonist of this world. As long as he does not use the abilities of other worlds, he is the real protagonist, and the protagonist will be afraid of a ghost without a name. This is impossible. Yachukas is more advanced and more intelligent than Killian, but that is only compared to Killian. For Yizan, this difference is not something to be afraid of. Yizan's eyes narrowed slightly, and when the guy didn't respond, he picked him up, and then he jumped into the air. The branches seemed to be heavy, and easily smashed the bone armor on the opponent's body. Boom! Achukas fell to the ground, and the raised dust blocked his vision. Yizan deftly turned over in midair and slowly landed on the ground. The dust slowly settled, revealing Achukas, who was trapped in the semicircular pit, and Ulquiorra, who was always watching from a distance. Are you coming too? Yizan raised his eyebrows and looked at Ulquiorra, feeling a little cherishing talent in his heart. 4th of the 10 blades, I won't suffer as a younger brother, either surrender to me or die, you can choose. The form is completely reversed from just now.